Yeah, absolutely. Let's do it.
Awesome, awesome. And we should be live. Chat, hi. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. My name is LexP. I'm here with Pixlriffs, and allow me to. It's about the beat drops. Oh my lord, so loud! So loud! Hi, hi. Pixlriffs can't hear it because it's on my side.
Yes.
But he will be able to actually watch the recap with us, so don't worry about it.
I did just end up like with 2 windows open of the stream on YouTube, despite the fact that you were also streaming this to me on Discord. So our voices were repeating back to me twice. It was a very confusing moment.
Oh no, I'm so sorry! You poor soul! That was awful! That was like a stereo. Zloy is a Vtuber now. Yes. Today we're doing like this instead of webcams. It's a low pressure environment this way.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I get to drink my cup of tea in peace.
Yes. So yeah, I did the art of Pixlriffs' little avatar thingy there, and
it looks amazing. I gotta say,
you.
like I don't get enough chances to use this because, of course, like it's.
Why would you? Right?
Yeah, exactly. It tends to be folks who collaborate with you on stream a little more often, like Lyarrah and Grim, and
yeah.
I think their portraits are lovely as well. But I need to find an excuse to use this more often.
I told you, you can just have the picture, like both of them, like for whatever reason, for whatever needs, like up to merchandising. But anyhow, hi, British Pride with the tea. No, do you want to explain the teacup?
Oh, the tea is still a reference to when I used to stream with a green screen and I had a green mug, and so my tea would look kind of partly invisible when I was drinking out of it, and the space tea joke became a thing on my stream. So
yeah, I
have a Twitch emote that's like a mug that has galaxies and stuff in it.
Galaxy cup is like, the thing is, it's one thing that is transparent. It's another thing that all the glimmer on it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ends up not being green screened out. And as a result, it's just like, it not only disappears, but it also leaves the spacey trail in it. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
I like your new set, though. I like your new set way more.
Yeah, it's nice to have a nice enough camera that my background can look good.
Yes. So yeah, hi everybody, hello. Lots of people seem to have been confused a little bit into what this actually is. Hi, this is a live stream. We can read you.
Yes. Hello, chat.
That is an information and also a warning.
What is this recapping? This is recapping the recap. It's finally the recap everybody has been asking for.
Yes. So today we will be, for everybody confused, today this is not a video. This is not like a scripted thing. We're gonna be watching our own videos as much as we can bear. And comment on some stuff, because there's been some stuffs. As you know, like the production pipeline of like Hermitcraft recap is quite interesting and convoluted. So there's a bunch of behind the scenes stuff that it would be a lot of fun to talk about. And also just to kind of riff on ourselves. Hi Cleo! Seriously, I've been doing PNG tubing for 1 week and now this. Cleo, I've been a VTuber for like months.
And I have been physically drawn by people on several previous occasions. That's my only excuse I can give.
Yeah, I'm. You know what? I'm not gonna argue with you. You wanna argue with me? Come on to my show. I will draw you a PNG also.
Come on to my show. Please be a guest on my podcast.
Listen, people who follow me on Twitter know full freaking well. There's no you should never give me ever even the mildest of reasons to draw Zombie Cleo. I will at every opportunity. Anyhow, you're just gonna recap the last season or all Hermitcraft recap. Pix, do you want to recap all of the Hermitcraft recap up to the 8th one, real quick?
How long do we have? I mean, I'm here for about 40 minutes. So
oh no!
I am going to have to dip out for other obligations in maybe 40 to 45 minutes.
So there was a Hermitcraft and now we're here. Anyhow,
And Bingo was its name-o.
yes, also that. Let's get into the first episode, shall we?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'll be honest, I watched ahead like 1 minute and I was already kind of like wheezing on the floor.
Yeah,
Like
I'm looking forward to this a great deal.
Just kind of died because I forgot all the jokes that we put in. So
Yes.
like I will, and that's the thing. The first minute of the first episode is the intro, the pre-intro joke, right? And you're not the one who puts those in. I'm the one who edits them in, and I forgot that I've done it. I'm watching my own show, being like, wait, what? Who did this? Anyhow, season 8 day 1 recap. Did you remember that we even done that?
Yeah, I feel like the day 1 recap has kind of been a tradition since we took over, but it's the kind of thing that I can't even remember what went into day 1 and what went into week 1. So this will be
right?
a fun trip.
It becomes a blend, but also like yeah, we've been doing this since like season 5. I think season 6 we did day 1 recap. I don't remember season 5 if we did or not. Anyhow, day 1, season 8. Let's go!
This season on Hermitcraft.
From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-karat run.
Oh yeah.
Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap.
The whiplash! The freaking
Yeah.
whiplash! Anyhow, the pre-intro here, right? No,
You can
crap. Yep.
you can hear me smiling when I say this season on Hermitcraft as well. I mean,
That's for 1, yes.
Mhm.
And for 2, this image from, I don't remember, either Pearls or Gems point of view. I screenshotted it and it went mildly viral on Tumblr with a caption, "We're gonna beat you to death." Because it, like, I can't stress enough how funny it looks that like the 2 new people sitting there looking up at everybody else
Yes,
from a hole in the ground.
Welcome to Hermitcraft. We put you in a pit.
Yeah. And the funniest bit is, after it went viral with like, "We're gonna beat you to death," they actually did do that though.
Yeah, there's it starts with chaos this season.
Yeah,
doesn't
they just went feral this season. I don't know what happened.
I blame Simple Voice Chat. Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs. Our writer, editor, comments reader is Zloy XP, and we run this cozy show meant to keep you in the loop on who's doing what on the Hermitcraft server. We try to keep a weekly schedule here covering the videos Hermits release Friday to Friday, aiming to release a recap every Sunday. But today is an exception, because this time we're covering launch day for Season 8 this Saturday, and it's Monday now, so we're already off to a great start. What you need to know before we get...
Okay, Cleo says, honestly, that was just, we have a hall and want to do the intro from down there, which like...
Yeah. I can only imagine, like, doing the intro for basically any season when you've built nothing, you have no, like, tools or anything like that. Having a way to stop people immediately going and punching trees and starting building bases must be a challenge. So congratulations for at least finding the correct hole to do the intro in.
Herding cats this server. But also, like, it's a caves and cliffs update. It only made sense that they put them in a cave at least.
I mean, it's the half of the caves and cliffs update that didn't include caves, but we managed it nonetheless. The actual event.
They've spent the rest of the season building like cliffs and whatnot.
In a new world on a large continent, the hermits will settle in collaborative communities. With the
I did turn up the volume by the by, but like I still want people to be able to hear us. So
yeah, we need to be able to heckle,
especially since there's like double Pixlriffs going on.
You could also include captions, because this is the first time we actually have captions on this.
Oh my god, the entire season!
Yeah.
It's one thing that it's not new anymore that we recap entire seasons at once. But like, we caption an entire season.
You might need to move my big old head out of the way so that we can...
I want to move you to my wardrobe, but like, I don't see now it looks like you're Zloy, the Zloy XP, he, him. What are your pronouns, Pixlriffs?
My pronouns are the same as yours, but the name is inaccurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we do have captions this season, with great thanks to Lyarrah, and hopefully Lee is interested in continuing to do that, because I think it's a really good thing to have captions basically ripped from the script that we write behind the scenes.
Yeah.
I think it's a
Which,
really
like,
lovely
okay,
thing.
let's not cut her short. It's not just the script converted, because the script does not actually include anything that the hermits say in the clips. So Lee still had to adjust all the timings and put in the captions for everybody who's talking on screen, which itself is a challenge when like Stress Monster is a thing.
And unfortunately for some, Stress Monster wasn't a thing for very long this season, because I think
that's unfortunate.
other things got in the way of her Hermitcraft season. But
I mean, here's
yeah.
hoping we'll see more of her.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm looking forward to hopefully Stress being back for season 9.
Yeah, it's great for accessibility. Yeah, yes, it's really good.
Entirely the purpose of having the captions there in the first place.
Well, we just discovered an entire new kind of application, but let's go. Differentiating Pixlriffs is an important thing. Anyhow, we'll never make it through the freaking video.
Have joined the group, and thanks to the proximity voice chat mod, they've already popped up in just about everybody's videos. But they deserve a warm welcome to the server from everyone in the community, so make sure you tune into their episode 1s as well. And while we're on the subject of a fresh season, this should go without saying, but we'll say it anyway. This is your opportunity to start watching Hermits you haven't taken the time to watch before. Only watched Grian and Mumbo before this?
Okay, real quick in chat, if you started watching a new Hermit because of the recap, say I.
Yes, and let us know which Hermit you started watching, because it's always really interesting to hear like who we've ended up influencing people to watch.
A lot of people...
as the YouTube influencers that we are.
It's interesting to see, because like it used to be that people would be like, I started watching Scar because of you, and then now people start with Scar and then come to us and go, we started watching Zedov because of you, or something like that. It's pretty interesting, and it's always nice. It's always nice. I meant I as in AY, you lazy piece people. Lazy people.
Riddleman was asking Lyarrah how we came up with the idea for Hermitcraft Recap. Fun fact, we didn't.
Yeah.
And neither did the people who created the Hermitcraft Recap. They stole the idea from the Mindcrack Recap, and then we took the show over back in Season 4, when basically it needed a revamp, and it needed people who were able to dedicate the time to it every week instead of every couple of weeks.
Admittedly, I started the recaps as like as a Reddit thread, but, you know, the Reddit text threads are not necessarily the most interesting of media, so there was not an audience for it.
Yeah, it was more of a proof of concept that you could do a recap to begin with, and then the video element came slightly after that.
Yeah, and I just want to come out saying it would not have happened without you.
Without me or without the audience?
Without you, specifically.
I mean, yeah, I did all right. It would
never have been successful without the audience.
Yes,
but it would
definitely.
never have happened without you, because my English was way worse back then.
Yeah, and it's improved a great deal since then, to the point where you've hosted like a couple of recaps when I haven't been there, and you've done a spectacular job. And I think it's great that we have that option a little bit more freely now.
Yeah. I do want to do like Hermitcraft like season 1 recap like without you entirely, but only because it's such a workload. I hate it. So much work. Anyhow, that's the long and the short of it. Let's go make. We will never finish watching this video, I'm so sorry!
You're a devoted Tinfoil Chef viewer, step outside the branch mine and add Cub Fan or Stress Monster to your watch list, and of course, subscribe to Hermitcraft's newest members, Pearlescent Moon and Gemini Tay, because the Hermitcraft Recap is here to round up the week's events and mishaps, but we're never going to have time to fully capture everything that deserves to be seen. especially with proximity voice chat, providing moments where they just stumble into each other and hilarity ensues. So let's bring on the hilarity, the absurdity, and the creativity as we take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on day 1 of Hermitcraft Season 8.
Oh no, that looks so
With
bad!
new members, Pearl
An
and arrow Jen directly to the
eye.
rest of the
Right.
videos one by one. The two
Just
are
a
first
pincushion
discovered in a
scar.
hole in the ground at spawn,
Oh,
as
poor
Mumbo
guy.
gives the server its traditional introduction. After helping to initiate BOO as a hermit, a drive-by shipwrecking, and temporarily becoming a birthday cake, Pearl returns to the spawn area, where she has designed a comfy egg for everyone to respawn in if they die without setting their spawn elsewhere.
Okay, can you believe that, like, the pun spawn egg was not entirely immediately what they were going for, apparently?
It took them 8 seasons to get there as well, which is kind of surprising to me. But yeah, no, it's definitely funny that the egg was what they chose, and eggs have proven to be an interesting thing in Pearlescent Moon's Empires series as well. So there's clearly a theme running through.
Lee says, I think you're technically responsible for me watching anyone besides Mumbo and False, and so began her lifelong addiction to ZF videos.
F in the chat for Cleo's horse. And
F in the chat for Cleo, you can't do this. You cannot just point at everything in the video and go like, oh, that's my dad that got nuked by the moon.
Yes, like a lot of things, it turned out, ended up getting destroyed by the moon.
Also, by the by, he's your Joe that also got nuked by the moon. Wait, where did Joe end up?
Joe ended up flying away with Elytra because it was the first time he'd got Elytra the entire season in the last episode. And so we hope that he ended up reaching escape velocity just using fireworks.
I'm thinking now, like, I mean, yeah, if you escape if you escape the gravitational pull, you are just in space.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Elytra probably like does not function without air because, you know, wingspan and whatnot. I'm thinking way too hard about this. Let's assume Jahil survived.
He time skips to season 9 is always how he gets to from season to season.
In season 9, he has one eye and a big sword and has trained with the monks.
Pretty much.
Well, I gotta say, Pearl, this is looking fantastic.
Well, thank you. It's getting there.
After she and Joe Hills time-lapse the heck out of that, she returns to the Plains biome, where Impulse SV, Mumbo, Good Times with Scar and Grian have been playing boat Jenga, gathers her early materials, and builds a starter house. Which is an understatement, because Pearl is a very accomplished builder. Quote-unquote, starter house.
Yeah, Pearl puts the entirety of Minecraft YouTube community to shame.
Adorable. Gemini's road to her starter house is just as winding. On her way to the birch forest she chose for a base, Gem briefly joins a gang of lady bandits with False and Stress, and later is bothered by a gang of gentleman ones, Tango, B-Dubs, and Corrales, whom she learns collectively don't have the best business sense.
Did I disappear? Oh, did you guys see B-Dubs? No,
Oh, where'd he go? That's wow.
The best part of that shot is that the pockets on the back of his trousers look like eyes.
Yeah!
So it's like he's just upside down. Big pockets,
and a
crew.
cozy cabin in the woods.
The what's it called? The glare.
For future builds.
Yeah,
Gem adjusts
yeah.
her Minecraft skin accordingly, just in time for BOO to come back begging for rooted dirt. And I guess this is as good a place as any to
Girl Boss Pearl, final Girl Boss Pearl.
Yeah, yeah.
When you defeat all of the girl bosses at the end.
Yeah, they end up forming a Voltron.
Oh
and,
no!
And it is Pearlescent Moon.
Gemini Tay is pre-boss fight. And you defeat her and she goes, if you had even a fraction of trouble defeating me, Pearl will be 10 times as hard. This is a reference to Devil May Cry 5. Anyhow.
talk about the Gentleman Bandit gang. The entire initiation left BOO still itching for action, so together with Corrales they recruit Tango and go adventuring through the densely populated woods, having peer pressured him into changing his skin to bigger eyes, of course. Disguised as each other to preserve their anonymity, the three attempt to rob Joe Hills' chests of free things, which you can probably guess is not much of a crime.
Okay, the saddle I must go, my planet needs one.
Yeah.
At first.
It just went.
Having Corrales in charge of the treasury suddenly leaves them with just 1 diamond out of the 3 they were given, which took them 2 hours to get that they could have just spent digging anyway.
Sit under the cobble of shame. Sit under it.
The events at least taught Keralis about a whole new kind of bush and inspired Tango Tech enough to build his own cottage at the joined Bandit hideout. With enough time left in the episode to install the Cave of Temptations in Pearl's commune. The idea is that
Tango really started
will
building
be
this
piling
season
gifts
like
in the cave until
a
something
lot,
from the pile
like
goes
different.
missing. So the longer the bottom bunch ignores
Basically, like I'm gonna go off on a bit quick like Tango nerd out, but Tango used to do just a very particular kind of building up until like very recently, where he would just not do starter house or like townhouse or other stuff. He consistently would either like not build, like live in a cave in a side of a wall, or he would do structure building, which is to say, like, remember how his base in like season 5 was a giant biome or whatever?
Yeah, like big old circle made of netherrack with an evil tower in the middle.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
it was
yeah.
very mega base, and that was just what he ended up going to, if not straight away, then just later on in the season when he hadn't built much else.
This season he really demonstrates like the ability to like go mid-level, luckily, which just means that like everything he builds now can look pretty amazing.
He goes mid-level and then builds an enormous Cyclops statue in a cave.
Yeah, which still
Wait,
doesn't like read us the whatchamacallit. Doesn't read us like kind of. I struggle to formulate things.
Yeah, I mean
It's not the same as his Nether base from like 5.
Yeah, and it's not like he was the one building the mountain. It ended up being a collaborative project as well. And I think obviously this season we now know was going to be experimental, so a lot of people are trying something that is outside of their comfort zone, and a lot of people it works out spectacularly well for. I think Tango is definitely one of those people.
It's just nice seeing him out of his comfort zone.
the larger the score. But then again, what good is a stash of calcite if no one is allowed to use it?
There's gonna be diamonds in it next time, and then...
I cannot believe how fast they killed him.
Should we change
And then he came back at the end of Impulse's season.
I know, right?
Like
Okay,
floated
okay.
back out through the bottom hole.
The cave of do not enter works for me.
Even his tactical moss hoodie could
The true season-long storyline was Timmy the Wonder Pig.
When raiding the jungle for
Thank you
Yes,
for the super chat.
The real protagonist, Timmy the Wonder Pig.
Scavenged from the nearby shipwrecks, B-Dubs resists Scar showing up to taunt him and gets to work on an incredible steampunk
God, B-Dubs is
moon
starter
rising
house
from the
this
coast.
week,
Right?
this season.
I
Incredible.
like Crescent's crest. That's nice.
It's I like how insane
All I
it is.
see is a snake holding a stopwatch.
I really feel like we don't have enough places in this show where you do like the telestrator thing of like drawing on the screen with MS Paint, but I really feel like that one went particularly well.
Yeah,
Also-
it's snuck up on me, to be honest. I forgot I did that.
Yeah, aside from Pearlescent Moon being on the server, this is definitely the point at which references to the moon start. And we know that the moon crashing into the world, from what they've said, wasn't planned from the very beginning. But the fact that they brought it back around to the moon did feel like a pretty strong coincidence, and like thematically works quite well for the series, I think.
Oh, believe me, I can talk for hours about like just the idea of using the moon as something server-wide.
I mean,
Because
yeah.
It's so built in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a really good idea, which is why people keep doing it.
Yes, which is why Truly Bedrock has done it a couple of times.
Yeah, that's why I can talk about it for hours, because like when we wanted a season-wide storyline that like would incorporate everybody else on the server, it was like very natural idea to like, okay, let's change the resource pack to one thing that everybody is gonna see.
Mm-hmm.
But then people kept skipping the night, and it's
Yeah.
Anyhow.
It's to rest on it, then team up to search for a shattered savannah plateau.
I think I'm gonna live here.
No, I'm gonna live here.
But I think I'm gonna live here now. First to the top. First to the top. I
Oh no
suppose.
that is a rule.
Grade 1 humor, everybody.
Vintage beef,
By which I mean
so
the
Etho can get hold of a
first
saddle
graders.
in the most dangerous way possible. Having TNT'd some cows in the name of making an early enchanting setup, Etho plans to use the savannah's epic waterfalls as riptide points to travel to different platforms, which means there's a reason to keep it looking like a Smash Bros stage for a little while longer.
I love that
Ismail's
description of
first episode
shattered
takes the form
savannas.
of a
It's so
100
good.
days video, and after trekking to the savannah and exploding his way through the nearby caves, he gathers enough resources to set up a tiny house on the cliffside, finds a natural chimney nearby which he domesticates for a storage system, and After observing day 85, begrudgingly saddles up a horse and rides into the sunset with Etho. What awaits over the rainbow is not the end credits, but Zedaf. He chose to base at the farthest reaches of the continent to hide from the public the horror of his experiments and whatever spider bum string is. Though weaving a tangled web of social experiments is only his future plans. As for more current times, Zed focuses on establishing a laboratory out of which said time to measure. Inspired by a real-life pitch drop experiment, he builds a hopper clock to measure his base's time on the server, since his own time is already in the client stats. Zedaf also builds an egg farm, which I guess counts as a STEM subject.
Just having a wonderful time. It's going to be so relaxing.
XB Crafted also sets up shop in a remote location, the better to lay a foundation for his starter house. He doesn't have too much planned ahead of time, but after caving for a whole heap of diamonds, he digs into the newer blocks and starts working with deep slate bricks, then sets up a starter farm among the stilts below the house.
I don't know what I'm going to do with the door, but it's not that.
How we went from this to like what? XB Crafted always like sneaks up on me.
Yeah, he definitely does, and it's from this starter house to like apocalyptic desert dome.
Yeah, that's my
base,
point. He just
and
is so
and two giant horse heads. It's like XB's landmark contribution to the season.
XB is like incredibly gradual in the way he creates things, and as a result, it's like watching the puppy grow up. Like people go, oh hey, this guy is a Rottweiler now. What happened there? And you just go, what do you mean? You've always been like this, because you've been always there with him. It's amazing. Anyhow.
Deep Slate picks up many admirers in the early stages of the world, and once Stress Monster has been on a Boats and Caves tour of the server with False Symmetry and Gemini Tay, she sets up next to a ravine in a forest near a swamp, and apparently with Gem, False, Vintage Beef and iJevin as her immediate neighbours. The Deep Slate comes into play when she decides to carve homes into the walls of the ravine, creating a facade with Deep Slate tile, and spanning the divide with connecting threads of rope bridges.
Okay, am I gonna die? No.
With her maraudering days,
yes!
fantasy levels the
Yes!
dark oak thicket, and since the red mushrooms are technically a part of the roofed forest too, they made for a nice roof over her home as well.
In between,
Perfectly cut Stress Monster screams. My personal art form.
Skeleton spawner underneath the place, and it makes for a pleasant source of bones, as long as it won't come back to haunt her. For a pleasant source of everything else, look no further than Joe Hills. As the members of the server start dying around him, Joe sets up a resupply station for anybody who dies and respawns, which turns out to be a lot of people, some of them hungry for revenge, so I guess he technically becomes an arms dealer for a moment.
Well, hold on. You know what? Here, take this to arm yourself. That'll keep you safe.
Yo.
Once things are more stable though, he starts taking donations of early game tools, and while Pearl assembles the eggshell around him, Joe lava casts a nether portal to establish easy access to spawn. Unfortunately, the nether has other ideas, and spawns him in a basalt delta. Azuma Void's community contribution is a villager breeder they built.
The nether this season is just horrible.
Yeah, I really hope Season 9 has a better nether spawn, because, man, like, I feel for them spawning in a basalt delta. They made the best of it. Obviously, the nether hub wasn't the focus this season, but it's always so rough.
I had to do another hub in a basalt delta just like recently. It's pain. It's pain personified. It's just awful. Also, we have super chats, so thank you for the super chats to them, and Quazviz, yes,
and Shadow as well.
Shadow,
yeah, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I wanted to say that like I came to the realization that we have with them all living on the same like little continent, the server is technically a survival island.
Yeah, it's like nobody said it had to be a small island with like one tree. Why not pick a big island with all the trees?
The server, oh my lord, Pix, survival Britain.
that just feels like regular Britain at this point, to be honest. And
well, you do
also,
have to survive in there.
Back to the survival island concept. In Impulse's case, he expands the island quite a bit. So I feel like that's what people ended up doing with survival island playthroughs anyway.
We spent a long time on that nether hub. It's actually the clearest and most usable nether we've had. Oh.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It wasn't flashy, I feel like, in the way that You know, the one where, was it season 6 or was it season 4 that had the mesa, where there was basically like a world map of however many chunks around spawn and on the floor, and all of the nether portals were kind of linked to that.
I
and stuff.
remember
Like,
Captions, like super open one, like very spacey one. Remember that one?
yeah,
You
like
think
the
that would be more
cub
convenient
hub.
because you can fly around. But that's the hilarious irony that like the most convenient nether hubs always end up being just like very dull looking. Well, not dull, not dull looking, but basic in its structure. Let's put it that way. Like a net of tunnels.
Cleo emphasizing clearest and most usable. That,
Yeah,
which
that's
always
also my point.
doesn't always mesh very well with like artistic and that kind of thing. But no, as far as like functional goes and worthwhile, like the tunnels looked great in the end. And honestly, a nether hub is really just there to get you from A to B. It's just how much you want to focus it throughout the rest of the series.
Yeah, but counterpoint with the Elytra like being ever present. Sometimes you can't just go completely nuts with Nether Hub. Like...
Yeah, and with everybody living on a continent, the whole purpose of like that was being everyone was close together, so you didn't need to travel through the Nether very much. And then people were either championing Elytra or championing horses, and you just get around that way through the overworld. Ironically, they took that approach right before there's a lot more reason to travel through the overworld because all of the terrain looks different in 1.18.
Yeah.
So once again, Hermitcraft is always ahead of the curve. They had an amplified season before Elytra was introduced. They've had an overworld travel season before overworld travel gets interesting. Like, always one step ahead, these guys.
When you're ahead of your time, but also in the worst way possible, and it hurts so much. I'm sorry, season 3 was like... a lot. I really do need to like season long recap videos because I really want to talk about season 3 now for an hour.
They would have been pretty.
Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. No, oh god, that was a bad move.
Having achieved the perfect visage of a villager, X plans to achieve a perfect visage of something much larger, stating a giant statue occupying an entire island as his goal for Season 8. But before any meaningful construction can begin, someone has to take care of the building crew of one. So Azuma builds a temporary starter house and starts working on an iron farm, having snatched a few villagers from the spawn breeder and vacated a couple of pillagers from their patrol. He also is now an axolotl through the magic of 3D animation and a water bucket. A transformation much more drastic but just as meaningful as the one Elybeatmaker under.
Real quick, Exuma Void started doing 3D cutscenes, like animated by Puka and subcontractors, and that's like a real cool development at the end of the way. I think it's a really good way of handling like story stuff. Because
keeping story separate from gameplay in a couple of ways is an interesting choice.
I could argue that it's impossible to keep story separate from the gameplay. Like, you shouldn't try to. But also, I'm the person who would argue that like all the shop stuff and like faction stuff and other stuff is also counting as story. It's just that like things that you cannot necessarily weave into roleplay organically, having them as cutscenes, I think is like a really good signifier to the audience. Because,
and especially when you're playing 2 of the characters or more in some cases.
Yeah. Also that. It's just like gamers are inherently used to the idea of a cutscene. And thank you for the super chat, unknown537. Yeah, gamers are inherently like used to the idea of a cutscene, so just interspersing a cutscene into a Minecraft Let's Play, I think that feels pretty natural, more natural than some people give it credit for. Just my 2 cents on the issue.
That took recently. In a separate video cutscene.
Also, Elybeatmaker is green now, which was like the best story development for me in the beginning of the season. I was really hyped for that.
This makes the guy much more excitable about the smaller things in life and the bigger things.
I'm actually quite looking forward to the wild update when all the frogs want to eat Elybeatmaker.
On a mining adventure that eats a surprise geode as well as plenty of surprise creepers, and occupies the larger half of Cubfan's first episode, in which Cub clearly states that he has no discernible plans for the season and also has been to Missouri for some reason.
The plan, let me get you up to speed on what the plan is for this season. There's not one.
I do love plants when standing in a crop field. It's great.
That he shares with a pet axolotl named Pickles.
and I hope that you guys like Pickles, because Pickles is awesome.
We rediscover another shiny variant of a familiar hermit in a post-outro cutscene of Wells Knights. Right
Hell's
after
Knight,
Wells is
please
done
come
with a
back.
Starter home,
We
starter
miss you.
nether portal, and starter mineshaft underneath the whole thing, his supposedly evil variant Hell's Knight walks in to excitedly vlog about how evil he is.
the Hell's Knight vlog.
Yes.
The damage we will cause.
Hell's Knight is my soulmate. He has a rap tracks on Spotify and a video blog on YouTube.
Mm-hmm. All that needs to happen is he needs to become a VTuber next.
He is already technically. Probably.
I
don't
guess
know.
so.
He doesn't use a webcam.
There is, however, much competition in the villain market now that Zombie Cleo has announced robbing everyone as her stated season goal. Just the first video has her kill B-dubs for a piece of bread, and we'll ignore for a moment who had the bread to put a hit on him.
Run, Peter! Don't stop me! No!
Aside from too many murders to count, Cleo witnesses Mumbo and Grian manifest themselves out
There
of
is a
the
distinct
ravine,
before and
cuts down
after
the
in
fabled
Zombie
spoiler
Cleo,
bomb
where
string
it's
and
like
uses it to make
before and after
homemade
Last
candles
Life.
or water bottles, depending on how an armor stand is posed around them. So yes, this season, as before, Cleo will be doing more armor stand decorations and murders. Anyway,
This is the birth
it
of
was
Hive
time
Drake.
for Scar, who can have
Oh,
the
yes.
beat-ups.
Hey guys, I paid Cleo to kill B-dubs. Come watch.
To add a potential insult to actual injury, Scar points out later that the moss skin makes B-dubs look like...
Look, I'm just really proud of the setup and payoff between we'll ignore who paid her to kill B-dubs.
And then instantly show the clip on the next set. That's so good.
Oscar the Grouch, which is a pretty monumental contribution, rivaled only by the size of the starter home he's built. Meaning to be a travelling tycoon of industry, it's no wonder Scar settles for a sizable mansion on sizable wheels, looking somewhat like a land boat, and therefore named Lambo. Though like any
Zombie
capitalist,
Cleo
he's
never
not
came
without
back from
skeletons
Last
in his
Life.
Closet, this time more literally than not.
I'm gonna have plans for you later on.
Although he's not the only one. Just across the plains, Impulse SV helps Grian convert a skeleton spawner into an early farm for bones and XP. He then sets up his first starter house with the aim of branching out creatively and building with a fantasy theme, but still integrating his love of all things redstone. After a rough start in the Nether, he raids a Nether fortress for some potion brewing supplies, at which point he returns to find Mumbo and Pearl have moved in nearby, and some pillagers may have started climbing the bottom pole.
What are you doing over here, Mr. Okay, don't shoot. Don't shoot.
Mumbo has decided that this season he's going
The cut to black is so good.
That was for advertising purposes, but I have, YouTube Premium.
What this means practically is that he's adopting a more vegan lifestyle, trying his best not to hurt anything or anyone. So instead of hunting down the nearby farm animals, he sets up a few crop farms, parks his hippie bus in the middle of a field, and builds a tiny house. Anyway, here's Wonderwall.
DMCA incoming.
I hate you so much right now. You wrote this one! This is your fault!
Oh man, that's already annoying.
His affection for nature is instantly taken advantage of by Grian, who starts planting trees around his van, knowing that Mumbo swore to replant them. The rebuttal is, of course, that Mumbo didn't swear off replanting them in other people's houses. However, a much worse crossing of the Ranger law occurs when Grian poaches an egg without using a pan. For reasons
Okay,
so
I wrote
unknown
that
to
one.
him, Grian decides
Yeah, it was good.
to own this season's dragon egg. And
Dude, like, it's been so long since the beginning of Season 1, even though it is Season 8, since day 1 of Season 8, even though it was a really short season by Hermitcraft standards, I had forgotten until just now that Teg was a thing, because of how much other stuff has happened since.
No, I know, like, even what you're talking about. This season did not feel short, and it wasn't short.
They just crammed so much into it. Yeah, like,
yeah, it's one thing that like it had a breakneck speed. It's another that like pandemic happened.
Yeah, and I mean we just watched kind of through Scar's segment, but it's still, having seen his recent update video about his health and everything, it still absolutely blows my mind how much he was able to accomplish considering the year he has had. Like, hats off to Scar forever, and best wishes for a speedy recovery post-surgery, because, man...
You did see the update from his parents, I think?
Yeah, I saw his most recent Twitter post, but no, he's out of surgery and in recovery now, which is wonderful to hear, and I hope everything went well. Gosh, but still, like, incredible work this season from Scar, despite everything, and we've kind of come to expect that from Scar, but I feel like we should also never take it for granted.
Yeah, absolutely. But like, I want to see the concept sketches. First shot to us, it was speed Minecraft, and we were exhausted. Like, yeah, that I get it. I'm also like addressing the community as like, I've been dealing with these comments that go, "What, season end already?" And it's like, yeah, it's been half a year. Holy crap! it's been so long. What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe time runs, you know, faster when you're just a little creature. That's it. Anyhow, pride flag.
I do. I like that one.
Moving on.
Known only to him, Grian decides that he just has to own this season's dragon egg, and so he sets off on the path to track down a one-of-a-kind animal and murder it for its young. The trophy may or may not come into play with his plan for the season, building a cave and a cliff of his own on a 1.18 scale, perhaps also occupied by someone massive and scaly. But that last part is just our speculation based on the evidence provided. In before he just turns it into a lamp.
Alright, that's it. Season 8 is finished. We're all done. We got the egg, that's it. We've completed Minecraft.
And that's about it for this recap.
It's weird hearing him say that now.
I know, right?
Waiting on episode 1s from Doc M7.
So, short live stream, but thank you ever so much for coming. Holy crap, it took me an hour to watch through one video!
Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs, and if you like the sound of us, you can find our own Minecraft YouTube channels linked in the video description.
So, yeah.
That was day one.
Right?
and then we get a week one after that. I'm probably going to have to dip off pretty soon. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a marathon effort. Like, I'm sure people will be able to chip in the chat, and you'll probably get more done without me interrupting so much. But
well, it's more that like this is the first episode, so we had to establish a lot. We had to like run through a lot. One thing I instantly remember is like, do you remember when people were speculating that Grian's gonna have a dragon?
Yeah,
I mean, he's like, he has the poultry, man. Like, he knows how to roost a thing.
Yeah, and he's worked with eggs before, it turns out.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, good luck watching the rest of these. Have fun.
I will. Thank you so much for stopping by.
And to folks in the chat, thank you so much for making this season what it was for us and the Hermits. I'm sure are always grateful for the community that they have. We will see you in season 9 whenever that happens. Obviously, the Hermits and us are in no particular rush. We just want everybody to recover and feel better and refreshed with new ideas for season 9. But until then, bon voyage, and I'll see you soon.
See you around, Pix. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Bye.
Bye. Guy said he only had like 40 minutes. He stayed for like a full hour. Fox, this just... Love him. Love him! He's so good. Life hack. If you ever gonna start a YouTube channel, start it with Pixlriffs. It's gonna be a blast. Anyhow, on to the first week, I wanna say? Which like...
This week.
I'm the one making thumbnails. So I'll do talks about like thumbnails every now and again. Who broke your head? Truly Bedrock season 3. Watch my stuff, Fox. Watch my stuff. It has lore in it. Anyhow, there is no captions again till episode 8, when you actually hired me. By the way, I should really fix that. Oh yeah, I remember now. You did mention that. Oh well. It's no big deal. With Pix gone, it's not gonna be like as much of a mush. Plus, we get to laugh at the auto-generated ones. Sorry, I'm actively dying. You'd think someone without the lungs would like blood better, but oh well. Let's go! Yay!
This week on Hermitcraft.
I mean, it's not like you're gonna tear it down and rebuild it, right? Right?
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs.
I'm sorry, that meme became popular just in time for me to make that joke. Like,
this is, however, not the first recap of Season 8. For that, look into our Day 1 recap video. So we've covered most people's first steps on the server, but a few more episodes of 1 came through this week. So
Are you okay? I am okay, don't worry about it.
And much as it sounds silly,
Like, if you watch my videos on my own channel, like, from a couple of days ago, you'll hear how bad I sound compared to right now. Right now, I'm really good.
The Weird Science of Doc and Ren's episodes have apparently launched a meta-universe alternate reality game, hereafter referred to.
There is apparently, like, a person... Weird, right? But, Ruby Phoenix on Twitter has put together a recap of all, like, the full story of Hermit Matrix. I just finished watching it right before this. And it's pretty good, actually. You know what? Just for funsies, I am gonna link the video just in case. Because we do go into, like, a little detail about it. Yeah, be kind, because this is this person's, like, first time doing something this big. But if you were ever, like, curious about Hermit Matrix, yeah, you might want to check this out. You have automatic caption on Zloy. Yes! You have the automatic captions for now, which, not the best, I'm sorry. A person, wow, I know, right? Outrageous!
As the Hermit Matrix, in which clues seeded through DocM's videos will lead the community to external websites, encoded messages, and mysterious signals.
The augmented reality stuff that they did is, like, really fun. Like the little puzzle that they put together. So many things and so many codes the community had to, like, crack.
Clio announced this week that despite a turbulent couple of years, the support of the YouTube, Twitch, and Hermitcraft communities has allowed her to quit her day job and move into making online.
Oh my god, that just happened! I forgot that happened this season! Ah!
Full time. Naturally, we at the Hermitcraft Recap are heavily in favour of this move, and we wish Clio a smooth and relaxing transition to a more digital life. Maybe that's just the Hermit Matrix.
A smooth and relaxing transition to a more digital life. Half a year later, she's a pinned YouTuber. Something accomplished. Task failed successfully.
Talking again. And so, with the aerials on our tinfoil hats firmly tuned to the radio static, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Tinfoil Chef, who spawns a little after the rest of the group, having had some...
The picture-in-picture on Tinfoil Chef's, like, first episode, like...
has some plans for the series.
Videos edited.
Coordinates in mind, he sets off to a secluded island. Arriving on
Cleo,
long-time TFC viewers might assume he plans to make a cave in a cliff, but after discovering his first copper and wading in the water, he announces his intentions to pick up where he left...
Hair Matrix, finally! A matrix for hair. All matrices are for hair. Don't worry about it.
Off with Season 7. Having never had the chance to complete his tower build, he's laying the foundations in the ocean and giving it a second try. Once the footprint has been laid out, his next step is no doubt to establish a branch mine, and hopefully someone's told him branch mines are potentially more effective at levels 5 and 6.
I tried to diversify the music, like, this season, like, even more than previous one.
Level 5, for like an hour, found 1 diamond node.
Having got all his diamonds at regulation levels, XB sets up an enchanting station at the starter house, then leaps into action with an axolotl rescue service. The adorable 117 critters have been spawning in a nearby magma ravine, so XB saves them from a fiery fate and creates a sensory deprivation tank where they can farm all the glow squid they want. Once he's sorted out the kinks, he gets the inks, takes the shortest route to the Nether fortress, and experiments with the mechanics of a dripstone-based lava farm.
Aha.
Meanwhile,
you know, somebody going aha just, you know, slaps hits entirely different as of recently.
We're just gonna roll with it, so I just kept going and going and going.
And he never stopped going.
Part of it, Cub starts on a slime farm, which of course has him kill a wither and get a beacon so that digging is a little faster. It's only a little fancier than the copper, amethyst and dripstone faux beacon he makes in the backyard to confuse any passers-by. The passers-by will be extra confused as Cub has acquired a brand new skin for his persona, 2 even, one more resembling his real-life self and one more resembling a giant mole. That can be explained with his Mole Man in the Morning initiative, where Cub roams around other people's bases, leaving molehills and pathways behind. Guess taking wrong turns at Albuquerque is all that's left to do after you've already got an Elytra, a Beacon, and a Mending Villager. Wales Knight digs even deeper, and by episode 2 is sporting a full suit of netherite gear, with an Elytra Cub gifted to boot. His own Wither fight goes off without a hitch, and in no time Wells is digging out a storage basement and an underground sheep pen.
I may be over-prepared, but, like, that's okay.
Having reached the part of the script where we have to explain Doc M and Rendog's antics...
Oh my god, this!
Everything starts out very chill, although it may just
Oh
be
my god!
Ren Bob the Hippie's hyperspace camper van. It's also worth noting that Rendog is now half mechanical following his Season 7.
I know.
So between him and
Which
Doc, they make one full human and one full robot. Parking the RV on the beach and digging out some extra storage nearby, they kick back and grill some food on the campfire, settling into a relaxing life on Season 8, until Doc finds a mysterious book in their local shipwreck which contains some mysterious instructions.
Wait, is this a 117 glitch or something?
I don't know.
This looks like Minecraft code.
Let me... 17 that you can make weird rotating titles?
The two prepare the assigned area according to the book's cryptic specifications and dig a moat down to Bedrock, taking a break only to heist some goats from the backside of Mount Botham and establish a goat sanctuary. But while Rendog builds a chicken farm and enjoys a bit of variety, Doc is single-minded in following the book to the letter, even if the letters are randomly scrolling. One mysterious server-crashing hopper and a server restart later, they return to find their chunk has regenerated with 8 dungeon mob spawners carved into it, and the legend of the cursed chunk begins.
Yeah, the Octo Spawner was like really cool.
First time messing with the laws of
Borderline cheating. A lot of people were actually pretty upset about the entire thing.
The octuple
But, yeah, I mean, it's Hermitcraft. They've been pushing boundaries on, like, this kind of stuff, like, since day one. But also, Doc M literally joined, like, first thing Doc M did when joined, he started duping materials via zombies and the end portal. Kind of more as a proof of concept than anything else. So, like, if you don't like this kind of stuff, you just don't like Doc M.
Close to your chest as possible.
And I implore you to reconsider.
Dump all my things in it, so then
it is good for you to like the cam.
It's not in the way.
The store pulls in some customers after Joe spreads the word on the Hermits Helping Hermits live stream, although it may have been helped by Cleo's aggressive sales tactics.
Yeah, if you're noticing that I'm trying to keep my mouth shut a little bit more, it's one, I don't have Pixlriffs to, you know, chatter up to. If you can imagine how long our like writing sessions take. Granted, how long like we can talk forever, but I also am like low-key saving my energy for when there's like a lot of really cool stuff to talk about. And also I understand that like at my current rate we will never make it through the season. So
well, you know what? The best place to put your diamonds is in our shop, apparently. So you don't have to worry about getting robbed.
It's okay, it's just
You
a
also
token
got
robbing.
robbed.
While we don't cover live streams on this show, it's worth noting that this is where the server's temporary Nether hub was established. So if you're wondering who's responsible for the Basalt Delta tunnel network, the answer is all of them. The string claims another victim this week when Tango Tech lures BOO down his spider farm just in time for the full day.
Doc M destroys Minecraft with logic and facts.
Damage to kick in. Mr. Tech's reasoning on the matter amounts to The Voices Made Me Do It. A mysterious book appears on a lectern in his string farm and demands...
Never comes back. This is like, okay, the Taskmaster stuff is kind of like backwards confirmation that Tango Tech was the jingler from like couple seasons ago. Because just like the jingler, the Taskmaster happens, is a thing, ruins somebody else's day, and never comes back. So that's gonna be like my theory going forward. I have nothing but belief.
Demands that he gets B-dubs to die, and then places a pickle.
I want to believe that the jungler is Tango.
The mysterious Taskmaster is, except maybe this one Marvel character. As for why Tango even...
Also, yes, Taskmaster is a Marvel character.
For his
Very cool
candles
one.
and copper shop located within his very starter home. Though out of the metal for the time being, it's set on providing new materials for the masses, were they to make their way to
He
the
wasn't.
forest
Cleo.
neck of the woods.
Cleo.
Yeah, don't mind me either.
Now, why would I ever believe you?
Of course
not. Bye.
Keralis, by contrast, happens to not yet have a starter home beyond the Cobble of Shame from last week. To rectify that, he raises a modern-style home with high-contrast materials and a nice deep slate frame. Just be careful placing...
No, Scar was the jungler.
The walls are
It's different.
made of snow.
Yeah. Don't.
Jungler was a copycat killer.
It's easy to forget, since the blue tint is masterfully masked with white variant blocks interspersed along the structure. And if he decides to swap those for bone blocks, Hypnotize is available with his day one skeleton grinder. A tunnel to which doubled as a strip mine before he got a fortune pickaxe and pocked out all the precious jewels.
Hypno coming back was a nice change of pace.
Here we are up to 38. Wow, that's not...
Granted, like, Hypno is in such an interesting perspective on this season. Granted, he's like not really been playing vanilla Minecraft for a long while. So, him like coming back to vanilla. I've spoken anything but the truth to you, just don't like that.
You can't beat a Zoomer whose tunnel wall ornament is villagers. Having set up a villager breeder and
you are
farm to feed
correct.
into it, X gets on redecorating in his starter home and all around it. Even finding
And
a
that's
mysterious
sad.
helper who
That's
leaves
sad.
more hills and
That is
pathways
honestly
all over
sad.
his place.
And I was thinking, this is kind of a good fit for the environment. The dripstone, you know, it's dangerous, it's kind of rocky, it probably suits this place pretty well.
Any future Enigma co-conspirators can arrive to his island through the Mage Tower Nether portal or by boat with the guiding radiance of a lighthouse. A much nicer treatment awaits the testificates, or rather test subjects, at Zedaf's science lab. The villagers will be given a whole tower where each level will be dedicated to a stage in their development. And yes, that includes extortion, followed up by...
Alright, I'm gonna raise the volume of the video a little bit, if a few people are currently asking. Let me know how that works.
Confinement. Though killing a guy a few times over then sending him to a glass prison is the least Zed would do to get that sweet emerald.
It's never gonna be like not weird to me.
Silicate, of course.
Just how much Minecraft makes us do violence to villagers.
While some prize villagers for their usefulness, others are more interested in aesthetics. Take Stress Monster, who returns to the spawn village to steal 2 plains villagers and bring them back to the swamp by her ravine base, where she promptly sets them on fire as soon as their offspring emerges with a leaf on its head.
I'm sorry! I'm sorry, I know I should have killed the baby! The baby made more sense! Alright, I'll kill the baby. No!
Before long, she has an army of swamp boys, and yes, plans to zombify them for their trades. But at least they'll be super fashionable.
Lives to what, but what's to live by? I'm sorry, I know I should have killed the baby.
Teams up with False Symmetry and Gemini Tay.
The baby made more sense.
The end, mostly for the advancements.
I'm happy that we went to Nether together.
Me too.
Iskal is Shiny Boy.
I am Shiny Boy.
And Shiny Boy also steals villagers, although he might have a little further to travel, vertically. At least
Please help me. Help me, stop this torture.
To get down from the mountainside in the same way he does.
Nailed it.
Naturally, his goal is to get hold of mending books so he can share one with Etho, then bribe Mumbo
Hearts in chat for Lyarrah, by the
by
way, for modding the chat.
Unfortunately for him, Mumbo has pledged not to harm anything this season and is also currently a potato.
Oh yeah, you listen.
Me chanting harmless harvest as I murder every single one of my server mates. Also, yeah, he does... Okay. We cannot do a poll on YouTube. Twitch, you treacherous thing. I want your polls. I want your polls here on YouTube.
Having heard the name Mr. Potato Head recently became available, Mumbo's villager-powered potato farm gives him both a new identity and an early business venture. Setting up Potato Boy brand vending machines at Boatham Town and a few other Hermit's bases, Mumbo starts selling freshly smoked potatoes at a reasonable price. All that's left is to get Grian's approval.
I think you started a business venture where not a single person wants to buy any.
Mate,
it's oh dear all over again.
Yeah, I was going to say that is totally my vibe.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, it's naturally like Grian is thinks that, you know, baked potatoes are a bad business decision. Granted that that's what killed Sahara at some point.
The two of them are already at war with one another, and it's a war of attrition. Sorry, I read that wrong. Attrition. It's a tree war. Knowing that Mumbo strives to replant every oak he slays, Grian surrounds his van with an impenetrable orchard. The hodgepodge of a hedge maze fortunately took exactly as much time to solve as Grian's starter home front side, and come revenge time, the roof of the building proved very fertile. Having found his house in a Chia Pet state, Grian redoes the exterior and strikes back, planting only one, but one as big. A build limit tall oak consisting of oaks stacked on top of each other, which is the only form of bigotry we'll allow here.
What?
Get it? Because bigger tree. It's a tree that's bigger. I'm so proud of us. Sometimes. Not in this case. In this, it's horrible.
I mean, there's only one...
Yeah, if he did Beatrice, he would still be like farming it for saturation.
For now, a storage minecart running in a small circle, but one day, a cargo train full of precious goods. Whether the actual thing will move or not, only time will tell. Good Times with Scar, for example, already provides a service on the run, mostly from other server mates yelling at him that they wanted that part teal.
Tata, it wasn't funny until I explained it.
Hermit's initiative, Scar offers to clean up the oxidation from everyone's copper builds, having gotten plenty of practice cleaning his own roof. Though currently out of actual wax,
I didn't have to explain it, I chose to explain it, it's a big difference.
The problem is that the first visit is free, spontaneous, and completely involuntary.
Roofline. Your roofline was very, very dirty and corroded, and I spruced it up, brought out the pressure washer.
With minor upgrades made to the skeleton farm, Impulse SV redstones up a bee farm that can swap between honey bottles and honeycomb, the better to stop his copper from oxidizing. But Scar's drive-by waxing service got there first, which gives Impulse enough time to prototype a tourist trap minecart track that can propel people around town on the back of a saddled pig.
Lee, don't be too
and
hard
help
on yourself.
Pearlescent Moon rotate her entire
Captions
house
aren't...
by 90 degrees. It's a good thing he's in the mood to relocate stuff because the community gets together.
Your only
The boat
application.
Jenga set needs to be moved to a more central location.
I'm pretty sure there was a house right there, like an
I don't know
hour
what you're
ago.
talking about.
I didn't burn it down, I promise you.
I don't know.
It's always been open.
Why is there no house? Where's your house gone, pal?
I don't know. Someone stole it.
Along with it comes the idea for the Bottom Hole, a pit dug all the way to and eventually through the bedrock, into which the community will sacrifice their junk items, bad ideas, and eventually each other. Actually,
They never sacrifice any junk items or bad ideas. You know, it really is dawning at me, like, how violent this server is.
Other.
I knew it. I knew it. That was gonna happen.
Not scar-proof.
It's still a work in progress, but at least now there are two ways you can make a snappy exit.
You're welcome. Thank you. Bye-bye.
And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. In this week's end-screen theatre, watch in awe as our writer builds a massive gothic castle for his survival star.
Yeah, so watching Scar run around someone else's server, axe cleaning all the oxidized copper, when... I'm sorry, the outro reminded me. At the same time, I had a giant castle with an oxidized copper roof. May or may not have given me more anxiety than I needed.
This week.
They did sacrifice each other, that does not count. I mean, only if they were junk items or bad ideas. Bad ideas are sold with end crystals. I like, okay, the marketplace of ideas is more of a battlefield of ideas in the bottom corporation. And when they stopped offering the bottom hole sacrifices, the moon crashed. Okay, that's not true. Scar fell in there at least every other week. Consistently. So... how many lives did that bot hole take? Please don't call it a bot hole. Don't, just no.
On Hermitcraft.
Do you like to sacrifice yourself?
No, but thank you for the offer.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, and welcome to week 2 on the Hermitcraft server. If it's your first time watching a full season of Hermitcraft, this is where the season really gets going. Week 1 is just for the small stuff, like defeating the Ender Dragon, getting a beacon, glitching 8 spawners into one chunk of terrain, and building, starter houses. Week 2 is where the resource farms start to pay out, the shops are established,
Man, the copper obsession that like
and the
overtook every single server at the time was kind of insane.
Or a lunchbox for an angry tree beast.
I love that like they ended up using the group spawning mechanics. Not the group spawning, but social.
Shopping district
Socialist zombies.
If you want to buy or barter resources from the other hermits, you'll have to do that directly from their base, or as the case might be, from roadside kiosks and potato vending machines. So with our horses hitched at the local truck stop, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Vintage Beef, who made his Season 8 debut right after the cutoff for last week's recap. His first episode is a classic 100 Days style video, in which his goal is not to die.
It's so classic that they all like are doing that now.
Finds him joining Etho for a raid, domesticating a cave spider spawner, leaping heroically into lava while mining for quartz, and building a base that's already 2/3 of the way towards being a mob farm. Said base is in a mountain biome with alien spacecraft aspirations inspired by the addition of Deep Slate to the build palette. Hopefully it's better constructed than the first End City ship Beef finds, which is generated without the front section, so unfortunately without
half of it is not there. I love it.
Hold on a second. Is this why half of it was missing because it just got eliminated? There's nothing on here. Oh no!
But with the base established and his 100 days on the server in the bag,
somehow
Beef
forgot again
to
about
Nether
passing
and
gas.
goes
Yeah, there's so
exploring
much
to find his
happening.
fellow hermits. He won't have to go too far to find XB Crafted, who relocates his own portal to the Nether ceiling, the better to invite people over to his base to shop for glow ink, responsibly farmed from a doubled-up version of his axolotl-powered fish tank. Having bought a handful of mending books from Grian's Treant, he fights a Wither for a last-minute double KO, and builds a moss farm in his basement, just in time for his neighbour Hypnotized to knock on his door asking for a cup of moss.
Oh, look at it go. It's so simple, right?
Hypno agrees to sponsor XB's
well, it's also
farm with a
painfully
steady supply of
inefficient,
bone
but
meal
you
from
go
a
off
convenient Skelly spawner, and they decide to go into the business of selling Azalea to the public. Of course, Hypno will need any edge he can to get onto the market, since the Deep Slate enchanting room, pretty as it may be,
I want a
is
moss
not
farm
going
like
to provide
so
him
hard.
with any mending books.
Like,
Fishing and
they make
villages
more
yield
bone
about
meal
the
than they
same
take
results,
to run,
unfortunately.
and I
But
just
we're
want
not
a
really
base
set
like,
up to do a whole
based
bunch
around
of the
the moss farm.
villager zombification and curing things to get that cheaper right now.
So while his server mates are growing moss, Cubfan135 is out there producing slime. Having redecorated his hole in the ground, Cub burrows into a much, much bigger one to try and capitalize on the double slime chunk he discovered last week. With the area cleaned up and repurposed, he's on
like I've heard some members like complain about the decentralized like shopping areas. I personally loved it as a viewer. Like the passing gas was pretty good, like as a network of something, and having several shopping centers like the bottom and whatnot. It's just it was a lot of fun for me personally.
As for the ground's more casual,
but then again, I didn't have to play on there. That's actually like an interesting perspective
the area from her to stress
to consider is that like what's fun for the viewer to look at is not always, you know, something that's convenient to play with for the members.
In the marshland will require quite some fertilizer. And so False helps revamp the local skeleton spawner and departs to grab an elytra so she can get aerial views more easily.
It's in there. It's dark in there. Very, very dark in there. I will have to make that look pretty in there. It's not looking good. But I have a bigger plan for this.
Ambitious Wells Knight gouges the Earth's core to conceal a whole mob farm in it. The flush-powered monster grinder is hidden just below the surface and proves incredibly efficient.
Again, this is like second week. Wells Knight, what are you on? Stop, man. There's only so much caffeine you can consume before your heart bursts.
More mob bits than you can shake a stick at. Though a much more satisfying flush comes with the community project he provides for his friends, an Enderman farm with a delightful
second week, friends.
You just got to imagine them screaming.
Second week
into the void.
You can turn the farm off, turn it on, whatever.
So many particles left over
from
the Enderman.
It's amazing. There aren't any valid spots.
The efficiency is monstrous.
A much different gimmick comes with Tango Tech's own Tango Take on a mob farm, where instead of just letting the chips fall where they may...
You know what, I quit Hermitcraft recap. There's no way I'll ever write something funnier than the word Tango Take. There's just no way.
The system sorts out all the zombies that spawn and funnels them into a head-tall water stream, where they are pelted into
The biggest problem with not having a shopping district is that finding all the shops is kind of hard. Yeah, again, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, it's harder for the people actually playing on the server, but I don't know. It's, like, I'm talking about my personal perspective, but a lot of viewers actually did complain in our comments, mind you. So, like, more of a safe space. In our comments, people would like talk about how they don't like the kind of more disjointed shopping district, because as a result, not everybody can be like me and watch everybody's videos. So people feel like they are missing out because something is happening like in one area and not in the other, which also could be like a dividing factor within the fan base. Because again, if you only care about the bottom shopping district, then you only care about the bottom people, the people who play on as like bottom members, and you don't really have a reason to like care about everybody else. Plus, you know, less centralized stuff. It's just basically the spread of the community is less even. But on the other hand, you kind of have to watch more people. So that it prompts you to watch more people, but it also might not. I don't know, these things are complicated. I'm talking about my personal experience. I liked the decentralized stuff, but I didn't have to play with it, so I don't get a say. I remember that Wells and Jeff were like in season 3. This is nothing. I remember what Wells was in season 3. There was no Wells in season 3. People accusing you of spoiling other people's builds when you were just shopping. Oh, yeah, that's just... Okay, in general, people accusing other people of spoiling builds is just... I find it dumb. I find it very dumb. Like, still though. It's weird, like, the exclusive previews joke is very potent. But also, it's the same idea as stolen views. You can't really steal somebody's views on YouTube. I mean, you kinda can, but even then, like, not in the environment of Hermitcraft, where if I see a Mumbo Jumbo build in the background, that will just get me curious and like more looking forward to Mumbo Jumbo's video for the week. But also it's like becomes less and less on the issue as more and more hermits stop recording several weeks in advance because the deadline got caught up with them. It's really funny, like, with the current season, how a lot of people have, like, a very consistent upload schedule and a very consistent output of, like, 30 minutes per week. Anyhow, this here, my favorite thing, like, my favorite redstone contraption of the entire 1.18. Meant for, but... No, Cleo, I remember all of it, and... Season 3 Ijevin, I don't actually remember. Season 4 Ijevin blew up his own base like 3 times, it was amazing. The mad lad. Why he keeps doing that? Why? Anyhow.
Snowman firing squad.
The only thing left to do is...
Again, it's like, of all the mechanics to come into play, social zombie spawning mechanics, I cannot believe it.
The contraption rapidly fills in with reinforcement zombies that too are...
Yeah, the reinforcement zombies. Basically, zombies get aggroed at a snowman, and every time a zombie is hit, they like have a chance of spawning another zombie. But then also the snowmen, they don't actually deal any damage to either drowned or zombies. And as a result, it's just more and more and more and more zombies just coming in. It's kind of amazing.
Quickly converted to drowned, for one reason only, dropping precious copper at a rate much faster than you get not AFKing for copper.
Holy cow, how many mobs do I have right there? Oh, just, 240. Oh, this might not be good. This might not... What have I done?
However, Tango has prepared a fate much worse than double death for his server mates, having figured out a trick to trap a person in a 2x1 bedrock prison via a forced 1-block tall crawling. So if your fave makes a video of just sitting in a hole for a week, you know.
In the four the pair of them did a video a day, I'm pretty sure, I remember. I don't remember the exact season when Jevin did a video a day, but I was like really proud of him. I mean, naturally it's not my place to be proud of Jevin, because like he doesn't care, and still though, there's like, you can see the growth like he experienced as a content creator just because the videos get better and better and better. Anyhow.
Who's to blame?
Oh, well, this is my life now, I guess. This is where I live. So I might actually... Oh, I'm a genius. This is a win. I will never clear my inventory of rubbish
Do I watch anime? I am anime.
again.
Azuma Void tries a different approach to copper farming. His drowned farm draws from a double zombie spawner he was lucky enough to find. Though the drop rates have some space for improvement, this farm will bypass the mob cap and keep producing even with Tango out there AFKing at his one.
Oh, did I just see our first copper ingot as well? I think the next one keeps picking up. Yes, there we go, we got copper ingots. The clicker don't even keep up with these zombies. We really need that sweeping edge.
Plus, the whole time, Azuma will be enjoying drops from his freshly installed iron farm, a melon and pumpkin farm, and a powdered snow farm, which may or may not just be ZF with a bucket.
That was a very bad music transition, Zloy. You should have
unaware of the
fixed that in
will
editing.
follow, Joe Hills boards the Lambo to trade Amethyst to Good Times with Scar.
Yeah, like, the thing about maintenance is you need to remember to do it, and remembering to do things in Mumbo isn't exactly the strongest correlation there.
Gleefully adding a wax
Scathing takedown, thank you, Joe.
to the mine shared by himself and Zombie Cleo, mostly because there's a song attached.
Waxed exposed cut copper stairs, waxed exposed cut copper stairs, waxed exposed cut copper stairs.
Joe continues mining and finds a bunch more geodes along with some mineshaft chest glowberries.
Okay, there's a Twitter account called Wikipedia articles that you can sing to the tune of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It lists off, like, it's a bot that tracks down the Wikipedia articles with the article title having the exact same amount of syllables. It's amazing.
Cleo approves of the block.
But no, my favorite anime is Bob's
and Joe
Burgers
starts
right now.
rigging up a cave spider spawner to provide them with XP, string, and the opportunity to be poisoned whenever they feel like it. After being ideologically opposed to diamonds for the entirety of Season 7, it's strange to see Joe freely mining them and enchanting stuff at the Ender, then etching one with a month-long Flower Forest access pass for Corrales. Having ensquared the patch of ocean where he intended to restart his tower, Tinfoil Chef starts this week by moving it a couple of chunks away because it overlapped one of Grian's projects for the season. With that literally out of the way, he establishes his now traditional branch mine starting at Y11 in a patch of deep slate. He plans to investigate ore distribution coordinates more definitively in future, but for now he'll settle for putting on a masterclass in mining and gearing up with his first diamonds.
And yes, I know, there's folks out there with iron farms and all kinds of other crazy stuff, and that's like, wow, crazy.
Never one to do anything by halves, Impulse SD
TFC is like such a good example of just like doing stuff at your own pace. Like there's not a bad or like wrong way to play Minecraft.
Said slime chunks turn out to be right next to the bottom hole, where he needs to destroy some bedrock so people and possessions can be sacrificed to the void. So he whips up a hostile mob farm with the aim of getting enough gunpowder for TNT, and is soon up to his old bedrock breaking tricks again.
Well, you would think I would have learned my lesson last season when I did the big crater in the bedrock ceiling of the Nether for Iskal. Yeah, this is a really tedious process.
This soon proves to be his literal downfall, as he and Pearlescent Moon decide that Timmy the Wonder Pig has provided enough resources that they can't bear to wait any longer.
Yeah, I'm going to Green's. I'm going to Green's place. What?
Is that Green's? That is not Green's place.
Oh no! Oh no! The void! The void!
Splitting the calcite and other goodies between them, they liberate.
I did not have the time before the video. I did not have the time to make the when pigs die advancement into an actual advancement, unfortunately. He was like, I don't have the time right now to open Photoshop.
everyone's favorite firecracker wings combo platter. While the rest of the server is snapping up
No
audio
problem,
Elytra,
Ruby.
Escalating5 is
Good
determined
job.
to traverse
That
the
was a
Shadow
really good
Savannah
video.
in the most stylish way possible, and camps in an ocean ruin, aiming to get hold of a trident from Minecraft's answer to The Little Mermaid. Finally getting the fork after 33 in-game days of trying, he enchants it with Riptide and sets up water pools on the plateaus he and Etho have occupied, the better to yeet himself between them. While flinging himself into the walls, he sets up some cliffside houses with a purpose-built landing platform, connecting them to the villagers' temporary accommodation
Their base,
with a
like, their
bridge,
base
and
this season
dangling
is so
one off the
pretty.
side in a bucket for good measure.
How? No! No! That's...
Etho's trident farming efforts
Just
are
the
less
entire
successful,
villager
but he solves
experience
the
on
problem of their
Minecraft in,
base's
like,
sheer
one
height
clip.
difference by setting up an ender pearl teleporter to warp him straight to the top. It takes all the redstone in his possession to do it, but at least he doesn't have to worry about fall damage.
It's really fun, actually. Like, every time I log on, something around the base seems to change. Like, I'm living in a dynamic base this season, which is way more entertaining for me.
Now the local skeleton spawner has given them bone meal for days, he sets up some small-scale auto farms for crops and bamboo. But it wouldn't be Etho without some kind of pseudo-sentient redstone creation running the show, so he rigs up a copper block display capable of randomized facial expressions and surrounds it with indicator lamps displaying how much bone meal they currently have in stock.
That's like a Mumbo face. It's got a mustache. Wait a second. That was a good one. I like that one.
Though it would be hard to beat Gemini Tay in making an interactive shopping experience, seeing how her entire drip leaf store is a parkour course leading up to a chest of the stuff.
Fox, like, I'll be honest with you, all I see in these videos is my own my own editing mistakes.
I could have got away with cheaper deal here, couldn't I?
Maybe.
Through the wonders of bone meal, Gem quickly gets farming every new type of plant. And she'll need it if she wants to keep video editing custom trees into existence.
Oh god, that's...
Speaking of which, the
Why
azalea
would you...
plants will be
Why
sold-
would you do that? That tree, like, probably took, like, at least an hour to build. Why would you just make it a jump cut? Gem, you insane person. Do these people not have, like, upper limit on the effort? Come on.
out of a giant tree stump to any passerby who hasn't received a care package Spore Blossom from her personally. But as her ambitions grow, so does the list of...
It's just like... Yo, everybody, hi. We're gonna end this season a little bit early, and we all need a break. Yeah, no wonder you need a break. Have you seen the things you did? I mean, that's not really a criticism, like, whatever. But I just... I make my own Minecraft videos. I know how hard this stuff is. It's kind of just insane. You suffer, learn from your editing mistakes. Yeah, pretty much it's like Zloy from the past versus Zloy from the future. Just being angry at one another. If you focused on our own video, it's mistake there was put out. Yeah.
Adjectives on her front porch, so much so it blocks out the sun by the time they reach Corrales.
It's such a mild
See, that music
prank.
transition was awful.
But I do like it.
I'm very bad at like audio
Just like
editing.
before,
I need to
Corrales embraces
figure
the
it
villager
out.
side of Minecraft progression, aiming to provide enchanted books and other commodities to the immediate neighborhood. He even fits a villager breeder into one of the rooms of his mansion, though it sure doesn't help the sorting process, that half of his ceilings and furniture is made of villager workstations.
Oh, by the way, you want to see my baby making room? That kind of came out wrong, but up here.
Yeah,
Moving inventory into a crescent-shaped house is a challenge for BOO, especially when he's...
What? I'm this... That's it for now, everybody. Thank you. No, just kidding.
He's being bullied into giving his
We
clocks
don't hear
away
the
to
music.
Pearlescent Moon and
Is that-
Corrales. To add injury to insult, he follows a trail of candles to Tango's spider farm, only to have the splashy rug pulled from under him at the last minute. But at least that means access to candles, which he uses to decorate his new bedroom and enchanting area, along with some posters for old time's sake.
Custom data model, set, 1. Aha. Oh, it worked!
Oh, no way.
While other folks on the server are already gliding through the skies, B-Dubs decides riding a horse will keep him grounded in the world of the server. So he creates horse-friendly roads all across the continent, and together with the rest of Team Big Eyes, he plans rest stops all along the new paths, which can provide food, shelter, and potential.
Zloy from the past, why must you hurt me so? Okay, can I just explain myself real quick? When you only have 2 days to assemble a video because we finished taking notes on Friday and the video needs to come out on Sunday, there's really like very little time to iron out all of the kinks in the audio mixing, in the background music, which half of your fan base keeps telling you is like they don't even like can't even hear. So yes, am I gonna still point out every single one? Probably not, because I'm too lazy. Am I still gonna cringe and like be actively in pain every time an editing mistake happens? Absolutely. Also, this season something very, very interesting happened, and that is we stopped using the clipper. We used to use a special like tool that would clip out like cutout tools. Nowadays, I just straight up download an entire video and I edit with full videos of Hermitcraft. So that's a lot of work. But also people told me that like it actually affected my editing in a nicer way and stuff started like working a little bit better. My point is I'm proud of myself, no matter how horrible my background music is, because people don't come here to listen to the background music. I don't know why people come here, but you know.
Actually, a chance to refuel your elytra.
It's gonna be a car wash.
And so
repair your stuff. Yes. With bottles.
Big Eyes passing gas was born.
We're gonna have rockets. There's gonna be food. We're gonna have beat-ups. What else was there?
It's just a shame he couldn't take a horse into Gemini Tay's parkour course. It might have helped him with some of the jumps. Perhaps ironically, Pearlescent Moon has the best take on B-Dubs' base.
That somebody told that beat-ups is mooning me at all times.
I just got outed, have I? I made that joke. I'm going to be proud of it, alright?
If the Grian cookie hanging from her house wasn't enough of a clue for you, Pearl is quickly acquiring a reputation for shenanigans. Having signed various things with Gemini Tay, gone axolotl catching, and successfully stolen a clock from BOO to decorate Corrales' office, Pearl continues to flip the server on its head by claiming all the mobs on the server in the name of Australia. It only takes 500 or so name tags to turn everyone's cow farms, llamas, horses, parrots, bees, and goats upside down. Luckily, the tree golem she helps Grian build technically doesn't count as a mob, although it wouldn't be the first giant build she's rotated this week.
Teresa.
Teresa.
Does that work?
Teresa.
Potato Boy was not the hero the server needed, and that's it really. But despite Mumbo's home-cooked spuds being duds, he still works on
this might be the meanest we've been to Mumbo the entire season.
Including one wall that just feels like a Windows screensaver.
This is like a never-ending flow of potatoes. This is a very carb-based lava lamp.
Mumbo is one of the privileged few who get to try on Scar's new, bigger and more hatty hat, but he doesn't...
You should rate your videos using the copper system, weathered, exposed, oxidized. Listen, every single Hermitcraft recap is exposed. Not like impress when something is exposed, but more like when someone's pants drop down.
Run off with it because he recruits Scar for the continuing saga of the Tree War. Having taken down Grian's giant tree tower from the roof of his tiny house, Mumbo wants to build Grian a tree he can't refuse, but ruining the view of Grian's house, so he's forced to take it down.
So does this mean, what does this mean? So you've blown
You'll
up...
find out what this means. You'll find out.
Grian discovers and remorsefully takes down the Scar tree.
Thank you for the super chat, Cameron.
But luckily for him, there's another organic builder on the server now, and so while Mumbo's away farming obsidian so he can put an enormous ghast farm on the Nether.
I mean, with Mumbo saying that he is a builder and Mumbo being a potato, does that make Mumbo an organic builder? Actually, now that I think about it, like, people already are organic. Never mind.
The roof, Grian recruits Pearlescent Moon to help him put a plant in the enemy's camp, van. The size of it, of course, makes this less espionage and more ecological vandalism. Weirdly enough, Mumbo is delighted, having to acknowledge that the tree monster actually looks pretty cool and he can still sort of get into his camper van. In fact, the space inside the monster's head is large enough that he can set up a house inside there, which we think technically makes it a Gundam now. But with nothing to replay...
We had so many complaints! We had so many complaints about Triza not being a Gundam. Because apparently, like, it's like, Gundams have the piloting cabin in the head, not in the chest. Or the other way around, I don't remember. And I'm like, but Triza's head is its chest. It's both a Gundam and a Megazord. Do not question my anime credentials. I am literally anime, you are not. Vandalism. Yeah, good one, Cold Gold. yeah.
The conflict reaches a stalemate, and Mumbo creates a vault where a peace treaty will be signed. And yes, that's treaty, spelled exactly the way you think it is, a pun so potent that we daren't one-up it in case this just becomes the Hermitcraft tree cap. For Rendog and DocM77, barbecue chicken is back on the menu, mostly because Ren's attempts to sort out the chicken farm have turned it into a sort of chicken volcano, where the eggs emerge from the top on fire. This has no discernible effect on the baby chickens, although considering the rest of Team Rendog's shenanigans, don't be surprised if one of them hatches into a phoenix.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. We need to get them in single file.
I love this,
Ren
like,
tweaks the farm to simply
choir
guide the chickens
of
to a
chickens
fiery end. They
dying
hatch a plan
noises
to
just-
taunt the Boatum Pole town with a
Clock,
Boatum
clock,
Pole.
clock.
Twice as tall, twice as boaty, and much more goaty. The locals aren't as impressed as they hoped, but they might just be kidding themselves.
It's approximately double the height of the Boatum Pole, Grian, so what do you think about that? Huh? What do you think?
I think the goats do nothing.
Well, they make a lot of noise.
The Goatum domination doesn't last, however, and soon enough Scar and Grian lower the whole thing back into the ground, so it's not as tall as their one.
It's comically low now.
There's no hiding it, really, is there?
Meanwhile, back at the Cursed Chunk, Doc is putting together a loose theory of how the 8-spawner chunk actually came to be, and he jumps into looting and lighting all of the dungeons. This nets him and Rendog a bunch of loot, including some music discs, which might be worth listening to again if you're going down the Hermit Matrix rabbit hole.
Super useful, but, you know, better than nothing. So all good news, well, bad news, once I got shot by a skeleton and then died.
As for the metagames the Hermits themselves will be playing, Grian has an excellent one. The dragon egg from before turns out to be the focus of the next iteration of Tag, Teg. This time around, players are expected to keep stealing, burglaring the dragon egg from one another, and keep it in their builds with one side exposed somehow until someone else finds and claims it. Grian promises to personally keep track and arbiter the minigame, to which we say good luck, have fun. The intro song is Clear Day by Ben Sound.
Listen, we had all sorts of issues tracking the tag through like previous seasons. Like when we would have to like do separate segments for it and all that kind of stuff. Try to put together a timeline of like a video of somebody having the tag would come out without a video of somebody like or somebody else having the tag before them having not coming out yet. Listen, the tag was a mess to keep track of, so this was very vengeful. This was like, yes, vindication. Enjoy the hell of your own making, G-boy. Green's like, these like mini games Green makes, they're brilliant, but they're like consistently piling up more and more work for us to do.
And in the spirit of compiling stuff, enjoy this YouTube poop of people reacting to Scar's big hat.
What the? Oh my! Scar, give me the hat. Oh my god! Hi.
So like, if you, it's a... to see you, buddy. Am I the second person to have done that? Yes. Of course I am. Biggest thing I've ever held.
Always magic.
Magic. Oh my gosh.
It's so big. You're the third person now that's taken off with it. Third person, this is so big.
How did you get a
there
big
it goes.
hat from a tiny hat? What happens?
Would you like to try it on?
It doesn't even fit in my hotbar slot.
No, it doesn't. That's the best.
With a sizable hat to fill, it's big brain time at Good Times with Scar. The tycoon plans on spreading his commerce across the server in a network of traveling shopping carts, arranged thematically and selling all sorts of material.
I did make
For now,
my
though,
model
these are
being able to
residing in
tear
a
out, but I
dedicated
would
parking
fake
lot at the Boatum Village. And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. In this week's end screen theater, my latest episode from the Empire's
thank you
SNP
so much
server features me
for
setting up a
the
monument to how
super
many
chat.
times my server
Really
mates
appreciate
have
it.
died, which promises to be quite a lot. So check it out if you've got a second. Don't forget to leave a like while you're still here, and subscribe so you won't miss future recap.
It's amazing. It's amazing, the hat. I love the hat. I love the hat. I mean, I'm a head, so, you know, only makes sense. But the hats! Oh my god. I still have not looked into the mods that they've been using to do the hats and to, you know, input them. But it is confirmed that they are carved pumpkins with the model changed. And yeah, basically I did something like that in my Let's Play with a resource pack, but I only had like one hat available. Apparently, like, Optifine allows you to do several like hats if you want with the renamed item, and it like assigns the model. And also apparently there's a mod that like makes that even easier. I will need to look into it because hats are incredible, and hats in a video game are just great. So yeah, hats are renamed pumpkins. That's not a surprise to anybody, but also it's really cool.
On Hermitcraft, the opposite of this.
So, this is a joke about No Wings Club. Do you remember that the No Wings Club happened? I didn't. This was... I literally wrote this joke, and this was it. Wow. The pain is like, it's like a familiar old friend.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap.
Team
My name
Fortress
is
2
Pixlriffs,
moment.
Our writer
Yes.
is Zloy
Yes.
XP, and it shouldn't take long for bees to become undead.
Why, yes, I am just pointing out my own jokes and laughing at them, but I'm sorry, under capitalism, all exumas are evil. That's just something I'm really proud of. I'm gonna let the footage run for a few right here, and I'm gonna be right back because it's been 2 hours, and I don't want like my IRL flesh husk to be completely... I need to change the water in the jar. Be right back. You can watch without me. Don't worry about it. Play the video, please.
Wings to become not
I will
cool,
be right back
and the spider boats to invade. Yes, we know spiders have 8 legs, but what the heck else do we call this? It's week 3, and by this point everyone has made the game so easy for themselves that they're finding ways to make it harder again. Like a hide-and-seek game with an easily recognisable object that teleports when you hit it, which, as far as we know, has already changed hands between Grian, Scar, Etho, Cub, False, and possibly Gemini Tay, unless the episode she posted on Saturday was a bluff. Again, for new people, these recaps only cover videos up to and including Friday. There's also a very public secret society that encourages you not to fly around on the elytra you just bought, and killing the Wither using dripstone, which works on the 3rd try. And if that's not enough for you, let's start with Mumbo, whose main task this week is building a blaze farm while being true to his pledge of not killing anything. The fact that blazes only drop rods when killed by a player turns out to not be a problem, because wolves will do the job and will only die some of the time. Unfortunately for Mumbo, he ends up dying more than the wolves do.
But that is fine. I'm absolutely okay with that because against all odds, we have actually managed to create a functional blaze farm.
Pearlescent Moon leaps to his rescue, and somehow, at the end of it all, there's a farm.
It's really not far away. This is the problem. I think we're loading it.
So good.
Oh, we're going the wrong way. Don't worry.
But we kill
Don't worry
this,
about
we
that.
don't need to go this way.
He also manages to build a passive kill Enderman farm using dripstone after discovering a chest full of free Ender Pearls, but that doesn't stop him from building one anyway. And once Grian appears on the server, they finally bury the hatchet they've been using to chop down all those trees, and the peace treaty is signed, in squiggly handwriting and everything.
I gotta, it looks like Griam.
I was gonna say Griam.
Griam.
that
I
eye is
Minecraft
busting
well.
some
I
moves.
don't write so good.
This doesn't stop the tree beast from casually eating members of the server, although Impulse SV luckily has enough ender pearls that he doesn't have to perform emergency dentistry on Treeser. Boatum Town has other dangers, although most of them seem to be voluntary. Together, the community discovers that even a big hat won't save you from falling dripstone.
Oh, man.
And they band together to attempt killing the Wither using a stalactite.
It's called professional Minecrafting, people. We've been playing this game for 10 years.
Oh, no, wait,
He's
now
released! He's out!
Oh, he's out again!
What have you done?
Why do we suck so much?
Or about 10 stalactites. It turns out most of the previous YouTube videos were a little hazy on the details, but by the third attempt they have the method down to a science. With that taken care of, Impulse heads underground to create a glow lichen farm and upgrade his bee harvesting methods, and emerges to find Boatum Town has a few new landmarks, to which he adds his own glow lichen shop, earning himself 10 comedy points in the process.
Absolutely hilarious.
Attempts to farm various ingots, gold and iron among them, are met with moderate success, a lot of XP levels, and a few golems wandering around on the surface. Horseplay ensues, the results of which we will cover later when Tango pops up.
Why are you killing golems? What's happening?
Mistakes were made. I accidentally made a free roam golem farm.
Did you try and make a golem farm all by yourself?
Ooh, I did. but I
Impulse,
was on-
how many times have I told you?
Iskal85 approaches fighting a Wither the more conventional way, which is to get Etho to do it. At least he did his lion's share of the RNG when they raided a Nether fortress together, but he's too busy setting up the No Wings Club, a league of down-to-earth transport enthusiasts who pledge to not use Elytra for as long as possible.
Anyone can join and membership is free. The registration is open as long as there are bragging medals to be had.
Thanks to some data pack magic, there are medals to award to anyone who lasts up to 1,000 days without using Elytra. Your first challenge being to actually access the clubhouse, which hangs from the underside of a shattered savannah overhang.
Look at this.
Iskal's also pretty keen to sign up for Teg, but the problem is he lives with Etho, who could just wander in and claim the egg from their shared living space. So Iskal constructs a purpose-built tower and adjoining housing complex specifically for egg thievery, adds a sign with Mumbo's face on it to throw people off the scent, and promises to fill it with traps when he's actually able to do an interior. Etho may be one step ahead though, because he already snatched the egg from Good Times with Scar and conceals it deep within the redstone workings of Cooper, his copper-faced Tamagotchi.
Wow, okay, that's a good hiding spot, Scar. Yoink.
Remember, we're only revealing that here because the egg has changed hands a few times since then. These...
What did I miss? La la la. What happened to Zloy's camera? This is the Zloy's camera. Listen, I just like being a zombie head, okay? If you could be a zombie head, you probably would too. So, what were we doing? We were doing this. Yes, awesome.
These eggs are at least 2 days past their steal-by date. With that mischief managed, Etho gets back into more organic farming. Having set up a moss farm to produce a ton of moss and bone meal for all his other farms, he sets up a river biome drowned farm which produces its first trident while he's still building it. He still turns it into a giant green mailbox, with the hope of it mailing him some more drowned when his server mates aren't loading chunks elsewhere.
Oh yeah, there goes a guy. We're getting the odd one here and there, but yeah, it's not great right now. There's just too many people online. I took too long to build this, and now it's like the late night crew is gone to bed and morning crew is logging on.
As far as extracurricular activities go, False Symmetry signs up for everything from Teg to the Dripleaf parkour, though the No Wings Club would be better after she and her horse fall into a ravine, admittedly.
We fell in water? Dinnerbone, how lucky are we? Yeah, I'm gonna have to make the staircase, aren't I?
As for Teg, she's quick to snatch it from Cubfan, who had it well hidden in his burrow, disguised.
Can I just be like real opinionated for a moment? How do you breathe in the jar? Well, it's not airtight, and also I'm a zombie. So, it's just, there's been a little bit of a discussion in the chat about like, yo, how do, like, they're taking a break between seasons. Ignoring the obvious benefits of taking a break, I also really want to point out that the Hermitcraft members are clearly not actually taking a break. Because taking a break would be what the Hermitcraft recap is doing. Because after like years, actual years of not skipping weeks, of not taking like any sort of vacation, the recap finally has nothing to recap. And even then, I basically almost immediately decided I'm gonna go try and work on the like season 1, season 2, season 3 recaps. Which admittedly not much work has been done because, oh my god, I need a vacation. Apparently, I really needed a vacation. But here's another thing. You have to also keep in mind that Hermitcraft members aren't actually taking a break. They are making different kind of videos, which we as fans of Hermitcraft should welcome and actually honestly celebrate. Because nothing changes, nothing refuels the creative juices as much as attempting a different kind of art. And admittedly, a modded Minecraft Let's Play is not much of a different kind of art from a Hermitcraft Let's Play. But, diversifying the portfolio even a little bit will just lead to better Hermitcraft videos. Like more interesting, more fun, more creative. And yeah, we're all like materially interested in Hermits taking as much of a break as they can. You're doing recaps for season 1, 2, and 3. Well, I'm doing research for them right now. I'm not gathered like any footage. When I say I'm doing season 1, 2, and 3 recaps, what I mean is, yeah, I've been kind of like watching Exuma's season 1. We do have a script actually already made by TPIM, who is Tpim, the head moderator of the Hermitcraft subreddit. I paid them to use their scripts that are not script, but like their recaps, their reviews of previous seasons. It's just I wanted to also get some research done myself, and I wanted to really like get into it and you know, just basically not use their scripts just purely, but add my own like kind of stuff, not just jokes, but like insight. Because that's really like, that's what this is all about. I don't know like if it scans. And let me tell you if that scans at all. But every single recap, every single show, everything like the show is not just about appreciating Hermits, it's about like trying to spread the good word between the fan bases, like trying to get the more popular fan bases like Greens one to pay attention to less appreciated members like TFC or whatever. The show is also about providing this like very unique insight that both me and Pixlriffs just will have by this point. And I hope that we are doing that. It has gotten us in trouble a couple times before, when like people thought that we were a little bit getting a little bit too, you know, familiaric or whatever. But yeah, I've been kind of, you know, we've been trying to make this show more than just repurposed Hermitcraft clips, you know, not just provide a service in like telling you what happened, but also have like a lot of benefits, not just for the other creators, not for the Hermits, but for the audience too. So let me know if that works at all, because I never really bring it up. I feel like we're doing an okay job at that. Yeah. Also, yes, my brain does jiggle. I am so sorry if my like Vtuber model disgusts me. This is actually like a kind of safer version of it. Because this is like a cleaner version of it. I have a different one. This one might be broken. Oh dear lord, yes, it is. This is the first one. So yeah, boy, you sure probably missed the jiggly brains, Zloy. This one has a bone snake that it dangles. Hi, I'm back and I'm big. There we go. I'm in a jar now. There we go. Yeah, Now we're fine. Now we're good. Too spoopy, I know, right? I didn't start watching until the end of the sea. Well, that's where the horizon is. That's where the ship shows up. So, good for you. A bigger jar for the hanging bone. Yeah, that's why I don't have a bone snake. I'm like sitting here. I tucked it in a little bit. Anyhow, back to false symmetry. And please do not touch the lamp. It's not carrot captions. This was one of the brilliant ones.
As a lamp and guarded by a vicious but politely worded sign. 1.18 be damned, False makes her own lush cave under the skeleton spawner they found, which just so happens to be right next to a double cave spider spawner too. The 3 farms combined into a single facility, if not the AFK area. False decks out the cave interiors meant for them and adds an enchantment setup as a cherry on top.
So yeah, it's now working. Look at this. I can just come over here, do this. As long as you don't stand right up against it, you don't get poisoned.
Jevin digs deeper and bigger, making a creeper farm under his AFK cave. Or AF cave, if you will. Now filled with gunpowder and determination not to leave any project unfinished, that's one slime that leaps pretty high. All thanks to a lengthy end raid he escorted Zombie Cleo and Joe Hills through.
And go ahead, tell them what they do.
Yeah,
And I have never end busted before.
All right.
Ever.
This is gonna be comedy.
I've been in.
Oh my god.
Also, pro strats, he brought a mending and unbreaking book with him to his first Elytra ship.
I started doing that like ever since.
This.
Like,
yeah, I can fly.
Back on the surface, Stress Monster starts.
Okay, quick thing. First time you go and raiding on a new world, don't just take an unbreaking and mending book with you. Also bring an anvil. That's something that like Jeff did here. Bring an anvil. Because, believe my experience, it sucks to be stuck in the end with a mending book, an unbreaking book, an elytra, and not an anvil. But also lifehack if you do end up in that situation. The end cities do generate iron in them, so you can just craft a new one on the spot. You will have to raid a couple, but still. Another lifehack is to come with like come prepared with what are they called? With fireball rockets. So take stuff with you. Sorry, I'm handling the thing. Go watch Hermitcraft. What are you doing? Go watch the recap.
Starts building a tower framework and excavates the ground all around it, all without the help of TNT or a beacon, which means it takes longer than she expected, but the deep slate and wood structure gets a canopy of stone and natural grass, and Stress promises to reveal its purpose in the near future.
You may be wondering, though, I did say
Bring an ender chest.
that
Don't.
I was
There are
going
ender
to do
chests in
something
end
with
cities.
the ravine, and this
Steal an
thing
ender
behind
chest.
me ain't really near the ravine, is it?
Perhaps it's just a giant fish tank for the axolotl she acquires on her way to sign up for the No Wings Club. Either way, for now she's happy enough just having found and claimed her own flower forest island, and acquired as many alliums as she could find. Azumavoid has taken up gardening of a particular kind, having made a greenhouse over the rest of the tiny peninsula. He's filling it with aesthetically concealed automated micro-farms no one would suspect are there. Although the decorating of the greenery takes quite a leap when he decides to add the fabled drip leaf into the mix, and then has to deal with Gemini Tay's drip leaf parkour cave.
If there's one thing I have no qualms with, it is giving up on parkour. Okay? This needlessly infuriates me, and I have become infuriated.
The Zen gardening is disrupted when an ominous tower rises over the horizon, beckoning X to venture in. It turns out the deep slate pillar is Evil Azuma's work, who escaped the permaban and offers assistance to X in distribution of the many goods the man will be farming. In reality, Evil Azuma's plan is to take over the server's commerce and exploit its economy to no one's benefit but his own.
Barren gravel fields are perfect for me to establish my evil empire of...
Barren gravel fields are perfect to establish an empire on any server because people hate making concrete themselves. Find a barren gravel field, make it into concrete, Sell it, trust me. Gonna make diamonds on any SMP ever.
Exploitation, oh yes.
Which on one hand is fun to see that the greatest evil here is capitalism, and on another, good luck trying to do that on a server without a centralized shopping district. At the very least, it's going to take a bit to catch up to Cubfan135, who already took off running in the exploitation department.
Because shops aren't profitable, but you know what is profitable? Casinos.
Just selling the slime for a straight price was not enough for the CEO of Concorp.
So
and
Evil
the solution
Exuma
he
can
went
only
for
get
is
so
distributing
evil,
slime
but
from a
Cubfan is
slime
like
casino,
way
which is
worse.
finally going to answer the question of whether Keralis likes gambling more than he hates the Nether.
Saw Evil Asuma on the server a few days back. Good guy, that Evil Asuma.
Told
Loves chaos, death, and destruction, which we are also a big fan of, so...
His next venture is his previous venture, the Dripstone Farm, now equipped with slime block flying machines and crying obsidian, then unequipped with crying obsidian and equipped with jack-o'-lanterns instead. It works so well, Cub expands it into a bamboo farm too. Yep, that's definitely more than 12. And now he pranked all the hermits who've been farming at the times he wasn't. He will never AFK at it in peace for fear of retribution.
And everything has been licanified. Pun. I'm gonna assume this was Impulse.
His one good deed for the week was donating the first ever
I think
powdered
in every
snowblock on
video
the server
there's
to
gotta be
Science,
credits
or more
in the
accurately,
description.
to Zedda.
So if you're curious...
We don't know yet exactly what Zed wants to do with the bucket slushy, but feel free to extrapolate from the following data. What he did with sheep this week is to stick them onto a wall to be used as sciencey indicators of whatever's going on with the lab. He then proceeded to attach grass blocks ever so slightly below their feet so the specimens don't die of full damage, and attached a shearing mechanism to the whole thing, making his control panel and experiment monitor into
leads
a
are
fully
just
functional
Zedda
wool
fuel.
farm.
He got so
You know,
much
lab
footage
stuff.
out of just
Lamb
leads
stuff,
existing.
Purple and shut your face. You go magenta, shut your face. Pink, face.
The Botum crew quickly found a different use for a lead and an animal when the horses versus Elytra debate between Tango and Impulse came to a stunning revelation. Both.
I've always said, I said in my streams, like, you know, you should be able to access the horse's inventory, and there should be a slot there, and you put in your Elytra, and it turns it into a Pegasus.
The aerial sheep service fans will remember that you can lead an animal behind yourself while flying with Elytra, and Minecraft veterans will be quick to point out that a horse is in fact an animal, and that the game does not differentiate between a saddled and a regular horse.
Doesn't work on Bedrock.
So yeah, they did drag half the
We
whitelist
tested it
in
the same
one
day
speed,
this video came
and
out.
we recommend you watch it because it's serotonin in video form.
We're gonna run out of slow falling soon, by the way.
This will do wonders for the big-eyed group and their horse refueling station.
Real quick, head cannon, which is, as you all know, a cannon that shoots heads. Tango is adequate is something that Gem put in a sign, and then soon enough, Tango got a horse named Adequate. So the headcanon is that the horse is actually a Tango tech, like somebody tuned him into a horse. So for the duration of season 8, Tango tech is a horse, and the Tango we see is imposter. That's why Adequate is in Tango Tech's season finale on the moon, because that's the actual Tango Tech.
Spread around the server. B-Dubs
And yes,
and
flying
Keralis
horses
had
works on
5
Java,
or so
doesn't work
installed,
on-
and Tango made sure to
Not-
rig up
like,
the
not with
XP
several
shower and
players.
the splash potion car wash. Plus, there are rockets and enchanted books
They're Mary Poppins,
inside. But a much more efficient horse slaughter awaits at Hypnotized and XP Crafted, who come together to build an auto-flushing hostile mob farm and relive some of their Skyblock memories.
And I've got farms. You've got farms. Why don't we have farms?
Their industrial district begins in a plains
Me-
biome which
actual
apparently
footage of
came
me
with
flirting.
built-in horse heads, and thus Horsehead Farms was born. With the innards of the machine complete, XB sets up a storage area and gets stuck into the aesthetics. It's an approach he also takes with the newly renamed Glow Ink, which incorporates glow berries and glow lichen for sale too, and its sister store Moss Ink, carved right into the Nether hub by his portal for a new dimension of sales.
Dunzo. And then, like we've been doing with the cyan and the glow, welcome to Moss Inc.
As for Hypno, he takes it to the vegetation and manages to complete the drip leaf parkour and claim his prize. But that goes much further.
Leo, I
as he
like
makes
your
mushroom
theory
blocks,
that
the
like
primary
the
building
host
block
that
in his
became Tango Tech in
architecture.
exchange, like the real Tango Tech is a host, but our Tango Tech is actually a horse. Like they switched bodies, but the host just happens to have the exact same sense
More
of
ethical
humor
horse usage
as
can be
Tango
found
Tech,
with
so the
BOO,
fake is
whose
nearly
paths have now
distinguishable.
connected most of the server, but ironically, B-Dubs is the one to bring Ethos some wings, which is when he gets introduced to the concept of the No Wings Club and also to Ethos' prize horses.
Yeah, this is for science. It's not for I'm better than you, right?
Right, of course.
After a quick race, they set up a corral where they plan to breed and sell horses, and B-Dubs starts laying out a racetrack where the fastest might not always be the firstest.
'Cause they won't get out.
There may be obstacles, shortcuts for horses with better jump height, and if all else fails, you can just cross your fingers and hope for a blue shell.
Never actually played. Week 3! Oh my lord, they started it on week 3. It's sad, but it's funny, but it's sad.
B-Dubs turns his attention to other pack animals too, setting up Rent-A-Pack, a llama paddock where you can hire an entire caravan of fluffy portable chests to carry your goods across the server. Meanwhile, Wells Knight assembles a slime block powered sugarcane farm for the first time in his entire career. It goes surprisingly well for a contraption that combines flying machines, hopper minecarts,
I'm sorry. I present to your attention the lower left corner of the screen where it says Wells Knight. Because of course it does. Basically, in episode 2 or something, in episode 1, in week 1, I accidentally double L'd Wells Knight, and every new week I started adding another L to Wells Knight's name, because people in the comments complained that I misspelled his name. But then, on Twitter, Wells Knight said, I don't know why why Hermitcraft Recap keeps adding L's to my name. All I do is get wins, so W's. So I started adding W's to his name. This is a joke that like nobody can like decipher, unfortunately. We've been adding L's and now we're adding W's. Take the win and go, Wells. Take the win and go.
Water and rails, which actually don't get flushed off in Minecraft 1.17 because really, why would they? With the paper supply steadily increasing, Wells approaches Impulse SV and his eyesore shop since a lot of paper is what makes half a lot of fireworks. But with No Wings Club on the rise, the most profitable hustle in the game might become way less profitable, and so the two decide to start a No Wings Club. So, Wings Club. Extra crispy.
And if they need wings, then they need rockets. And if they need rockets, then they spend their diamonds to buy their rockets from either you or me.
Yep, that's what we need to do.
Good times with...
Move over, RG Hermatrix. We have our own augmented reality game over here, where you have to track Zloy's Twitter account to know what the hell he's talking about in the recaps.
Scar starts a new business as well. A new land boat joins his tycoon caravan. This one producing and distributing honey and honeycombs. Well, not until later. For now, the machine mostly pumps out bees in disturbing quantities.
Wow, they look like they've gotten so fat on honey they can't fly anymore.
Zombie Cleo goes for an even more extravagant way of beekeeping. Her swarm feasts on the flowers at her base, which now has been fittingly made into a graveyard. Naturally, the bees rise from the graves in the morning, warranting the pun.
I think that's one of the
Though what
cleverest
Scar will
things.
use for the waxing,
like
Cleo establishes as a crafting ingredient for a new line of product. The hybrid...
using the bee routine, the fact that they go into their nests to create like puffs for them and that kind of stuff is like incredibly fun. But also like using villagers the same way is super fun too. And like I wish entities didn't like randomly disappear on chunk borders. Like, that bug kills so much creativity in Minecraft, it's frustrating.
Great water bottles, coming in 16 different flavors. 100% alcohol too, judging by how easily they're set on fire.
Energy drink from Zombie Inc. In partnership.
Yeah, so her own video did not look like trash. This is me making it look, trying to make it look like VHS recording from the 80s. Because of the outfit. Of course, because of the outfit.
With Cleo's Bodybuilding, we have decided to launch a refreshing energy drink in multiple flavors.
But the most lucrative game of Scars is the hunt for Teg, which of course is short for the egg. In preparation for the big game, Grian goes hoggling wild, decorating the insides of his starter home. Secret passages, red herrings, you name it. It's all too funny then that Scar clocks it in a couple of minutes, and Grian has to hastily reposition the egg while he's not looking.
I thought I saw it up here. Green, it was right here.
What? Did you see that? Did you see this? The black
right.
concrete.
It was right there.
Scar still finds it later, even in the new hiding spot.
Presented actual gaslighting.
Dripstone just attacks Scar from every direction this week. But a drop even worse awaits Grian himself. He discovers Tango's Bedrock service, and only with a few firework rockets to spare.
I did it! Oh, I'm good at flying. I am so good at flying.
Doc M is much happier making his home at Bedrock because at least he can leave whenever he wants. Having started a slime farm in the cursed chunk, he decorates it with some deep slate heavy metal album art.
I love
and prepares
Doc M's
5 of the
aesthetic
8
the entire
spawns for
season,
farming,
like all the
since those
goat
are the 5
stuff,
he can activate
not
from
the goat
standing
stuff.
in one spot. Elsewhere, he discovers
all
the
the
Boatum Town crew has sunk the
hexagons
Goatum pole
built
into the ground.
with
But
metal
that may
as
not
all get out.
matter because he's been
I really
training
enjoy
some
it.
of his more local goats to be supercharged. When
We're just talking about it.
1.17.1 comes to Hermitcraft and you can splash goats with speed potions, expect these goats to ram people into the stratosphere.
I'm on a mission to create amazing goats. Yeah.
Rendog has his own solution to the Goatum Pole sinkhole, mechanical arthropod piracy. After a peaceful trade with Gemini Tay, Ren deploys a refurbished shipwreck with 4 huge robotic limbs to tower over the floating goat boats and hopefully winch them to safety once Doc M can figure out the redstone. The automaton quadruped hoists the Jolly Roger, complete with a goat skull design, which honestly looked a bit like the letter M at first, so we were expecting 3 more to show up and spell out Doc M's username.
I mean, it's
I gotta tell you, dudes, I have really enjoyed this build this week. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever made in Minecraft, but I don't know, there's just something about it that's so cool.
And finally there's Vintage Beef, who liked episode 1 so much he thought he'd do it twice. Really, after his first 100 days were complete, Beef just wants to get some more of the early game out of the way. Early game stuff like collecting netherite, farming some wither skulls, and building a giant disc out of quartz to start his base ship.
Should I create like a bridge? You know what I mean? Not like a bridge, a walking bridge.
Complimented
like
the design, so I don't
captain's
really care who
bridge.
like
where you
actually
operate the
builds
machine.
them.
Having joined the No Wings Club, he's still able to save Corrales' belongings from an untimely demise, but unfortunately Corrales himself might be beyond saving.
Oh, he was impaled by drowned. Oh no. Come on, little guy.
And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. This week on Empire's SMP,
God,
I
the
stole all my
next
server
episode's
librarians
thumbnail,
and
look
replaced
at
them with
that.
witches. Apparently I was feeling a little extra that day. That's in the end screen theater
They
for
used
you
it
if
as
you'd
an
like.
Instagram filter.
This week on Hermitcraft.
We're on week 4,
calling
we're
it
finishing
insult
the
isn't
first
really
month.
gonna work too well.
No, that's its middle name.
Oh,
yeah, stupid's
it's-
the middle name.
Well, what's the last name?
Moron.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and it's week 4. We've been at it for a month, and somehow the server is still standing. And if it wasn't still standing, Doc M would have invented a flying machine to pick it up again. As the goats of the Goatum Pole emerge from the ground, the server has changed since last time they saw it. As communities like Boatum Town
everything that
continue
happens
to develop,
first month
shops
is
are getting established,
like
farms
early
are
game as
churning
far
out
as I personally
resources,
am
and the
concerned.
hermits build more and more elaborate ways
I
of
don't know about
hiding
you folks.
a dragon egg. And so with that out
Like,
of the way,
when I
let's take a
play
look at all the events and
Minecraft for
mishaps
my
that
own,
occurred
like,
on
not
the
for
Hermitcraft
YouTube.
server this week.
The first couple
Starting
of years
with
is
Wales
gonna be
Night
early
2
game
in
because
raiding
they
an
cannot
ocean
be
monument
bothered to
has
do
found
anything
no
of
sponge
any
room,
value.
but the next monument had 2, so I guess the average still checks out at least. He uses the winnings to mop up a river around his squid farm to make a perimeter version of the drought season. The ink will come in handy for concrete making as Impulse SV and himself decide to execute the aptly named Yes Wings Club's headquarters in that very same material. The idea is to make it into a plane hangar, and concrete is the plainest material in the game after all. Lucky then that Wells builds a concrete converter, or else it would take another flood to build. They'll have plenty of sign-ups to the YWC if the Elytra keep flying off the shelves. Eyesore has generated enough income for Impulse that he can spend some time on passion projects that aren't for sale, at least not yet. With his iron farm adjusted so it doesn't flood the surface with golems, he reroutes his gold farm storage into a new high-capacity piglin bartering system. Condensing 24 gold bars into one easy-to-manage payment, he stuffs a bunch of piglins into a single-block space and barters his way to endless blackstone, quartz, string, iron nuggets, fire-resist potions, gravel. You get the point.
The items right now.
And down you go. Thank you.
Yes,
for
worldwide
your
wealth knight,
contributions.
Mr.
Azuma Boy
Worldwide.
goes for the opposite approach in terms of commerce, seeing how his, or rather Evil Azuma's, new shop takes up a big chunk of the area and eventually the whole server. The ominous and dark building would have trouble attracting customers, especially now that Evil X has put a statue of himself looming over it.
I really wish they went harder
wares,
with the
X will
dark
be
coin.
selling out of it once the last villager of his flock drops their prices via zombification. Unfortunately, the process of putting people into life debt is interrupted when Docem and Rendog show up, bringing their own lore to the table.
I mean, these coordinates are my area, but I have got no clue what's going on here.
Having had their comments
Yeah,
section
pawns are
flooded with
splash
coordinates
damage.
the audience has deduced
There's like
from
area
previous
of
clues,
effect.
Doc and Ren are directed to Azuma's base, from which they dig down into a mysterious lush cave mineshaft. Removing some blocks from a cave-in leads them to an axolotl sanctuary of sorts, filled with watery critters named with different letters, which the trio scramble to rescue before some lava flows in on top of them. It seems like this may be the latest queue in their ongoing Hermit Matrix ARG, especially if the name of Doc's latest
Yeah,
goat is
Zachary, I'm
anything to
ready
go
for the
by.
next season.
And hereby, I name you...
Not right now, but whenever they're ready, I'm ready.
What? I had named you Klaus.
The rest of his week is spent upgrading the multi-spawner with a mob sorter, which converts the skeletons into strays and the zombies into drowned, all while multiplying the latter through reinforcement mechanics, to the point where the farm is churning out slowness-tipped arrows and copper ingots. Doc plans to offload the copper onto Good Times with Scar when he makes an appearance on the Swagon, but Scar has a land grab in mind, and Doc engraves the terms of their contract on the nearest pair of eggs, before heading to Botum Town and resurrecting the Gotem Pole from its offshore pit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's flying!
It's flying
downwards! Direction.
Oh, there he is!
Oh!
What's going on?
Yes!
Oh, it's glorious! That's beautiful.
Oh, wow.
Yes!
Having done his part to save the goats, Rendog takes to the underground, where the hyperdrive-equipped RV now flushes them down into a purpose-built sewer, although we'd advise against disposing of vegetable matter down the toilet. The sanitation canals are actually more of a vault where Doc and Ren plan to store their valuables for the season: diamond supplies, shulker boxes, personal effects, and a map of the area. Ren decorates the sewer by growing glittering trails of crystals up the walls, so it turns out the secret of the ooze was that it's made of amethyst.
A sewer. Not only a sewer, it is a sewer that has been encrusted with beautiful crystalline growths, I suppose, that have been growing up the sides of the walls, slowly taking over the place.
Regardless, hermits can have infinite ooze now because CubFan135 is offering it at the casino free of charge. Make no mistake, you can still gamble, just not for money. Or for money. But also for anything else, is the thing. Having surrendered his only ice slushy to Zedaf last week...
Ow, okay, oh, it hurts.
Cub decides to get him some more of those and covers a snow
Powdered
plains
snow,
and cauldrons,
eh?
hoping for powdered snow. But since he's standing around a tundra anyway...
Yo, wasn't it nice when you could, like, walk around the mountain and not get into powdered snow piles, like, every half a second? Wasn't it cool back then? When not all of Minecraft was Russia, and only some of it.
Also puts a fully automated snow farm at the place, powered by a TNT duper, which is certainly not an overreaction and is a perfectly normal way to farm snow, as long as you're him or Ilmango.
Just like that, and the honey times it so that it always breaks and gets the snowballs. Just like so.
Though science has not yet imagined a way to utilize a snow bucket, and Zedaf is more preoccupied with the sociological side of his research. Right now it comes down to building a room under the general facility and locking Tango Tech in it, where no one can hear him scream.
Next challenge, I need you to make yourself a friend. The subject is showing strange lack of
knowledge?
Googling, because it's not my thing.
What exactly the record will show of the many questions unanswered featured in the CCTV is not clear, but perhaps with enough research it will finally reveal the world the difference between a duck. But maybe it's good that the inner workings of Tango Tech's mind remain a mystery. After all, there's iron farms in there, dormant, resting, waiting to happen. Tango plans to make something or other with the new golem mechanics, but in the meantime settles on making his Elton John glasses removable and distributable.
Slap on!
Just in time for the big eyes meet up on the gas station matter. BOO has been frantically breeding llamas for more inventory space after discovering the woolly caravans were hiding their maximum capacity behind a hefty
I'm holding my
dose of
tongue a little bit
RNG.
because like there's a lot of
While
stuff
in
I
the
want to
process
talk,
of
but I'm
creating a
pretty
whole
sure it's
herd
gonna
of
come up
15
later
slot beasts,
in like
he gets
future
distracted
recaps,
by
and it's gonna be
Tango
more,
asking for a few
more interesting to
extra
talk about it
clocks,
then.
although Pearl and Corrales may have had something to do with that. It's a ruse he puts
But
to
no,
one
ZF's
side for the grand
experiments with
opening
like
of the Big Eyes crew's
other
first
people,
shop.
those
The
collabs
future's
are
so
some
bright,
of the
they're
best
wearing
Hermitcrafting
shades.
on the freaking
And with the
season.
first Parson Gas
Just
way
love it.
station well and truly opened, B-Dubs takes the opportunity to direct a commercial, proving that advertising is an art form, and in this case, the art is surrealism.
Hey, Corrales! I'm tired, Corrales.
Come on in to Big Eyes, pass and get.
I'm tired, Corrales. Okay, watching that video, right? There were fans who actually edited the thing together into the proper commercial. Like, not gonna lie, I was very tempted of doing the same. It's so tempting to just actually put it together into a commercial, but at the end I decided, you know what? If they want us to put a commercial into our videos, they should pay us.
Yes.
What a convenient
Yes,
service
be
they
passed.
provide here.
The bookshelves of Parson Gas may soon have some competition on several fronts, the first of which is Stress Monster, who's been working her way towards some easy librarian trades this whole time. Taking the route of melon and pumpkin farms plus a few zombified farmers, Stress clear-cuts an area for a shop and establishes a cozy book nook with competitive prices. The icing on the cake is provided by Gemini Tay, arriving with some spore blossoms and drip leaf to decorate the shop front, which Stress pays forward later by delivering some brown mushrooms to Vintage Beef in his hour of need.
Thank you
two
so
for ya.
Oh, two.
Yeah.
Sweet. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I did wonder because I thought there's a swamp right over there, Beef. Why didn't you
Yeah,
just
no,
go?
I couldn't leave. I can't leave. You won't pick anything up.
The other competitor turns out to be Pearlescent Moon, who has really been putting the boat in Boatham Town. Her new shop is a converted tugboat, which sells the fruits of her villager trading ventures, including name tags which definitely won't turn stuff upside down, bookshelves, and assorted enchanted books.
Like, so beautiful.
She's even planning some floating outposts in the form of chest-bearing llamas, and at least a chance to make a profit gives Pearl enough capital to sign up for TEG. The shop even does some bespoke axolotl acquisition if your name is Good Times with Scar, and will steal your clocks if your name is B-Dubs.
In the bushes.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
We'll be there, and then
Okay.
when you get it, like come back and then give it to us right in front of your face.
Yes. Yes.
Make sure he
Sounds
sees.
good.
Yeah.
Man, imagine not having watched Last Life or Third Life or either of those. Like, imagine having not watched it and like having to figure out why are the clocks? What? Yeah, that's me. I've still not watched either Third Life or like Last Life beyond the first couple episodes. I have no idea what you're talking about.
B-Dubs will certainly not need the extra stress, what with Gemini Tay encroaching on one of the gas stations with her artisanal birch trees. It's a good thing she owns stonks in the corporation too, seeing as how her horse Moose, who we have to clarify is neither a moose nor a cow, will now remain her primary form of transportation. Tay has signed up for the No Wings Club, meaning it's prime time to build stables at the cottagecore village. All better than keeping Moose in the cow pen where he's being hoof-winked.
Which I really like. I really think that it works out.
Meanwhile, at Horsehead Farms, which is somehow not the most macabre segue we've ever done, XB Crafted and Hypno start a villager breeder with the secondary aim of having traders of their own, but mostly so they can get an iron farm going and actually have enough hoppers for their giant storage system.
That's supposed to be where our villagers are. Do we just have a bunch of zombies in there or just the one now?
That doesn't stop XB from setting up a bunkhouse for the remaining villagers, rerouting the excess arrows from the mob farm into a handy lava trash can, and setting up nether portal access so people can arrive at the farm in a consistent compass direction. Speaking of farms and lava, Mumbo still has unfinished business with last week's Blaze Farm concept, and thankfully for canine lovers everywhere, he's found a fix for the proxy tamed wolf dying prematurely. So he leads a dog from the overworld into the Nether and down to the fortress, where the farm is a roaring, or perhaps just growling, success. Either way, it delivers him some blaze rods when all he has to do is block.
You have no idea how cool this is. You have no idea how cool this is.
Between this, the Enderman Dropper, and the Ghast Farm, he now has all the resources he needs to craft end crystals, which he now plans to explode around stuff he wants to die without increasing his personal kill count. Which just shows that killing was below him, but peace was never an option. It's a technicality, but we like technicalities, especially when they're tested out on Rendog.
This, and then...
Oh!
Oh man, the way it gets cut off when someone dies is so funny.
To that degree, powdered snow technically isn't an Instagram filter, but it sure won't stop Grian from using it that way. This week, Grian announces that this season he will not be building any mega bases, right before planning the entrance to his future cave house, which ends up bigger than the hill it's supposed to lead into. Not to be stopped by the terrain, he blasts right through the hill and into the river behind it, which naturally needs to be drained, yada yada Wells Night segment. Another major expansion planned is the next stage of the Shop on Rails concept. Grian wants to sell something called a Perhaps You Perished parcel, which is a more posh version of a Did You Die box. The only way to mass produce those is through villager exploits, and so he exploits a whole beacon base out of poor testificates, having only sold them 2 pumpkins and a buttload of their own glass. Then it's time to take the show on the road. Too bad then that the road is already occupied by another businessman. Being already a tycoon on wheels, Good Times with Scar has gathered just a ton of everythings, and visits a few folks to distribute it. There is, however, a catch. In the game of Scars, you don't pay with money. Through the journey of the Swagon, best name ever by the way, Scar acquires 2 Zombie Cleo armor stand vouchers, a Doc M contraption IOU and a tiny island at his place, and Tango Tech's attic, despite Grian's protests. We don't know why he wants all of these things, but there seems to be a nefarious plan in motion. A scheme even. Perhaps a caper.
What are you going to do with it?
That's not part of the deal.
Anyway.
He never does anything with them.
Having not gotten Tango's attic, Grian convinces Corrales to crash on his for a small payment of a bunch of expensive stuff.
How much space are we talking about? Like, the whole attic?
Just a space in your attic, like an attic troll.
Hey, you know what else traveled through the entire server lately? The Teg! Last we saw it, the Dragon Egg resided at False Symmetry's base house in a mysterious location. No, not that one, that's just an Enderman head. But despite the many red herrings, Gemini Tay finds the actual Teg under the bridge right outside False's starter house and takes it home to an even more convoluted web of mind games. As Grian finds out later, Jim has built a whole yard of random buttons
For
with
all
fake
we know,
piston
he was
action,
renting them.
so you can't even tell which ones actually do and don't do anything,
he's a tycoon.
but at least there's cake. Finally, Grian reunites with the Dragon Egg, having found it in the rafters in her moose stables, and hides it right in plain sight on the big Teg built with black concrete. But it turns out all that does is bring the thing closer to Scar, who locates it back in Grian's starter home. From him, the Teg transfers to Cubfan and back to his molehill. Quite disappointed in polite signs as a security system, this time Cub digs out an entire labyrinth of twists and turns, where he quickly loses the Teg and an Iskal, but more on that in a moment.
Also, there may or may not be some other things that you might want to check out. Maybe some hidden
I like the fake out
inputs
strategy.
here
The
and
fake out
there.
strategy with Teg is my favorite
You know
one.
me.
Once he's done his duty as the Medal Fairy, delivering medals to the No Wings Club, Iskal steps up to the challenge of riddling his way through Cubfan's Teg maze. Eventually, he cracks it, the puzzle, not the egg, and is finally
there's
able
nothing
to turn
but
his
air in
eccentric
there.
cliffside house into a Teg challenge.
Yeah,
complexity.
I thought my
art,
speculation at the time was that
complicated,
Scar's gonna open like not Phileas, what's
Taking advantage of the egg being
Basically,
affected
like,
by gravity,
ask for
Iskal
2 of
sets a
his
series
shop
of
in
challenges which players must
But that
solve
never
as they
happened,
make their way through layers of the house. Ending in a scrambled color lock, players must guess the combination to before the egg will be
Technically,
ejected
that's against
for
the
them.
rules, by the way.
If they can't figure out the solution to these devious
Technically, you're
puzzles,
meant to, like,
at least
leave
he
at
made the
least
house
one
look
exposed,
nice
but,
in the
I mean,
process.
it's gettable
If you
stuff.
feel that
This
this
is
is
more
a
fun.
little bit excessive, let us tell you about Ijevin, who is preparing a Teg hunting labyrinth as well, despite not even having the Teg yet. His ambition was to dig a hole down to Bedrock and cover every vertical block of it in paintings that may or may not have had secret passages behind them, that may or may not lead to a labyrinth, that may or may not also be trapped to heck and back. Very uncertain about this project is where we're going here. Of course, this much digging is not really fun without a beacon, and so a wither fight is in order, which gives Jevin an idea: wither digging. This kind of works in the overworld, and kind of doesn't in the nether. So I guess the netherite he gifts to Keralis is all manually gathered. Still, there's one more chunk to dig up, and that's where a massive sugarcane farm goes. Mostly meant to provide for villager trading, but also as a fireworks ingredient. And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. Today we have a special offering for you, as Zloy has just finished a grand castle he's been...
That stupid castle took like a month. And it should have taken longer. I don't know why I pushed myself so hard. Anyway. Oh god, that thumbnail. Zloy, why do you do these things? The thing is that, like, the thumbnails are done basically last minute. The thumbnail is like the last thing I do for the recap per week. So sometimes it results in stuff like that. More often it doesn't. Like, I like it when it's more often, frankly.
This week on Hermitcraft.
I'm pretty sure that the
There's
joke...
a we prefer flying
this is a
club?
pod racing joke
put on a
somewhere in there.
Elytra and fly.
Oh man!
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and it's week 5, which is apparently the week everyone builds a mountain. Sooner or later, we'll stop doing these intro bits where we're surprised everyone has accomplished incredible feats of Minecrafting in a short amount of time, but this really wasn't the week to be doing that. So while the terraformers are earthbending the land to their will, the grinders are redefining branch mining, the builders are making castles overnight, the redstoners are coming up with whole new farms, and the mad lads with end crystals are just doing whatever this is, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Tinfoil Chef, who emerges from the branch mine to do some shopping for enchantments. Luckily for him, the paths B-Dubs has established across the continent lead him to an outpost of Big Eyes Pass and Gas, where he can be briefly wowed by the mandatory neon signs.
I love the signs. That's beautiful.
Snagging a handful of books
He
and
loves the
shulker
signs.
boxes,
They're beautiful.
TFC returns to his mine to set up his fortune pickaxe and start amassing his hoard of resources.
Oh, I don't have enough XP to do all of that. But that's okay. That's just Jim Dandy.
Bookshops are a popular destination for people still working on their toolset, and Iskal85 needs one heck of a shovel. Because his first mega project is an Ocean Monuments Guardian farm, and once he clears out the spongefish, he decides he's going to drain all the water from the area, which naturally means a whole lot of sand and a 1v70 laser tag arena.
This is a mega project.
It's a task made simpler by a redstone contraption and a few solid walls, and when he's ready to take a break, he can always spend some time delivering the latest batch of medals to the No Wings Club.
Well, I will leave you to it.
Cubfam135, on the other hand, has abandoned shovels as a concept and has been digging out snow with TNT and...
At some point in editing, I noticed that the moment we say he has abandoned shovels as a concept, there's a shovel on the screen. And this was my solution. It's, you know, sometimes you have to really improvise in the moment, alright?
buckets of all things. Putting the blocks to a good use, Cub surrounds his unified snow and ice farms in a round wall, forming a bowl of some kind. More of a donut, really. A snow nut. Another testament to how quickly the hermits can build as long as the materials are provided for. And the material Cub is extra struggling for is iron and cauldrons, meaning to expand the powdered snow farm just so the server has universal access to the Christmas card Instagram filter.
Can you see me inside? Oh, you can. That's awesome.
To that end, Cubfan finds himself caroling from hermit to hermit in the hopes they'll spare some kitchenware for the cause.
Now, is there a way to actually make these en masse, or do I have to make them one by one?
Lucky then that Tango Tech is back on his business again, having dug deep into the golem spawning mechanics and come out victorious. His unique iron farm design operates by abducting freshly scared villagers to a much higher spot where they can
This stream is gonna go through like every single episode. We're on episode like 5. We have 28 to go to go through overall. So don't worry. Don't worry about it. Okay? If you need to go, you need to go. If it's late, it's late. It's fine. Chances are I'll still be there when you come back, or like if I will not stream at that point. The video is probably will be just posted as a giant replay. I don't know why would anyone want to watch this, not as a live stream, but if you do, there you go. We'll probably leave it public, unless I say something incredibly stupid or die. Actually, with the VTuber, like if I leave, the VTuber avatar resets to its default state, meaning that I can actually die on camera and nobody will notice.
Summon a golem but can't tell anyone about it. And so, like clockwork, the whole village is jumping awake one after another to spawn a golem army so they can deal with the two dapper-looking zombies.
A villager can't spawn another golem for 30 seconds after seeing a golem. And whenever they spawn a golem, it's every villager within 10 blocks in any direction.
Much effort went into timing the events just right, as well as figuring out how to throw a guy this many blocks this quickly. But we also discover that the Big Eyes shades have immense UV protection.
UV protected! Big Eye Zombie Gang! Complete!
In a place the sun can't reach, false symmetry expands the lush cave
like
of the multi-spawners to a wider variety of green, including green concrete for texturization. As the crevice opens, her work starts to more and more resemble actual 1.18 cave generation, especially with the flowing water segments and the open areas leading through. With the spawner traps getting progressively submerged in moss, she seems determined to bring 1.18 to the server, one cave at a time.
I kind of feel like whimsical is the way to go this season.
It's hard to get more whimsical than Pearlescent Moon giving us a full llama fashion show, but eventually she settles on the outfit that launches 1,000 ships. Nicknamed the Larmada, her fleet of merchant camelids are floated around the server touting the best sellers from her shop, name tags, tinted glass, and a small selection of enchanted books. It's a good thing she's taken her business elsewhere, because Mumbo might turn up to grouse about the doors.
Like, you just do this. You just walk through. Why you struggle so much? Why? Don't go
I cannot emphasize how frustrated I was watching this. Like, unironically, I was so frustrated with them struggling to go through the door.
After some more amiable visits from Gemini Tay and Cubfan yield a fox and some powdered snow respectively, Pearl heads over to Corrales' house to plan their latest timeshare scheme, by which we mean B-Dubs sharing his clocks with them, perhaps involuntarily. But their latest plan is more cunning than just walking up and asking for one. The two team up to build a magnificent ruined castle along one of the continental roadways, which they plan to turn into an adventure dungeon where B-Dubs can activate various things using clocks. The redstone side will have to wait, but in the meantime we have to acknowledge the lengths they will go to just to lift a pocket watch from the man in the moon.
Baby? Maybe.
I like that idea.
Having casually built a mountain in about the time it takes most humans to build a cobblestone shack, BOO finds himself without any stone to add to it, even if he wanted to. So he whips up a dual-purpose cobblestone and natural stone farm, pausing only to get the seal of approval from Tango, who's in the middle of redefining iron farms again, mostly by resurrecting the Beastie Boys.
I like this.
So,
this is brilliant.
Yeah, so it's a thing. I made something cool. Did people make this?
Well, I've never seen this. You just revolutionized Minecraft.
I did?
Yes, you did.
I've been trying for 10 years, Tango.
You done it.
Seeing Pearlescent Moon's Larmada floating around the server and being the master...
So, BOO made a cobblestone to stone generator that like swaps around. The joke being that you can just change from your Silk Touch pick to your Fortune pick on a regular stone generator, and that swaps it around. Like, you really got that overcomplicated. I'm surprised it worked, but still.
A llama breeder at this point, B-Dubs sees a mutually beneficial business opportunity. He also sees the castle Corrales and Pearl have built, although that may be another story for another time. He might be a little late to the party, but he signed up to the No Wings Club, and then the Yes Wings Club, realising there's nothing really stopping him from signing up to both teams. There's also nothing stopping him sneaking Corrales' take of the Parson gas profits to Gemini Tay under the table.
B-Dubs is perfect.
New adjective.
I like it.
Yeah?
I like it.
Gem has her own prospects, what with her collecting moss, spores and funguses and then selling them to the rest of the server. Inspired by a Drip Leaf umbrella fan art she received, Gemini opens up a Drip Leaf and Drip Leaf accessories shop that uses the same concept for its decor.
And then I saw this, and I thought, well, I just have to put a Drip Leaf umbrella over my shop.
The supply chain for it reaches out of the newly redecorated tiny farm basement and to a flower forest biome Gem claimed as her own to establish a variety flower farm, which is funny because ultimately all of these are just bone meal. Always have been. It's a fact Etho is exploiting to the max. Now his master moss farm can provide bone meal to basically everything else in the area. He wires up a control panel for various bone meal based farms, which means he now has infinite glowy plants and non-glowy plants at his disposal. He's also having fun finally getting to use his drowned farm in the server's rare quiet moments, and when he's not panic buying all the shulker boxes from his local branch of Pass and Gas.
And pretty much we're the only ones that live near this store. So
No, you don't get it. The right way to do this, right, is not to make a cobblestone generator that can switch to stone. The right way to do this is to make a cobblestone generator and then hook it up. Then hook it up to a bamboo farm which feeds into a super smelter and smelts cobblestone to stone for you. How much content would it be to rewatch all seasons recaps? That sounds scary. And we only started on like 5th one on this channel, so.
Built this store for just me and Iskell, right? It's not bad if I hoard
the person who made a gas-based
He's
wood
smart
farm.
to do so because it seems the Hermitcraft economy is about to be hit real hard on a whole new level. Azuma Void, or rather Evil Azuma, has now introduced a never-before-seen currency to the Hermitcraft server. Functioning more like casino chips than actual money, the derp coins, unique items Evil X brought in, are the internal currency of his shop, and the only one you can use in there. So to buy anything from the two, one will first need to exchange some of the diamonds for the fun pretend money.
But then when you come over here, again...
It's funny because like he called it derp coin to like clearly rip on Bitcoin, but in reality it's just store currency. Like, he invented gift cards. These are gift cards, that's all they are.
The maths will get harder because 5 dirt coins for 12, 10 for 64. What does this all mean? The mathematics of it is all too difficult.
It's a well-tried trick to get the customers to spend more than they may be expected, and to confuse them about the actual value of things. The X's aren't kind to the villagers either, having figured out how to bypass the out-of-stock issue on the testificates, and started trading ad infinitum with no penalty for time.
Okay, now I'm good for you to log out. Logging out, sir. Are you liking this? This is pretty clever, right?
Vintage Beef
Me
plans
and
some
my
villager
one
trading of
imaginary
his own
friend
once the right kind of zombie
chilling
shows
together
up,
in
although he has
Minecraft.
to wait for Stress Monster to bring over a brown mushroom first. After tentatively cheesing the Wither, he visits XB and Hypno for some easy iron and activates a beacon through the body of his rapidly evolving spaceship. He's even got some iron left over when Cubfan comes around with the powder snow bucket. Outlining the floor plan of the spaceship, Beef's first invention is a teleporter which warps him straight into the structure from a fixed point outside, but messing around with alien technology seems to be having a strange effect on him.
I mean, I don't know what's going on with me, really. There's some weird stuff is happening. I really don't know.
I feel like the stuff on your apron there is finally seeping in.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, there is something weird.
I mean, Arcade
Since
Talk
the
is
iron
we
deal
got
worked
them
out
to
so
the
well for
casino
them, and
chips,
they're
which,
also
like,
getting some
wasn't
reusable water bottles out of their other deals, XB decides to set up some market stalls so he and Hypno can sell their farm produce. So yeah, it's a farmer's market. Making it easier to access is next on the agenda, and he chooses an unconventional but thematic signpost for Horsehead Farms. A live horse's head pokes through the ground at each of the 4 portals, letting you know which direction you can expect to go from there. He also relocates the Glow Ink farm to the Horsehead Farms area, although it might need moving again to avoid the drowned thinning the population of axolotls, and connects his house up to the Continental Pathways via a tunnel. Although visitors might want to watch their heads if they arrive on horseback.
Every single week.
Not everything
Like,
has
let me
to
tell
be
you.
super complicated
Like,
with
editing
28
wise,
trillion different blocks.
I don't really like Pixlriffs is the one covering XB crafted like stuff, but editing wise XB is like so hard to keep track of, just so hard because he always puts a lot per video, and it's like it's several things, several projects. It's like, oh my god, where's the footage of the thing that I need? Where's the footage of the thing that I need to show? And XB like makes a lot of videos.
Okay. But Hypnotized is not far behind on his own basis development. Though it takes a farm to feed the village, the wheat nano farm in question fits right into the cute mushroom houses Hypno selected as his home's theme. Too bad Ijevin isn't blue anymore because Hypno pretty much nailed the Smurf village look there.
But guys. The club, the medals.
We're in the We Prefer Flying Club.
Yup.
The Yes Wings Club will surely be proud of their new unsuspecting members, especially now they have an official clubhouse. Impulse SV and Wells Knight have completely redesigned their command center to something more resembling
The
an airport
W's
terminal
now
or an airplane club,
overtake more
which
space
would be
than
what they're
Wells
going
Knight
for.
himself.
Wells even built a helicopter right outside of it, so people won't mistake it for any other building.
Wells, you did it. You made a helicopter, man.
I did.
So, there at the time, Pix and I were like debating if we should add a joke about helicopters not actually having wings. So Yes Wings Club would have a helicopter, but like not something that has wings, like a plane, you know. We didn't do the joke because Pix argued that like no you don't get, you're just playing into his hand, you're just playing his mind games, Zloy. You don't get it. He wants you to make the joke that helicopters don't have wings, because then he'll be like, aha, but they do have wings, look at that on the tail, and also the propeller things are also wings technically. Ooh. It's like I'm out here just trying to make jokes and puns. Pixlriffs is just like playing 5D chess against Wells Knight.
I love it so much.
Their plan is to lure in more and more people over from horse traveling and medals by offering bonus benefits and a stylish aviator hat to anyone who signs up.
It doesn't match up very well with my eyes, but it looks amazing.
You're gonna have to move your eyes.
It looks much better on you. I look so derpy.
Although another mode of transportation raises its head over at Grian's when the humble storage minecart he was using as a shop became a large cargo train of wonders, bringing in valuables of all kinds in thematically arranged train carts. Then Grian found Mumbo selling end crystals, and that was a whole thing. What's real cool too is Grian tallied up all the TEG scores up to that point, but by then the thing has changed hands another dozen or so times, so let's get into that, shall we?
Oh, there it went. There it went.
When last we left the game of TEG, the Dragon Egg was safely in the hands, or rather the redstone-filled puzzle tower, of Iskall85. Enter Impulse SV, who braves the Iskall Mystery House to examine, intuit, decipher, and occasionally brute force his way through the challenges until the egg is finally within his grasp.
Impulse has got loads of little hidey holes everywhere. Would he hide it in here? Does this count as a base?
His plan for keeping it safe was much simpler. Impulse hides the TEG within a secret compartment behind a lava block he was using as a trash can. What he didn't account for is Gem and Grian coming around to do some dumpster diving.
Water. Oh, God.
Oh, yes!
It worked.
This is it.
Grian snatches the coveted prize right before Gem and I, both time-wise and physically in front of her, but feels bad enough to only hide it a little and let Gem find it in his house merely 1 point later. Jevin is next in the line of succession, and he quickly discovers that Gem's advantage in this game is how many nooks and crannies her home has. But having assembled a hole to the bedrock riddled with labyrinths and secret passages specifically to hide the TEG in, Jevin was not to back down. He finally finds the dragon offspring drowned in a watering hole in Gem's backyard and was able to hide it much deeper, especially now that he dug up 2 extra full chunks down to bedrock for a slime farm, supposedly, but you never really know.
All right, so I should probably know this. Day 4,163. That's right, baby. Mark it down. Your boy's got the TEG.
Mumbo might be able to create a successful business here.
We might be able to create a successful business here.
An eco...
You know, as one does. So yeah, the TEG segment is just, oh my lord, such a mess. Such a mess. So hard to keep track of. Yeah. I wanted to say something, I forgot what.
friendly business he names Harmless Harvests, which naturally sells everything.
Oh, yeah. Okay. The Yes Wings Club being on the ground, No Wings Club being in the air. See, the point of the No Wings Club is to prove that you can navigate without wings. So it makes sense that like only people who are able to get into the air without the wings will be in the No Wings Club. But Yes Wings Club is actually about providing people with firewalks and elytra. So it has to be underground, because the implication is that by the time you get to the Yes Wings Club, you want to buy either a new elytra or more firewalks. Because, you know, if you had, you wouldn't be at the Yes Wings Club.
acquire without directly slaying anything. Before long, the shop is actually making a profit, and all it took was mining hundreds of obsidian
It makes
blocks
sense
by
if you
hand.
bend over backwards.
After a solid roast on Grian's base,
Stone witch's hat and big red snakes.
he follows suit with his own scaled-up base design, a task which involves outlining it first.
Who's gonna say it? I know you want to. The entire fanbase. Just the entire fanbase unanimously. We have one joke, everybody. We have one joke, and it's just...
Then building a pretty suspended wireframe around it. Among all this base work, he notices a problem with Pearlescent Moon's doors and needs to vent his frustrations, so he calls an emergency meeting. The two of them duel with end crystals, using a furnace as their cue to draw, and flinging eggs at the opponent's target.
First time
This
you've
is
done
the
this.
first time. Oh!
This honourable exchange quickly devolves as soon as Grian gets a hand on the end crystals, and pretty soon he and Mumbo are tripping over each other to blow the other one up. Eventually they rope Impulse in, although he manages to avoid having the roof blown off his house, and Mumbo decides he'd better rig up some redstone tests to keep his egg-slinging skills sharp if he's going to settle disputes this way in future. And finally, there's Impulse, who is reminded by his server mates that gold might actually be worth money after all. Setting up a hot air balloon to sell gold blocks and blackstone, and simultaneously encourage people to sign up for the Yes Wings Club, Impulse plans to save some of the blocks for his own megabase plan, which involves, expanding Botum Town a little. The colour palette is very on brand, and might have something to do with him setting up a Wither Rose farm only for Wells Knight to have had a successful night AFKing at the Ink farm. All that black dye had to be put to use somewhere, and the Wither Roses might be dangerous, but Impulse has had to deal with much more immediate dangers. Luckily for him, the Hermitcraft equivalent of defusing a bomb is to upend a bucket of water on it, and hope for the best.
Okay. That's your. Oh! Oh! Oh!
What's happened to his dog?
Oh, that took me down to 4 hearts. Oh, did you hurt my dog?
I don't know, something's happened.
And
how, like, sad and horrendous life do I live that I knew that that wouldn't hurt him? Like, that's how you defuse the thing. Yeah.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Someone in my chat says, "What are they making?"
Also,
Immediately
people
I
are
thought comedy.
still going sus in chats, which, like...
And that.
Welcome to the
Of course
Hermitcraft
they are.
recap.
Of
My
course
name
they
is
are.
Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and it only took 6 weeks for the server to anger the Norse gods. Yeah, it turns out the Morse code we heard in DocM and Rendog's videos a couple of weeks back was actually Norse code, and now Thor is involved, so expect Fimbulwinter and Ragnarok to be just around the corner. At least 9 months of continuous winter will give Cubfan enough time to gather more powdered snow. And with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Joe Hills, who's been contributing to
Yeah,
the Rogue
Pixlriffs
Network
left
over the
and
last
took the
couple of
kids
weeks,
with him.
and uses that opportunity to ride around the server musing on his birthday. Compiling footage recorded over the last month or so, we see Joe sign up for the No Wings Club and Teg, add some beets to Cleo's wheat field, and select a hilltop on which to build his starter house.
So we can just put the house right up here. We have a boat dock down here. It's the perfect location for a stable.
By this point, the server has its fair share of starter houses, so he visits everyone else's builds for inspiration, taking notes as he goes, and even gets an actual tour from iJevin, XB Crafted, Zedaf, Gemini Tay, and finally Cubfan, who also gives him the pitch for powdered snow collection in the process.
This powdered snow block, right? This is a rare thing.
Oh,
this is a rare thing.
If you're looking for a friend, you're in luck. Cubfan135 has plenty of amethyst buds. Since the tiniest amethyst still allows you to pass through it, but nevertheless prevents both snow and monsters from forming on it, Cub saw fit to cover every free inch of the snow bowl with it. Naturally, that took quite a bit of fishing with a llama before any of the crystals bothered to generate, but that's not even the most weight-intensive.
Are you related to Zombie
material
Clear? You
in
really
Cub's
don't know how
arsenal.
zombies work,
His
right?
personal base is to be made out of dripstone, forming a sprawling canyon system. Needless to say, Cub's architecture this season is fairly painful to walk on.
Yeah, so I feel like this area here is going to be sort of our prototypical area, where we basically extend what we've made here to the entire rest of the area with the slime blocks.
The amethyst also comes in handy for his mole man activities, and soon enough Cub has several chickens secretly harassing the neighborhood by shooting fireworks into a block. Their triangle solo is unappreciated in its time.
Listen, do you hear the chicken? Whoa, you can hear it! You heard it, right? It was like a wind chime. Well, hello there. What? Look at the little feet.
At the very least, Tango Tech swoops in with his infinite iron, which allows them to finish the cauldron layout of the Snow Bowl once and for all. A significant revision of the custom iron farm design yielded Tango more iron than a person can spend in a lifetime per hour.
Basically over 5,000 iron per hour. That'll do, Tango. That'll do.
In the meantime,
I mean, that
his
farm is
mates
really
are
cool.
handy enough to
Like just the
provide
way
him a
the villagers
mountain to
bounce
live
back
out
and
Still
up and
dubious
back
on
down.
what should
And
go
it's like
inside it.
it's so
Tango
clever.
nevertheless builds a grand entrance
Excessive,
into the hollow mountain
yes.
and bothers to light
Completely,
up the terrain
like,
enclosed,
unreasonable,
robbing the server
absolutely.
of the most productive mod farm
Overcomplicated,
they have.
for sure.
The architect of said mountain,
Really cool
BOO,
looking
is
mailbox,
spending
though.
most of his time on the surface anyway,
It's like
where he can tempt Pearlescent.
Tango's iron farm from this season reminds me of like how you lower the like the rods into chemicals or whatever on a nuclear electrostation, like a nuclear reactor starting up. It's just nice when a Minecraft contraption is like really cool to look at when it's working.
Moon with some high-capacity llamas. Dropping off the first two for free, but forbidding Pearl from breeding them, he lays out a rental deal she can accept at her leisure. And between the two of them, they figure out who's left all these chicken-powered glockenspiels underground.
Was it Cub?
Yes.
Meanwhile, the Parson Gas outposts are doing well enough that
Quality
Beyond can
reveal.
spend his profits on some swag from the Swaggin and encourage more horse travel by providing safe accommodation for them over at the prototype racecourse.
Come on in. Oh, you're gonna love it in here forever in this prison.
All these dark areas provide a prime opportunity for some canned, water bottles. Just next door to her graveyard, Zombie Cleo finally opens the Hive Great Store, a gym facility. Guess to remind the exercisers what it is they're running from. Also home to the waxiest sports drink on the server, but probably not in the world. Cleo herself will reside in a Tudor home nearby, overlooking her sports undead empire and plotting future armor stand exploits. For example, she exploits XP crafted in Hypno for some leather.
Okay, well, thank you for the bone meal
No problem.
and the business venture, which I just give you candles.
More and more Hermitcraft members started
Water
adding
bottles.
music
Water
to the
bottles.
background of the videos.
Although the pair may have
making
more
like
mercantile
just
wit than
the
hitherto
edit work on the
expected.
recap just
Their
a
marketing
nightmare.
meeting, which is more about an actual market than just catchy slogans, leads to them appreciating the value of IOUs compared with actual diamonds. They plan to sell individual stacks of items for diamonds, but bulk orders can be purchased with an offer of an unspecified favour. So we'll see how buyer's remorse affects Horsehead Farms further down the line.
Our lawyers told us to put that, so...
You always have to have it in there.
Right.
It's just everybody does it.
Exactly.
Yeah, Iron
XP
Phoenix was
as a
expensive
sugarcane
and also
farm
like
to expand their roster of resources.
it
and
was
deforest
a
the
nightmare
area
to
behind
build,
his starter
and
house, slowly
even
converting
a
it
bigger
into a
nightmare
desert
to make
wasteland
work.
to be repopulated.
No wait, not
by
Iron
biodomes,
Phoenix, the one the
fossils,
foundry.
and
Iron
Kevin
Foundry
Bacon
was a
movie
nightmare to
references.
make work.
Naturally,
Iron
having
Phoenix
shown
was
a
actually
friendly
pretty
muzzle
good.
to the consumer, the Horsehead duo instantly falls for Evil Azuma's derp coin. Well, Hypno falls for it, as XB vocally
The Iron
judges
Titan,
him
I'm
for
pretty
it.
sure was pretty
I have
easy to
Dirt
set
Coin,
up.
haha, I have it, and you don't.
Phoenix was the one that actually
still
did
have
die
mine.
and needed to
It wouldn't be the first time Hypno dipped on the evil side, what with his latest project being a goth deep slate nether
How do you
tunnel,
edit out
and
the
next
music then?
one
I
apparently
don't,
being
that's
a
the
golf
problem.
farm.
So we need a whole bunch of these turtle eggs, so when piglins, the zombified piglins spawn, they immediately
Last
go
chance to
walk
dunk
into
on the
the
auto
egg,
subs,
they'll
everybody.
fall off the egg, and then we can collect the gold that they leave behind. It's gonna be awesome.
Aiming for a different kind of green, Wells Knight tries to create something never seen before in the entirety of Hermitcraft, a reasonably sized cactus farm. Though not really that desperate for the green dye, Wells nevertheless builds an entirely overpowered furnace as far as smelting cactus is concerned. Gotta stay ahead of the curve, and it doesn't hurt to have central heating.
Yep, that should be even. All right, so we'll flip this. These should all light up. Nice. Very nice.
The server had better by now, seeing as how Evil Azuma has plans to crank up the value of a derp coin and its associated wares by creating the illusion of scarcity around it. As he holds a monopoly on derp coin, the demand should only increase as supplies dwindle, even if in reality he can print as many of these as he wants. The Azumavoids offer another trick to the masses, a lapis to diamond finding method, which you might want to employ before the whole world starts generating differently. But it's not like regular Azuma has no tricks up his sleeve. Turns out this whole time the giant statue project he was planning was engineered.
Vampires
using
aren't
intense
related
tools,
either, like what?
Ranging from the Hero Forge website to 3D modeling equipment. This also had the slightly meta effect of costing us extra script writing time as we got distracted and messed around in Hero Forge for like...
That's stupid. Okay. We did our own ones, so like this guy took me like an hour to figure out. This is like legitimately the first ever Hero Forge figurine I tried to put together. Pix's one looks really good too.
3 hours. Anyway, this project got canned, but it's nice seeing extra tools being employed in Minecraft building. Instead, X gets carried away with his current building style, as well as clearing out the big spawner caves the hermits found for hermits helping hermits. Also having fun with the custom items data pack, Zedaf picks up a custom textured clipboard to help keep track of his many crimes against science. His villager tower experiment is nearing its conclusion, and the conclusion in this case is, threaten people with death, it gets you discounts. Though there's no way to fully automate a villager's curing, Zed delegates as much of the process as possible to minecarts, rails, and zombies, and before short, the trading hall of reformed undead reaches completion.
Oh, he's hitting him. He's like backstroke hitting him. And equally, like...
This is how you flex on the fellas. Flex on the haters. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Saved it. Nice pun, Zloy. Good. Everybody laughed. Everybody laughed. This is very funny. Yeah, so Tobias never got a chance to build the statue. Honestly, hot take, not really. I like the base that he made. He ended up making much more than, I would have liked the statue. The statue is just like, okay, it's a build, organic-ish build, but like, it's big, but it's kind of there. I like bases that like do something. And Exuma's base from this season, like, it does do something. It does actually a lot. Like, not just farms in it, but like the everything. It looks way more alive than just like a single big build.
2 hits, we already have a zombie villager, look at that.
False Symmetry presents the world with a whole new species, a giant glowy butt spider she builds on the ceiling of her grinder cave. The distinct feature of this arachnid is that its rear was made out of what was once a geode, so all the budding amethyst is still intact and is glowing through the translucent backside in a truly unique display. With that, False sets out to hunt down an even more elusive species.
I have no idea how she came up with like, oh yeah, I'm gonna make my geode into a friggin' spider.
And we finally get to see just how much of a nightmare it is to actually navigate. The secret entrances in the painting's chunk lead to a labyrinth of 2x1 tunnels, through which Jevin scattered redstone ore and trapdoors. The Teg could be behind any of those, so she had to check every single one she encountered. Eventually, it did reveal itself, hidden away behind a redstone door activated by a random redstone ore in the hallway.
I didn't bring... Oh no, I just thought I didn't bring my piston. Oh no. Let me make a note of where I've been. Right, I'll be back!
Eventually, False's Teg hiding place is discovered by Mumbo, who accidentally makes the game harder for himself when he forgets the dragon ovum teleports when you hit it.
Ah! I forget that the egg does that.
We don't get to see where he's hidden it, although he has plenty of options now his hand-terraformed mountain is coming together. Over several time lapses, he built a stone bouldered exterior with deep slate gluing it all together to eventually be covered in moss and vines and ruined structures. While this is a massive undertaking, it turns out his neighbours are putting him to shame, and Mumbo steps next door to challenge Impulse SV to another End Crystal duel.
Oh! Yeah! Oh, you missed! Shame! I underthrew it!
Because Impulse is trying to show us a world of pure imagination, as it turns out his chomping on amethyst shards and manifesting a purple bow tie last week was leading up to him being given the keys to the candy store.
That got me coughing up. Oh my god, the freaking edit of them screaming.
Base is transformed into a factory facade.
I made that. I did it. Yes.
It's a little early for him to give us any tours, but luckily all his first visitor wants is the opportunity to blow him up. Unfortunately for Impulse, she was a bad egg.
Oh! Oh no!
Vintage Beef is also getting industrial with an assist from Etho, whom he invites over to help with some door designs. Wiring up all the doors inside his spaceship, Beef digs up some deep slate and buys a handful of blaze rods from Harmless Harvests, ending up decorating the interiors of the ship with polished deep slate and end rods, which make the perfect accent to all that quartz.
You're gonna have to use your imagination just a tad here, because I've sort of completed the hull. I mean, it's not as detailed as it's eventually gonna be, but it's got the general color theme.
It's a good thing the ship is close to completion, because Beef is looking more alien by the day. An even more extravagant mode of transportation arrives when Good Times with Scars villagers, affectionately called Oompa Loompas as well, show up in their own motel building, which in story they just stole wholesale and simply added a chassis to.
There is a hotel owner looking for his hotel right now.
And great news from Scar's Twitter, they'll all be giving him discounts. Scar goes a little less ambitious with his own carriage and only installs a reasonably sized swagon at the crossroads, debating for a moment parking one at every Pass and Gas station just to be a nuisance. Well, he gets the XP shower experience anyway. Grian meets him midway through some other shenanigans and blows his hat off with an end crystal, instantly teleporting the tycoon back to his bed, where Grian has also splashed a year's supply of bottles of enchanting, so the XP orbs swamp Scar and keep him in one place for 10 minutes or so.
Magic!
So
I made you disappear!
Buddy, that's assassination and also entity spam, which can hinder the, the work of the server.
Ta-da!
I mean, I'm almost getting more XP than I had.
Your stomach is like invisible.
We find out he'll do more magic tricks when Grian reveals that the theme for his base this season will be a magic shop alley hidden away within the custom-made mountain. First, he needs to make a mountain, of course, and there is already one nearby.
See, this
so
crap
Grian
is
decides
why
to
I
merge
really
his
need to
hill
like
with Mumbos, or
never
not merge
speed
his
up
hill
the
with
time
Mumbos,
lapses or
because that
never
would make
use
his
any
one a
time
mega
lapse
base
footage.
too, and he wants
That
to avoid
blinking was
that.
actually very bad.
I've been agonizing for 3 days over this thing, just tweaking it here and there, and I gotta say that...
Gemini Tay starts planning her own primary build as well, though her outlining it in scaffolding and wood is interrupted by Bribes, Teg, Yes Wings Club, and Joe Hills.
Yeah, if that's okay. I mean, we can keep ogling this thing.
No, I've looked at it enough.
The biggest sidetrack is, of course, the never-ending thunder sounds coming from inside the server, which lures her and nearly all her server mates to the most goat area of the world.
It's fine. I'll walk.
Should have joined the Yes Wing.
For once, the distant rumbling isn't coming from Rendog's TNT-powered log factory. After all, he hasn't built it yet, it's still in the design phase. Instead, he and Doc M team up to build a spider-walking tower, apparently from a schematic the audience have been led to on Planet Minecraft, with a large glass ellipsoid on top. It's no coincidence this looks like a giant Van de Graaff generator, because one trident-spamming redstone contraption and a thunderstorm later, they are calling thunder from the sky at 0-tick speeds.
Oh my god! Oh my goodness, dude, don't come close! The noise up here is just mind-boggling.
Death metal ensues until the neighbours turn up to complain about the noise, but it leaves the Rendoc duo with an activated beacon, a blue axolotl, and a new book, hopefully one which tells them how to build soundproofing. A non-stackable item sorter and a spider spawner are mere footnotes to Doc M's follow-up episode, because the Psycraft server has
the
helped him
blinking
design
and
a
like the
shulker shop.
flashing is also why I didn't include more of the Octagon's light show. Because it was like, I'm not even photosensitive, and that was pretty bad even for me.
Farm with frankly incredible rates. It's no easy
Incredible
task. There are
visual,
areas to
but
clear
like,
out in the Nether, giant portals to build in the overworld, chunk loaders to arrange, and shulkers to kidnap. But with an assist from Vintage Beef, he transports the shulker back from an End City ship to its new home in the overworld and begins cloning it for some pretty epic drop rates.
Somewhere around there, but at the moment this thing is producing at an insane rate. So I don't know what's going on, but this thing is just absolutely mental.
But while no one will build a bigger shulker farm, iJevin might have the claim to having a bigger shulker. Following up on the entire being a slime thing, Jevin's shulker box and enchanted bookshop could not be anything but an enormous slime. But this time he decided not to take the obvious route and instead builds it as a giant shulker box, housing a slime, and dripping with goo as well.
It just turned out so good. I'm very, very happy with the result of that.
The operation has him moving his entire villager setup too, so it's no small feat. Because it's not small, and also because slimes don't have feet. And finally there's Iskal, who has hit the jackpot with the sponge rooms in his Ocean Monument project. After hanging them out to dry in the Nether hub, this discovery empowers him to drain the rest of the Ocean Temple. Tearing the whole structure down with a beacon, he built a familiar garden farm. Tearing the whole structure down with a beacon...
Yeah, that's an editing mistake on my part. He says he says it twice. But I also would love to point out that this is the man who back on like season 5 distinctly had a garden farm that did not require any of this work, like did not require draining, and worked perfectly fine.
He builds a familiar...
Where's your body, Zloy? I ain't got nobody to listen. No.
Guardian Farm, a 2-tanked soul sand silo last seen in Season 6. So expect him to specialize in prismarine
This is
bits
probably the
to
most
get the
egregious
shop up and
editing
running.
mistake we'll
Although
ever
for now,
notice
he'll need some invisibility
in this
potions
season.
to stop the
I
current
don't think
residents
it
from
ever
giving
got
him
this
laser eye
bad.
treatment in the process.
Although
Still haven't died, by
I'm
the
pretty
way.
sure there is
Still
a
haven't died
beat when I
once
just
while doing
didn't
this
mute the
Guardian
audio of the
farm.
footage.
Stop!
So like
Stop!
they're like talking over Pixlriffs at some point.
And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. This week on Hermitcraft.
Is a bee swarm?
This week
Anyhow,
on
give me
Hermitcraft. Here's a question.
The thumbnail. I vaguely remember what this is about, but
This week on Hermitcraft.
Is a bee.
I am not ready for this.
Oh, look at it! That's how it generates bees! Oh no, can't fit! Oh no!
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and this week in a special event, the Hermits took to the plains for a 6-team Twitch Rivals contest called Hermit Raiders. In the studio...
Yeah, about the Hermits and everything else. I did not invite anyone to like jump in because this is a like 12-hour commitment. Not 12 hour, but like, you know, at least a 6-hour commitment. And I wouldn't feel like happy just dragging anybody to entertain my audience with no monetary reward at all. Like, it would just be a waste of like anyone's time. I didn't even want to invite Pix, to be honest. Well, no, it's not that I didn't. I like to have Pix around, but also I wouldn't dare to ask him to spend more time here because of how large time commitment it is, and because, like, you know, he already showed up. Like, he showed up. I didn't tell him to show up. I did tell him that, like, yeah, if you really want to, feel free to. But like, yeah. I don't feel safe when people, you know, because it's not really strong arming another person, but any sort of interaction like that, it inherently is very weird when, you know, you're the one signing the checks, and also when you have like an expansive fan base or anything else. Besides, if I invited someone and they would say like no, I would then be able to just be like, oh yeah, I called upon this and this and this and they said no, and fans would be like upset with them, and we don't want that either. I way overcomplicated the answer to this question. Basically, let's watch the thing. Also, the thing here, the tagline says, "Saying the vibes made you do it won't hold up in court," which is a reference to Snapcube's Until Dawn thing. Until Dawn live fund up. That's what it's called. Sorry.
For a 6-team Twitch Rivals contest called Hermit Raiders. In the studio today, we are lucky to welcome one of the commentators of the event, Pixlriffs. Now, Pixlriffs, tell us about your time co-hosting this awesome event. Well, it was a lot of fun. Thanks, Pixlriffs. Really insightful comments. In all seriousness, congrats to the Hermits on a spectacular show. Big thanks to Joe Hills for being a wonderful co-commentator, and well done to Iskal and XB for bringing home the win. We're looking forward to seeing whether Doc M wants a rematch. And with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Tinfoil Chef, who had to be first because there are a lot of firsts in this episode. Getting to grips with the new materials in 1.17, TFC smelts a bunch of copper and decides to build the foundations of his Redux Tower out of deep slate. Then he builds a door in the side leading out to the Nether portal and takes his first steps into the Nether hub, where he's more confused by the surroundings than you might expect, and not
Mariella,
just
for
because
now
of
I
the
plan
upside-down
like
security
dropping the
guards.
livestream
You see,
later.
since his base was fairly close
I actually
to the
feel
shopping
very bad
district
about
in
how
Season
little
7,
commentary I
and
provide,
didn't
but like
participate
then I
much
start
last season
talking and I
because
feel
of
bad about
personal
you not being able to hear what
this was
the video
TFC's
is
first
saying.
experience of the Nether since update 1.16, which means the basalt delta they're building the hub in was an alien landscape.
Netherrack looks different again. The only biome in the Nether.
Oh, this is not a work example myself. Don't worry. If I get too tired, I will
Returning
stop
to
the
the
stream.
overworld from this fresh new hell,
But I really do
TFC
plan to, like,
outlines
watch
his
every single
plans to
episode.
turn the ground floor of his tower into an enormous tree farm. Speaking of which,
If you never made a
having
video,
brought the thunder last week,
you don't know what it
Rainbow
feels
lays
to
the
like rewatch
foundation
it
for a
sometimes
TNT
later
tree farm,
and just be
powered
proud
by
of
the
what you
boom
did.
boom of a nearby creeper farm. With all his gunpowder
Just
mashing
feel
up
like,
with
just
sand
relieve
for organic,
the
non-duplicated,
process of, like,
all-natural
and the
TNT,
memories.
Ren still decides the Yes Wings Club is more in his wheelhouse because his build
The
this
Yes Wings
season
Club
have been on
hat
the
is
tall
like
side.
so adorable though.
It's also instrumental in his personal challenge of taking down the Wither in the least cheesy way possible.
Randall can, like,
Ren goes
do
mano a
amazing
mano
things
with the
with
Wither in
replay.
an epic replay montage and returns beacon in hand for the Octo Chopper's debut. With all that wood providing chests to match Doc M's absurd number of shulker shells, the duo are poised to box in the shulker market once and for all.
Already
I mean, I just can't get over it, even after all of these years playing this game. After
I'm not
solid
another
week
half of the way
grinding
through.
the Octo Chopper, seeing it actually function and work and do what it's supposed to do, I don't know, man. It's a feeling you just can't beat.
At 265 days of ignoring her elytra, Gemini Tay finally breaks and grabs a membership at the Flight Club.
I don't know if
It
I'm
was
feeling
an end
the
of an
extra
era.
challenge anymore. I think the challenge makes a lot of sense for the hermits who have been around for a really long time. But I'm on my first season of Hermitcraft, and to be honest, I want to fly.
The deer that broke the camel's back is an organic statue Gem wanted for her wonderful base. The wings will come in handy for
I
the
don't
rest
remember
of the
what the
mega
deer's
structure
name
as
is.
well, now that she has filled in the wireframe of it well beyond the point of no fall damage.
Given Gem's
Lucky
track
then
record,
that
it was
she
probably
and False
cat.
Symmetry decided to strip the swamp between the two of them of foliage, because that's a nice supply of stripped logs for the gradient, and an even nicer view opening up at their area.
It looks really good. I think we're definitely going to have to see this now, right?
Yeah, we should be able to.
But the swamplands take another hit of terraforming when Jevin reveals his plans for this season's base. Amidst the marsh, Jevin cuts out
never
a large
having
circle
joined
to be
the
later
swamp
dug
lump,
out to the bedrock. The cylinder will then be
coalition
filled with a fog effect leading
hurts
into
me
a
on a
slime
personal
abyss
level.
filled with the usual basey things. In the meantime, his slime shop has been making a profit enough to catch Evil Azuma's attention, and having already promised to uproot the Hermitcraft economy a couple of times, Jevin lets him into his life and allows Derpcoin to be traded at his slime shop.
And Jevin, thank you for embracing me.
Absolutely, man. We should convene at a later time and
Oh, yes.
you know.
On the other hand, Zombie Cleo hears Evil Azuma out, nodding along the whole time, drops by to visit the Derpcoin shop, and then promptly bans any and all Derpcoin activities in her water bottle gym.
Now you're getting the picture.
I think I'm getting the picture. Dirt coin not accepted.
The bodybuilding facility lives up to its name as Cleo builds some
Please
bodies
go away
with
with
the
your
honest end
NFTs.
diorama of many patrons doing the sports as well as gaining the gains. It is a very high in build hacks video. Joe Hills is still on the lookout for build hacks himself, scouting the other hermits' homes for tips to add to his growing list of starter house possibilities.
I do like the skylight. The skylight is very, very good.
In the process, he gets a tour of Cub's basement and its questionable wallpaper, lets himself into TFC's place, and almost falls down the ladder into the branch.
You mean you
line.
were only watching
Thinks
season
twice
8?
about enderpearling into Mumbo's house in case he blows up the end crystal on the roof, and gets advice from Impulse SV about giving himself some light bedtime reading.
Joe is jocular to do, or Joe is jolly. I don't know.
Jolly. I like jolly.
I'm sorry,
That works.
I will
Joe's
need,
tour-
I will require assistance of an adult. Is jocular a word? Or is it just portmanteau of Jonathan and ocular? Or like, what?
Of the server doesn't stop there, observing the misleading tag signs at False Symmetry's place before bumping into Pearl on the road and getting an impromptu tour of her inverted boat, astonishing his host with a proper understanding of doorway etiquette.
Well, then I'll
Did
keep
you just-
investigating.
Did you just use my door properly?
Wait, is that not normally done?
Just walk through my door without any problems?
Oh, should I do it more like this?
Oh no.
Is that better?
Similarly, Corrales' video
Sig
for the
zoom
week
up.
showcases his adventures through the past month, spanning from the Parson Gas advertisement to the completion of the
Jacques.
Trap Castle
What?
Key and Pearlescent Moonmaid. The reason for his absence? Trying to catch more time with his kids before they find out that Twitter exists.
Before you know it, they're gonna be too old to hang out. They will hate you because of boomer stuff.
Pearlescent Moon has other ways of dealing with B-dubs, because B-dub...
Corrales, they will not hate you because of season 5. You were not in that band, in that group, in season 5.
arrives with a deal of his own, renting her some llamas with chunky
It's an actual word. Oh my. Well, okay, Jahil's the poet. Of course, he would know.
Llama is turning a profit. Pearl also signs up for the Yes Wings Club, although the hat fits kind of funny, which is perhaps why she also signs up for the No Wings
There's like
Club.
only one hermit on
Friend,
whom
she
that
doesn't
hat
rely on
fits
wings to
right
take on
away.
the wither, and she's confident enough with the underground approach that she uses the Undead Abomination to do some casual mining.
Wax just to give it a nice old hit and finish off the job. There we go.
Of course, once the Nether Star is hers, the mining continues, and it's also she can set up a haste beacon and mine out a series of puzzle rooms for her Teg trap, which we won't spoil here since at the time of writing the Teg is still in Pearl's possession, but we can show you the tiny crawl space she had to unearth it from in Ijevin's Tower of Artworks.
Is there anything down here? No, here's another drop. Oh no.
Now, it wasn't clear last week where Jevin got the Teg from because Scar did find it in Treaser's mouth and then Grian found it in there also, but as it turns out, Scar never actually took it from there, leaving it pretty much sat in the open until Grian came along and snatched it. Jevin found it in the full trap at Grian's house, and the rest is history.
And when I uploaded the video, it hit me. I'm like, I forgot to get the tag, and well, now it's gone.
All this happened under Impulse SV's nose, but the face of his factory is getting pretty large at this point. Time-lapsing his way through walls, courtyards, parking bays, and building exteriors, the chocolate factory is starting to fit the mold he's made for it. And no Grians were harmed in the making of this business, mostly because Impulse's End Crystal Ninjutsu isn't quite up to scratch yet.
Well, it had to at least scare you, right?
I was spooked. I heard a block and I was like, wait, what? And it was too late.
Luckily, Grian is still willing to send him some andesite, just in time for Good Times with Scar to come and park the swagon on it. Assuming Scar won't miss another form of transport, Impulse takes a leaf out of his rival's books and borrows a horse to go for a gallop around the sides of the server he hasn't seen that often.
My jaw just dropped. I am in awe. What is up through here? What is the purpose of this?
Scar isn't the only salesman to show up at the factory, as Evil X stops by with the gift of Derp Coin, and Impulse isn't one to look a gift horse in the mouth, spending it on some diamonds, name tags, and cobwebs before taking his shulker boxes elsewhere. One of his destinations is Iskal 85's Prismarine shop, which gets set up this week in a repurposed interior of his Teg mansion. Having already filled up his Guardian Farm storage, Iskal clears out the area under the monument for a much more organised storage system, which comes with a bonus slime farm.
Sir, this is an ocean.
The decorations give him pause for thought, and he hums his way around the server before bumping...
Now, this is a saltwater environment. You are a freshwater slime, please.
Into Mumbo, getting a primer on end crystals and deciding on a mix of aged copper and prismarine. Little does he know he's leaving himself open to a waxing.
If you know what this is a reference to, then you know. John Metten, everybody.
Beef is one of the first to volunteer for the waxing business, commissioning Scar to take a weathered approach to the redesigned interior doors of his District 9 spaceship. Beef's no stranger to getting beamed up at this point, with Doc's shulker shenanigans from last week giving him a taste of levitation, but he's making good progress thanks to Ijevin dropping by with some quartz for friendship's sake.
And you have to give me nothing back besides friendship.
That's it?
That's it.
Dude, you already had that.
And Impulse offering to take some dirt off his
Actual
hands,
footage of me trying to flirt.
Design a smoking crater from which the flying saucer rises. Another sci-fi landscape is taking shape at XB Crafted's base as he carves out the first dome in his post-apocalypse colony. The noises in the walls might be some futuristic machinery at work, but it might just be the pig he trapped in there.
Because he's a jerk. Alright, dude. You're gonna be living there for the rest of your time.
His own equipment gets a little more advanced after a rough start to mining for ancient debris leads to him bringing home enough to upgrade some gear to netherite. But it's the business strategy where XB truly excels, convincing Iskall to part with his soul for iron blocks and making a deal for glass with Keralis on the condition that he also owes Horsehead Farms a debt. XB profits on all fronts. He even manages to game the system when Evil X drops off some free derp coin and XB gambles his way to a bunch of the premium coins before cashing in for diamond ore. Finally, the glass dome over his oval facility starts to take shape and the tunnels are put in place for future expansions. So now is probably a good time to tell you why it is that Evil Azuma is running around asking people to embrace him. No, the Lord is not just asking for a hug, even though he could probably use
all the
one.
ways
His
we
run-ins
could have
with the
said
folk
it.
is but a PR campaign to invite several more of the server mates to come shop at his microtransaction shop filled with fresh loot boxes. Though he's not hit full-on gacha levels yet, Evil X does introduce premium derp coin that you can win by spending regular derp coin that you can get by spending diamonds. That entire scheme itself got cub-fanned something fierce, but we'll talk about that a little later. For now, let's instead admire regular
Tempted to go to the world save and see if that fixed the hill.
as well as the clever
report your discoveries
for a storage system.
Then I can come along and just get it like that when I want to use it, and then when I'm done using it, I can put it back.
No stranger to redstone cleverness himself, Zedaf is found using 3 different redstone tricks to open a single iron door. Tied in the odd jobs of his enterprise, Zed realizes that he can skip a few steps by just letting his zombificator zombie loose in the villager hall, as opposed to running them to him individually.
But all the while they're in their nice little secure places, they are genuinely the most secure they could ever be, because they're not even visible. They can't even be seen.
But eventually, the traders are all scared into selling emeralds for cheap, and the cheap itself starts coming in from the villager-powered crop farm via a network of water channels and Mario pipes.
And we watch swim just like that.
The same ghastly fate awaits Good Times with Scars trading hall, though we have to admit not entirely intentionally. To make it up to the testificates, Scar dedicates most of his video to building a nicer interior for the villager hotel on wheels, and providing his Oompas and Loompas with at least a more livable looking conditions than most of the server would give them.
And these little hoppers over the heads of the villagers, I think will look really cool. It looks like they're kind of like sucking stuff out of it, like a pensive or something along those lines. I think will look really great.
The route of villager curing led Hypnotized off the deep end, so much so he finds himself on the roof of the Nether. With all the aspects of it sorted but the golden apples, Hypno has no choice but to establish a gold farm of his own, both to feed the sickly and to sell gold for emeralds. Though the prospect of prospecting opens an opportunity for piglin trading as well, so perhaps we haven't seen the last of the adventures of Midas's floating brick. Cubfan135 has hella drip, and he's not afraid to flaunt it.
I'm sorry, there's violence being done to me right now.
Into it. His new hole in the ground is outfitted with enough storage to last a season, but not to hold all the triangle blocks. That's what the ground is for. Neither will it be enough to keep his riches in, because as soon as Evil Azuma lured him into the microtransaction shop of loot boxes, Cub devised a way to get
that transition between Zed and
premium
Scar is
dirt
the
coin.
close to Scar.
And yeah, I might let Evil Azuma know that yeah, he could be swindled out of some derp coins by just turning the pages of this book. So yeah, every single time. Just a slight exploit there, but I'm sure that can easily be fixed.
Guess the derp is on the other foot now, especially since the Hermitcraft subreddit also found ways to game the system without even the lectern exploit. See, the house always wins, just sometimes not the house you think. A different and unique way to raise the ground.
Yeah, the Hermitcraft subreddit like calculated the exact odds of this premium derp coin coming in and did a bunch of the like calculations on how exactly to play the Bitcoin. Not the Bitcoin, the derp coin. Also, yes, here at the Hermitcraft Recap, we despise all of like Bitcoin mining and NFTs. Just wanted to say it out loud real quick. Those are horrible for everybody involved. They're just like very bad. I'm not gonna get into the deep explanations, but we do be banning everybody with a hexagon profile picture on Twitter. Anyhow, Who did the art for the background? All the art you see except the Hermitcraft Recap logo, which was made by Dinator. The Hermitcraft Recap logo was made by Dinator. All the other art you see right now was made by me. The model I am, like the head. The movement was made by Technomage Grim on Twitch. But the actual drawing was made by me. And also, like, the rig was made by Technomage Grim, so if you see it like that it's blinking on like in only one eye, or the eyes are distinct, no, the rig is actually very good. It's just my eyes are wonky in real life, and like sometimes I blink with only one eye. Like, or sometimes I just like idly half close one of my eyes and like. And if you're wondering why I'm not using a webcam, yeah, I like being a zombie head a little bit more. Separate. What? Team, prove me wrong. Prove me right. There was several posts about like how Derpcoin Premium can be bought very reliably and easily, but like not even gambling much. Like people calculated the exact odds of a Premium Derpcoin coming out, judging on the resistance system that Exuma installed. Exuma Season 8 is just financial advice. Exuma says things with built-in and redstone story. I mean, it could have been clearer. Thank you, Cindersint. I like to think so.
Comes with False Symmetry, who decides to elevate the dirt level by her base by attaching it to a giant eagle. Guess we know who brings the babies in this universe. Unable to fly herself, False hopes that the massive bird will up the terrain by a good dozen blocks. Though she doesn't throw an open can of tuna anywhere, so I don't think it will work.
Yeah.
The amount of people who actually got the can of tuna joke is incredibly surprising. Granted that it's a freaking... it's a reference to Angry Birds, of all things. If you don't know, in Angry Birds, there's like, if you can't solve a level, you can summon, you can like throw a can of tuna once per day or something like that, and it's gonna like, a giant eagle is gonna swoop in and ruin it. Gamer, I don't have an Instagram. That's serious. I don't have one. For every why are you heads we're getting right now, we would have gotten 20 why aren't you green if he'd done webcam. Yes. There was a follow-up that was forming in my brain, but like, I am kinda slowing down right now because we've been live for 4 hours.
That's about 2.5 stacks of fences for each one of those. If I complain about running out of wood, you know why.
And finally there's Mumbo, who's been avoiding making progress on Mount Amogus because terraforming really isn't in his comfort zone, but at least his shop has been doing well in the meantime.
I think this might be more diamonds than I've earned in all of the previous Hermitcraft seasons combined.
Finally getting up the courage to tackle the boulders head on, the new moss mechanics and a truckload of leaves give him a bit more confidence in his project vision. It also helps to meditate every once in a while. And having meditated on the potato farm, Mumbo decides that it's producing more spuds than anyone on the server will ever need, but they're good for more than just calories. Setting up a dripstone farm for lava, he turns the storage wall into an auto furnace, which will provide him with passively farmed XP, which he'll definitely need if the end crystal PvP meta continues to escalate.
See?
No, I
Nearly
took
tickled.
I took loads of damage there.
Did you?
Yeah.
And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. If anyone needs me, you can find me fishing for Nautilus shells and tridents in a massive river.
Pix, don't tempt me. I will go and rewatch your Empire series instead, and you will copyright strike me. When is Hermitcraft coming back? When it's ready.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Welcome to the first meeting.
Hey, Fox! We reached 8th week! We have official proper subtitles now! Yay! Good job, Lee. Good. Thank you. Has in chat for Lee, everybody, for the subtitles. She's been subtitling like everything and like doing odd bits and bobs around the channel all the time. So, yeah, that.
If you die, it's all over.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and with all these mechanical spiders...
XB Crafted's goat name is XB Grassfed. I don't know what to do with that information. I came up with this joke like on week 8. And ever since, every time I type out XB Crafted in the lower left corner to mark his videos, every time I think to myself, XB Grassfed, haha.
And giant eagles invading the server lately, it was inevitable they'd try to form the Megazords sooner or later. By their powers combined, Botum Town has laid out their aim for the server's first gigabase, so expect it to be the size of 1024 megabases. We joke, but at the pace things are going, this honestly feels like something they would do. I mean, they've got to have something to do once the game of Teg is over, and it nearly is! The latest scoreboard in Grian's episode shows the participants drawing ever closer to the 500-point finish line. But it's still anybody's game, so before the final whistle is blown on this egg and spoon race, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with BOO, who might be one of the last people to see Botum Town before it assembles the Voltron, although it'll have to wait until he comes back with diamonds.
I have no diamonds. Do I have no diamonds for real? Oh no!
Having bought a handful of hot rods, B-Dubs brews up and grabs his snorkel hat for a dive, all so he can remove some brain coral from its natural habitat and use it as a path block. It seems the coral might get its revenge in the form of Zedaf, but you'll have to watch the video or wait until next week's recap for that one. In the meantime, the aforementioned path leads around the Big Eyes crew's pet mountain and up onto a freshly terraformed cliff, around which they plan to build a scenic coastal town as a one-stop shop for all the server's resource needs. B-Dubs is already trying to discourage the competition by roughing up the swagon and nicking the tyres.
Yeah!
The sizable Oculus crew gets more muscle to back them up when Tango Tech finally reveals what roams within the B-Dubs mountain. It's Tango. Tango roams there, but he also has a tendency to build enormous cyclopses, so that may be a problem for anyone up to oppose them.
Oh, disgusting!
So now we have someone living in the cave.
The hulking brute with the biggest eye of all is christened Fifi, and will serve as the centerpiece to the Hall of the Mountain King, especially since he is evidently too big to fit through the door. This complex organic took all of Tango's tan-coloured blocks, including rooted dirt, which is notoriously awful to farm even if he automates half the process.
There we go. That. No, I keep crushing my thing.
The granite, however, took a deal with the horse heads. Hypnotized and XB Crafted didn't mind giving away large amounts of resources, granted their marketplace by now functions like Fiverr but with even more life debt.
I'm getting mixed vibes here.
Now, it's fine. It's just legal jargon. Everybody does it.
It is interesting then that Hypno jumps into organic building as well, though his blocks are his to farm. It must have rained something fierce on the server for this many mushrooms to pop up, and Hypnotized shapes them into an amazing Amanita towering over the Shroom village. And against all odds, he is actually happy with living in the irregular-shaped redcap, thinking it will provide a sufficient building challenge to keep things interesting.
So that's a thing that I definitely wanted a base like this for.
Was that a
something
Hilda
that's a
reference?
little
Hall
bit
of the
more
Mountain
chaotic
King
and not predictable where things
a lot
go.
of things.
While the IOUs are
It's not
racking
just-
up over at Horsehead Farms, XP Crafted still has personal business to take care of, and observing Corrales' flair for interior design, he pays for all of the glass with a diamond block desk. Said glass has been put to use in his massive wasteland biodome, which is now airtight but far from complete. After adding more structural elements to the dome's exterior, XB nests a second dome inside of the first, like the yolk inside of an egg if the yolk was made of slate and glass and was holding up a terrarium garden.
Oh, look at it! Even from outside, it looks freaking awesome.
If you
that reminds me of some sort of one of the portal balls, you know, the artificial intelligence ones.
Wondering where the landscape went, most of it was sold to Impulse, who's happy to sign any amount of ominous IOUs if it means he has more space to build his enormous factory.
Yeah, it's gonna be producing some waste.
God,
and
that structure
yeah, we
is
got
so
this little
big.
back area.
While the foundations are still being laid, he gets a tour of the fresh interior Wells Knight and Gemini Tay put together for the Yes Wings clubhouse. Wells puts Impulse in charge of human resources, the place needs some staff after all, and Impulse stretches the definition of human by recruiting 2 librarians, a drowned with a stylish hat to run the front desk, and a pair of wither skeletons who are good at making cocktails if the main ingredient is you.
Yeah, and that's a nice height for him too. This is why it was nice to have a taller mob behind the bar, because we're gonna sink him down with the snow, and then he is perfect height.
He also installs a place you can dance away your troubles. We just hope the more zealous aviators don't mistake the flashing lights for a landing strip. Though Wells Knight admits he doesn't much do interiors, the team of him and Gemini Tay are capable enough to make the Wings Club look like a lived-in facility, strangling a llama notwithstanding.
Today I learned that wandering traders can pull their llamas through floors.
Quite effectively, too. Look at this.
Gem's expertise in structure building is challenged as well when her base towers reach their peak, or rather don't, because she didn't know how to do the roof on this one right away. Still, she conquers the shingles and grants the build the name Woodland Palace. Here's hoping the Illagers don't take that as their cue to move in.
The background music is band sound
I've
energy.
started. There's still some details on this one especially that's needed, and the walls on this are obviously not detailed because they're still just flat.
So this is the point in the script when we find out that most of the women from Hermitcraft are basically the Jigsaw Killer. The event in question is the Teg, and now that the scores are so close, the stakes are higher than ever. Thus, Pearlescent Moon's labyrinth of trials and puzzles actually has Gem take a step back and reconsider. It's no wonder. Pearl's Corridor of Carnage starts as a labyrinth of doors, which is a tried and true rage game, goes on to a powdered snow puzzle room, and concludes with a parkour course over boiling lava. However, in the time it takes for Gem to catch her breath and have a tea break, False Symmetry blazes through the whole thing and runs off with the Teg, though admittedly not very far.
Wait, how am I meant to get back to the locker room? Where my stuff? No. Well, Pearl should have lit up the Teg area.
Naturally, having been through it all, False wasn't just going to hide the trophy the usual way. Instead, she puts together a trivia game where each room offers you a question and several doors marked with the answer to it. Guess correctly enough times and you end up with the most expensive omelette on the server. Guess incorrectly enough times, you end up in the hospital.
We did it! She didn't say calculator. That's not breaking the rules. Yeah. We can use calculator.
I know this one straight away.
Gem braves the riddles, though uses up a lifeline and phones a Pearl just so it's not as lonely. From her, the Teg finds its way to Grian, and not being a murder woman of Hermitcraft, he just tries to sell it for diamonds.
Now, if the Hermits aren't willing to pay 5 diamonds for the Teg, then I win more than 5 diamonds. So it's pretty much a win-win from this point. And it's gone.
Eventually, the Teg
Somebody
winds up
did
in the
figure out
hands
a way
of
to
Joe Hills,
seal
although
that
first he has to
egg
conclude his
without
tour of his
actually
server-made
paying.
starter houses. And even though Grian wasn't around to give him the tour, the house decided to troll Joe anyway. Not only does Joe fall down a hole behind a painting, but Pearlescent Moon also dies trying to help him recover his items. Once they've retrieved everything except the book Joe was taking
That
notes
was a
in,
very
a
funny
creeper
day on
arrives
the
to blow
server.
up the floor and some of Grian's storage. Joe rushes to fix it, but gets attacked by a zombie that didn't render on his screen. Then a horde of other zombies start pouring in from outside. The whole debacle ends with Joe leaving an apologetic bouquet of flowers and booking it. He later tries to help Scar out of a similar situation, which it turns out was also Grian's fault, but eventually gets a win by straight up buying the Teg from Grian's train.
We now have a dragon egg. Woo! Bum 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 bum. Wait, that's not the Next Generation theme.
At which point he reveals he's built a starter house packed full of all the features he's been taking notes on as he toured the server. The only thing he does not reveal is where he hid the Teg. In a striking contrast, Cubfan makes a powdered snow puzzle for
by
his
this
server
point,
mates to die in
the
without...
part of the server that I just straight up do not remember. So this is all new information to me, basically. Like, when you do this on a weekly, this is like really coming into one ear, out the other. And I wrote half of this stuff.
having the Teg anywhere near it. The pit in which you freeze is actually a powdered snow shop named Cool Corner, and the solution to the puzzle of Frostbite is that it's a shoes-off shop, but they do offer slippers.
And we see this guy here, says take leather boots, return to the barrel outside the shop. So we do just that. We take the boots, we put them on. We can now walk around and we won't freeze anymore.
Quite a contrast to the rest of his architecture, which is like stepping on a Lego. Empowered by the pointed dripstone farm, Cub continues to spread his upwards cone biome, with custom music no less.
Bum 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 bum. Mr. Cubben. Cub me it Ben. Cub me the greatest. Cubben.
Hilariously, he's not even the...
So, if you don't know what that's about... I'm so sorry. Show of hands in chat if you know what that's about. I'm gonna look it up real quick. I hope we ain't gonna get copyright killed. It's a Tumblr thing, because of course it's a Tumblr thing. All of them are. So, this is... Send me a man, yes. I'm gonna put in like a little bit of it. A little, just a teeny tiny.
Mr. Sandman, man me a sand, make him the cutest man corridor who can.
So yeah, that's what that was about. If this is your first time being introduced to Mr. Mansand, the song, I apologize. I'm sorry that I had to be the one. Does Cub know about Man Me a Sand? I don't know. That was my edit. He did a straight up song with like actual lyrics. Something or other about like, dear viewers, please stop asking me to invite you to Hermitcraft just so you can hang out with Grian. Like that. Those are legitimately the lyrics. I went a little bit different.
Quite a contrast to the rest of his architecture, which is like stepping on a Lego. Empowered by the pointed dripstone farm, Cub continues to spread his upwards cone biome, with custom music no less.
Bum 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 bum. Mr. Cubben. Cub me it Ben. Cub me the greatest. Cubben.
Hilariously, he's
like,
not
that's why
even
the video
person to try for
I
an
wanted
acapella,
to
as Grian
visually
does his
show
own
that
music
I
for his
marked
time
the
lapse
video.
too.
Do wool train, do wool train.
His justification is that the building of the wool train cart for the G-Train time-lapse is too short and simple not to just hum over. The strategy of spamming the terrain with non-full blocks comes in handy for Jevin. This week he tackles a wither skeleton farm, and what better way to court the spawn rate into the Nether Fortress Crossroads than covering the whole of the Nether in buttons. Once the biome is bumpy enough, the farm starts spewing wither skulls like nobody's business, plus the old trick with spawning a wither boss headfirst in Bedrock means Jevin has beacons out the wazoo and wither boss skulls to boot.
Well, we are now the proud owner of 54 Nether Stars and a bunch of different types of wither heads.
It's a good thing he's diversifying, because another shulker box giant is clambering into view. After Doc M's shulker farm arrived last week, he took to decorating it as a giant crab-walking robot with a giant glowing eye. And while the Breath of the Wild fans are getting their shields ready to deflect, he's putting shulker boxes inside shulker boxes.
Again,
well,
the Octagon
the shells are
architecture
being
that
packaged
season,
up
just-
and ready to ship out across the server.
Delicious.
So those are all filled up at the moment. Here, those we still have to run through the system. Amazing deals.
This isn't Jevin
The Doc's plan isn't to make
He
shulker
uses
boxes
so much
available
of their
for cheap.
music.
He prices them competitively,
Which is
but
like,
he wants
honestly,
repeat customers
good.
after all.
It's very
And he
good.
makes the
It-
pop-up
it's a
shops
bop
worth
by
a
most
visit,
part.
not just by building them as more four-legged walkers, but by concealing a winning ticket for some kind of grand prize inside just one of the 3 stacks of shulker boxes. We figured if anyone was going to give out golden tickets, it was going to be Impulse, but Doc M has surprised us once again. Evil Azuma, in the meantime, has discovered the art of emotional manipulation. Exactly how the Shivering Striders factor into his scheme of the month remains a mystery, but we do know that Shivering Hoglins connect to regular Azumavoid's plans. Since Zoglins attack everything in sight, Azuma decides to use them as the knocking down agent for a witch farm, as in, they literally knock the witches off the spawning platforms. His other dealings are much nicer, even quaint by comparison. Azuma continues to expand the Alpen village he calls home, and gets into the architecture of it one street at a time.
The next thing we're going to do is put on those roofs, and look at that. It's getting there, it's slowly getting there. You should also check out the view.
The difference between you and Jevin is that not at one point does Jevin use Crab Rave.
From right here, it's really cool actually.
A different kind of mountain dwelling takes shape in the Shattered Savannah, where Iscal85 has recruited a fisherman and decides he'll spend the rest of his life looking out of a porthole. This definitively non-hobbity home ends up housing several
if you
fishermen,
think that's a criticism
including
of
Iscal himself,
yes,
who tries to catch a fish from absurd heights in one of his riptide pools.
Yes! Oh! It's not a fish, it's a bone. We gotta do it again.
While restocking his supply of Guardian blocks, he comes up with the idea of casually adding a Sea Lantern switch to Etho's control panel just to see if he notices, but he also gets an offer from Vintage Beef, who wants a bulk order of Prismarine.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Six diamonds. Oh, here's your barrel back if you want it. And your sign back if you want it. And more sugar because it's so sweet.
When he shows up, Beef is looking a little blue. But he has every reason to be happy with his spaceship, the outer shell of which is now taking shape above an increasingly more realistic crater. He gets the desire for a cartoon UFO out of his system by building a mini shop to get rid of some excess materials, and even gets to turn a villager into an alien in the process. But after adding thrusters to the ship's exterior and outfitting the cargo hold with stylish red shulker boxes, he visits the savannah to pay Iscal for the Prismarine deal, and receives a Bronze Wing medal after a somewhat confusing guided tour.
Here's a question. How the heck do I get back up to the portal quickly from here? Because...
Oh, I'll show you.
Okay.
You go into this water stream, you're riptide up here.
Oh, dang it.
And finally, there's Mumbo, who
Iscal
continues the naturalization of his armchair mountain with moss, leaves, and renewed confidence.
The proximity chat mod is just...
It is a lot smoother
kind of
and
insane.
a lot faster. And
he adds a waterfall down the centre, pausing only to tweak its course down the mountainside, and rewards himself by adopting a steed which is definitely a horse no matter what the government says.
He's actually got quite the inventory on him. I fitted a wide body kit to my horse.
His methods continue to trend unconventional when he starts mining for ancient debris using end crystals, which would have been a roaring success had he not then attempted to kill a ghast with one as well.
I've just unraveled some ancient debris. What?
Following the Botum Town Bouncy Llama meeting, Mumbo finds himself ejected into the
remember
void
how
by
I
a
was just
mischievous
talking
misclick
about
by
like
Times with Scarf?
the flashing content warning, right? So the entire llama meeting where they were constantly bouncing into the bedrock, that was pain. That was not good.
And vows to make sure this doesn't happen again, installing an Ender Pearl stasis chamber that Grian will surely sabotage at some point. It's at least foolproof enough for now that he can demonstrate it to any number of his server mates, basically making this the prestige, but they're all the man in the tank. And safe in the knowledge that his gear won't be lost to the void for now, Mumbo upgrades to Netherite. And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. In the End Screen Theatre today, you can check out our writer's own survival Minecraft series.
Alright. I command your attention towards the thumbnail of the next one. Please, suspend your anticipation. That one's gonna be a lot. That one was the one where Tango Tech invented a hut that is also a tree.
This week
God,
on
that
Hermitcraft.
was... Oh my god.
You know when you've been tangoed.
Welcome to the
Pixlriffs
Hermitcraft
demanded
recap.
I
My
did
name
that.
is Pixlriffs. Our writer is Zloy XP.
We don't
and
have that advertisement in Russia. Make like a tree in Tango.
The Hermitcraft server is many things, but one thing we did not expect it to be was Gmod Prop Hunt. but considering it's only one step away from the murder game mode at
Man,
the best
I
of
could
times,
use
it's
some
not the
Gmod
biggest leap.
Rockhunt.
Shenanigans abound, experiments are conducted, and the bases become more mega. This week has it all. So let's take a look at all the events and mishaps before this script turns out to be Tango Tech in disguise. Starting with XB Crafted, whose Wasteland base is looking fancier by the day. The dome within a dome gets a glow up with some material swaps and copper chains. His attention is diverted by people stopping by to swap other materials for significant papers. By our reckoning, Horsehead Farms now has IOUs from more than half the server. The latest folks to sign their somethings away are Pearlescent Moon, who needed more moss for a mountain, Gemini Tay, who walks away with a shulker full of assorted wood, and Cleo, who returns for more leather and might have thrown in a free gym membership.
Yeah, I mean, we got all the leather that you could want.
Well, I mean, we got leather that's in this thing here.
And that's all you could want, because that's all we have.
Returning to the base, XB decides 2 domes weren't enough. It needs a dome underneath as well. Naming it the Underdome, he digs out a concave pit below the central egg and floods it, adding filtration pipes as a practical water feature. Tune in next week to find out what is beyond Underdome.
So what gave me this idea is they have those things in like the lakes or whatever where it does this. And so that's kind of what I was going for.
Wells Knight takes up a project similar in spirit. Having decided that this season's base will be a sci-fi castle, he signals for liftoff and arises a floating island from under the ground, at least the wireframe of it, for now. His plan to outfit the future home with jet engines is fitting for someone as involved with the Yes Wings Club as he is. Now that their rivals at Club Penguin, because they have wings but they don't fly, are inching towards completing their 1,000-day medals, Impulse and Wells foresee an influx of fresh recruits, so they spend extra time together finalising the interiors of the place and establishing the exact tariffs and benefits. You have to pay for a membership, but the membership means you get fireworks cheaper. Plus there's the nice hat, of course.
Hermits, we go through a lot of rockets. So.
Oh yeah, that No Wings Club isn't gonna last forever. I bet all of them will be giving up on that soon.
Yeah, probably within the next couple weeks here, I imagine.
Having caught wind that the Teg is in Joe Hills' possession, Impulse SV takes a hot tip from Diamond Hooves and finds it in the hayloft.
Excuse me, Diamond Hooves, do you happen to know where the Teg is? Huh? Did he just not up here? Did you see that? He found it. Oh.
He hides it inside another quiz game, this time with lightning round rules. Participants must answer 5 questions within a minute or pay an additional diamond to reopen the redstone garage door.
And if they get the quiz right, they'll get the egg.
After putting the finishing touches to the Yes Wings Club, Impulse builds more factory stuff. And more factory stuff. And more factory stuff.
I dare you to call that not mega. Come on now, look at the size of this base.
A monumental amount of effort later, his side of Boatham Town looks fit for an eccentric chocolatier to make his home, as long as you don't look at the back half or any of the insides. But this is Hermitcraft, the back half doesn't exist anyway. By this time, the Teg has been swiped, so Impulse goes for the consolation prize of supergluing some wings to Zedaf's back, builds a basalt generator seconds before B-dubs, has Scar wax his awning, and promptly gets tangoed.
Damn an insight, but come on,
has discovered the Who Wants to Be a Tegionaire game and wikied his way through the combination. Luckily, his new base makes for one insane hiding spot, and it's not helped by the decision to make the interiors just as organic and overgrown. Hypno mosses up the inside of the red cap something good, while still making the area easy and intuitive to navigate.
So yeah, you can see I don't have enough leaves to cover everything like I'd like to do, but we got a good portion of it done, over here at least.
The actual hiding spot he chose for the Teg left us conflicted and confused, because on the one hand, how was anyone ever supposed to find it? And on the other, we only know where it is because Cubfan found it.
See, this is the one time where like
1 minute after after we drank the potion, we found it.
This gotta be like against the rules in one
Ever
way
the
or another.
industrialist, Cubfan would have you believe he's burning
I have no
souls
idea
for
how
his
Cub
super
spotted
smelter,
that, like
and he might as well be,
it was
seeing as
just
how
not there
Minecraft
the entire
furnaces are
time.
technically powered by real-life electricity. The furnace array is but a fraction of the super smelter Cub installed back at Concord.
Also, I don't think there's like
6,
any
but a
at all
fraction of
information
that
about
still
when Season
smelts
9
at
is
top
gonna be.
speed. And since Cub is not one for store-bought flames of hell, we see him decorate a goth and gloomy nether portal room for the base that eventually spills out into the super cooker as well. Importing things from the Nether turns out to be a valid business strategy for Evil Azuma. Having found out that money can't buy happiness because nobody is selling, Evil X tries to hold it for ransom. The promise of his newest campaign is that every diamond spent on Strider coin will help save the poor Striders from shivering, which is probably true because he'll be too busy gawking at the profits to abuse any more Striders.
And that is because over here I have minted some limited edition coins that the Hermits can buy. The funds will of course maybe be used to save the Striders, and these coins will also increase over time as they become rarer.
And so, as regular Azuma develops a stone generator-based moss farm, which produces enough bone meal to actually run itself and then some, Evil X develops
I don't
an addiction
think
to
anyone on the server ended up being like, yo, I wanna buy Strider coin, like a lot of them.
Who both receive a papercraft model of the castle they are meaning to build as their Hermitcraft base. Before the blocky recreation will rise, the two co-stream sticking the structure together, as well as planning out the massive footprint for it at a 1-to-1 scale, so that there's plenty of space for extra detail. It might, however, take a whole load of armor stands, and so Cleo sells her soul to Horsehead Farms for some leather, and heals Gemini Tay's soul as the only hermit so far not dunking on her birch trees.
You know what? I don't have a problem with birch trees.
Oh, really? Oh,
no,
good.
I'm good with birch
You're the
trees.
first person who's ever said that to me on this server. Do you know that?
Don't tell me, don't tell me, don't tell me.
Gem's custom trees became available as a product now that she's opened a shop to distribute them out of. For a diamond block, Cleo gets a whole weeping willow and a voucher for a free birch.
It's so cute and detailed, and I can just picture myself like living here. As weird as that sounds, I really can.
But while Gem is out there gathering leaves and logs to shape into easily distributable products, Tango Tech actually becomes one for a fun evening of stealth pestering. Having 3D modeled a carved pumpkin into a tree, Tango is able to render a full-size oak tree
Just a
onto
visual
his own
of
head.
it.
By looking at the horizon just right, he blends in well enough, and from there, proximity chat carries him over to comedy gold.
I thought I was going crazy. I was like, did that tree just move?
Well, I'm like, all right, Mumbo, let's sneak up on him, and he just dumps right in your base with his
Well, yeah,
trees.
yeah.
I'm like, no.
That
might be a bit obvious.
Soon enough, Mumbo and Grian join in and run around reenacting the final act of Macbeth at people. Good Times with Scar even takes the concept a step further and channels a
It took like half an hour for Pixlriffs to explain the Macbeth joke to me because I'm an uneducated swine who has no idea what happens in Macbeth. So, yeah.
soundboard into voice chat, running around with a creeper head on, playing hiss and explosion sounds at people already constantly spooked by their stream's sound alerts.
Whoa! Oh jeez! What? What are you doing, man?
Once the time zone is exhausted for spookable friends, Tango moves on to working in Fifi's Grove and establishes a sorting system that combines several techniques into a single chest array, both with single item bulk storage and a multi-item system, as well as a filter for the unstackable and a shulker box unloader. So the whole reason Scar even has a creeper head is because, taking advantage of a thunderstorm, he went dancing in the rain and zapped himself a small army of chargy boys to later sell out of the swagon. There is, however, a glaring issue with this plan.
Oof.
Scar is very much not sure how to move them around. And move around he will have to if he wants to deliver on
every
Cubman's
episode
purchase,
of Scars
which
where
Cub
he
wants
was
on the
like
top of the
moving
world
those
at the
creepers was
peak
kind
of
of
the
painful
fake
to
dripstone
watch.
beacon.
I can neither confirm nor deny that, but that's the plan.
Oh, okay, we'll climb aboard the wagon because you are in luck.
Scar's capitalisms hit another roadblock when he finds out that BOO has vandalized one of the swagons. Luckily, by then, a whole new cart arrives.
I have no
to
idea
the
how he
Tycoon's
didn't
base,
run
equipped
out
with
of like
tank
charged
tracks,
creepers.
but unfortunately not
how he
tank
was able
weapons.
to like deliver. to
Instead,
everybody.
Scar settles for psychological warfare and buys out one of Gem's birch trees, only to put it right up front of B-Dubs' base.
I don't know where this extra block went, so I'm just gonna place it right there.
The BOO abuse continues with Zedaf, who secures an interview with the guy deep in the test chambers of his laboratory. The prodding at his brain takes us on an adventure through hide and seek, zero ticking, and even explosions. Zed admits he might have dug a little too deep with this one, though granted the damage to the lab is fairly monumental.
Listen, Fox, I'm sorry, but we are not stopping this live stream to go and watch
And
Macbeth
speaking of
instead.
monuments, iJevin is out there sponge percent speedrunning the whole
told ya.
server. The Shulker Box
Made
shop
a mistake
starts
and forgot
selling
to mute
sponges at
iJevin.
8 a pack, a service the community will not forget, just like he won't forget the community service that the Hermit Helping Hermits livestream lent him. The cylinder of his swamp base was dug down to the bedrock, and now outfitted with lime green fog effects covering up the actual bottom. With this, the place is ready for construction to begin, and who knows what awaits us in the deep green.
there was a lot of monuments that literally didn't even have sponge, and then there would be some that had like 4 rooms. And I know it's like a random chance between 1 and 4, but I was literally finding none.
Doc M has been doing some research on the shulker market, but isn't worried about iJevin's lower prices since they seem to be a limited time offer. He's more concerned with innovations like a sweeping edge mob killing system that avoids him dying to thorns damage, and a transport tube that lets him travel at about half the speed of sound, which is about 4 times the speed of proximity chat.
Oh. Yeah. Hold sprint. Oh, the dog's going crazy. Hold forward. Oh, here we go, dude. Oh my goodness. Whoa, dude.
After a meeting in a new beach on top of the Shulker Walker, Doc shows Rendog how to fire himself using this dolphin-powered railgun, and Ren fires back with the new shop he's built to sell logs out.
Look at the freaking
Sorry,
tank
did I say
tracks
shop?
on that thing.
I meant futuristic biofuel guzzling tank crane hybrid.
Octagon!
It's weird how I
This
sometimes get
season.
those mixed up.
And has wasted 2 days waiting for copper to oxidize.
The log shop is straight out of Ren's childhood imagination, but before he can unleash this beast on the unsuspecting server, and while he's waiting for all that copper to age, he swings by Evil Azuma's corporate empire and falls madly in love with the potential of Derpcoin. So it's no surprise that when Oxygon's log shop opens, it accepts Derpcoin as currency. Dang it, I said shop again.
Well, as we have seen this episode with our meeting from Doc, my dudes, we're going to do everything that we can this season to get as many derp coin as possible. So here at Biggest Logs Incorporated, premium derp coin will be accepted.
Before the construction even began on their castle, Joe Hills was building an adjacent village.
Am I technically
the
a
inn and the
VTuber?
smithy
I mean...
act as storage and smelting support buildings
I think
for
it
the castle
counts.
project,
I think
while
it
Cleo
counts.
maps out the Mario Kart track diagram that forms the castle footprint. From that point on, they seem to exclusively communicate through changes
So
to
Cleo's
their
not
neutral
here, so I'm just
dripstone
gonna
farm, but the build
go a
palette
little
comes
nuts
together
and, like,
nicely, and in the meantime, Joe has
I
a
like
chance
their
to be
castle.
confused by good times
It's
with Scar
incredibly
and help
cool,
Cubfan
and
avoid
it's
being
also
pickled along with
incredibly
his
epic
villagers.
that they
You know, I'm not going to say this is a prank
use the
war,
model. Okay, as somebody
because
who's like...
this is just good.
Like... I should probably not go to any personal anecdotes or anything, but it's really cool to have a model of something you're trying to build. I mean, it's something as simple as like a papercraft model, or even something as simple as like a Lego even set of something you're trying to build. It's just very good to have something, some physical representation of something you want to make in Minecraft, to be able to rotate it like physically in your hands and like move it around, and just physically be able to interact with it. I try it sometime. I don't know how you would try it, but try to build something in Minecraft that you like have in real life, like, and are able to spin around or like hold. It helps so much.
Good, clean fun, but also, like, we are going to keep both messing with each other's designs, clearly, because this is unacceptable.
On a server that already has its fair share of custom-made mountains, Pearlescent Moon's addition to the landscape of Botum still manages to stand out from the crowd. Assigning her section of the gigabase to the biome between Grian and Scar, she terraforms a majestic and lush mountain in a striking color palette, and while we're all picking our jaws off the floor, she explains where she got the materials, via IOU from Horsehead Farms, and from buying in bulk from Jevin and Tango.
There is so much structure that we can fit on this landscape. I haven't even planned what the structure is exactly going to look like.
Now he's all fixed for food and logs, Tinfoil Chef swings by the nearest Parson Gas to shop for a few mending and sharpness books he didn't pick up last time, pausing only to admire Cubfan's Dripstone Canyon and the other roadside attractions.
I don't know, some strange kind of alien desert, perhaps?
Eventually he is drawn to the Dark Lord's architecture, which is even darker because his lighting is set to moody. But it seems to be the only place with a handful of glowstone, so he takes his first adventures into Derpcoin and returns to his branch mine both enlightened and enchanted. After making some light modifications to his horse...
Oh my god!
The horse is real! I mean... This is so stupid.
Mumbo begins terraforming a lake at the base of his mountain waterfall, the natural way, which in Mumbo's case just means lots of end crystals, then stealing a beacon from Grian and doing a time-lapse. Suspicious shulker boxes are the least of his troubles, because then Tango appears to him as a tree, and after several minutes of enting it up, he comes to Pearlescent Moon's aid in a duel with Corralis. This develops into
Tango
the first
appears to
three-way
him
end
in a
crystal
tree
standoff,
is the same
and
as
possibly
like
the first
it
time a
appears to
contestant
me
in a
in a
duel has shot
vision one
themselves.
day.
Corralis is actually the first person to throw his ender pearl, but he threw it into his own end crystal. exactly how he did it. But that seems to be what happened.
No wonder Mumbo returns to the peace and quiet of the waterfall afterwards. And finally there's BOO, who might be the only person to be surprised by a tree that's actually a tree this week.
This looks very, very familiar.
Is this the tree that's No. That happened much later.
Wait, okay, I think I'm onto something.
He's equally surprised by the fact that Pearl and Corrales' castle build seems to have gone for a walkabout, and that its creators seem to be dueling to the death. All these surprises can't be good for the brain, so it's a good thing Zedaf is there to run some calibration tests.
Don't listen.
5 seconds to go. I'm not listening.
Okay.
I mean, what? What?
Bdubs' next goal is to open a shop for all the stone types he can easily generate, but when asking Scar for some soul soil actually results in Bdubs walking away with less soul soil than he started with, he decides Impulse might be a more reliable source. And it turns out he's so reliable he's built his own basalt generator already. But Bdubs is determined to see his own project through, and once Cubfan has generously supplied the blue ice, he fills in one of the oceanfront frames with a shop that will cater to all your needs, as long as all you need is cobblestone and basalt. And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. I'm on holiday this week, but that doesn't mean you can't watch one of my videos.
Okay.
The latest episode of my Empire's SMP series.
I hate to keep saying this, but like, look at the done thumbnail in the lower left. Just look at it. Look at it and weep with me. That's a thing that actually happened. Bottom, what are you? What were you? And how do we deal with another season of that whenever that comes?
This week on Hermitcraft.
The important thing is...
They didn't even jump.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs. Our writer is Zloy XP.
Okay, give me a moment.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You are still a space person.
Oh, I can fix that.
No, I need to fix that. It's on my side. Hi, friends.
No, it's on my side too.
Oh. Hi, friends.
I say that, and as I say that, like, I'm like, hey, look, it's the first time my name is on the title cards. I didn't actually plan that, but
yeah,
like, as that being when I joined, but the chat, but
it's sad because like I have this Zloy him tag, but like I can't put you anywhere on this behind this stupid wardrobe.
Like, I mean, you could do what the original plan was and put the recap logo in the middle and like me crammed in the corner over there.
The recap logo is attached to my shoes.
Of course it is.
I can flip you.
Yeah.
And I can move you here over the recap logo. It's fine. They know what channel they're watching. Hi everybody, this is Lee. She's a spaceman. Let me fix that for a moment.
Yeah. I'm also fixated on my end. So.
Mm-hmm.
We've been playing a lot of Astroneer.
Yeah, we've been playing Astroneer together, which is why Lyarrah is a snowman. Spaceman. Yeah. And Lee's been brought on into the project not too long ago. How long ago?
The episode 8 was the first one that I did, and that was in August.
Okay.
I'd occasionally been doing tags and stuff behind the scenes, as was during like crazy busy weeks, but yeah. That was my first official time.
It's yeah, it's really cool because we have not had subtitles, and we've been getting like a lot of people asking for subtitles. Is the interesting thing. We've been getting a whole lot of people asking for subs. Several Hermitcraft members have gotten subtitles as like their very permanent fixture, and yeah, that's why we got a person here now. Which, like, that being said, I'm gonna also show you what the video we're watching.
Yeah. say the irony of course being that I still don't have captions on my own content.
Well, your own content is not scripted, so it doesn't really count. Like subtitling Let's Plays is like infinitely harder than subtitling Hermitcraft Recap, which just gives you a script in the first place. So that being said, I actually am gonna leave you for like basically 2 minutes, real quick.
Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, I'm so sorry to do this, but
Go for it.
I do need
At least someone's here to monitor chat this time.
Oh boo. Anyhow, I'm gonna myself off of the desk, and I'm gonna go refill the water in the jar. You watch the recap and watch the chat. Be right back, everybody. Be right back.
Woo!
And if the video title and the 2 times I've said it didn't make this clear, this is Hermitcraft. You know, the server where people move an entire castle because they didn't like where it was the first time. We wouldn't have them any other way, the mad lads. This week also sees the return of Aber Caving, the conclusion of Teg, an explosive business meeting, and for some reason, really big cookies. So let's give you the recipe for all of the above by looking at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
Definitely let me know anytime.
Starting with Hypnotized, just because we can't wait to talk about this weird bug he triggered. Somehow, him logging off the server exactly right caused the scaffolding he was standing on to glitch out and allowed him to, believe it or not, walk on air by placing scaffold in the empty space in front of him.
I tried placing a block next to it at the request of one of the people in my live stream, and it just went away. So
getting stick bugged lol didn't stop him from decorating the insides of his anomalous Amanita, though the spread of tiny mushrooms got interrupted when more or less the whole server decided to go Aber Caving. His Aber Caving got interrupted as well, costing him and Zombie Cleo quite a few ores in the process.
Zombie Cleo, what did your team get?
3.
Okay.
Luckily, it wasn't Joe Hills on the same team with her, as it seems Cleo would have thrown him into lava herself. You see,
actually, that is a very long story and a very long question.
For a while now, have been locked into quiet combat on the matter of their dripstone farm's design.
And Joe has used the dripstone in the temporary build. And there was also a bed here. Guess what happened? I lost a bed, Joe loses a bed. It's fine.
Whether that particular hatchet has now been buried depends entirely on how Cleo feels about it being converted into an eldritch beaver. Or that's how Joe sees it, and now we can't unsee it.
Cleo and Joe's entire friendship is basically what 3/4 of the friendships I have are.
This mostly came up because Scar came over trying to trick Joe into losing his no-win streak, which by our estimation is the second highest on the server by now. The only thing bigger is his streak of generosity, bringing Scar some birthday copper and helping Corrales out with a new pair of shiny booties. What he gets in exchange is a server constantly keeping him on his toes.
Ah! Okay, he got me. You got me that time. With
Joe's butt lightly singed, Cleo reinforces the effect and builds a small leather tannery on the outskirts of the castle to feed into the medieval village idea. They might wake up tomorrow to find it moved several blocks to the left. It seems to be a trend with Pearlescent Moon's builds, at least, as she and Corrales reveal that the vanishing of the castle last week was actually a translocation to the back half of B-Dubs' mountain.
I'm still shocked Pearl didn't actually turn over any of her whole build.
We just got it in a wrong location.
Did we just about to say wrong direction? Are you saying we should rotate this 90 degrees? Look, if you're going to ask me to rotate or relocate, I might have to redecide this partnership.
It's a big move for the duo, only punctuated by a few duels breaking out and Mumbo stepping in to arbitrate. But once it's settled into its new location on a freshly designed overhang, they give the castle a name, and use it as an excuse to con B-dubs out of yet more clocks.
I'm thinking Cogsworth Manor. What do you reckon? Cogsworth Manor? And I'm going to make it nice and pretty with a couple of lines, and it's fine.
Pearl isn't done with the moves yet, meeting up with Cubfan to discuss the removal of the discount beacon, and she gets a chill new roommate in the form of Evil Azuma's shivering Strider. But when his lava bath mysteriously disappears, Pearl gets to the root of the problem and investigates Strider Coin. Vintage Beef laughs in the face of Derp Coin.
And how quickly you forgot I still have an IOU.
Oh.
and then buys a lot of it, although he doesn't seem to purchase anything with the coins themselves yet, perhaps waiting to see
I
where
will
the
never
market
decide
goes.
if baby
Or maybe
turtles
he's
or baby
just hoping
spiders
to
are
get rich
cuter.
enough on crypto that he'll finally get to go to space. The launch thrusters added to the ship should help with that, and he might be feeling more inclined to leave the planet after getting a second place in Aber Caving. It's
I
okay.
love running
Bro,
castles that were this
I've
season.
invented this game.
Yeah. You're like, you know what? I got this under control.
I don't know.
I literally cannot find a cave.
It really
XP
reminds you
Crafted
that like a
fares
third
no
of the
better
players
in
used to
caving
be on
contest,
Castle
but his base is coming along in leaps and bounds.
Or Kingdom
Having
Craft,
hired
pardon me.
Gemini Tay to plant some custom trees on the upper garden level inside the dome, he returns to the Underdome to set up some filtered storage connected via tunnels under the moat, so you can see the axolotls gleefully murdering the glow squid as you walk in to grab some more deep slate.
I have very little deep slate left. I know. I've used a lot.
But the whole Aber Caving deal we keep mentioning involved 4 teams of 2, Cleo and Hypno, iJevin and Vintage Beef, XP Crafted and Corrales, and finally Gemini Tay and False Symmetry, who promptly took home the win. Sorry, we never said the show isn't 80% spoilers and 20% sass. It wouldn't be the first time that False found herself literally groundbreaking.
Why the
Her
noise?
latest build
It was the
consists
sound of my
a
jar
map.
sliding across
the
the
giant eagle
desk.
she built a couple of weeks
Oh,
back really
okay.
did rip out a chunk of the land, and False is now the proud
Hi.
owner of a floating island
How you
ripe
doing?
to build on.
So this is.
It's really funny because since there is like the 30 seconds delay,
Mhm.
then I won't see you being dragged across the desk for some time here.
But the joke works for the audience, which is all that matters.
I know, but that's why I was confused.
Hi, folks. Hi, I'm back with some coffee.
Yep.
Because, God, we're not a half of the way through.
Yeah, that was why I took so long joining, is because I wanted to finish my coffee first.
I mean, it's okay. Like you could have not.
Well, no. I'm one of those people that when she has a straw in her drink, like winds up doing all the annoying slurping and everything.
Yeah.
I didn't need to put chat through that.
Aww. See, Fox, she cares. She really does.
Someone has to.
Yeah. I'm very professional with my eating in front of the webcam.
Yeah.
So yeah, how did they torture you too much? Were they
No,
behaving
they were
violently?
surprisingly well behaved. Actually, there was not much going on, though people were asking if I'd felt the leg machine that you built.
Oh, did you?
No, I wasn't online when it happened.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Me neither, thank God. In comments, okay, this is irrelevant to Hermitcraft, this is like our own stuff, but in comments, Beaston admitted that like he downloaded the world and tried the damn thing himself and it lagged out his computer too.
Yeah, when I went in to take screenshots, then on the creative copy, actually my computer did fine with it, shockingly, even in RTX, but like this computer's a beast, so it
Why would you ever do this in RTX? Okay,
because
listen.
I wanted to see if it was pretty.
Fox, listen, if we're talking about a thing that happened on our own server, it's a whole deal. We automatically summoned like 700, was it?
Yes.
700 snow golems at a guy's base, like, you know, because you can dispense pumpkins. Yada yada. It looks pretty cool. Then don't worry about it. I'm just providing context. I promise. Yeah. What the recap is about? I forgot.
You made me blank out on it.
Okay.
It looks nice.
As for Gemini Tay, the whole forest won't be enough for her plans because her plan pretty much is the forest.
Mostly about Pearl killing
much
people.
better
She
with
has to
custom trees
move any
surrounding
more
it,
things.
Gem plants the
That does
last of
sound
her
like
magic
her, doesn't
video
it?
editing saplings and swears to keep it going. But first, she expands the Woodland Palace with a new side tower that's almost as big as the rest of the palace, cheered on by an especially screamy goat that
I
just
love
kinda-
that color palette.
I was about to say that!
Like, it's so good. Like, everybody put, like, the moss roofs have been a common thing lately.
Yeah.
But everybody puts it with, like, the deep slate stuff, and it wants the lightest
people,
thing on it.
People do...
This is so...
Mhm.
Yeah.
This is the season when everybody was like, deep slate, deep slate, deep slate, deep slate. Gem just went exactly opposite and just nailed it. Also, like, look at the granite, look at the, like, mushroom blocks. You look at that stuff and you don't even recognize it. You don't even realize that those are the blocks, which is, like, how you want Minecraft stuff to go, right?
Yeah, it's so pretty.
Yeah. Gem is great.
Gem is great.
Walked in on her.
Yeah, I think you're important. I think that you're important. I'm gonna get you back
Hi,
to
Hemini.
your father. Don't you worry. I'm sure he misses you. You gotta go on a boat, though.
The goat turns out to be Doc M's
I don't
missing
speak for
pet,
Pixlriffs,
so the
Zach.
goat child is quickly scooped up by Rendog.
I know he said something on Twitter about it.
I don't know if there is going to be a second season of Empires, or much less when, or if like maybe. I have no idea.
I know he put a thing about his feeling functionality.
I didn't know Empires ended today.
Doc and Ren have
Until people told me though.
The whole like first hour of stream was just people.
They bury a time capsule
spamming
to
that
the official
ended
launch
in
of
chat.
Octagon
Yeah,
as
yeah. Like if not for the chat, I wouldn't even know.
Oh my god, the time capsule. I forgot about the time capsule. Did we ever reopen the time capsule?
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, why would we?
AW lad, that would be me, Lyarrah.
Yeah. Shopping empire, and Ren
Hold on, I'm gonna pull up like something real quick.
But there's one piece of business still on the table. The latest mystery book directs them to some distant coordinates with a printed message that encourages them to mix the old and the new. So they return to Gemini Tay's base, grab Pearlescent Moon 2, and fly out to a mysterious shrine on a mysterious mushroom island.
Ren!
Bro, your head goosing.
Am I leading the pack now?
A rare occasion of them dragging somebody else into
Now
the
Gem is
storyline.
the head goose.
Hold on. I'm running out of goose
We're all
juice, my dudes.
participating.
The mystery only deepens as they make their way through a dungeon, solving a series of puzzles in teams of 2, and end up in a room that dumps lava on their guests. And though they're rewarded with some netherite ingots and another book to decode, they are left with more questions than answers.
Oh! The dog are still in.
Whoa.
I didn't put my wings on. I'm an idiot.
Doc M isn't done baffling his audience yet.
We've all
His
been there,
next
Ren. We've
task
all been there.
is to set up a shelf stable with a cage. The first one expires a little prematurely when the Wither decides to wreck the place, but under the watchful eyes of the Psycraft crew via Discord, Doc manages to rebuild it, redirecting 2 Wither's attacks harmlessly into a self-rebuilding wall, where they can be put to use in future wherever blocks may need breaking.
Both withers are perfectly aligned. Brought a new villager over, fixed freaking everything.
The wider Azuma Void lore goes deeper as well, when a cutscene reminds us that we can thank evil Azuma for Ijevin being green now. The two of them meet up for a reunion and agree to go into the Undying business together. Hence we see Ijevin construct a raid farm shortly after.
So in terms of a single raid, which took us about a minute and a half to do, we got 45 emeralds, 8 banners, 6 skulls, 3 crossbows, gunpowder, 5 totems of Undying, axes and bottles and potions. No hopper, that's mine.
It's still a mystery how the plentiful drops will factor into whatever Evil Azuma's plans are, but he's seen brainwashing regular Azuma as well, and that probably isn't good. Still, if it means he'll do more stuff like vanilla chain redstone, we're all for it.
That sets off a contraption like this, so that a signal can make its way over
This feels
to the other
overpowered
side,
by the
and then
chain
automatically
stone.
reset itself.
Like
Either
even
way,
if it's
there's
like
a greater
something
evil
simple.
X has to face this week, and that
I
is
think,
villagers.
but like, I like the
system
look
for
of it though.
automated sorting
Yeah,
of the
piston
different
tape
kits
like
trying to put
signal
together
activation.
appears to resist
It
at
looks
every
overpowered,
step.
but really
And that's
isn't.
not
But it
helped by
looks
the
really
traders
really
already
cool, and I
being
wish
infamous
people
for
did
how
it more.
annoying they can be. Azuma is
Even though
taking
it's
it
like
well.
lag as
I am in
well.
agony right now.
In a similar fashion, we find Zedaf stuck in a Karas hell of his own making. Trying to bridge the gap
Okay, but
between a
Karas
tiny
hell of
fake
his
trader
own
and a
making.
functioning
Come on.
exploitable adult,
Come
Zed
on.
couldn't come up with
feel like
anything
that's
less
just Zed's
destructive than a
entire
circular minecart
career,
track
though.
that
Yeah,
keeps the
fair
incoming
enough.
children spinning until they finally grow up.
Not trigger it too. What about me? Am I considered a baby? I'm considered a baby.
The system is at least automatic, but it only really works as long as the minecarts keep moving. So keep moving they shall, and in a cruel twist of fate,
Who that told
it's
you
the
that?
babies that
Who
are
that
being
told you?
spun like
You know,
a record
yeah.
right round.
You know.
Another thing that has
I
thrown
say that while
everyone for a
wearing
loop
ZF
is
merch
the
in
Peg,
real
which has
life.
reached its conclusion this week. Last we saw it, the Dragon Egg of Fate was in Cubfan's possession, and it turns out he hid it in a custom-built puzzle room that relied on a few quirks of
Oh
pressure
God,
plates and
Peg
player
was
movements to
happy.
work. Fortunately,
Yeah,
the 2 hints
it
he
took
left
a
with
while.
it proved far too transparent, and the Teg went right back to Gemini Tay in no time. Gem put on her own trail of trials, and Cub went right back in, cheered on by Pearlescent Moon and
3
also Gem,
hours,
because she was
I
curious.
think.
The pro was
Honestly,
flicking
maybe
levers
4.
all over the place, and it just worked.
It just worked. That's all I gotta do. I gotta
Fantastic.
flick the levers. Thank you.
Because if you didn't do that, Cub wouldn't have been able to do this.
The grand finale takes place at another puzzle room Cub installed, this time filled with red herrings.
It's
and
not
based on
supposed
the
to be
behavior
watermelon
no
like,
one
but you're
Minecraft
kind of
wiki
right.
could
The
figure out.
colors aren't far
Hey,
off.
I'm not
Tails,
the one who
Symmetry,
designed the
and Grian
character.
all
You
arrived
did
in the final
on
hour
you.
of the competition. None of them guessed to
I mean,
shoot
you are
an
the one
arrow
that
at the
decided it was
exact order of
ombre
a
in
honey
that
block,
shot,
so it
but,
goes
you know.
through and sinks into a pressure plate that makes the final
I mean, I'm
egg
not
door
complaining about
open.
it.
So after
Freaking
10
honey
weeks
blocks.
of non-stop keep away, Cub Fan becomes the official winner of the take
Tux!
event and walks away with an extra
Zloy, quick, make Tux a mod too.
Honey is the key.
Tuxedo. Oh, yeah. Gotta keep up the tradition.
I don't think
Art
I would have got
moderator.
that even after hours of looking, to be fair.
You are never not on
I
the
don't
job,
care.
Tuxedo cards. You are
Come
never
through,
not on the
diamond
job.
prize. You don't get to keep the egg's still mine.
Yep.
Now free from having to track anyone's points, Grian decides to see if his Botum buddies can bring up any good ones, and calls a meeting in an unusual spot. See, there are no bad
Do you
ideas,
think
but if
they'll
you
do
happen to
another
have any, your
tag
friends
of
will throw
sorts
an egg
next
at the end
season?
crystal.
Because,
I
like,
do like tag stuff.
I
don't know. Well, I mean, like, of course I'm biased because there's still the whole thing of, like, I invented the hot potato thing, like, 2 hours before before that season of Hermitcraft started. So I was still salty about that for months. But, like,
Yeah.
I like those kinds of games, but I like it better when it is the, like, try to get rid of it as opposed to the try to get it.
I don't know. I would say, like, I liked tag way more than I liked tag. But that might be because tag went for, like, 2 seasons.
Yeah,
Because
well,
it was
I mean,
tag
like,
and tag 2.
tag was interesting to do. I think tag had a little bit more strategy to it overall too.
Maybe, but, like, the tag is basically a scavenger hunt. It's got...
Yeah.
Making scavenger hunts in Minecraft is fun.
Yeah. I also do like yeah.
Mhm.
I also definitely am a scavenger hunt fan, so.
Yeah. I mean, still though. It's like, I wonder where they're gonna take it, but if they don't take it anywhere, I will be probably happier. Because, like, I don't know, I think my perception is really, really skewed by having to keep track of it.
Well, you're standing
I
by.
guess.
But despite having to walk on eggshells, Pearl, Scar, Grian, and Impulse successfully appoint each other valuable roles within the community. And while they're at it, they establish their primary objective for the
That
foreseeable
Mumbo face.
future, making Botum Town into the new shopping district.
There's an awful lot of finer details that are going to have to come in down the line, but for now, I want to get the main buildings done. And
It does help that Grian himself finally starts on Wizard Street, working title, and builds up
One.
the facades reaching...
Right here and right now, I really want to highlight, we never connect Grian's base to J.K. Rowling's The Harriet of the Potterist franchise.
For
Because, like, why would we want to?
That said, it took him working on this for me to finally get the pun of diagonally.
Oh, come on.
But
Really?
you know,
It's the most banal thing,
20
though. It's the most
20
banal.
years later.
It's the
20
it's-
years later.
Ah! And when it's
Anyway.
like, and when it was, when you just are about done groaning about how banal it is, they made it a plot point. Ah, anyhow. Yes.
Yeah, anyway.
White Mumbo isn't real, he can't hurt you. Oh my god. Listen, real Mumbo is real and he can. His Mumbo's buff. Anyhow. Anyhow.
And it's tall. Good
Yeah.
God.
Mumbo's big. Mumbo's big boy. Anyhow, I just want to... I actually paused to point out that, like, everybody who's really proud of Green for, like, doing the back of the build, I really want to point out that he did the back of this build by making it a row of shops, meaning that he didn't have to do the back of every single of those shops. The entire Midnight Alley is actually just a bunch of fronts of a house. Which, like, yeah, I only recognize that this building trick because that's how I like to build. I like to build the front, but I did really dislike building the sides and the back. So this is less of me trying to like dunk on him and more me like game recognize game.
Tux, I don't notice puns. I really do not. So that would be one.
Any hoozle. J.K. Rowling sucks! Let's continue.
Into the hollow mountain like a whimsical geode the size of a cliff.
I am serious. Can we make Mumbo? I think it's hilarious that he's not here and he's been made CEO of the company. And, hear me out, he is the only one with a suit.
Oh, you got me on that one.
We reached out to the CEO of Botum Incorporated for some insight into why he was elected, but he was unavailable for comment because... Like all good vigilante CEOs, Mumbo now has a base hidden behind a waterfall, which we're beginning to think was the whole reason he wanted a big old mountain to begin with. It certainly wasn't for the mob spawns.
That's what I'm saying. Mumbo had that in his video.
Yeah, I know.
Not killed anything.
I believe Jono did that one too, though.
Right? What?
Oh gosh.
Once it's at least mildly safe back there, he sets up aerial tripwires to open the door as he flies in via Elytra and plans a storage system large enough to contain the planets. It's a sentiment shared by Impulse SV, who isn't even storing stuff yet, and already he needs a bigger storage room. So he reassigns that room to a larger space in the factory build and does just a little bit of redstone to demonstrate how the modules will work. It ends up being the most expensive room in the factory, but comes nowhere near the emotional cost of sacrificing those 3 llamas in the name of expanding the Botum hole. After the management throws an egg at the idea of him being in charge of happiness, Impulse volunteers to be the head of industry at Botum Inc., and considering he actually managed to sell Glow Lichen at this point, we think he's got a promising future.
Just like so many of you guys, again, helping me hit that 1 million mark here on YouTube. I appreciate you all.
Iskal takes one look at his storage and decides it needs a lot more coal. Returning from the caves with 3 stacks of coal blocks and, yes, some giant cookies, he decides it's time to start making this house a home. And by house, we mean the 200-meter high cliffs he and Etho have been perching atop, inside, around, and through for the season so far. Terraforming the edges of the Savannah Peaks, he sets up a ruin directly above their storage room, converts a nearby corner into a bedroom, which is almost immediately claimed by a farmer.
Thank you, James, for
I'm sorry, but like, can we... No, wait.
I'm sorry, the villager in the...
installs a cargo
I don't know what's up with my computer, it doesn't let me pause right away, but can we just, real quick, Iskal, friend, buddy?
What?
What is that bedroom?
I mean...
What is that bedroom interior? Victor, is there something you want to tell us?
I don't know. I'm just figuring it's a room for a sacrifice, but...
Right? It's like... This is...
But I don't remember even what I was saying a second ago because I got distracted by the villager with his head in the minecart again.
Back to the clip of Kiralis saying... Let me show you your my baby making room.
Only Kiralis can get away with saying those things, so.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. Still, though, like what?
Into a bedroom, which is almost immediately claimed by a farmer.
Thank you, James, for solving all my food issues forever.
Then decides against the ruins after all and installs a cargo elephant instead. Etho's work is much more grounded and focused on a different quadruped, as he begins work on the technical aspects of the horse race course he conceived with BOO. Pausing only to cash in a deal with Doc M and get a few shulker shells, he adds a bunch of skill-based elements to the course which even the odds for those with slower horses. He's only halfway done, but already there are targets to shoot for shortcuts, molehills, water traps, drip leaf tunnels, and a chance to buff or nerf your horse or your opponents through speed and
it's
slowness.
It's a pretty good
arrow.
thing. It's too bad they never actually
plumber away
race
from
it.
being Mario Horse.
The idea
Careless Whisper starts playing! Oh no!
We can go to the world download.
and it'll drop an item, a random item from the inventory here. And then I think we'll also have like the question blocks in Mario Kart where you get power-ups.
And finally there's BOO, who pays a visit to Tango's new storage system. It doesn't have any warped nylium, and he has a few notes about its location.
Fifi's bathroom?
That's left to the imagination of you and the viewers.
Because it is lined up kind of...
Oh yeah, it's, you know, we encourage people to not look up.
After roughing up a swaggin in the Nether, buying some prismarine from Iskall, and being convinced to give away yet more clocks, B-Dubs reveals what the nylium is for. His half of the deal is to work on the aesthetics of the race course, and his vision for the project is to keep it simple.
So let's pick some of the weirdest blocks in the game, shall we?
Okay. I hear your Hermitcraft 9, as in like German for no, and raise you Hermitcraft Nyan.
Don't say that in range of Cub fan.
Well, see, the thing about that, Lee, is like everywhere is a range of Cup fan.
Yeah, he'll do it. Don't think he won't. But no, like fun fact is that apparently that is why there is no Windows 9, like why it skips straight from Windows 8 to Windows 10, is because they didn't want to deal with the marketing on that.
I mean, I'm surprised that there even is Windows 8. I would think that they would go to 10 straight from 7, like marketing wise.
Yeah.
Oh. And that's why we are not marketing people. Yay!
Thankfully, the castle build is only a few jump cuts away, by which point he's had a little more practice at the mechanics of the track, so keep an eye out for him in the rearview mirror, presuming you've been able to breed a horse that has one.
Yeah, Ren Dog will have a very bad time on Hermitcraft Nyan.
But to prove that he's a writer, not a runner, we invite you to check out this video of Zloy XP and his friends.
Yeah, okay, I don't want to even look at the thumbnail of that.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap.
I'm just
that would have taken a normal Minecraft to half a year.
I'm thinking of just like Bizarro World Hermitcraft where it is Rencat.
And the universe cried. Moving on.
I'm not sorry.
Into marketable 10 to 15 minute videos. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and we're happy to announce that there is now a third regular member of our creative team, Lyarrah, who will be responsible for adding man-made captions to future episodes of our show. Please welcome her into the fold and check out her own Minecraft channel by clicking the eye symbol in the upper right corner. And with that little bit of housekeeping done, let's read way too much into whatever the Hermitcraft members have been doing this week. Starting with
We've never been dishonest, honestly.
He set up the makings of an AFKable obsidian farm, relying on the Wither's supernatural ability to break obsidian like it's tissue paper. The only problem, aside from the fact that one wrong move would cause the Withers to escape, is that you've got to snowball the Wither to break blocks, which means you need one heck of a snow farm. Fortunately, methods of the Psycraft server came through, with a farm which not only prints snow using golems and TNT, it also collects it using dolphins. It won't win you any humanitarian awards, but 100,000 snowballs an hour speaks for itself.
It's 100,000 items per hour with such a small farm. But it's
the snowman on the freaking balls doing like whoop,
it's using cool tricks, and yeah, let's quickly turn it off before we build up too many items below.
A disaster almost strikes when Rendog and DocM ring Mayday. One of their Wither bosses is loose on the server. Fortunately, this is a time travel emergency because it happened last week, and CubFan135 was there to provide necessary assistance, even if no assistance is actually necessary, because the Goat crew takes care of it before he even arrives.
Just things out of
to get
order.
his heat elsewhere, Cub departs for the Nether and establishes a Nether hub tunnel leading to his own enterprise, and also sets fire to one of Good Time's
We already had
Season
season 6 Finity. We don't need any more Kingdom Hearts shenanigans.
Seriously though, it's 2021.
put an ender chest in the shop. Unfortunately, fire tick is
Right,
off, so
Cub,
things don't
right?
actually burn. I wish they did. Then people will get the message.
Lovin, I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna save you.
Put
I'm gonna
ender
save you from this fire.
Having dug up
Just in
most
your
of the
chest.
server in a 2-day mining bender, Cub keeps the dig going and clears out more of the Dripstone Canyon, though for now the Dripstone itself is kept for a more important occasion, dueling Impulse SV in a game of Bullseye. The triangles are not kind to him at all.
I want to try that.
Oh man.
It looked like a giant
So
snow
about
cone.
those giant skyrocks some more. Her own mining exploits earn false symmetry enough exotic deep slate ores to start selling them, and really what better place for a store like that than a giant hunk of rock carried by a giant eagle, so you can't miss it.
I think only one this season.
Yeah, only two or
I think
so.
after the Wither biome, they learned their lesson.
Yeah, they only released like 2 by accident.
That's just classic.
And
right
you
there,
can
I love
argue
it.
that the Wither
While the
biome
inside
was
of
not
the
an
floating
accident
landmass is
either. They
outfitted to
intentionally
better
did
serve
that.
as an amethyst and ore shop, false experiments with the whoosh effect on the eagle too. Debating if glass panels look nice enough as an aerodynamics map, she only applies the effect to one wing of the bird, so now it looks like half the eagle is soaring faster than the other. Just don't tell Mumbo that she's drifting mid-air.
Do we like glass panes? Glass panes? Or no glass panes?
Wells Knight presents a more modern approach to making an island float, and what better material to convey sci-fi thruster technology than radiant sea lanterns. He'll need a few, now that the floating island is filled in with stone that is visually quite heavy.
Well, yeah, the bottom
Luckily,
one, and
Iskar
there was
has
like
just the
1
thing,
or
and I
maybe
guess the
2
bulk
that
discount
Dockham
here
lost.
counts as a clearance sale, seeing as how he's moving shop at the moment.
I mean, I would
Now,
argue that the
irony
bottom
of
one was
moving
not
said
an
shop
accident
into an
either.
insufficiently lit area while literally selling lanterns is not lost
Yeah,
on
it's
anyone
fair to
present.
assume that nothing that happens on the server is an accident unless Scar does it.
Yeah, I'm not saying they planned it. I'm saying that like it doesn't count
Still,
because
Wells
like
gets his high-tech
they
light
should
bulbs
know
in
better.
excess, but then promptly runs out of
Fair.
concrete. More concrete evidence, haha, comes out about Evil Azuma's death grip on the server. It turns out Evil X had a part to play in Vintage Beef's transformation into a space alien. It's not clear how that aided in turning Beef to the side of Derpcoin, but it probably helps to be a monster to participate in that particular scam. The regular Azuma is not too not evil either, as the villager struggle from last week has him form the foundation for a new trading hall which looks distinctly like holding cells. The stone and the sticky for the pistons comes out of the new slime farm chunk X digs up for a quick yet functional farm. His more sentient
please don't
slime
talk
blob
to
friend Ijevin delivers
spam
his
accounts.
side of the plan. The triple totem of Undying Shop rises right opposite Evil Azuma's Emporium. The three-headed golden idol marks a building perfectly in style with Evil X's own store. And Jevin promises more dark magic now that his base
yes,
is
Sage, but
announced
he's
to become
intentionally
an
was
enchanted
baiting
swamp, if he can
Mumbo
only
into
decide on
spawning
the
one,
walls of
so
the slime void.
So I tried this
like
gradient.
there is not an
and
ending
after,
there.
you know, after
There was not an
looking at
ending
some,
there.
I just didn't like it very much. But I have another idea. that
Jevin
I wanna
me
run
either.
by
Look,
you guys
I
for
hate
next
these gradients.
episode.
The Evil X Corporated is not the only competition the Botham shopping district will have to deal with in the future.
They work on like a
The
very
big
large
inhabitants
scale, but
are forced to
honestly,
pick
like
up what BWOs
most
put
builds
down
don't
and
need
start filling in the
that level of
shoreline
texturization.
wireframe
It just
with
makes
their own shots.
look
As
very
such,
complicated.
Tango Tech finally gives his hip a rest and puts down the Big Iron store.
Yeah, so, you know, Big Irons.
That was one of the best jokes in the whole season.
Thank you. I wrote it. If you didn't hear it because I was blubbering about garbage,
Wireframe with their own shops. As such,
Here it
Tango
goes.
Tech finally gives his hip a rest and puts down the Big Iron store.
Yeah, so, you know, Big Irons needs, we need Ron. No, Ron! Okay, Ron.
Amazing pun name aside, Big Irons offers a large supply of ferrum, though some bulk customers might prefer direct dealings with the supplier if it means they can
I
get
just
them
realized that there was an opportunity missed there
Do tell.
to reskin the golem into being a
He
Cyclops.
spends some of the week filling in the score
Yeah, wouldn't be
in
too
the
hard,
cave of Fifi
but,
the
you know.
Cyclops. As far as precious metals go, it's a particular gold Keralis is after, and luckily the Cogsworth Manor pays out big time with the precious B-Dubs original pocket watches.
So okay, I'm gonna hitch Lulu up right here.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought you said you're going to the loo. I was like, we didn't build a toilet.
The ceiling in Keralis'
Again,
office
only
can now tell you
Keralis.
exactly what time
Why
it
do
is
I keep
when time's
editing it
over.
in?
But of course it's Keralis
I don't know!
that we come to his videos
Why?
for, so he drops one at the big
I had an
shoreline
option to
Shoretown.
not edit it
It's
in.
not clear what the shop will be
I
selling,
could
but
have
it surely sure looks.
I could have
pretty,
chose
which is always
peace.
a benefit when you have eyes as hungry and a heart as big.
With this beautiful face on? You're right. You know what? You are looking easy. Look at that.
no, I
Look at
just
that. Look
backstabbed
at that.
myself.
The pretty
Double
is in
Aaron.
high demand on the server, and Good Times with Scar finds himself at a crossroads, being a significant provider of it. From Grian to Impulse SV, the Bottom Gang demands Scar builds at their place and their place only. Not playing favourites just yet, Scar instead throws us a plot twist. It turns out the swaggin is coming from inside the house. This house in particular, which lore-wise Tycoon
We need to go
has
back to the
refurbished
season and
into a
count how many
commercial
times you
ritual
make
factory.
inside the house
The latest
jokes.
masterpiece sails
look,
on the
I have-
shore of the Big Eyes group, which is less an active attempt
I
at
have a
expanding the
particular
client
and very
base
distinct
and more an
Russian
invitation
voice,
to play
okay?
Battleship.
And like 2 jokes.
Level with you here. When I log back on the server in the morning.
One of the jokes
Might
is
be
like
at the bottom of the
stock music
so Grian actually
reference.
has a reason to get a Scar build that goes
And the
beyond
other,
upsetting
whatever
his
that
server
was.
mates. While the In-Mountain Wizard Mall is a fun project he enjoys, the top of the hill needs some brainstorming, and it's more convenient
What's
to
your
have
favorite,
Scar
Ruby?
do that
'Cause mine's
brainstorming
still,
for him. After all,
hey
he
guys,
still
I
owes
paid
Grian
Cleo
the
to
back
kill
of that
D-dubs,
manor.
come watch.
Aside from whimsical magic shops, Grian occupies himself with providing enough deep slate for everyone, quickly finding out that it might not be as good a business model as something people desperately want should be.
So, in theory, if I spent 2 hours just mining for diamonds, I would make more than what I'm about to sell the deep slate for.
Maths be damned, the deep slate is bound to pay off in the wonderful builds.
Then
his
sell
friends
for
will
more
make,
expensive,
and Grian secures
coward.
one when a lucky coincidence leads to Scar getting stuck in a bedrock.
You're gonna do
pocket
capitalism,
next
at
to
least do
Poison Void.
capitalism.
I'm literally trapped here.
How did you get in there?
Well, I was flying down to see the big hole, and I took a zig when I should have zagged, and I ended up in this.
You'd swear Lady Fortune is on his side as Grian holds an Ender Pearl ransom, but she also drops him into the void moments later, and that's one perhaps you perished box not being sold.
I'm dying!
I don't have them. It's all
I'm dying!
But
Oh,
Scar
no.
does have other options to consider when choosing a spot to build. Impulse SV puts yet another eye-catching sign in the sky above Botum Town, asking
That's a good
Scar
one
to
too,
build on a
Ruby.
cloud of smoke rising from his factory. And large though the factory is, Impulse has chosen to build his farms offshore, starting with mob farms and expanding this week into a warped and crimson
Things they did not
woodmaster.
expect
It's a
in the
journey
season.
with a few
Dockham trying
hurdles,
to
not
dead
the least of
name
which is losing all his
a
equipment
donkey.
to an Enderman attack
Whatever
while
it
mining
was.
for blast-proof ancient debris.
That
Then
is
the farm
such a
self-destructed a few
sentence.
times. But Impulse refuses to let it get him down, and after much tweaking, it is finished. And to blow off some steam, since no one else has claimed the title of Head of Happiness, Impulse tours the server and leaves...
Honestly, you just kind of mine everywhere, don't worry about it.
The great work. You can make something awesome today.
We'll see if he stays this happy when he hears what XB Crafted and Hypno plan to do with all those IOUs. Meeting up to discuss...
Personally,
Horsehead
I just
Farm
grab a
profits,
stack of
the pair builds an
torches and
auction
a
house where
totem,
people
and I
can
run
anonymously
around.
bid for the right to
That's
be
how I
under
mine.
favour by their server mates. The starting prices are all in diamond blocks, naturally.
Right. We don't want the other hermits to know who's bidding on what.
Right.
But we're fine with them knowing how much is being bid.
And it's perfect. It's flawless.
Back at XB Crafted's base, he successfully unites the two fossils by building a helix inside his dome, then carves out space for yet more Hemi overlords around
Crazy
the perimeter,
helix.
linking them with connecting tunnels and
Shush.
covering them with black glass, presumably so they can be dimmer domes.
I-
He's not the only one who
Okay,
will out the
okay,
lights in the name
okay.
of aesthetics.
I told
Scales
you about that
Blizzarding
before it went
shot
out,
to
too.
aforementioned
Yeah, I
headquarters
said it was not
as he
you.
repurposes the
Not
no
you.
wing.
Everybody knew what's
frame
on that
business
picture,
shop
okay?
floor, complete with chains of deep slate adorning the walls.
Your
and
guess
sea
is as good as
lanterns
ours, Red
behind
Panda.
tinted glass, so their light is completely contained, which might explain why early customers found they weren't the only ones there.
Oh.
At least some of the medals got distributed elsewhere, and while he was roving the server, Ismail takes the opportunity to do some good deeds, leaving free samples of prismarine goods at the crossroads.
It's one thing that is like a nice oh, it's another thing that is like smack. Oh.
Yeah, it's just this pause and just oh, like sometimes the dramatic pauses are the best dialogue in anything.
Yeah, Kiralis gets like a bunch of banger lines. Vintage Beef and XB Crafted get like random noises that they make. There is no justice to the clips I choose to put in the recap. At some point there have been, but by now, no.
Aniston, just assume that yes, there is, but that it has been green screened out or blue screened out, I guess. Like the jar actually does have something in it on like, but it is actually green.
The less said about
Zloy
Zloy juice, the better.
Control panel has a mysterious sea lantern switch.
I got an idea. I'm just gonna place my head here, and he can interpret this as he so please.
Iskal what? How? Just no, Iskal friend, please.
It happened because he's keen to farm basically everything in order to set up a contraption which will automatically refill the shulker boxes he normally keeps in his ender chest. Once he's done farming sea pickles and installing hoppers in the ceiling, he trots over to
Who
the
in
horse
chat
course
wants
check
to
in with
answer that
Bedrock
for
about
us?
the state of the track.
I gotta get my bed.
Like, everybody say it together now.
That was so fast!
Dude, I sensed it a long time ago.
A few adjustments are necessary, giving riders a safer but slower fall, an easier time following someone over the drip leaf bridges, and the opportunity to splash potions on themselves or
Oh
their
god,
opponents.
horses on drip leaves.
He also started
Right?
using donkeys for speed.
I'm starting
although
to
someone else
understand
might be
why
ahead
they
of
never
the game.
played the thing.
As CEO of Botum, Mumbo doesn't want to
I
have
still
the
want to try
flashiest
it. Like,
ride on the
seriously,
lot.
let's grab
He
the
wants
world
everybody showing up to work with their engines revving. So while he's in the process of building up a storage system for his base, he breeds more souped-up horses and parks them in a purpose-built garage for the other Botum folks to
That
collect
works too,
later.
Ruby.
It's worth it just to hear the moped version.
This is the best thing ever. Oh my.
High-pitched rev-up noises.
Why is this so funny to me?
By contrast with the tiny donkeys, his storage system is almost impractically large, but it'll provide storage for the rest of his days, and he can get on with building the night sky above his chest monster. And finally,
Pandanic,
there's B-Dubs,
somebody
who
had
might be
asked
one of
why
the
we
only
don't
people
join
who doesn't
Hermitcraft.
want Scar to build there, but he still appreciates the barge
Which I think is the
parked in
question
Big
that's
Eye's
been
boat,
answered the
if only
most.
because it drops off a decent supply of terracotta. It also drops
Let it
endermites
go.
off it when B-Dubs tries to sneak a few sea weevils on board.
Aha! I done it! Oh! Oh.
That terracotta is helping expand the vibrant coastal shopping area, and the profits have actually started rolling
That
in,
might
along with
just
the passing
jumping.
gas takings.
Yeah.
To help them split up the profits
You don't-
automatically,
I'm
B-Dubs
pretty
redstones
sure
up a
that
machine to divide the diamonds between three
in
hoppers.
the end, all
Then
of the
randomize
endermites
it
on that
using
float
chickens. It's this kind of innovation
got
that you
confused
can
and
now
all
expect
bunched
to
up in
the
one
Redstone
corner.
Services shop.
So
Just expect
Scar
your
didn't even
Redstone
get beaten
every
by
once in
any.
a while.
He just found them
And
like
that's about it for
in
this
a
week. To
corner,
recap our Right
wiggling
Zloy
at one
XP.
another, helplessly.
I still just have PTSD about endermites anyway, so.
Yeah, that would be you.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Oh god, this one's loud.
Ever going to be taken seriously if I don't have my business attire on? This is better. I'll be taken seriously now.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft
I
recap.
love
My
this.
name is
I
Pixlriffs.
love
Our
this.
writer is Zloy.
Not an
XP,
actual
and when you
hat,
watch
though.
as much
Did
Hermitcraft
not
as we
mod
do, you
that
notice
in.
patterns emerging in the chaos.
Skin thingy.
Now, it's not
Yes.
exactly subtle by now, but the decision to not have a centralized shopping district on the server seems to have backfired. And in the resulting explosion of commerce, the Hermits are forming several shopping districts, some even at odds with each other. The most obvious is, of course, the Botum town, Mumbo, Grian, Impulse, Scar, and Pearl, who openly have declared themselves a corporation. Already opposing them is the Big Eyes crew with Tango, BOO, and Corrales, who are only sometimes accompanied by Gemini Tay, because Gemini Tay has now started the Swamp Lump coalition with False Symmetry and Stress Monster, which we can't tell if Ijevin factors in at all, since remember, Ijevin is under Evil Azuma's influence, and so are Vintage Beef and Wells Knight. Amid these monoliths, we have to remember the absolute wild card that is Horsehead Farms, where XP Crafted and Hypno came into possession of IOUs from a vast range of people on each side, ready to scatter them over the server like confetti. And it's a complete mystery how DocM and Rendog's Gotham and Hermit Matrix stuff fits into all of this, because they don't seem as interested in dominating the market as they are in just dominating. But at least when the House of Cards begins to topple later in the season, the one remaining cornerstone of the market will be Joe Hills's Flower Shop. And with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
I really want to point out that, like, one of my favorite things about this season, right, about Season 8, were the multiple shopping areas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Primarily because this is the first season when there wasn't not only was there not a single group of people doing a thing, but they're also, like, the other groups felt kind of capable of competing with it, right? Like Season 6, there was Sakara and Concorp, but there was like so little competition between the two. Because at the same time, Sahara was less interested in actually doing anything and more interested in just putting the architects like Iskall, Grian, and Mumbo were less interested in like competing with Concorp and more interested in just putting together their super shop. And they came into fruition like way too late in the season when Concorp was already like way too powerful. Season 4, there were Logfellas and pretty much it. There was another group which was EFO and Dochem, but they weren't really like in any competition with Logfellas. This is the first season when there were like more than 3 active coalitions, and they were active and powerful enough that you would believe that they are actively competing. And it actually led to a lot of very interesting interactions. So you had the big guys, the Horsehead farms, the Octagon, the Bottom, and Bottom had like the most amount of people and all of the creators that like are the most popular right now. But even still, it really feels like other corporations really did put up a fight. NHO is an interesting example because NHO was back in season 5. And NHO existed like on its own, basically unopposed. There was the like NNHO, like no-NHO or something like that. Or WHO, like basically there were minor fractions, but NHO just did not do enough to remain an entity. And it especially just did not have an entity opposing it. Which is partially why it kind of didn't do enough to remain an entity. It's kind of like... Yeah.
Basically, that and half its members wound up bailing from that season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, it's fair enough. But the trick there is that I like when like this stuff happens, and I hope that more of this stuff happens next time. Because especially like I like it when the big guys crew technically have Gem, who is like a peripheral member, but Gem also has her own. Like I like when members have double allegiances like that. I think it's like very interesting.
Real quick, while you're still paused here.
Yeah.
So Puka was working on most of the animations for this season on stream.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the first one that I caught his stream while he was working on it. So in a moment, and I got to see him have the best detail of this whole scene, which is that there's a brute who's very sad over at the counter. But also, I just appreciate this shot because the two genders, evil and evil.
Yeah, warped evil and crimson evil.
Yeah, and it reminds me of how gay clubs actually are because all the bathrooms inevitably just say everybody.
There are 2 bathrooms. One says gay and the other one more gay.
Basically.
Yeah, so since you've seen since you've seen like Puka work on it, can you explain?
It was too much fan pandering. Check out Azuma voice.
Who the heck is this guy?
I don't know. I didn't remember the Hero Brian was there.
Azuma arrives at the Hell's Dimension where all the evil counterparts of the Hermits reside to try and convince Hell's Knight to join the Derp Coin cause.
Never seen again in the entire series. Also not voiced by Wales Knight in this for some reason.
Hells can't influence Wells Knight directly, but does advise Evil to just send a regular Azuma in, which just about does the job.
You and I, we go back a pretty long way.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna take your word for it.
Anyway, internet points for anyone who can name all the
yeah,
characters
follow-up
in the
question. Who the hell is this?
I feel like I remember him at some point.
X has a much...
I don't... Who's the evil Mumbo?
Okay, here's my theory, alright? So, so in order to grow new potatoes, you cut like the eye out of it and like plant it, right? Okay?
Oh my god, you're going way too deep.
So there in one of the Animorphs books, Rachel turns into.
I'm just gonna keep going and never stop.
Easier time influencing some villagers into forever trading pumpkins for emeralds once he wiggles the bunch where it's supposed to go.
Zoom in. Oh, that is very slow falling right there. Oh, and goodbye.
A much more eloquent method comes to Cubfan when having to relocate his testificate operation, he just stacks them in a giant Pez dispenser.
And since they're on a rail, I think that should allow us to easily move them out, like one at a time.
With the civilians out of the way, Cub can continue the spread of dripstone around the canyon, and we even get a...
Evil Mumbo would be like, pick up your minecarts and pickaxes?
Evil Mumbo be like, I'll destroy anyone who makes lag. And yeah, Cole, that's the real reason Concorp's gone, is just they were too powerful. Like they took everything over, so now they really did retire.
Yeah. Evil Mumbo be like, oh yeah, this is a mule. A donkey, actually.
Yes.
Evil Mumbo be like, yo, I'm just gonna take a bus. Like...
nice progress indicator as he does the classic before and after map comparison.
Major progress. You know what? This almost looks like a winged creature. Like this is a wing over here.
Any residual drip will be sold in a well-camouflaged shop called Double Drip. Just have to be very cautious navigating to it in the Labyrinth Canyon.
Evil Mumbo be like, this is very complicated. Oh my god.
Evil Mumbo be like, it started.
Evil Mumbo be like, Grian, please stop. I'm trying to make a YouTube video here. Evil Mumbo be like, this is a chicken. Why is this joke going on? Please.
More Lemo Gumbo. God, we are so lucky that Among Us was not a thing yet during the Civil War. Oh my god.
Oh my god, right?
Oh my god.
For a more scientific approach to mazes, look no further than ZAF. We're not talking corn here. Zed really goes out of his way to make a one-block tall labyrinth, not for his server mates. Instead, he lures in an endermite, which he figures is as close to a lab rat as it gets, size-wise. The endermite runs are timed via a separate contraption.
Are ZF time-lapses directed by the guy who did the Hannibal show?
Incapable of memorizing the path, the only result of the test seems to be an endermite with really buff calves.
And he's fast out of the gate. Yeah, maybe that 11.5 minutes is... Oh no, he's going. He's having a spin. That's it. That's how he thinks.
Hypnotized has more humble aspirations. He just wants to navigate his own storage system a little bit easier. So until Mojang comes out with a double barrel, chests it is. He is pulled away from expanding his box pile when Horsehead Farms gets the idea to auction the Hermit's IOUs, which is prime opportunity for us to showcase the first version of the auction house we made the faux pas of omitting last week.
Ooh, I like what you've done there. That's glorious.
Just another ooh.
I mean, I'm not saying I'm like the best builder ever, but
XB Crafted checks back in later to discover the bidding wars have begun, although the conversation is a little slower than your average.
Okay, getting this many IOUs
Luckily,
was
he has
a power
plenty of
move
time
though,
to wait,
like...
and his Wasteland Megabase is keeping
I was
him occupied
legit
in the
afraid
meantime.
of the chaos
The
that was
dome
about to
can
break
repel
out
pillagers,
if
but it
every
might have a
single
harder
one of
time
these
with giant
was
alien
delivered
worms. The carcass of one is built nearby, but its mother turns up looking for big chompy vengeance. Although it occurs to us that if the giant worm is too much of a threat, he just needs to put in a call to False Symmetry's giant eagle.
Is that freaking cool, or is that freaking cool?
The movement of giant land masses in the marsh continues when Gemini Tay reaches out to her co-swamp triads, hoping to form their own shopping operation.
Hi, I just saw you fly towards me. Hi.
Hi, False.
Yeah, you can pay for a new door.
Minecraft villagers be
Gem's
like...
first move is to build up a mossy rock formation, nicknamed the Swamp Lump, to serve as the cornerstone, for their future build. She then passes it to False Symmetry, who digs up a moat around it. Seeing how False was already clearing out the space under her spider spawner, it was just a matter of swinging her shovel some more. False passes the lump duties on to Stress, but not before raising a swamp monstrosity at her doorstep. The Green compels, and Stress Monster joins the cause, though what she'll add to the collective pet rock remains a mystery for the time being.
Okay, referring to their base as collective pet rock.
Yes.
Proud of that one. Real proud.
Unbeknownst to them, Gemini Tay is already prepping a vault for the riches. Unbeknownst to anyone, really. It wouldn't really be a secret diamond vault otherwise.
Oh, I'm a genius. And then, yeah, absolutely perfect, I tell you.
The treasures already in there include all the profits from selling trees and moss, all the player heads she acquired, and soon enough, bunnies and netherite.
It turns out me and Pearl both share a very strong passion for collecting creatures. Cats loyally following their pearlescent moon up the mountain.
The Green gains another ally in Elybeatmaker. After all, he wears the colours. He also declared his next goal to turn the biome around him into an enchanted swamp, and sure does so, spreading custom trees, spore blossoms, and shaders everywhere he goes.
I am currently using Slider's Vibrant Extreme shaders, and wow, guys. This
RTX on!
So, he said that Sliders actually Silders.
Everybody makes that mistake, though.
No, nobody does make that.
It's common.
The thing...
Did you not hear during Don't Die December, like, the number of people that kept calling it that?
No. But trick is, like, I wouldn't even have included this in the video if I realized that he even made a mistake. Because, like, my goal with these videos is deliberately not pointing out some of the stuff, like Hermit say, that are kind of dummy, because, you know, when recording, 80% of your brain's capacity goes towards, you know, keeping up the recording, rather than to actually tracking what you're saying. In this case, I legitimately thought that he downloaded some sort of other shaders called Sliders, and I was like, huh, okay. Let's put in a clip of him saying that. Give credit to the actual shader pack makers. So that backfired. Yeah. Was not my point to humiliate him in this case. Not in this case.
Yeah, I was to say, in this case, no.
There are plenty of clips where the point was to humiliate him.
Oh my
Incredible
God.
looking. So I just want...
After much consideration, he even decides on the pattern to spread out over the slime pit. Turns out all the gradient was missing is a noise map, and the results look quite satisfactory. This is, however, where the March of Progress crashes through the wall, and Jevin departs to the Nether to set up a tiny, yet incredibly efficient gold farm. Impulse SV adds a moss farm to his offshore industrial area, the better to power the neighbouring kelp and netherwood farms with bone meal.
As that was also temporary.
Can you hear the background music?
Yes.
Chat. Quick poll, everybody. How'd you like the background music? Like this particular one? Yay or nay? Lee?
Like, leave it, well, there's no way to do polls, so.
Well, yeah.
Leave it playing for a bit longer so they can actually hear it, so.
Okay.
As soon as Bodum Ink starts to get constructed over there, we're going to move all this product over there anyway.
It's an approach that's paying off in the form of new shop opportunities, all of which will eventually be integrated into the Bodum Town shopping experience TM. His other shops are also firing on all cylinders, but alas, we cannot say the same for his dueling skills. Moving his starter house to make way for future developments in Bodum, Impulse creates the entrance hall for the factory, leading to the room where the first experiments in recreating Elybeatmaker bars are constructed. Although the first one might need to go back to formula after it turns him into a green goblin.
Oh no! Oh, what has happened?
Joe Hills has an easier time bartering some dripstone from Cub, although he's after the blocky stuff, not the one that falls on you at terminal velocity. It's a foundational element of the castle walls he and Cleo are working on, and
I used to complain about this track a ton.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why Zloy asked you guys, is because I used to complain about this track. We already passed the episode that had the track that I told you never use that one again.
Yeah, I was sitting there the entire time kind of cringing, being like, oh my god, I need to remove this one. I need to never use that one again.
Yeah, like this one, like, I think the problem is just the first time that you used this one, it was in a context that it just felt really discordant with.
Yeah.
But, like, I've gotten used to it. I don't know.
The trick about this one is that I love using it for the bottom shenanigans this season.
That's fair.
Like this season, this is my shenanigan soundtrack. Not a fan of slide fiddles, but I suppose there's a time and place. Actually, yeah, it's not a side fiddle. It's not a slide fiddle theme. It is the tiny violin. But yeah, this is like more or less bottom soundtrack for the season. I don't use it always for the bottom, but like I like this track a lot. It's a good mischievous kind of music. But I also appreciate your opinion. So that's why I needed you people to like tell me if it's good or not, because I needed to decide for myself if I'm gonna use it again. Yeah. Anyhow. Cry out loud. No. There we go.
A vantage point for visitors, then gives us a cool flyby of the progress so far.
In lieu of that mid-roll ad, I will now read a poem of my own devising that I call Not Music.
It's lucky he can rely on the replay mode for the flying because he manages to catch his 1000th
Okay, that was
Wings
way
Club
too,
on camera.
way too thematically
Having put up
appropriate.
the previous medals as decorations in his tavern, he awaits the arrival of his prismatic medal. When it will arrive is a mystery because the No Wings Club is apparently run by Scooby-Doo.
Although I should probably use like a No Wings Club voice.
Very impressive.
Yeah, I think that's pretty close to how the No Wings Club building talks.
That's more
Tinfoil Chef is back to chop trees, which he makes easier for himself by setting up water streams for the items. Eventually the whole platform might end up transporting the saplings into a chest for easy replanting later, but throwing them into the waterway makes sense for now. It also allows him to duck back inside when the phantoms turn up to mess with him, although not without him trying to force them into joining the No Wings Club too.
Come on, chump. You think you're so bad? Come on.
Vintage Beef also isn't flying yet, although that may be because his spaceship is easier to
So
decorate.
I hate to say it, but old man yells at the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan.
No,
Dan, I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing, honestly. Yeah, Minecraft in-game music for like any kind of video is like pretty safe bet. My primary issue with Minecraft music or soundtracks is that everybody else is using them. So it's like everybody knows why you're using it because it's free.
Yeah,
so you might as well try and find a track that's like maybe less overused. Still though.
It's hovering at accessible heights. He adds some home comforts to the captain's quarters, which is a good move when he's starting to look the part.
I like it. The captain's quarters. I can now set my spawn here, and this is the spot that I spawn when I die, which hasn't happened yet. Number of deaths, 0.
And on that note, we get some insight into how this transformation began, and a glimpse at Evil Azuma's involvement, which might explain why Beef seems so keen on joining the Derpcoin Empire.
You have? Why?
The decision to appoint a literal potato as Bottom CEO might not be the troll we thought it was, because Mumbo's Harmless Harvests is pretty successful. Sure, nobody's buying the potatoes, but they are buying everything else. So when the next meeting is called, at which Grian appoints himself the head of snacks,
Are you meant to be eating right now?
Are you eating?
Mumbo introduces them to the company car scheme and the garage where they can all start their engines. With great horsepower comes great horse responsibility.
It's the ultimate hardcore drifting right here.
Buy it, Bottom! Buy it, Bottom!
Guys, I took his bed. Wait, no, go back and give it back.
After the business in the front comes the party in the back, but since the front business was
In the
the party,
passion
the
of the
back
moment.
party is now the business. Dedicated to actually completing the reverse of his mountain, Mumbo mines out a ton of stone, leaving himself with some deep slate he doesn't have a need for. So naturally he needs to set up a pop-up shop next to Grian's train.
Genuinely, I only had 2 reasons for doing this. The first one was, of course, annoying Grian, and the second one is because I came up with a funny pun-based name, and I just didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to use it. I mean, just look at it.
The server's deep slate cravings might be cured by Doc M, who's
The
back on
number
his
of shops
tunnel
I
game,
too have
getting
made
around the
just because
tedium
of
of
left
mining
somebody.
deep slate by blowing it up instead.
I mean,
The
it's
tunnel
fine.
bore is
Like,
back, my friend.
what's the worst that can happen?
I made
No one will
one.
buy from it?
I was
fine.
bored.
That's not the only thing he blows up, but we'll get there after we talk about Etho taking a deal for a season's supply of shulker boxes. Doc M's price is the fastest horse on the server, and condemning Etho to the now traditional 1,000 spider eyes.
Oh no. Oh. I mean, it's unlimited shulker boxes. I gotta do it, right?
Yeah, but it's a value.
But it's a good thing Doc didn't promise a season's worth of obsidian, because his wither-powered farm goes abruptly sideways. Having transported some zombie piglins
Wither
up to the
farms
wither
are
cage,
always
the moment
hard.
of truth comes when Doc generates a portal, manually triggering the
Wither-based
withers to
farms.
destroy it successfully.
guess.
Then as soon as he tries to automate the process, the withers get released. Whether he can financially recover from this remains to be seen, but he might look into ways of farming obsidian without
Again,
unleashing
pawns are
doom
on
the
area
server.
of effect.
Doc's business partner
Attack.
Rendog is holding up his side of the operation, although not without his fair share of explosions too. Ren time-lapses clearing the Octagon
Roll for
Island
cringe
and laying
damage.
the foundation, which is going to involve a lot of copper aging, then builds a concrete converting machine which promptly blows up.
And in a second, we should hear a piece of TNT exploding. There it goes, and yeah, mistakes have been made.
After some adjustments, it's back in action and more reliable, and also includes an automatic glass smelter for all the sand you didn't want in pretty colours. Pearlescent Moon gives us a mini Hermitcraft recap of her own, flashing back to her adventures with Ren and Dog, the Boatum meeting where they egged each other to death, and explaining where the third, but definitely not final, Scar Build Here sign came from.
Swag is actually an Australian term where you pack up your personal belongings inside like kind of a roll or a bit of a sack, and then you take it around with you on your journeys.
But returning to the present, she's got a lighthouse castle hybrid to build on top of her mountain.
I will never understand what was the benefit of doing it this way.
So Cameron was doing this too with the base that they were working on the other day, a few weeks ago, where it was like trying to get the shape first and not letting the colors affect how the shape looked, and then going back through with the colors afterwards.
Yeah.
I don't entirely get it, but I think it's kind of a drawing the line art first.
You know, I get it like as in, I'm gonna do a sketch of this, but I don't get of doing this in survival. Like, that's... No, please, stop it. Also, like, if you wanna try and do this for, like, just to see what something looks like, wouldn't you want to... Because, like, depth cannot be unmarried from the texture.
No, but I said, I don't completely get it, but I have seen it in other cases, and I do also know that when you're making like actual 3D models,
yeah, it's sculpting easier when the texture is not there, because then you can see the depth better. But like, my biggest question here is like, why in survival? But oh well.
Yeah.
Like whatever is more convenient, I guess, but also.
Far enough inland that it explains why all her other boats have found themselves permanently in dry dock.
Okay, so I know it's all stone and also apparently really covered in snow right now. Hold on, guys. Let me just fix that for one moment.
Unfortunately, the current mountain is too small for Pearl's vast creative vision, so she'll have to terraform some more before we get a glimpse of the finished product. Especially if Scar will deliver on all the places people ask him to build stuff, then there might not be a block left on the server. A chance to decide how to go about it presents itself when Grian calls another Boatum meetup.
Sage, not everything I say is a call out, okay?
In his wizard shop alley, and no doubt wondering where to get some cash to put in it.
4 degrees of wonk in it.
Unfortunately, the time to present one's ideas in this Boatum meeting is limited to the length of a person's
Don't
fall
lie,
from
everything
1,000
you
blocks
say
above
is a
world
call
height.
out, but
And
that-
that's only
that
long enough to say
wasn't.
something or other about cars, but even that will be blanked out by the wind noise and the screaming.
Like, we're cruising around with our...
Oh, I'm gonna go in the hole.
Anyhow, this is why the letter to Isgal had to be in real-life mail and in elven penmanship. And that's about it for this week's recap. Our
What a
writer is
callback,
Zloy
right?
XP, and my name is
Yeah.
Pixlriffs. If you like the humor on display in our
If you like the humor on display in the show, why?
welcome to the Hermitcraft.
Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. What?
Ruby.
Recap, my name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and it's nice to see creators you admire being
As per my
forced
last
to good in the
email!
world, isn't it? The Hermitcraft server has once again partnered with the Make-A-Wish Foundation and welcomed a player by the nickname Pillbug for a day. The visit resulted in a giant bug statue holding hermits' heads and foretelling the future. This is, of course, only one instance in a long history of charity streams and otherwise kind deeds, but just in case you're wondering why there's this statue on the server, now
It had
you
to
know.
be a real life
Also,
letter
for
because
once,
that
they
was
have
the only
something that
way
works
Iskall could
when
have
you throw a
signed in
baked
blood.
potato in. And with that out of the way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Stress Monster, who returns to the server after a summer hiatus and gets thrown straight back into the action. Fortunately, her fellow hermits have been busy in her absence, and she's able to buy a beacon straight from Elybeatmaker's shop to help with all the digging at her ravine base.
How do I get out?
Wow,
Oh,
18
I see.
diamonds for a beacon.
How do I, please?
What?
We
There
gotta let
Did it like that?
Groova know he's being ripped off.
I mean, Groova is the one selling
But the
them,
Moss
so...
Monster beckons,
Yeah,
and as False
that's
Sentry
the joke.
initiates her into the Sisterhood of the Traveling Froggy Hat, Stress is tasked with adding
Crying
something
out,
to the swamp.
crying out loud. People
A
are gonna
communal
accuse
leather
us of
portal
like
seems
trying
fit the
to
bill, even if it does
advertise
mean risking
our
the
own
chaos
like
of the Nether for
servers and
Crimson
series,
Wood.
but like
Eventually,
this is
the
just how
portal
we
is
are.
built, crowning the top
Yeah,
of the rock,
we just
and
can't
linking to
stop.
Listen,
other parts
we're
in
sorry,
all
we
these
just
places.
literally have nothing else going on in
Having
our
once again
lives.
covered the walls of his slime pit with a basalt gradient,
Literally.
Elybeatmaker now bridges
In this
the side
pandemic?
bricks to the
Are you kidding
center
me?
in a grand design that for now
I mean, I guess
is focused
Pokemon
on
came
the
out.
enchanting setup.
I'm not playing it.
Yeah, but I gotta wait for my
Looking
husband to
over
finish
Gotham.
playing it
I'm
first.
not gonna lie to you. I am so happy with how the start of our mega
He's
base
the one that
has
owns the
turned out.
Switch.
I love this build.
The excess is compounded by the fact that most of the enchantments he has available via librarian villagers anyway. Though this much magic all in one place demanded more of the swamp to
Presented
be
a
converted
mukbang.
into a lush enchanted swamp, and
Oh
Kevin
my
modded
God!
up even more of the biome with custom trees and particle flowers to boot.
There we go. Perfect.
The swamp itself threatens to extend its influence when Gemini Tay discovers BOO at her doorstep waiting to invite her to the Big Eyes board meeting.
I know you're not even selling, but I want.
Iskall didn't
to
start the
buy
Civil War.
the
Cleo did.
design to these lampposts. May I?
Yeah, you could buy it.
Though wider corporate reach could give her own alliance, the Swamp Lump, a much-needed edge in the market, let's not dismiss that this is a trap just yet. Either way, much as you try, you can't just eat diamonds,
refill my
and
drink
Gem
water
happens
back
to be in the
Yep.
middle of a food shortage at her base. It's why she establishes a windmill as her next build and lures in a few villagers to trade crops and recipes with.
But I can go ahead and get lots and lots of food for myself. And I can maybe even set up a stand at my farmer's
Stargazer,
market
if I
with
could
food
start the
to get
Season
lots
6
out of the way.
Hermitcraft
Really, the
Civil
test
War, I
delegates are getting
would.
better treatment at her place than Azuma Voids, where the Axolotl has automated the zombie
Unfortunately, I
plague.
couldn't.
It's a whole thing with how a zombie's targeting algorithm is hijacked and redirected to the exact person you wish to be executed. We'll get plenty of that later in the show, don't worry. While Azuma works his way through a build the community helped to pick a colour scheme for, Evil Azuma forges the next advancement in the derp coin scheme. The two of them start offering derp keys that pave the way for a derp pass, bringing Hermitcraft's 8th attempt at economy closer to the Confusopoly than it has ever been. Another cutscene also reveals that the derp coin is seemingly made of rotten flesh, so yeah, Soylent Green is people.
So fantastic, it was practically my idea anyways.
Was it now?
It's not the only transformed
I'm
food
still
stuff the Evil
pretty
Empire
sure
is
that
selling,
actually
because Vintage
somehow
Beef
Kevin
just
Scar
moved in
started
next
the
door,
Civil War
combining a
to make
Blackstone
money.
gathering trip with an ancient dig research and grabbing some coral from an unspoiled reef. He built a gothic shop of his
I'm
own
talking
with
about
the
the
intention
mukbang
of
zone.
selling
Oh,
some
yeah,
dubiously
fair.
processed cat food. It sure goes with his whole homage to District 9, but we're not sure if the other hermits will consider snacking on it just yet. Then again, Impulse SV is eating amethyst
No, I'm sorry,
shards, so maybe it's
Kapfan
more likely
War
than the initial
Profiteer was a storyline I never
the price
expected
of an
out of
empty promise is
Hermitcraft.
once again raised when the Horsehead Farms duo
And yet you
Crafted
should have,
and
'cause it's Cub.
Hypnotized tally up the results of their IOU auction. Hypno is dragged away from lighting up his enormous shroom cap to actually deliver the winnings, and also to extort tips from the people who already paid them.
Well, give me a second. Let me get my wallet out here.
You see, I'm British.
Uh-huh.
Tipping is not really in our culture.
Really? Is that?
Really?
Is that?
But Joe, it's in Joe's culture. Joe is tipping you. There you go.
It is only a little alarming that most of the server now owes a favour to the united forces of Joe Hills and Zombie Cleo. It's at least evidence that they
Yeah,
were
that's a
using
little
their server mates
concerning
as
of a-
peasants to build
Yeah, that
their
could have
house.
been way
Time
worse.
lapse takes care of most of the thing in Cleo's Q&A episode. although she is well employed for her expertise by XP Crafted to help with the alien bone worm in his dome.
And there's no real time frame. Whenever you feel like getting it done.
You might see this in a couple of days.
You know me. I'm super easy.
You're chill, but I get to see people impaled on teeth. That's something that most people can't give me.
Cubfan135 is spreading tremors as
I've
well.
never
because
related to
Redstone
Cleo
Canyon
more than that
suddenly
moment.
demands a whole new kind of material. Rooted dirt, the stuff you can only get from under a freshly grown azalea.
Basically right-clicking, occasionally left-clicking if there's a moss carpet like so, but yeah. It's pretty quick to do this, actually.
Cub automates as much of the planting process as he can, and in the meantime grabs some coral for extra stone variants that come in handy for his map room.
Of course, the blue hole itself, we got plenty of coral and prismarine. We also put down a bunch of tropical fish.
Speaking of extra variants, Grian sets off on the hunt for exotic mob versions for the first interior of the Magic Shop Valley, basically a shiny pet shop. And an already successful one too. Why, he already sold a jelly cat to Good Times with Scar in exchange for a charged creeper.
Yay, jelly!
A real one.
A real jelly.
A real jelly
Nobody's
cat.
ever seen a jelly on the server, ever. And you know where it is.
I know exactly where it is, and you can have
Is
it.
it secure?
It is secure.
If they can transfer one to the place, that is. Many
But is it
boaters died in
contained?
this episode. Some of them right in the shop already, some of them in somebody else's shop.
Oh, okay. So I've got a bit of an issue.
Don't worry.
This was so
The hat.
You'll just chalk
The
this
hat,
up to
yeah.
corporate sabotage.
The hat laying on the ground.
Scar makes up for the holes in the terrain by making more terrain. In an effort to unite the bottom under a single giga, he builds a mountain peak hovering over the many bases, planned in a way to incorporate everyone else's builds, both at the foot and throughout the mountain itself. It is now up to the rest of the bottom to tie their projects into the landmass, which given the whole Scar build here situation, might be the biggest no-you in the history of the server.
red line that scatters throughout this area. Well, that's to let Grian know to build here. It eventually will when it's all connected. You also might be wondering, Scar, what about the old backside? Yeah, as you guessed it, in true Bodum fashion, there is no backside. This entire
There's
thing
like,
took-
okay, there's like no bigger signifier of the evident burnout on the server than nobody building any of the backsides.
I do, however, appreciate the irony of the bottoms not building any backsides.
Lee, do you want me to like not post this video after we're done streaming?
We all know that they knew that that was the pun.
Yeah, fair. I'm
And if they
surprised they
did-
even went ahead with the name Bottom. Do you
Yeah.
think they just never realized?
I don't think that it's possible they never realized, although maybe, like, I don't know. Maybe, but I can't imagine them not noticing. Yeah, I mean, exactly. We get lines like that. We get Corrales' whole
The
existence.
Hermit's ability to reverse is tested once again with Tango Tech's newest minigame, the Zombie Bumper Boats. The rules are pretty simple. Driving a boat
I can't
with a
believe that
zombie in the
those
back,
visuals
the player
weren't
has
made by
to
me.
eliminate the other player. It's quite the spectacle. Even the zombies are wearing them. Having built a circus tent over it, Tango invites
Laughing at
Scar
my own
and
joke.
Impulse
Yeah.
to test it, which
I need
brings
a
much
counter
nausea
for
and bite
like
marks, but
me
still
laughing at
results
my
in
own
fewer
jokes.
issues than Etho and B-Dubs' horse race when Tango and Cub tested out for research.
Oh, the horse is getting hurt. What is happening?
Tango's career as a crash test dummy might continue now that Impulse SV has hold of his IOU, because we're pretty sure Pearlescent Moon won't be volunteering to test any more Idimpy bars after the first one rearranged her face.
Impulse. I don't feel too good.
Uh-oh.
I couldn't animate her disappearing there.
You might want to take a look at your face.
Impulse? What?
While Impulse tinkers with the formula, he's also reformulating his storage plans, ditching his item sorters in favor of the Mizuma Games design he used last season. After rummaging around in the redstone for a while, he's got modules which will now filter whichever items he programs in. Once Pearl's status is no longer green face emoji, she turns back to her role as head of layouts and formalizes some paths around Botum Town, shuffling aside people's temporary farms in the
I
name
love
of
that
civic
color
planning.
scheme too.
She
Yeah.
also gets blown up by Grian next
it's
to
very
Grian's
industrial.
house, which might explain why there's suddenly a G-shaped hole in Pearl's base, and a crafting table war breaks out between them shortly afterwards. But despite these crafty tactics, Pearl still manages to apply a
Oh, yeah,
couple
I mean,
parts to the
we forget the
lighthouse
jokes
build,
within a
and now
week.
she's happy with its overall shape.
But I think what we have now shows the direction that I'm going for fairly well.
She has a better time than
What
Joe
week
Hills,
are
who
we
runs
on?
into a few issues with the
13.
dimensions of roofs on his
yeah.
and Cleo's paper-crafted castle. Not the least of which is that removing blocks from below him leads to a lot of fall damage, and a hay bale floor can only stop so much of that.
And so I realized I would rather not keep taking fall damage and dying obnoxiously while removing and replacing and upgrading all the roofs. So,
Right.
floor.
Okay. A floor. I see the floor. I'm. Okay.
Could have put
Luckily,
scaffolding.
Cleo is fine with
Instead,
him
put
adjusting
a
some walls
Yeah.
for the sake
floor
of
that
his
you don't
sanity.
take fall damage
She
on.
also likes
I
to
know,
be
War
little children,
Elytra.
and once they pay up for their IOUs, they can bring in some other hermits.
Yeah,
to
but
help
he's
them
the only
remodel.
one who got the gold.
The rainbow, the
no
final
fight.
ones.
It's definitely
Yeah.
a thing that you built.
I know. But
He's the
once
only person that
Wellsburn
managed to
comes in and cleans it
the
up,
whole
it'll
season.
look like a thing
Sorry,
that Wells
it's definitely
In
a
the
thing.
meantime,
that you
though,
got.
Joe still moves ahead
Yeah.
with tiling the roofs and adjusting proportions, and the end result is looking pretty spectacular. Cleo is needed elsewhere by XB Crafted, who, quite aside from distributing these IOUs, needs Cleo to add some drama stands to his giant worm. The remodeling doesn't stop there, since he's got some aesthetic plans for Horsehead Farms, adding an abandoned copper mine nearby and integrating the lid of their
Yeah.
mod farm into the landscape
Joe
without
is in the
sacrificing
No
its
Wings
functionality.
Club.
A little bit of
Yeah.
dirt going across.
He's
the
knowing
top,
something to my
kinda-
knowledge. He's the only one who actually made it the whole season.
Stop.
Wow.
Doc M has
Okay.
definitely had to make
I'm
some
alive.
sacrifices in that department after recruiting several of the hermits to help take down the unfortunately escaped Withers. Swearing himself off that project, for the time being at least, the Goat Father turns his attention to the Octagon shop itself. His tunnel bore has produced enough deep slate that they can finally build their HQ, and splitting the building duties between them, Doc time-lapses half of the build into existence. It turns out to be the left half.
Wait a minute. Doc? What? Brother, was that... I mean, when we said we're going to do half-half, I didn't literally mean make exactly half of the thing.
It's up to Rendog to complete the
I've
other
never
half, which
related
he does
to-
in the
to
form of
Doc
an
as
epic
much as I did in that
time-lapse.
moment.
Yeah.
The build may not even be finished there, as a community perimeter project with those who've been brave enough to enter the Hermit Matrix leads
When
to
the group
discovering
project
another
is due
antenna-like
tomorrow.
spider crawler, which may get built over the top of the whole thing later. Once Ren has completed the outer shell, Doc starts thinking about the redstone requirements and wires up an automatic shulker replacement system for when their stock runs low. But his business mind is already shifting up a gear, and after picking up the fastest donkey Etho could breed, he offers to sponsor the horse racing track under the Octagon banner.
Oh, I think B-dubs would like that.
Yeah, maybe talk to your business partner about that.
After all, the course is functionally and aesthetically complete after B-dubs puts in a ton of efforts to finish the decorations. And after scouring the server with Etho, he has a faster horse than even Doc M's donkey, but one which can barely get off the ground. It may be street legal, but not one for the racetrack, because the idea is the competitors can breed a horse with certain characteristics from the range of available animals.
Because, you know, we formed some bonds with these horses, lovely Lulu.
Hopefully, B-dubs will get a cut of the Octagon sponsorship because he's flat broke, to the point where he has to write another IOU to get the IOU he bid for at the Horsehead auction. And while he observes that road access to the other shops on the server may leave something to be
IOU
desired,
and IOU.
they seem to be moving
Yeah.
their product a lot faster. Still looking to
28
find his
Cole.
niche, B-dubs starts a bookshelf shop at the Big Eyes town, and finally uproots the clifftop.
Yeah,
street,
we're
relocating
barely
to
like
Star's garage.
almost halfway through.
Exactly.
Yeah,
as
we're-
it was.
Exactly, we're halfway.
Anyway.
And finally, there's Mumbo, who performs a world first for the Hermitcraft server.
What'd you
and
build
actually
here,
breaks the back
mate?
of something. We jest, of course, but Mount Armchair does get time-lapsed into completion over the course of his episode. But that leaves plenty of time for shenanigans, starting with Grian delivering his Christmas present a little early.
Mumbo, no one needs to know that there's actually cheap slate under here. A normal pile of coal. He's completely covered up.
Mumbo's plan to undercut Grian's prices further each time the shop is vandalized
27, not
backfires
28.
when Grian pulls
27
whatever
and
liquids
finale.
available over it
Okay,
until
yeah,
the
I
prices
thought
are
it
low
was-
enough that he can buy Mumbo out. But as the bottom
Or
CEO
27
is quick to remind
and,
us, he has a shrewd enough
they
business
won.
mind that he can get a bunch of iron just for Tango's advertising signs.
I don't remember.
So
Well, I think it's
he
29
has
episodes
self-agreeing
total, but it's 20.
all along.
It's 28
Something
weeks.
weird has happened here.
Point is, I cannot count.
I just vandalized your shop and now I own it.
Well, joke's on you, I got 7 diamonds to some blocks I forgot about. So
And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy
See,
XP.
the
and
entire
mine is
cheap
Pixlriffs.
slate situation is actually very interesting because having something, like having a bunch of something that is worth a particular amount of like anything, is pretty useless unless you have people who will buy it for that exact price off of you.
Yeah.
Like, this is the one of the very few moments where in Hermitcraft the concept of offload time actually comes in.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know why it's interesting to me. I am very dumb.
On Hermitcraft.
Welcome to my created superflat, not to be confused with a creative superflat. This is most definitely my floating island in the sky.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and as many of you noticed, there's a fun new thing some of the Hermits are doing. While it's not directly affiliated with Hermitcraft, last week saw the beginning of the Last Life server. It's the sequel to the Third Life SMP from times past, with new rules, new members, and a whole bunch of murder. As before, everyone participating has a limited amount of lives assigned to them, and once they run out, they're out for good. As if that's not bad enough, any person on their last life becomes hostile and is supposed to start murdering everyone.
Zloy, do you want to
in sight.
explain
Where
the
Last
Wells
Life differs
W
from
thing
Third
again, or
Life
should I
is that they
type it
start
out?
with a
The Wells W?
Yeah, Ruby's asking.
In one of the first episodes of the recap for the season, I accidentally put 2 L's in Wells Knight's name. So I started adding more and more L to cover it up every single episode. But then Wells Knight tweeted that, like, the recap's been giving me nothing but L while I've been scoring nothing but W's. So I started doing W's instead of L's. So yeah.
Just start adding more and more W's because of it.
a randomly assigned number of lives instead of everyone having 3. The lives can also be traded between the group, making for a very interesting kind of commerce. And finally, an element of danger is introduced via the Boogeyman, a role assigned to a random person each episode, whose lives drop to 1 and they are only cured if they kill another player. Though this premise sounds very exciting, we will not be making a Last Life recap of any kind, but you can expect we'll be watching the
There
series
were like
and cheering
4
from the
different
sidelines.
Last Life
And with that out
recaps.
of the way, let's take a look at all the events and
Yeah.
mishaps that occurred
It's
on
amazing.
the Hermitcraft server and nowhere else.
I think like
Starting
3 of
with
them
Iskal,
only
who has
did
finally
like
racked up 1,000
1
days
episode.
in the No Wings Club.
Please don't
so now
spam
he can
emotes,
join
people.
The No Wings Club, except his elytra breaks during the first flight, lacking the unbreaking and mending enchantments it needed to keep afloat. Instead of doing the sensible thing and starting the No Wings Club, he takes these broken wings and relearns to fly, discovering along the way that you can't remove Curse of Binding.
I guess it's only fair. Iskal's cursed wings.
Now able to
Okay,
explore the side
I
of the
want
mountain
to,
he hasn't ripped
I want
tied
to
together.
attract your attention to this particular
Now
edit.
able to explore the
Oh no. Okay.
What's wrong with this picture?
I did see the thing, but I didn't realize you edited it in there. Yeah, I didn't realize you'd edited it in, but that's
I don't
the
know
extra
why I
crispy
did.
rings. You made the joke early in the season about the extra crispy wings.
Yeah, but
because-
like in this case, I just literally had the file at hand. And like, you know what? It's been a while since I did something funny. And then I did this instead of something funny.
This is only fair. Iskal's cursed wings.
Now able to explore the sides of the mountain he hasn't riptied together, he finds all the weird stuff Etho has done, tears down and rebuilds a cactus farm, and terraforms their starter area into something a little more scenic. He also takes Etho's advice and starts selling tridents out of the Prismarine store, dubiously accepting some derp coin in the process.
For goodness sake! I got rid of this one. I got rid of the one I had yesterday. I guess that means that they may be worth 1 diamond.
Derp coin has ended up in the hands of many people who never expected it, like Stress Monster, who collects it from her bookstore profits before exploring bits of the Nether hub she hasn't visited yet this season, including the bits with disembodied horse heads.
Oh no, Jose! What's happened to you?
Stress buys Botum, or at least some warped wood from it, because she has plans to work her ravine base palette into a mega base of stained glass and deep slate. The first wall comes together in a time-lapse and looks majestic as all get out, whether you live next door or are just visiting via the Nether portal. When the time comes to build a path, however, the local creepers have some notes about its construction.
Ah! No! Ah! Why is there more baddies? Get Danielle.
The spread of derp coin may be just what the evil Emporium needs, and luckily the newer adopters will have more to do with it.
I really want
Buka
Buka to explain to me what was he doing here.
The derp pass from last week allows a
what
hermit
he
to
was
access a
paid
bank
to
note
do.
deposit all their savings into. And
Was he
once
told
there,
to
the
animate
money
that,
will
or
output
was
more
this
money,
like just like,
very
yo, he paid you to
occasionally.
animate something?
Or at least very occasionally by design, seeing as
I
how
don't
in practice Cubfan135
He's
is near
probably
showered
asleep,
with the
otherwise I'd
dividends.
say we should ask him.
They're appearing when I open the barrel.
Is that a bank error in my favor? I think it is.
It is. It's a bank error in your. It's a bank error in everyone's
for the
favour at
second
moment.
time.
I love it.
Because
It'll
like
come in handy
previously
for the guy
they
now
already
that he
had
blew
that
through
issue.
his IOU budget. Cub uses up Zombie Cleo's IOU, getting her to frighten Joe into writing a poem for Cub. Which we have to admit, paying Cleo
Oh,
to frighten
Sage, they
Joe
wind
is
up being
about as
panic
unnecessary
screaming
as
so
frightening Joe
often,
into writing
especially
a
if
poem.
B-dubs is making
Especially since
noises.
the picturesque
I
canyon
think there's actually one caption somewhere that just says B-dub noises.
A single beat
like-
up, as opposed to.
Yeah, like there's definitely one spot where I gave up and did that. But I think it specifically was like tired beat-ups noises or something like that.
Something.
But then to answer how I decide to caption puns, ones that Pix says usually were written in the script that way, and if the pun written in the pun way is still pronounced the same way that the word would be, then I'll write it out the pun way. Otherwise, I'll put it like in the pun and then put in parentheses what the word's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's kind of a 50-50 on that. But I usually try to write it out in a way that explains the pun, because people who can't hear aren't going to be able to
the joke
hear
is not
the
gonna
pun.
work with like if the intonation is not there. So
Exactly.
yeah. That being said, this.
through his IOU budget. Cub uses up Zombie Cleo's IOU, getting her to frighten Joe into writing a poem for Cub. Which we have to
Best
admit,
part of the
paying
season.
Cleo to frighten Joe is about as unnecessary as frightening Joe into writing a poem. Especially since the picturesque canyon Cubfan has been building is sure worthy of some lyrics. The dripstone peaks are complemented by the most unlikely of blocks, raw iron, which litters the floor of the area. And raw iron being a block one can't really farm, it sure helps that Cub is a mole man.
Honestly, this amount of raw iron, not going to cut it. We need at least probably 5, 6, 8 times as much raw iron, if not more.
It's an
Though he
emotional
sure does
feeling
his
right
best to become an Enderman, what with the tunnel compound of Enderpearl stasis chambers for quick transportation. The Emporium gains another ally in
We'll
Wells
get
Knight,
you
who
your
comes
iron,
in blocks
relax.
blazing with a distinctly evil-looking bookshop. The trick about this one, however, is that the books sold inside
I
will
already
be
used up about
customized
12
using the
stacks,
on-server resource pack with fancy
How many
wrappings
did they
and
get you?
unique textures. Whether the
I don't
hermits will
know,
want
but
to
I
pay
had
for the
about
variant covers remains to be seen,
25
but it sure
total
is
at
an
the moment.
intriguing concept. Especially because print as it stands has been revolutionized with the retexturing of Unicode symbols as well, meaning that any player can just type a picture into any interface. It's how Azumavoid has his villagers name tagged with actual in-game items instead of written labels or actual names, unless that guy's parents really did name him Book Emoji.
Then, of course, there are other places where you can go and spend your derp coin. We need to work on expanding this list, you know. There's only a few other spots on the server.
Derpcoin's influence, or perhaps affluence, has
God.
taken full hold of
Abrupt
vintage
ad
Tinfoil,
break.
and while his transformation seems mostly complete, some aspects of his appearance are still under his control.
Perfect. Oh, but I don't have my own face, so this is the next best thing.
Once he's put his face on, he turns his attention to the cat food shop, building some unmissable neon signs so people know where they can find the product. There's no avoiding that the end result looks uncomfortably fleshy, but perhaps that's why the shop is so popular with the local zombies.
Hello, sir. Store isn't open yet. Stop banging on the door.
Beef also plays a part in convincing XP
Honestly, him
Crafted
getting
that
summoned
Derpcoin
back
is
to
worth
his
looking
shop
into.
with the ender
After
pearl is
finding
like one of
someone
my
has
favorite
paid
things
for
this
gold
season.
blocks with some premium coins, XB, who is no stranger to squeezing cash out of people, decides there's an opportunity to make more dirty money. Buying a key to the Derpcoin staking facility, he chucks 5 stacks of dirt into his deposit box out of pure curiosity.
Oh, look at there's already a Derpcoin in there.
Okay, that's a bonus.
Nice. All right, so I'm just gonna let that kind of just chill and see what happens. Derpcoin is like super valuable, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
To other people, dirt is super valuable.
No, that's not true.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch,
No,
he and
that's not
Hypno
true.
decide the one thing that will put Horsehead Farms on the map is a giant landmark. So they 3D print 2 enormous horse heads complete with googly eyes, presumably so they can have eye and neigh at the same time. XB's dome also gets some work, although it's more deconstructive, as he transforms it into a building site where a dome was in the works before the giant Worm Queen attacked. Hypno's own ambition is less extravagant, as he raises a blacksmith home by the horse ranch, hoping to sometime turn it into a more run-down version of itself.
So yeah, we can go through here, easily remove some blocks, punch holes in it, add cobwebs, etc. But I think it's easier to do that after you actually have a structure than try to build a structure dilapidated in mind. You know what I mean?
Their machinations come back to roost as Zombie Cleo returns to XB's base to add armor stands to the Worm Queen's new digs. With the Stick God book, she's able to expand an already pretty monstrous scene into a fairly gruesome display of armor stand violence. And
Cringe.
really, with how tame Minecraft
Both of us
feels
already got our
sometimes,
episodes
it's
out
very
for the
refreshing
weekend.
to
We
see
can
her
do
just
whatever
go
we
for the
want.
kill.
It feels like there should be more people.
Fair
but
enough.
I think after the
And thank
aftermath
you,
of
Triagonal. It
a
is
bone
comfy.
worm attack, this is what would happen. It's kind of weird and disturbing. I like weird and disturbing.
Then again, False Symmetry has a giant spider palling around, so I guess we won't run out of giant horrors anytime soon. What new spore of madness awaits us in the giant pit False dug over the span of many live streams? Just spore blossoms for now, unless False herself counts. The primary objective of the Lush Cave opening is to serve as a livable base, and
Well,
as
False is-
such, there's a secret
False is
storage nook.
barely new.
The secondary is to look pretty, and between the custom trees and the variety
Holy
of
crap,
moss
it's
greenery,
like-
it sure does that.
Okay, but false symmetry has been added. Like I've been trying to go down at least like a memory lane for the like retrospectives and whatnot. False symmetry has been added into season 2.
Yeah.
Like what? Season 2 felt like it lasted forever.
I don't know. I didn't come in till season 4, so I can't tell you how long it was.
I know, and like you came in for the best one, frankly. But still, season 2 wasn't like false symmetry has been added by the end of season 2. We're on season 8. It still feels like
Yeah.
false like just joined to me.
Again, like False was the first person that I watched once I was like aware that the Hermitcraft was a thing.
Yeah.
It's like I'm one of those people who found Hermitcraft through Mumbo's Redstone vids, and I started watching just his Hermitcraft vids too because it was just more videos from him that just played, and I kept being like I slowly realized it was a multiplayer server, and I was just like, oh, that build behind him's pretty, and then the ghast appeared on it, and I was like, I had to find out how there got to be a ghast on that jellyfish, and started watching False's vids. And so I don't think False can ever feel new to me because she was basically the first hermit that I watched while being aware that she was a hermit.
Yeah. Season 2 was like season 6 to season 1 because they moved it. Yeah, I remember it was the new Hamilton and all that kind of stuff. But also season 2 was nothing like season 6 because things happened throughout more or less the entirety of season 6. Season 2, like 10 minutes after I started watching, slowed the heck down.
Ruby, a huge amount of the hermits knew each other from Kingdom Craft. pretty much everybody who joined during season
Season 4.
4.
Yeah, season 4 was basically
came from
Hermitcraft
Kingdom Craft.
acquiring Kingdom Craft. And before that, False Symmetry, for example, played with Exuma on some other server, yada yada. And Bifa and I don't listen. It's a long story. If you wanna get into like who on Hermitcraft has been with whom in what series, it kind of gets real dirty real fast.
Yeah.
And like not for any of the bad reasons either. It's just like from the third person's view, from like you've not been there. Because it's easy to say like, oh, False Symmetry is only on Hermitcraft because she played with Exuma Void. But like, do you know how many people also played with Exuma Void and are not on Hermitcraft?
Exactly, yeah.
Like that's kind of the logic. You see the ones that stayed around, you don't see the ones left behind.
Exactly, yeah. Because it's like, yes, yes, it's true. They've only added their friends. But that's because that's the people that they've gotten to know and to trust.
They are the ones they can rely on.
And you're quite frequently, when you are in a multiplayer setting or anything, going to seek out people that you can tell you're going to mesh well with and wind up working with them. And so they're the people you're more likely to invite later. Like, I don't know.
Many of them are now like what's it called? Full-time content creators. Meaning that Hermitcraft Recap is their like only game that they're doing. As a result, the risks associated with letting somebody onto the server who you are not 100% sure about are astronomical. Especially in the industry that is rapidly finding out that like this creator and this creator and this creator from like 5-10 years ago are actually pretty horrible. Like Hermitcraft is in this unique spot where no, they are like one scandal away from, not a good time. Which is why when like you go, well, I wonder whom they're gonna add in season 9. It's one thing that I think they're not gonna add anyone, it's another thing that I low-key hope that they won't. Because it doesn't matter, like, anyone worth adding comes with so much baggage. And that's kind of the interesting thing.
Exactly. Like I know that apparently the people who put out Empire's finales today, most of them said they'll be back next season, but Lizzie Shadow Lady said she wasn't continuing. So there was a good like dozen people in chat being like, "Oh, Lizzie in next Hermitcraft season confirmed." And it's like they just added people 6 months ago. I don't think we're gonna see anybody new added this season.
Well, it doesn't really matter because it's like that's kind of mean to Lizzie to imply that like there's nothing else to do on YouTube, that Lizzie is like not cool enough to just have her own project.
Yeah, that too. Like, and that's the thing is that people still assume like that like if you're a Minecraft YouTuber, your goal is to be on Hermitcraft.
Yeah.
And it's like they're cool, but it's also a lot of pressure.
Yeah,
I personally can't imagine being on there. Wow.
Pressure or no pressure, it's important what like I think Pix said earlier that like it's important that Hermitcraft is not the only game in town. It's important that like the audience understands that. Because the certain elitism associated with it is kind of like is upsetting. But also it's unfair to even the Hermitcraft members. But also, on top of that, it will just be prevalent because people generally don't have time in their lives to watch more than one survival multiplayer server like that.
Yeah.
And they will stumble first on, like, God forbid me, Dream SMP or Hermitcraft, because those are the two servers that YouTube shovels onto your front page. If you so much as, like, hint that you like Minecraft to YouTube, first thing it will do, it will give you Hermitcraft to watch. Meaning that...
it'll either give you Hermitcraft or it'll give you FitMC.
Yeah, like, or a lot of clickbait, like, one of the three.
Yeah.
But my point really is that, like, as far as, like, it's important to know and understand that HC is, like, not the only game in town. And everybody including like the HC itself, is interested in it not being the only game in town.
Yeah. And Blackson, yeah, you're completely right that it used to be that Minecraft was the place to be. Minecraft was barely even mentioned anymore by the time I started watching at the end of season 4. And that's the thing that you have to keep in mind is like we're at 4 or 5 years here since there last was another major SMP out there. You know, and in that time, like Achievement Hunter faded out of being that popular on that stuff too. So the fact that we had Dream SMP and Empires both start over the course of the last year and give Hermitcraft, like, they no longer are the only big SMP around, I think is actually really good for them, because I think that it means that they have to mix things up and get more creative. And I think that that's a good thing, because I think that they were stuck in a trap of just trying to build bigger and bigger bases, because that was what was still getting clicks. But now that there's more variety of things going on in the Minecraft sphere again, there's more routes that they can take, and I think that it's going to be good for them in the long term. And I also think that it did put more Minecraft creators out there into the limelight, so that we will, so that more people out there who are smaller creators are going to still go, whoa, wait, no, there actually is like roads up still. Like it's not Hermitcraft or nothing. And I think that it's helpful for the community as a whole, and we're going to see a lot more people coming into the fandom. I don't know. I still remember when there was one post a week in the Hermitcraft tag on Tumblr. And I don't use Tumblr anymore, but like I still remember that phase of things. So it's like seeing how things are now is just wild, and I'm really excited for even more people coming in by like the cross-pollination is the only thing to call it, from like things like Last Life bringing people from different servers together. I don't know.
Yeah, basically. Not like, it's Minecraft. There are so many technical servers that do so much cool stuff, even though they get like 3-4-digit followers, which is basically no one nowadays. Well, Unico, you need to understand that technically advanced does not mean good for YouTube. Like, just because your farm gets you like 1 million drops a minute, doesn't mean that it's a fun farm to build or an interesting farm to look at, or that you are good at videos. Because being good at videos is not even the most important part to being good at YouTube. You need to specifically be good at YouTube to succeed on YouTube. And what's in the videos is like, So, yeah, technical. That's actually a trap that Hermitcraft had, in my opinion, for a while, somewhere around season 3 and 2, where they were stuck in a rut of trying to get greater and greater redstone accomplishments, or like just like build bigger and bigger, which like is just what Lee was saying just a moment ago. That's a dead end, actually, because at the end of the day, the audience doesn't really care about how like big something is. The audience cares about being entertained, and you can achieve entertainment via like, wow, look at this, like via spectacle. But really, there are easier ways. And
yeah, and the thing is that like spectacle hits a point where people wind up like being discouraged by watching by it, because they're just like, wow, like I can't relate to this at all. I can't imagine building that. Like there comes a point where being amazed crosses over into just being like, oh, well, what's the point? And yeah, I think that was definitely, I think that they were hitting that point. And yes, I think that this season backed up a little bit and went back into things that it was like, oh, I can see how that was made. Like, that's really cool. Maybe someday I can do that type.
Well, as you said, it's a really good thing. It's a really good experimental thing. Like, art requires experimentation. Art requires breaking out of the comfort zone. Even if that comfort zone is incredibly profitable, or at least seems incredibly profitable at the time, you might be like left behind as the greater Minecraft community moves on.
Also, I'm going to say, like, we said that we overall would try to avoid promoting our own stuff, so this is going to be the only time I bring it up, but I'm just cracking up at Sage being like, the moon big thing was in kind of a new direction. The thing is that the server that Zloy and I play on has had plots that end with the moon crashing into the server for the last 3 years in a row. Like, it's just a running gag at this stage. So we were like screaming in confusion for most of the end of this Hermitcraft season.
Well,
just like, what is going on? No, why?
Anyhow, yeah, between Hermitcraft and Dream SMP, it's just like a rule of thumb from now on. Never name a Minecraft YouTube server after the person who founded it. It's just, it's a bad idea, don't do that.
Which I'm still cracking up at, having found out that Decidedly Vanilla was also named after the person who founded it.
Yeah, that person quit like midway through first season.
I know, that's the funniest
thing. Anyhow.
Anyway, yes.
Moving on. It's gonna find that I'm gonna find out that there was a guy called like Leg.
Oh my god, right?
Yes, doing the other half of this. We've like almost completed half of this base. And the other half, I'm not sure what exactly to put up there yet.
If you thought we were done with Derpcoin for this episode, well, we at least have that in common with Impulse SV, who finds some in his payment chests and promptly hurls it into the sea.
Maybe a dolphin will play with them, then they'll be good for something.
He's then invited to Zedaf's base to become Endermite, more on that in a moment, but he manages to secure a moss deal with Good Times with Scar on the way back, so he converts the moss farm into a farm that actually gives you moss instead of just bone meal.
So we can have it all organized for Scar to collect. Look at my inventory. Look at my inventory.
The recreational break of zombie bumper boats gives him the inspiration he needs to crack the formula for iDimpy bars. He just needs to turn on the air conditioning, put on a lab coat so he doesn't freeze, and add a little patience to the process. Having produced a chocolate bar that doesn't turn you green, he immediately builds a candy store, which for now is a handy place to consolidate the long list of stuff he can sell. It's a good thing too, because Grian has just made a series
because it's
of
vibrant and
hourglasses
like
through
it
which
has
they can pour the diamond blocks they made in the name of Photon Ink. And while he's feeling
factory in the background,
Impulse's glass is still looking
and his factory is like
He'll
very
think
not
twice
vibrant.
about participating
It's super
in any
industrial
further lab
stuff.
experiments though after Zedaf.
Oh my god, Mouse Zedaf!
Especially fun one. For a while now, an
Mouse
has been running a
Zedaf!
maze in Zed's
Yes!
base, progressively improving its time.
Oh my
So
god, my
now
plushie
Zedaf
should
felt
be
like
this
moving
week.
on into a larger sample, and Impulse happens to be just
Which one?
large enough.
Science one
the lab
or
room
regular
is easy enough
my,
for a mod to solve,
Science
does, however,
Zed.
throw
Yes,
Impulse for a
Science
loop,
Zed! Hell yeah!
as it was designed to, because you see,
We do
the
not
goal
promote
of the
their plushes
experiment
on
wasn't how
our
long
like
it takes
thing.
for
We
him
try
to
to
solve
not
it.
mention it
It was
because
how
you
long
know
it takes for
advertisement on
Impulse to notice
advertisement.
there isn't an exit at all.
But
We're
that flash is
advertising
cool.
the Hermits' stuff, though. Also, you can't even buy it anymore, so, you know.
Yeah.
You're playing
5
tricks.
minutes and 12
No,
seconds.
no.
To
You
realize
get.
there is no
I'm
exit.
not okay with advertising their stuff either. Don't get me
Oh my
wrong.
god.
Like, I'd rather not.
I know. But like I said, you can't buy it anymore anyway, so I can just be excited about it.
It's not advertisement, it's bragging.
Yes!
Big difference.
I'm still just sad because I never got the Pearl one.
Oh, I hate you.
Also, this is like his cleverest thing.
Wouldn't even be the only thing Zedaf takes for a spin. Wanting to make it easier for future subjects to arrive, he finally installs a proper nether tunnel to his base. For a given value of proper, because the Hyperloop...
Oh my
animation
god, I
that
forgot about
passes
this.
should
Or rather, I
come with a
suppressed
nausea
it.
warning. Guess the science has no use for the ones who can't stomach it. Jevin's nether machinations are a bit less unorthodox. Last week he finished a unique but super productive miniature gold farm, so this time around he rigs up a piglin trading hall to feed off it. The trapped piglins can barely keep up with the gold pouring in, but so does Jevin, because really he alone has no use for this many different items. As such, he decides to sell off the excess to those who can through a store nearby his slimy shulker box.
I know exactly what I'm doing, so pretty much now I'm just gonna go through and put items in every single one of these and name every single item. That's gonna be like the best touch for the shop possible, I think. That's gonna be amazing.
TFC stumbles into a different bartering operation while exploring the Nether Hub on his way to Botum Town.
What looks like a rather impressive storage system.
After getting a warm welcome from the local creepers, he explores Botum looking for harmless
TFC's
harvests,
reaction
but it
to the rest
blends
of the
into
server is
landscape a little
delightful.
too
Yeah.
subtly. At least he gets to play tourist and look around the other shops in Botum, and he's perfectly placed to appreciate the puns.
Eyesore. I love that.
Resolving to get his ender chest at a later date, he goes back to wondering why the water flows how
Do you
it does.
still laughing at
And
stuff is like
finally,
its
there's
own
Mumbo, who
subgenre
ends
of
up
reaction
wondering the
videos?
same thing.
Yes.
I can kind of
Yes, he just-
understand the point
Yeah.
about the one block source. It did look a little bit pants, didn't it?
Working out wireframes for the structures that will eventually populate his mountain base, Mumbo terraforms the base of the mountain with moss, boulders, and standing stones, then turns his attention to the lake on top of it all. Somehow managing to create a mountain spring without flooding all the redstone far below it, he connects it to the waterfall, and now the whole picture makes a lot more sense. It also means he loses his main exit, so he rigs up a button that actually lets him open his front door from the inside. And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. Captions on this.
So, yeah, that's week 14. Whoa, we're halfway there. Hmm?
Oh, sorry, I just saw the thumbnail and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and maybe putting your riches in a very public place for all to see is not the best idea.
Hold on. What is left from the past saying this one? Can't be late if you never announced the schedule. We still don't have an official schedule, by the way. No. We do not. The recap, this... Everybody knows that it's on Sunday at 1 approximate time, but in reality, no, there isn't. No, I guarantee nothing. Okay?
Where they get stolen every other season. But apparently the Hermits chose this week to put the flex into flexible work environment, as various methods of displaying your hard-grifted diamond blocks spring up among the bottoms, big ices, and octagons of the world.
It's gotta be beautiful. Even Cypher's here for this moment.
I mean, the recap is out when it comes out. Yeah, but it just happens to come out at the same time, exactly on the same day.
Setting up a village cookie jar.
I've been more adamant about
Considering
releasing
that
stuff
cookie
on
jars
time
are
lately.
notoriously stolen from, we see this going well.
Primarily because at this point, every time I don't, I feel like it's my fault, and that I'm potentially ruining whatever revenue we're gonna get off of it.
On the lid of their new HQ.
Well, that people tell time by the show, apparently.
Yeah, I know, right?
Hi, Ruby. Thanks for hanging out.
Dozens of children will not know that it's Sunday and to do their homework unless I record release a recap.
There might be a smidge uneven.
A bit sus here, Grian, pretending you're spilling over with diamonds. Might be completely empty, but it's empty with honesty. Wait, I'm not sure if that actually makes any sense.
But as the corpse flaunt their riches, the evil Emporium offers a new corpse to collect, given that the derp coin block is also made of rotten flesh. Will the server embrace their new form of shiny when their ways are so rooted in diamonds? Either way, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred.
Apparently the derp coin block was like a special kind of plank. Like what?
I thought it was some kind of rotten flesh thing. Oh no, that's right. Yeah, the block. Okay.
Yeah, the block
also
itself was a plank.
I was going to explain something to Crunch real quick that was going to be too long to type out. Well, no, about the way that the captions work. No, because YouTube captioning tries to just go with exactly what's being said in the video, which is fine up until somebody starts talking over somebody else, or until you want to put on the line who's talking in that line, or, sound effect captions. And then YouTube, can't figure out when that's supposed to sync up to, because it's like, well, I don't find the word laughs in that scene, in what they're saying. So, yeah, it's about half the time I spend on captions is just lining up the timing.
Yeah, fighting with the algorithm, which, emblematic of generally how YouTube works.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, baby. Wait. Oh, that's freaking great.
Unsure what to do with this dirty money, and with the tourist information kiosk not providing any help, he returns to his base to appreciate the slaughter of cod-faced men around his statuesque worm attack.
Oh, drippy drip. Oh, that's gruesome.
It's not a moment too soon, because Cleo pops over to survey the carnage for herself, and gets a new commission for some mech suits on their way to dealing with the Worm Queen. Finding its warped image competing in the market, the Derp Coin takes a turn for the Square. Azumavoid still has trouble introducing the Derp Coin block to the masses, though progress is sure to come once the Evil Emporium tightens its grip on the economy.
I know, right?
Another custom texture
based textures are forever amazing.
Wells Knight's bookstore. Ijevin too helps out, raising a tower for the Derp Empire leaders to gather at. But as the Emporium rises, so does the quaint alpine village right by it, which Azuma's been pouring hours into on stream and throughout the season.
And behold it we shall. This thing looks great from all angles, and soon it will have another building over there, even bigger to dwarf this one, which dwarfs those buildings. Yeah, we're really going ham with the building.
Under the watchful eye of Zombie Cleo, Joe Hills goes back to moving around more bits of the castle so they can make geometric sense. But now Cleo has to take over to detail the windows. She distracts Joe with the task Cubfan135 gave her last week, convincing Joe to write a poem about Cub's Dripstone Canyon.
I don't think I need to threaten you. I think if I ask, it's something you would want to do.
Is it show you all my progress on the windows? The windows.
I mean,
look up at the sky and the walls, Zombie Cleo.
To get poetic inspiration flowing, Joe finds the charged creeper that could have been used to threaten him, and while staring death in the face wasn't an option, he stares death in the knees instead while he writes. Reuniting with Cleo, who's now added tiny blocks to every window she could find, Joe presents the poetry shortlist.
I remember...
some culture in your life.
I think I remember debating with him. Debating with Pixlriffs on that line. If we should say staring the death at the feet. And because this is the internet, we decided against it.
Yeah, probably good. Probably good.
Delete. I have to.
Admittedly, staring the death in the butt is not really like any better.
Also, I have to say that when this first popped up here, I didn't realize that the thing fading in was a cat.
Oh god.
Because I'm just so used to the Joverlay that I just assumed it was transparent Jost.
Yeah. You know? Yeah. He do be like that.
Yeah. I eat food or order it made and it waits briefly on a plate of some sort or another, but it's never a meal. It's self-medication.
The victim of the poeticism,
that was
brutal.
I hate it.
Canyon, which would be the other victim now that we think about it. Though the expanded range of upwards dripstone does not suffer any more word violence than the Drip Leaf Spleef minigame Cub builds. It's Leaf Spleef, everybody. Spleef, if you will. We're still unsure if he just did that for the pun, so let's just move on to the pickle farming room Cub builds to fill in a distinct lack of sea pickles being sold in the market. It's fully automated and decorated as such, so that's very pleasant.
This will get us plenty of sea pickles for the Enchanted Desert. What's that? Yep, there we go. Alright, so there we have it. Let's see how long it took.
Further spreading the greenery, Gemini Tay redoes parts of her base to be more ponderous, and wireframes some plans for how to build up more cottagecore around the area. The bright colours help with knowing what to build, but maybe the red eyes on the deer statue were a mistake.
Real quick, before anybody notices, it's fine, they're never red.
Home life taken care of, she reaches out to the Swamp Lump Collective, aka Team Froggy Hat, and with False Symmetry and Stress Monster, they engage Phase 2 of the project, which turns out to be a roller coaster ride, or a communication line depending on who you ask, connecting their bases together in a discreet yet exciting manner.
Oh fuck! Why did you stop?
I don't want any of my favorite comments on permanent record.
Oh my goodness.
It helps then
I
that
feel
False
like,
is yet
though,
again
that
working
everybody
underground
knows
and
who your
building more
favorite.
pretty
I am very
for
blatant.
the tourists to gawk at.
So I don't think that
Stress
question
Monster is no
even-
stranger to digging at this point, having cleared some terrain around her base for its expansion into something more 3D. Stress certainly has more access to the Y-axis now that she's decided 2 No Wings medals were
That's
enough,
one of
and
my
she shrugged
favorite
on her
lines to
first
recap
Elytra
this
of the
season.
feel
More
bad.
access to the Y-axis.
I can't live like this no more.
The mega base gets expanded into some glorious side walls, and after a quick tour of the
But
routes
also,
around,
yeah,
Stress takes a leaf out of
Stress,
Gemini
I
Tay's
put
book and starts
emoji on the
placing
her
all wireframes
lines
builds
on the
sites.
captions so often because, like, her dialogue just doesn't. It has to have that with it because the emotion she puts into her voice on everything she says is so vital to her lines. So there was just like a frowny face on her, like, I can't live like this no more. Sorry.
Ah, yeah, no problem. It's just my girlfriend walked in and like wanted things.
Okay.
Um,
I'm dying laughing.
she just came in and was like, "Yo, do I feed you or what?"
Oh gosh.
Just imagine like a human hand like coming into frame and like unjarring the jar and like shaking some fish food into the water. Yeah.
Oh god. Also, Crunch, I say that I'm horrifically biased towards ZF just because I recognize that it is a very strong bias.
No,
Like,
that's great though.
Yeah, no, he is fantastic, and I will consume any content that he puts out. But yeah, true. Emoticons on emoji. Fair.
Having straight up bought an idea from
Yeah, be more
himself,
pedantic.
B-Dub starts reproducing the moon lamps Gem built on the way back to his base. He also has his fair share of wool wireframes to fill, but unfortunately he hasn't had any luck selling stuff out of them.
So let's just start with, we'll get a single diamond in here.
It's
and
empty with
hopefully
honesty.
that gets the point across. Like,
The other businesses in the area might not be to blame, but B-Dub still doesn't want the Swagon barge sitting in the bay for too long, so he hauls it out of the water on a cliffside crane. And not put off by the lack of traffic, he builds a market area around the community cookie jar, starting with a flash sale for tough blocks. Pearlescent Moon has also noticed business slowing down a little, but she's happy to adapt, moving netherite ingots into her stock and getting rid of the unwelcome customers in the way only Australian ping can.
Honestly, I'm surprised that hasn't blown up yet at this point. Actually, no! I think it had blown up before, and I've just gone and done even more damage, and looks like I've made a hole in my boat.
Moving on to the bigger business decisions, as head of layouts, Pearl lays out some more paths
I
around
like how
Boaton
Pearl
Town,
just
relocating
snapped
their
and
nether
decided
portal
to
in the
make
process
bottom
and
into a
adorning
proper
it with an
thing.
adorable scale model of a boat. And if that wasn't enough,
I
she
feel
and
like
Polaris scale up
Pearl
the scope
just
of their
snapped is
Cogsworth
a
Manor
pretty
project,
accurate
with the aim of
description of a
designing
lot of the
dungeon
season,
for
though.
BOO to
Yeah.
lose not only himself, but all of his
See,
clocks
Pearl
as
is like
well.
the opposite of full symmetry.
The
I
area
cannot
under the
believe that this is
mountainside
her
castle
first
is filled
season.
with a sewer system, a series of
It feels like
puzzle
she's
rooms,
always
and
been
a
there.
mural of the sleep paralysis demon we didn't know we needed.
I think you should use that as a new skin.
No, I'm good.
Let's have a poll in the comment section about.
In any case, BOO dealt way less
Awful.
damage to the
Just
dungeon
awful.
than the last time a hermit invited him over for an escape room. ZF is just now recovering from the blast. His laboratory focuses on more docile specimens, the villager tower finally cracks the conditioning circuits, and Zed finds a way to automatically assign a profession to a testificate via redstone and a bit of finagling.
Bam! Check the jobs, no. Bam! Check the jobs, no.
Unfortunately, not all workstations were created equal, and some can't
Slam
move
poetry.
pistons, but that's where the finagling comes in, really.
Bring you right over to the bed spot, and then when you just stood there being weird, we can open that up, drop you all the way down, ready to be zombified.
Meanwhile, Ijevin's peasants have much nicer looking quarters. Having done a fair bit of building at the slime pit base, Jevin gave them a royal looking hall and gave himself a nice giant slime ball down the central tower.
It's definitely out of the ordinary. That's something that I would probably never do.
At some point it dawns on him that his big shulker box shop does not
I love
necessarily
this
provide
frame.
shulker boxes,
Just this
so-
scene
And
is-
Jevin departs
it's
for the end
amazing.
to
So great.
return with a couple of live shulkers ready for reproduction. And so, building a farm designed with nether portals instantly disposing of the freshly spawned, he's ready to provide the whole server with more storage they can lose their items in. He might want to think twice about picking a fight with Doc M though, because the mad lad has completely rebuilt the wither-based obsidian farm he expected to abandon. This time he knows what went wrong, and a minecart chunk loader is employed to keep the area loaded while he pops into the nether to regenerate the portal.
Why, do I keep on doing that to myself?
Leo, don't even ask. I honestly didn't
Could make a
understand
chill
what happened
episode
there.
where you don't do anything crazy and break the server. No, can't.
In fact, Portal Physics get a proper workout this week, as Doc's next task is to create an octagonal nether portal leading to the Octagon shop.
So yeah, this just reuses season 5 stuff.
But it's bigger. Like, it is insane how big that is.
Yes.
We're halfway through the season. I think this is week 15 we're watching right now.
Cole Opal Atticus just said potentially the funniest thing in the entire stream
What?
today. I just remembered Zedaf made an innuendo, but I can't remember what it was. Implying that Zed only made an innuendo once. Do I need to remind you people about Willy the Worm? Or the Wooden?
I'm sitting here wearing
Which is a den when he...
The Free Willy t-shirt right now.
Right?
It's so good.
Yeah.
Oh.
I also remember when Zed made an innuendo. In every episode. Every other minute.
No, while we're paused though, I gotta say, I like, this is one of those things that, like, I don't know how to phrase it in a way that doesn't sound like it's, like, backhanded, because it's genuine compliment. Like, I'm so happy for Jevin for the fact that he didn't destroy his base at all this season. Like, it just, like, from a viewer point of view, it seemed like he was so much happier with what he was building this season than he has been in a while.
Yeah, there was
And
like a tipping point.
Really glad for him.
Yeah, back, like Leo was here mentioned that at some point in season 5, was it? Season 6, I think, is when Jevin did daily videos, and he was just never the same again after that.
Yeah, and I think that's when I think that might have been when he went full time. But like, regardless,
I don't know if he ever went full time, but like, there was a moment there when he legitimately like, there's just suddenly so much more art to his videos.
Yeah, like this season, everything he did just is like,
yeah.
There's so like, it feels like he's like just said, screw it, I'm doing whatever, and it worked out. Because like, I still just remember just like how yeah, he did destroy his base like 3 times last season.
Yeah.
And it's just so nice to see that he seemed happy with what he was making from the start, and that he didn't like just try to rush through it. I don't know. I guess I'm just happy for him.
And the subsequent process of destroying and
Anyhow, I'm over here with my niche references to Willy the Worm. Meanwhile, Keaton the Creator is like, yeah, I made that pillow?
Could actually break this.
Did we tell them the story?
One of the blocks, Kaling. Oh my
god. Is there a story?
I just thought about that now.
Do we tell them the story about why the made Zed pillow exists?
Do we know the story about why Zed pillow exists?
Yes, you were there.
A board meeting where they discussed their lineup of products, and with on it,
okay, pause the video. We're explaining it to the people. Okay. So, a couple years back, I made some vague post on Twitter. That was like, man, you ever come up with some idea that you really want somebody to draw, but you don't want to bug any of your artist friends with it? And I don't even remember what it was about by now, but Zloy responds to that tweet with, no, I'm not drawing you a ZF body pillow. And I'm just like, no, that's not where that was going, but fine, like, whatever, like, and I was like, you know what, no, and I contacted Maxilla, who does all of ZF's official merchandise stuff, and I linked him to the tweet, and he wound up drawing a made ZF in a body pillow type style, and it wound up being official ZF merchandise.
I deserve a better legacy.
Like, the best part is, I think that's one of the first public interactions you and I had. Like, because we were
on
just
Twitter
barely
at least.
started being friends there.
Before that, we were hanging out mostly on my Beam streams.
Yeah, that's why I say it was one of the first public ones. But yeah, and then I took the pillowcase and went to a Zitz meetup, or like the ZF is in town for a signing thing, and so I have that pillow signed by ZF, Tango, and Impulse, and the faces they all made while signing it will live in my memory forever.
And that's the story of how Lyarrah traumatized the entirety of Team Zit.
I think only only Impulse was actually traumatized by it.
I helped.
Yes, you helped. Yeah, no, exactly. That's where the skin came from to begin with. Is that Zed did wear it multiple times. The made Zed off thing did not just come out of left field. Or well, it did, but it was Zed's fault.
It's putting it on a pillow that was like the contribution here.
It's still in his official merch shop. I'm fairly certain. Anyway, but we said we weren't going to promote any Hermit merch, so I'm going to shut up.
We have not promoted a Hermit merch ever in this live stream. Only Zedafs.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
You should be. Let's go on.
It's Rendog's discovery of the Derp coin block, and now they're accepting both diamonds and Derp coin as payment. The duo will find their fortunes stacking up as the season
I'm sorry,
continues.
I have a little bit of food here. I'm gonna snack a little bit.
Okay?
Okay.
Listen, there could be ears around here.
Which can't be said about the Big Eyes crew, who might make more diamonds if their bank was a swear jar.
Is this our collective earnings as Team Big Eye? That's embarrassing.
It doesn't help that Tango Tech is giving his iron for no pay for the second time now, with Mumbo showing up in need of even more hoppers.
Have you sold a bunch of iron since?
Well, there actually was quite a few sales there, I must say.
Yes.
So
I reckon it was me. It's definitely my.
Now back to our previous programming.
Luckily, the strings attached mean Mr. Tech gets a carte blanche on advertising within both.
See, that gotta be insider trading, though.
What?
Okay, Mumbo... Tango Tech bought... Mumbo made Tango buy advertisements from him. Then Mumbo placed several signs. Mumbo sold some advertisement to Tango Tech in exchange for access to iron. Then Mumbo placed several signs advertising his shop. Then they meet up and Mumbo asks, well, did you have any sales? And Tango says, yeah, I did a couple. And Mumbo laughs that, yeah, that was probably also me. Like, that gotta be insider trading. Anyhow, tea time, yes. And again, my ghost actually did bring some tea, so I'm gonna glug glug glug.
And what better way to bother something with boat in the name than with a bunch of drowned?
Sintersind, you can get jelly plush at the very least. You just sleep on your jelly plush.
Renamed, equipped with shades, and carrying whatever items and a corporate
jelly
message,
plush is
the
adorable.
chosen undead make their way into the sun. But that's where the programming kicks in, and they all just congregate at Mumbo's pond. Well, at least Mumbo will be well informed.
Not just for squirrels anymore.
He gets for free.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say this did not go as anticipated.
It's the perfect time for Tinfoil Chef to return to Boaton for a short and sweet
Tango's
episode
no
where he
luck with his
actually
pranks
finds
this
the shop
season.
he was
Absolutely.
looking for, harmless harvests. To his credit, he
But
completely
they somehow turn out
ignores
even
the two
better.
drowned in the shop and just starts buying stuff, surviving for a couple of minutes before the sun goes down and the drowned close in for the attack.
Hey guys. Oh,
After
More
an assist
disappointing
from
than
Impulse, he
unsalted
leaves with the
pretzels
stuff he
was.
wanted to buy, but only after trying on the zombie's sunglasses and reflecting on the irony of the shop's name.
Rotanius. Totally to the max.
Throughout this chaos, the proprietor Mumbo Jumbo was away on business, and we see what he was actually doing with all that iron he promoted out of Tango. Mumbo's plan is to build up an automated lava farm to power his baked potato factory, and thus a piston feed tape of cauldrons takes shape over an unoccupied stretch of desert near his ghast farm.
I think it's around about 10 stacks of cauldrons. Here it goes.
Holy
There goes our
smokes.
pulse.
Having been introduced to and humiliated by Grian's diamond hourglasses over at Boaton, Mumbo gets back to the lava farm, floods it with hot sauce, and starts producing fuel by the bucket load.
This does look really cool.
And finally, there's good times with Scar, and revenge is a dish best served sans serif.
Oh god.
Build here, and Pearl, build here. Big respect goes out to Pearl, Grian, Impulse, and Mumbo for building in the sky, because I've got to say, this was super painful.
Getting to sass back at the bottom, lost.
That's because you never actually had to, you know, run a newspaper in this game.
Returns the gem birch tree
Oh my
and turns
God.
out even loads it with dynamite. Still, as long as he keeps buying from the swag and raft, B-dubs can throw all the
I told you!
he likes.
I told you they got stuck! I told you they got stuck and lost! Did I not?
Oh, they don't path over non-full blocks very well.
Yeah, so they got stuck. I got idiots.
With the server mates sassed, Scar feels encouraged to finish his starter base and really put a lid on it. And really, between custom trees, hidden lore, and well-executed detail, could the place get any more lit?
Is there a skeleton over here? As you can see, I have lit this place to the fullest extent. You couldn't get any more lit.
And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP.
You couldn't get any more lit.
Captions on this video were
Good times
provided
with
by
Scar
Lyarrah.
2020.
Hey, did you know Halloween is on the horizon? Don't you want to...
Oh my goodness.
This week...
Okay, week 16. Doing good time now that I'm actually eating and have no way of commenting. This is the Jotaro meme of like me pointing at this live stream, confused and going, "Is this content?"
Oh.
Okay, keep entertaining them. I'm gonna go eat some more pasta.
Complaining he didn't know how Impulse saw iron.
I made
Oh my God.
Celia. Yeah, you did make Celia, didn't you? It's my Celia.
Oh my god.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and maybe this
I'm not
is a
just in
science
the chat,
experiment
I'm in the
we've been
video.
doing on all of you. You're doing very well, for the record. The Hermits continue to test each other in various ways, whether it's spleef combat, a clockwork dungeon, being killed by your own security system, or what you would do with your very own Grian. There are puzzles, games...
Did I say thank you to Zera for the super chat?
Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, and said tea time about it.
Cool. Awesome.
And challenges pushing everyone to the limit. And in case you've forgotten, everyone's still trying to play Monopoly. So let's take a look at all the events and mishaps and see if there's any conclusions we can reach from the data presented. Starting with BOO, who laments how hard it is to store all the wood things.
On top of that, boats!
The storage system in Fifi's basement isn't quite enough for all these many variants.
Honestly, that's a
but while
pretty
he puzzles
display
that
of all
over, he
the
faces the
things,
trials
though.
of Cogsworth Manor, the true purpose of the custom dungeon built by Pearl.
He doesn't know how
Corrales
right he is
being, of
because he
course,
didn't
to
include the
steal as many
Nether
clocks
the
as
Nether
possible
woods.
and have fun doing it.
Bring all of the made-ups. It's important.
Which admittedly are not woods. They're
Hey, Boop is in here!
B-Dubs dunks Corrales and himself in lava, blows up a bunch of trees, navigates
This
a
is about what
tripwire
I've
room
gotten
like
the
an
swing
actual
of doing
professional and
the
has to
captions,
parkour more than he's comfortable
which
with.
is good
but
because
the
I
whole
think
thing
this
is
is one of the
masterfully constructed
B-Dubs
and
noises
wonderfully
episodes. This is the
entertaining.
one where I accused you of choosing clips to see how caption them.
Okay,
Right
everybody
there.
shut up.
Yeah.
Presented Lyarrah's hell.
Navigates a tripwire room like an actual professional and has to parkour more than he's comfortable with, but the whole thing is masterfully constructed and wonderfully entertaining.
Oh, fine. Saw that! You guys are highway robbing me!
And when it's all said and done, he's designed a wood storage building for the Big Eyes guys, which he's hoping Tango will redstone up a storm in later. Gemini Tay is also great at rearranging wood, so great in fact that she has a giant sign announcing that. To back up such a grand claim, Gem raises a whole gazebo at the cottagecore base, along with revising the woodland palace window designs she thought were a little too plain for her liking.
This is why I don't normally show all this trial and error. It's a lot of just, does that look good? Maybe it looks good.
Another opportunity to prove her skills shows up soon. Impulse SV wants her to build Candy
Okay,
Toast,
I hadn't noticed the
chocolate
site
factory.
Tilton Impulse's hat till somebody brought it up on the poll I put up.
You think you can do that?
And now that I see it, it's
What
adorable.
Gem doesn't see is how much water Impulse had to drain to make his chocolate river.
I like
Because
Impulse's
he's not
hat way more
making
than,
sea salt
you know,
caramel, after all.
Scars.
He's got the
Because
cocoa
of the
bean
tilt.
farm up and running, but it still takes
Yeah,
a
that's
mammoth
fair.
amount of effort.
The
to
thing I
convert
liked
his
most
area
about
into a
Scars
candy
is
wonderland
just
with a
like
chocolate
the
waterfall.
hilarity of it
The
just
tree
sitting there
makes
on the
a
ground every time he
fantastic
dies.
addition, but there's
I
still
think
no
the reason I
knowing where
like
he's
Impulse's
rowing.
one more is because I don't like the tycoon types, like the entire thing that Scar is going for.
In the process of buying a custom tree from Gem,
Sage, remind me to complain more.
Pixlriffs demanded that I edit that in.
It's appropriate.
Yeah.
In the process of buying a custom tree from Gem, Impulse also buys a bottle of Grian, although much like a bottle of enchanting, the effect is better if you smash it.
Yeah, that works.
That's one way to do it. Just get him why he's not moving.
No, I
But
said
the
I do
Candyman
like the
has
tult.
to
I
look
just
the
hadn't
part,
noticed it
and luckily
before
when he
somebody
trades
pointed it
Scar
out.
some moss, Scar has a spare hat which fits him perfectly. Too
Hey,
bad it
Pat.
can't save you from the latest in high-tech swag and security.
Oh! Oh no!
It's not the last thing he puts on his head either, since Pearlescent Moon drops by to introduce him to the Halloween equivalent of Elf on
I
a
forgot
Shelf,
about
which
these.
is apparently Imp on an Impulse.
It's Halloween, it's spooky season, so I had to make a few things, you know? And
If Impulse's candy is too sweet for you, Vintage Beef would like to offer you the dark side.
That's right, the oven-baked Guardian Eye.
His range of products comes together, with cat food still the luxury product on
I would
offer, but
love
a
to
few
know
other
what those
tasty
items
morsels
actually
for
were,
folks
too.
with alternative appetites. Maybe the strange behavior is what prompts Zedaf to test him, but given the nature of the tests, it seems much more likely Zed just picked him at random.
I kind of
Yes,
wish it's
Scar's-
slowly grown though.
Yeah, Scar's hat has a character arc, so of course you people like it.
Is a natural thing in Minecraft. Had I not known the anvil was up here, it would not deem my action evil. So therefore, my action cannot be evil in and of itself.
I'm confused.
Being experimented on, which is hilarious.
You heard it first here, everybody. Vintage Beef says that evil is inherent. Evil people are just born evil. Nature versus nurture. Vintage Beef says nature.
Apparently, yeah.
That's sarcasm. I'm being facetious.
Hilarious, by the way, inspires him to add another product to his store, and just
I
in time
don't
for a
think there's
team
a separate
meeting
data
where
pack,
Azuma
but I
brings
think
the whole
they
crew
are
together
in
and
the world
outlines the
download.
business plan for the Evil Emporium.
Probably.
Where XP Crafted's newly minted dirt coin comes into this plan, we're not sure, and neither is he. But XP is no stranger to getting his hands dirty. A lot of dirt went into his new multi-tier crop farms, layering up in one of the outer domes in his post-apocalyptic complex. After working out a very modern irrigation system, he goes back to basics at Horsehead Farms, terraforming the
pretty.
hillside with a natural spring, which might explain the spring in his step when he and Keralis face off in Dripleaf Spleef.
And you fell.
Okay. Yeah, but that doesn't count. That doesn't count. You were down and dead before.
Oh,
jeez.
Well done.
Wait a minute. And there's one block
Oh,
too short.
yeah,
I
yeah,
had,
yeah.
like half a heart.
Tango Tech
Tango
also tries out the new
freaking
Fall
living
Guys
on
level,
that.
but he's mostly captivated by much larger plants this week. Not too interested in TNT duping, Tango decides to develop a tree farm that instead relies on just putting something heavy on your mouse and going for a tea break. And since the planting of the sapling has to be AFK'd for anyway, it's easy to see his point.
Yep, this is officially ridiculous. That was less than 10 minutes. I mean, it's pretty much as fast as you can chop trees with an efficiency 5 axe.
Besides, when the thing isn't non-stop blowing itself up, you don't risk blasting through the pretty exterior. And some pretty
Aw.
it is, seeing how Tango tried to replicate BOO's build style and as a result came up with something of his own,
Tango's
but
builds
just
have gotten
as good.
so much prettier. too.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
he's
what I was
getting so
talking
good.
about earlier.
By the way, that is a B-Dubs authentic clock up there. Mm-hmm.
We'll find Cubfan135 leaving stuff on right-click as well, because try as you may, you can't TNT dupe a lava river. You can still farm it thanks to the dripstone, and you'll never guess who just happens to have a canyon full of it.
Even if I go like diagonally here, I probably won't. Oh, I did fall in. I did fall in.
Working on that canyon, Cub does fill in a large lava river streaming through a particularly tectonic part of the biome. The only regret here is that he couldn't have done it before Joe...
See, the infinite failure of recap is that I need funny clips. Like, I need them. They feed my, everything. I need them because the show is about them. But most of the funny clips are about Hermits being proven wrong when blatantly assuming something. And as a result, it just ends up being a show about Duncan and Hermits for constantly being wrong about things.
Well, on the other hand, I feel like, in general, a lot of internet humor is people being wrong.
I would also argue that a lot of Hermitcraft is about people being wrong. So...
Possibly, yeah. Like it's just the juxtaposition of one thing when the narration suggests a different thing. It's where a lot of
Yes.
humor comes from. So, people being wrong is a good generator for that.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying there isn't a reason as to why it works that way. I'm just saying that, like, It's not entirely intentional that we keep dunking on people that we don't mean to dunk on.
Not entirely.
Was finished with the poems, but those turned out fire even without the aforementioned liquid hot magma.
Great
In fact,
news.
you asked for a poem. I got 3.
Oh, okay. Did you threaten Job? That's the important thing.
I threatened him with my friendship.
Okay. Okay. That works.
I mean,
that works.
Even more expansive literary
Kinda
assignments
Cleo.
come from Zedaf, or rather Vintage Beef, because he's the one stuck doing them.
Speaking of science, what is up with your face, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, I'm covering up a little bit of a skin condition. I don't know. Okay, brace yourself.
Okay, braced. Home, hello.
Having lured Beef into the recently restored testing chamber, Zed runs him through the Rorschach test, which looks remarkably like two bears high-fiving.
It's a dancing man with big pants from the 70s.
Is he dancing just for you?
He's dancing for the world.
Zedaf, why the
Gets
romantic
Beef to
music?
reinvent block skitball and compose an essay and a musical number
Zedaf.
based on the experiences
What
he's
do you
had
want?
so far.
That was a roller
Oh my god,
coaster.
I
That
forgot
went
about the
from
puffer fish
cute
hat!
song to rap to just you kind of just telling me things.
Jackie, we
like
kind of
all
need a
genres.
season 9 before we
So
can do
far,
season
the
9
only
recap.
conclusion this research brought in is that Vintage Beef is notoriously willing to go along with whatever you say.
Love
Is there not a
puffer fish
season
hat.
9 yet? I feel like there's been season 10 and 11 while I've been here.
Also, I know season 6 was long, but
This live stream has lasted for an eternity.
we are what, like 6 hours in already?
I know, right? How long have you been here? Are you okay?
Probably about an hour and a half, 2
'Cause
hours at most.
I've been constantly like drinking tea, having meals, like supporting myself. I don't know about you.
Let me see when I sent you the PM that says tag me in, coach. 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I'm really happy to have you here. You're helping a lot. I'm
Yeah.
just, you know,
Though once you're done eating, I do need to go walk the dog again.
I am
but-
done eating. I've been done eating for like
Okay.
20 minutes now.
Then I will disappear to walk the dog. I'll be back
Awesome.
with you.
We're going to quit the call then.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, awesome.
I'll be back. Bye, people. Behave.
Bye. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you so much for helping. And subs and the other stuff. Okay. Let's go, Fox. We are over halfway there. We'll be doing great time now that I don't have anyone to exchange cheerful anecdotes about perverting Zedov's public image with.
Have him trapped in a box underground. While he's in a
No, it's like, I've been
mood,
streaming for
Azuma
this
has
long,
him
but I also
linked up
not
with the
been
rest of the
really
Evil
doing
Emporium
anything
at
for
that
this long.
convenient tower Jevin built. Having compared their notes, the four assigned custom textures to the variety of wares they will be selling and tour the Emporium in its full glory.
I
We
really
also
like
find
this
out that
meeting,
the
by the
Derp
by.
Coin
Like,
art
the
is
meeting of
heavily
everybody
inspired by
at the Evil
Corrales'
Emporium
original
was fun.
Minecraft skin, which, by the way, is a secret tool that will help us later.
I'm still beautiful. I'm still beautiful.
I don't think that's the beautiful fight. That's a beautiful face. That's a troubling face.
The primary Corrales trait that will be bringing in cash, though, is his ever-burning enthusiasm for gambling. The Azumas have built an apparatus that will exchange diamonds for derp coin at a rate so varied it's straight up randomized. Needless to say, they feel very confident about the upcoming Employee of the Month competition, where the best performing member of the Evil Emporium will win Evil Azuma.
Who, like the person who can bring the most to this area.
I don't actually remember who won and also what they did to Phil Zuma.
Himself in them.
If
my
you stand no
countrymen,
chance, my dude.
This delicious snack that I can just...
Listen, you've got snacks. I save lives. There's no you have no chance.
A prize certainly worthy, but not in comparison to a whole authentic Grian that Impulse bought. Okay, let's unpack that. Please, he's running out of air in there.
Look at those diamonds. At least I'm worth more than 2 diamonds.
So, like, I don't know if you can hear it, but in here specifically, I attempted to make it sound like he's coming from inside the jar. Like, I tried to edit his audio so that it as if it's coming from like a jar. It didn't really work because I'm very bad at audio editing.
Let's unpack that. Please, he's running out of air in there.
Look at those diamonds. At least I'm worth more than 2 diamonds.
As a social experiment of his own, Grian decided to try AFKing in a few key spots on the server to see what whoever is online at the time will do about it. As mentioned, Gem tried to sell him, Impulse tried to customize him, and somewhere in the process he had an OG Corrales face, Curse of Binded, to him.
Curse of Binding head, that's pretty bog standard, but this face, magnificent.
All that is small potatoes compared to Good Times with Scar, who, while singing how he'll show him the world, tried to show it to him from the outside and threw the guy down the bottom hole.
Away we go like Mary Poppins.
Scar, what are you doing?
Okay, like the entire beat is funny, but the funniest beat by far, right, is the specific Scar, what are you doing? When Scar screams ha, there's a particular movement of the hat in the background. Like, watch for it, it's hilarious.
Poppins.
Scar, what are you doing?
This little...
I think his song is there.
That's swivel! Oh my god, it's
Seeing
amazing.
The world, the two of them work on tying the many bottom mountains to one another in a natural fashion. Any remaining stone is converted to repeaters and comparators and all sorts of redstone gizmos to be later sold at the designated G-Train wagon. On a server clearly too tired to craft their own components, False Symmetry also spots the niche in the market and starts her own redstone store in the caverns under the swamp.
Beautiful. All details are complete. I've done most of the things I need to do. I'm gonna have this as redstone blocks, this is redstone components.
It helps, of course, to direct people to it, and to make sure the place is visible even at night, False marks the spot with a giant redstone torch build. That or an enormous lollipop, depending on how you look at it.
It's even lit because campfires now exist. Yay!
Lollipops don't have smoke coming out of it, you idiot. Yes, but I'm licking it really fast.
Still, neither store has as many active mechanisms in it as the one Scar builds at the Big Eye's own shopping district, and that one doesn't even sell redstone, or anything for that matter. In response to BOO leaving his raft to dry, Scar takes over one of the spots in his shopping centre and builds a mock-up of a store and a mockery of a business. The place is actually a trap meant to blow up B-dubs with renamed charged creepers. Naturally, dragging the zap explosives into their place costs Scar a few holes in the road, but it's the effect that counts here, not the actual profit.
No!
Kaiser, can you say trans rights? I mean, yeah? Trans rights?
We were so close.
On an unrelated note, we just now realised that the Big Eye shopping district being on a beach makes it a Big Eye shore, and we may need a minute to recover. Of all the questionable business deals in Botum, Mumbo kinda takes the cake here, as he discovers what happens when you get free iron from Tango twice. It's all part of the business strategy, although it doesn't look quite so convincing on paper.
There's like a whole pile of them. That might just be the worst noise I've ever heard in my entire life.
You're the CEO of Botum. It was all Impulse's fault. He should have done sponsorships too, so I would know.
A few tweaks are needed for the lava farm after it kills Mumbo during an AFK session, but despite that, it did gather a lot of fuel, enough for him to charge his tools from a potato battery.
The potatoes here. So I've got myself a pickaxe that has the mending enchantment on it, and I want to see if I can repair this thing. That actually worked!
With lava still on the brain, but thankfully not on the rest of him, Mumbo decides to revisit his baked potato vending machines with a stylish upgrade. He sets up the Volcarbo, a mass potato dispenser with special effects, from which an eruption of potatoes emerges in exchange for a single diamond. And Impulse seems to agree that it's worth it for the price of admission.
Ooh. The Volcarbo!
Unironically, one of the best looking things in the entire
there's
server.
Doc M, who has
I love the Volcarbo. The Volcarbo is just exciting.
3,312 blocks of obsidian. It took 20 hours to mine.
Aren't these drowned where half the bottom lag comes from? No! These drowned are not Mumbo Jumbo personally.
Becomes the next product added to the lineup at Octagon, but Doc is reserving most of it for his own purposes, planning an enormous overworld gold farm. He saves that for later, along with the meeting with Ijevin, where they will presumably either settle on some shulker prices or declare all-out war. For now, he makes some improvements to Octagon. As he and Rendog time-lapse their new antenna, Doc designs a surround for the octagonal nether portal.
I'm sorry, I love that one. Come on.
Doc designs...
Do you have an obsidian generator? Come on.
finds a surround for the octagonal nether portal, and he works on supports for the bridge connecting the portal to the shop itself, proving that there's no problem they can't solve with a few extra spider legs.
Now it also doesn't, you know, stand out so much anymore with pure, as it was with pure copper, but it still stands out, but blends in at the same time.
And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. Captions on this video were provided by Lyarrah.
Okay, the next thumbnail again. We did it, boys. Minecraft is no more. And I don't even remember what happened in the entire video. Spends literal hours to not have to use any obsidian. Yeah.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs.
No, wait. The previous thumbnail was even worse. Oh god! Why am I allowed to run this channel into the ground?
Our writer is Zloy XP, and congratulations to Team Glare, Team Allay, Team Copper Golem, delete whichever is appropriate. At the time of writing, we have absolutely no idea which mob is going to win the yesterday's vote, but in the meantime, it's a good thing the Hermitcraft server has innovations that'll do their jobs for them. DocM will now sell you remote access to inventories on the other side of the server, BOO already looks like a bush that grumbles every time it gets dark, and Grian will push all your buttons. But all these are understatements, because the Hermits continue to push what this game is capable of, both in terms of technical achievements and building prowess, but also occasionally the player's sanity. So before reality folds in on itself and we find ourselves at the Mountains of Madness, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft.
This time loves that ZD is just like, too good.
Tries to slow
Too
down
good,
the pace
honestly.
a little by touring the server on a donkey. Naturally for Doc, though, it's the fastest donkey on the server, but he still manages to take in all the sights without them becoming a blur in his rear view. Yes, the donkeys are cars this season, and we will accept no alternative. It was a bit weird when he drove through the door of the gym, though.
Oh, this is so cool. It's like some fitness studio. Man, he's so good with the...
Donkeys. I don't know what was up with me, and like... Assassin DocM took his horse to the gym to mock the people on the treadmill. Just go home, Zloy, you drunk.
With the armor stand things.
Having rode like the wind, Doc brings the lightning to the grand opening of Octagon, but we'll save discussing that for Rendog's segment because nobody brings the hype like Ren. Instead, we'll talk about the other thing Doc did this week because it deserves highlighting, underlining with red pen, a note from Mojang that just says, "See us after class." Thanks to a discovery by his friends Fallen Breath and Process, Doc has been able to sync items from his inventory with an inventory slot in a hopper.
So, Pixlriffs is kind of in charge of covering DocM's stuff. Amongst other reasons, one of the reasons why he's in charge, he's really good at keeping track of who the credit for the inventions Doc showcases belong to. So, you know, a lot of people who actually discover this stuff get lost in the algorithm of YouTube as like more popular creators popularize their inventions. So it's actually very important that bigger creators, which the recap also is now, they have to be very cautious about putting this kind of stuff in, letting people know who, you know, are the people that actually came up with stuff.
Allowing him to use rockets from a chest in the spawn chunks while keeping his inventory fully topped up, or ender pearling back to spawn from anywhere on the server. It can also slurp up sand from his inventory and store it somewhere else. As
they basically made the modded
if this sounds absolutely wild, that's because it is.
Material
so
energy
Doc's video and
remote
the videos from the folks who discovered it. But in the meantime, he pitches
remote
it to
storage.
Mumbo, who immediately agrees that he needs to sell this technology like a subscription, and we'll see where it goes from here.
Like, you look into the hopper, update, suppress the looking into the hopper in short, and then the game thinks the stack you have and the stack that is there is the same, right? And
I mean, that is ridiculous. That is... yeah, I don't even know what to say.
It's technology XP Crafted could have used when digging out his latest dome and lining it with a ton of iron blocks. Since this is the dome which faces out to sea, XP sets up a vast hangar with an airlock door and starts building a submarine dock. Initially, he has some concerns about the structure of the sub itself.
It's just not right. It's too thick.
But once he switches from dirt to a more watertight material, adds propellers and antenna to the outside, it seems to be much more satisfying. So if you want to like and sub, this is the place to do it.
It's not bad.
The tropical fish seem to agree, although they might not want to hang around so close to the intake pipes. BOO has some plumbing to appreciate too. Since B-Dubs last built it, Tango Tech has been busy retrofitting auto sorters to the wood storage building, and even installing an auto wood farm next door. B-Dubs' instinct is to do stone next, and he eventually tutorials his way through a stone storage building that really starts to establish an industrial vibe outside of Big Eyes Town.
A boo-boo that I did. Well, not that I did, but that I'm going to do.
Inside of the town, though, B-Dubs discovers the cake shop Scar built last week, and in the process of having his cake, he eats it.
It's a cute little bakery. Boom. What does that mean? Whoa, 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 whoa! Oh no, stuck in here!
At least it's a good excuse for a change of headwear and the burning of a few gifts. Mumbo's volcano, on the other hand, will bake your potatoes
Such a good
just
clip.
right, even if there is now a zombie apparently staffing the thing.
Zombies potatoes? World War P, The Walking Fed, up with all of these potato-based puns.
Oh wow, potato volcano, absolutely magnificent. It was a little bit terrifying, a little bit dangerous, but
Oh, that was very enjoyable. Now, question. Was
Haley.
that worth a diamond when I only have 3?
But the rumble coming from his mountain base is of an entirely different sort. Having wireframed out the areas he wanted to build, Mumbo establishes a colourful mountain town in a variety of different shapes and sizes.
Pansage,
It's a beautiful addition to
there's
the
kind of
armchair
like
that has
nothing
the
else I
paths
like
and
more
staircases connecting them start
than
to
like
go in,
video
but it's
editing.
interrupted by 2 distractions.
So yeah.
The first is Doc M defying the laws of
I
physics
really
by
like
giving him a quantum stack of
making
fireworks and
videos
then
in
disappearing
general
into
and
thin
like
air.
the Rico specifically.
That feels illegal, Doc. It feels like you're doing illegal things here.
The other is Grian going AFK on top of a tree, which Mumbo decides to resolve by sending him to space and then sideways a bit.
He's off! There he is! Grian, the commander of a new private jet, is off.
It could be worse. Grian's cobblestone box could have been a gravestone for Mumbo, since he's already made a habit of making one of those for another member of the Botum family. Pearlescent Moon has been decorating the area for Halloween.
Yes, Lyarrah is back. We will call her in.
That they may as well be
I think after
decorated
like
too.
this video is done.
Great.
I gotta admit, your
Just so like we don't talk your ear off.
I look hideous. Divert your
Because I can run my mouth forever like on my own already.
Every time people come to
I can extra run my mouth forever if I have someone to bounce like off of.
Pearl's own contributions to the local geography are definitely worth a visit.
Then again, 6 hours, 7 hours in, oh lord! I've been live for 7 hours!
And when your neighbor is Cub fan, a friendly game of Spleef is rarely far behind.
oh, yep.
Hey, there we go. Ooh. Okay, I'm out.
Well done, well done.
While Botum continues to shape itself, one duo had their shape figured out from the beginning. Octagon's grand opening was always going to be flashy, what with the giant antenna and Rendog staying up all night to craft fireworks, but when Doc wires the whole thing up to a lightning rod, you know things are gonna get loud.
Doc, this isn't good enough. We have potential customers here, man. Oh, there we go.
Oh my god, it's growing up!
Whoa! Whoa!
The grand opening is indeed grand, and the fact that they gave out coupons for their first customers barely matters when they were selling stock before they were even open. The red carpet rolls out, and the profits roll in.
Dr. M77. What an insane grand opening that was, dude.
TFC
That was
finds a
pretty
different
spectacular,
kind of
yeah.
red carpet waiting for him when he next.
I watched the thing like 5 times
I'm
in
pretty
editing
sure
when
I saw
trying to pick
some-
out.
Hello?
Like a clip shot enough that it
Exactly
doesn't
my favorite
encapsulate
kind.
entirely
He's
too
there to hunt
much.
down some slime balls,
But
the
like,
G-Train
yeah,
has
Ren
the red
does
stuff components
amazing
he was looking
visuals.
for
Just
after all. He wanted to arrange some sticky pistons under his tree farm to raise or remove a wall and allow water to flow through the farm. Unfortunately, his redstone skills are a little rusty, but if TFC is known for anything, it's perseverance.
We know the title of this one. Redstone Fail.
If Impulse is known for anything, it's Big Eye Rons. Wait a minute. Despite competitors advertising outside the walls, Impulse's factory is still coming along in leaps, bounds, and occasional mooing noises. The brown mushrooms are the latest contribution to the candy room, which he's still plugging the dark spots in, and yet you cowards didn't vote for the glare. And here's another take for you. So it's a good thing everyone voted for the glare. We still don't know. Ordering some more trees from Gemini K will probably help too, and maybe Impulse can collect them himself.
I'm sorry, something about Pixlriffs just randomly addressing the viewers directly is
overshadowing the swag and
so
ritual
like
parked in the neighboring
mind-boggling.
base. The IDIMPY delivery trucks even stop at his candy shop, which now has a thematically appropriate humbug striped roof.
It looks pretty good. I waxed everything, so it's not going to change anymore. Okay, well, I lied. There's some blocks.
It's so incredibly puke colored.
Gem gets to build a much more traditional canopy too at Corrales' place, because a man is not an island. His base, however, is. And this week, Corrales transforms the island into a luxury resort for himself, and whoever will fit into the guest houses, the garage, and the speedboat. Plus the Grian in the attic, of course. This explosion of building took 12 hours of dedicated work interspersed with...
Presented without comment. Hermitcraft recap remembering something that Grian did not. That single joke is like a bigger payoff to Grian buying his attic than, you know, what Grian did.
With the mild trolling of an
Which is
AFK
fine, they had
round.
better stuff going on.
Was it worth it? Yes. I love it. I love it a lot.
Here's hoping he can pay for it now that the derp coin gambling becomes a fun drain on his wallet.
Oh, no, your luck's turning around.
This is not even my diamonds. I can just be spending them all day.
Ready to welcome guests as well, Cubfan135 makes a point to add a hidden horse stables to the canyon road, prompted by some sentient foliage that drove by.
This is an inspired build. Except,
is?
yeah. Check it out. Remember last time you came here, you said that you didn't have a place to tie up your horse?
Yes?
Well, we got a little stable set up now here.
But the canyon itself is more likely to come over for a dinner now that Cub has converted a big area around it into an orange concrete desert and started to encroach on the nearby woods. That's not to mention the secret speed tunnel to the Bottom Town that we didn't talk about last week because, hey, secret. But now he let BOO use it too, we guess the cat's out of the bag. It's a speedy way of getting on the Bottom land to get on Bottom nerves. In short, do not ask for whom the bell tolls, it's B-Dubs' horse.
There we go. Cool. Yeah, that's sort of like a double feature there. See the water, obviously it activates the bell, so...
On the topic of biome expansion, False Symmetry throws her base into the spooky zone, now it's officially the fun half of October. Though adding the deformed petrified trees and inhabited giant tree stumps turns out to have many more layers to it after she announces she'll go as Shrek for Halloween.
I cannot. Like, False Symmetry Season 3 got pranked back by Mumbo Jumbo with a giant Shrek pixel art saying, "Stay out of my swamp." False Symmetry is forever associated with Shrek to me.
Although, very terrifying. Not gonna lie. Pretty...
We're on 17.
Pretty terrifying, but I may or may not be an ogre.
Things quickly take a turn for the Mimi as False makes the tree stump hill film accurate. And look, we're not opposed to having an outhouse as part of your Minecraft base, but it probably shouldn't be the entrance, and it especially shouldn't be a drop entrance. So that's for interior Shrekerating. Now how about some outer detail?
Like, that's just wrong.
We see Zombie Cleo apply the miniature block windowsills as per their agreement with Joe Hilt, and she runs us through the very convoluted castle yards that have been plaguing her for quite a while now.
This area is going to get a bit laggy very quickly. Actually, it's probably not. It's probably okay.
Well, that's fine.
It just so happens that when the thing was built, people weren't much concerned with anyone trying to recreate it in Minecraft. Luckily, we can call this negative space, and it turns out one can do plenty with it when armed with an armor stand book.
It comes out there, swirls around here, goes underneath, goes around and swirls around these little courtyard bits, and then it comes back out here and it swirls around once again. It's been a job. It's been a job. If you've been wondering where the video...
No stranger to medieval arts, Zedaf takes up alchemy. Having already made a patently insane potion brewer last season, Zed realizes it could be improved by just doubling the amount of slime blocks.
But also, like, getting delivered apples from this distance is incredibly satisfying.
Through a few experiments and some not at all excessive redstone, he's able to quadruple the distance he can auto-throw an item. So the Combruter 2.0 coming in future will be sending in the potion ingredients while scoring 3 pointers. Great then that Cubfan just happens to open a slime shop this week. Not great then that Zed orders his slime from Grian instead, and the two of them get stuck trying to out-British each other.
He's giving me 2 stacks and he only wants 2 diamonds for it? No way! I was going to pay way more than that. Here, you can have 8. He's giving them back? Oh, he's giving me more slime. That's how this works. I give him more diamonds then. Stop! Oh no.
So, this is one of the only interactions of Zedaf with another Hermitcraft member outside of his experimental chambers. If not for this, you could argue that Zedov's entire season of Hermitcraft is taking place in his own personal single player. I forgot where I was going with this.
Oh, okay, he's going away. Alright. I can do this all day.
That's the trick of choosing what material you're building a base out of, and Tango Tech quickly finds out he didn't choose the best ones. Okay, the problem is he chose the best ones, but no one's selling them. Okay, the problem is people already sold them to someone who isn't Tango.
I don't want Deep Slate, I want Cobbled. It's kind of disappointing. Who else sells this stuff?
Though Deep Slate Market greets him with a firm, I don't know, basalt is at least farmable. And so Tango makes it a salt generator.
It's such a good voice actor sometimes.
Measure because lava spills slower in the overworld, and crafting pistons is less of a nuisance than going to the Nether. So Fifi's cave time lapse is back on. And so is the iron farm, now that the villagers don't just randomly die from fall damage for one reason or another.
Yeah, see, I think I might need to keep that water around for another tick or maybe two. I think what I can do is...
And finally, there's...
I'm sorry, I need a minute after that one. And now an instant replay.
Reason or another.
Yeah, see, I think I might need to keep that water around for another tick or maybe two. I think what I can do is...
And finally...
Redstone accomplished, everybody! The farm has been fixed. Just the flippant contrast between how convoluted that farm is and the fact that, like, just, yeah, let me add another bit of delay on the repeater, and that's it, that's done.
Finally, there's Good Times with Scar, and he will show you the world. He'll also show you what for.
Scar, what are you doing? Scar?
As if the mountains of Botum weren't looking glorious already, Scar goes into detail, mostly focusing on breaking up the grey of the stone with darker and lighter accents. It's where the snowy peaks come in very handy, and the core of the hills gets split with tectonic cracks. Too bad as he builds the Botum rock, his finances just happen to hit rock bottom. All Scar has to show for the giant hourglasses is a few IOUs and some pocket change, which may actually be worth quite a bit when used strategically, but don't make for as pompous a display as a pile of diamond blocks with nothing in it.
And an armor certificate. Oh, wow, I just really butchered that word.
Catastrophic, everybody.
This week's recap, our writer is Zloy XP, and my name.
Okay, let's drag Lyarrah back in. Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So, how's the everything?
It's going good. It's going good. Dog's good. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm glad. Let's come back to this garbage. Oh my god, do you know what the next episode is?
Yes!
It's the fanfic one!
Yes!
I thought that was one of the last ones.
Because the end of the season just flew freaking by, man.
I thought that this was like one of the last ones.
Yes! Yes!
What? The moon hasn't even started landing yet, has it?
No, it hasn't.
I don't get it. I thought that the fanfic one was like way after the moon. Oh well.
I knew it wasn't after the moon, but I thought it was like later than that. Oh my god, the whole like.
It makes sense because it was right after Minecon, so everybody was like drained of any sort of energy.
Like,
except for me, apparently.
Apparently, December just didn't exist.
I know, right?
Oh.
Well,
I'm glad I'm back for the best part. I'm glad I'm back for the best part.
I know, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is a difficult one to describe. When somebody asks me, like, "Oh, you make Minecraft videos," what does that mean? This is not. This is not the thing that I will show them to.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and for one reason or another...
Wait, how many W's in Wells Night?
Server. We know a few of the hermits have been a little under the weather lately, and to those we wish a speedy recovery. As for the others, whether it's other video projects starting to ramp up, their brains still buzzing from everything that was announced at Minecraft Live, some coordinated group project on the server which they plan to reveal later, or just the creative blocks bringing on creative block, we haven't seen much of the hermits this week. But in the spirit of other creators deep diving Hermitcraft lore lately, we thought we could take a moment to theory craft some in-character reasons why the hermits aren't out and about.
So, the pictures were done by me. They are very rudimentary, but they were done by me in like in a day or something, like half a day maybe. So, yeah. Be kind.
For example, in a world of pure imagination, Impulse SV has fallen in the chocolate river. He's found the swimming
professional animator, everybody.
And luckily his lab coat has a built-in life jacket, but despite managing to stay afloat, he's found himself wishing he'd installed a candy cane ladder. Doc M77, having recently defied the laws of physics to spectacular results, is torn between protecting this technology from those who would use it for great evil and presenting his findings to CERN to help with the smooth operation of the Large Hadron Collider. Last time anyone saw Tinfoil Chef, he was a few miles deep in the branch mine and accelerating. We suspect he may be
it's the accelerating
to the nearest branch of Parson Gas so he can grab XP to mend his digging tools. Stress Monster is swamped by a responsibility.
That explosion's supposed to be TFC, by the way.
Yeah, that explosion is TFC colliding with the gas line.
Increasingly froggy. Traffic helicopters have sighted Mumbo with a burnt-out donkey just off the M25. He'd been putting the pedal to the metal a little too hard, especially when the metal was all supplied by Tango. At least he got some excellent travel footage for the film channel while he was at it. As for Tango himself, you bet he's looking for a way to farm deep slate, since Fifi's cave floor is not a project you want to harvest manually for. That or he's camping the G-Train for the stuff. We're pretty sure Vintage Beef just went to space. The spaceship you see in other videos is a hologram. He developed the technology in his spare time while teaching Etho everything he knows about redstone. Azuma Void and Evil Azuma are both out there brainstorming how to salvage their reputation after the expose game theory did on them. We wouldn't put it past Zedaf to be catching the next hermit to experiment on right now. Just like we wouldn't put it past Scar to comedically bypass his traps unaware of the danger like this is Looney Tunes. To think about it, Keralis could be stuck in one right now, or he could be forcing his kids to harvest materials in Minecraft for him like he joked he does that one time. Zombie Cleo is pause for violent last life flashbacks, fine, she can handle it, and Jedi is great. So after that whole round of fanfiction, let's go into the stuff that actually happened, like false symmetry, for example.
I forgot that this is what Gemma's great thanks for asking was from. Like I've been waiting for it the whole live stream because I couldn't remember what it was from.
Okay. But yeah, the two Exuma boys going, how do I delete someone else's YouTube channel?
Did on them. We wouldn't put it past Zedaf to be catching the next hermit to experiment on right now. Just like we wouldn't put it past Scar to comedically bypass his traps unaware of the danger like this is Looney Tunes. To think about it,
Keralis' one is a little bit too fast.
Or he could be forcing his kids to harvest materials in Minecraft for him like he joked he does that one time. Zombie Cleo is pause for violent... Last life flashbacks, fine, she can handle it, and Gemini Tay is great. So after that whole round of
Gemini Tay's one has like in the background a bunch of tendrils from empires.
Spotting the great shop sign Gemini Tay left.
Then you know what? If you're going to be playing that game, Gem, I'm going to play it too.
With quite a few items matching the ones she sells, Foz recognizes Gem's shop as a competitor. To win some customers, she unveils her own giant sign, proclaiming her own store to be greater, but with no reference as to than what, just to dodge the slander lawsuit.
By the way, Pansay, it's just said pass and gas.
As the Great War in future scripts.
Don't know what else you want.
Still, as a bearer of a froggy hat herself, False feels the need to prettify the swamps, so she dips the flippers into the mud.
Not that I know
a couple
of.
of cute frog pixel arts, as if to pull the wild update closer.
There he is. He's got his tongue hanging out. I mean, Corralis's face just works perfectly for all the things that, you know, need a screaming face, basically.
Jevin is found in new attire as well, Halloween ready with a half skeleton bod, though if he really is a gelatinous cube now, those bones sticking out might not be his. So while some
I
of his video this
appreciate that
week
he
is
said
catching up
that
his audience
he's
on the
taking
Evil
the
Emporium show
fandom's
and tell,
thing, and he has
and the
bones.
Octagon's grand opening.
On behalf of the marketing department of Octagon, I do sincerely apologize for that. Is everybody okay?
He's a gelatinous cube, you know, they have bones in them.
Of which he almost
Not their own.
This is so pretty too.
Is very often left untouched, which is why it's the more impressive when Jevin jumps in to grind through the obsidian pillars and make the whole place look top-notch.
See, Ascender?
This was a pretty...
I need to remember this combo stuff when I'm working on my stuff.
It's a good starry style.
Access
It's like
to the outer end is eased as well. Jevin
Oh, I meant like doing the amethyst in with the obsidian.
Yeah, if you add a little bit more amethyst, it becomes
a
precious.
little bit friendlier, even if
But
there's not
this
one, but
particular
two
balance
Shulkerbox
is more
farms on the server now.
Just kind of spiraled out of
Yeah.
control.
If you want something a little more real than our fictional tour of everyone's activity, XP Crafted spends an episode this week touring everyone's bases. So if you want to know what Hypno's got in his shulker boxes, this is the episode for you.
Oh, look at all this.
Among these self-guided visits to other people's builds, he gets an actual guided tour from Zombie Cleo, and it's always nice to get insider info from the locals, even if that info is mostly, don't use the castle driveway, it's confusing as heck and it's not finished yet.
So it's a whole
Bit of
thing.
a trek.
It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
I mean,
That's
it's
Joe's house.
it's a little castle.
It's one of those
Meanwhile,
castles
the
that like
XP
was
imposed
still
on the-
built to actually actively deflect an attack, meaning that the more convoluted the road is, the better.
But then they've had to redo the road to actually like function for people
Yeah.
to drive up.
But it's still convoluted. It's still this like intestines shape, which Cleo had to recreate in Minecraft with blocks.
Yep, and when she explained it in the previous episode, that was one of the hardest things to caption that have happened so far, because it's just the number of times she said it twists.
Yes. Well, it twisted approximately that amount of time, so.
Yeah, exactly.
Those hermits keep coming back to roost. Wells Knight, for one, has promised to sort out Joe Hills' fabled flower farm, and you
Wells
can
is
see
back.
why that would be a priority, since in the area with plenty of detailed builds, the redstone sticks out like
Yeah,
a
that's
fireworks
why I
show.
did
was
the
kind of hoping to have this whole castle
Wells Knight joke for this
built
one.
by now, but well, you know, life happens.
Joe finds the place redone to his liking and even improved mechanically, thanks to a short Redstone with Wells Knight segment where we learn all about how this thing needs a monostable circuit. Good thing too, because Joe said he wanted another farm like that, even if the IOU only covered one.
My O has been duh.
Iskal85 is feeling a little better and returns to find there is a new currency on the block.
What are these? They look amazing.
Someone has paid for the lantern store using Derp Coin, which is confusing but apparently totally fine. His plan is to remodel the entrance to his and Etho's base with the immediate assistance of a creeper.
This is it. It doesn't even say me and Etho. It says Gem is great. Ah, no. Well, it used to say Gem is great.
But the long-term effort is all his own, digging a deep well in the savannah and custom shaping cliffs around the new entrance area. The important part is the plateaus, however you spell them.
Plateaus. Still a work in progress.
And finally, Grian is a potato at heart.
The Volcabo has become my thinking spot. Somehow gives me ideas.
Guess spending a week AFK midair with Mumbo on a backwards plane to Botum gave the infection ample time to sprout.
I'm not the one that put me on a private jet.
Right. Imagine complaining about that. Listen to yourself. Listen
Wait,
to yourself,
how did
Grian.
that happen?
Actually,
Because
Grian
honey
really
blocks.
did catch a cold working on this video, which
Yeah.
didn't stop the guy from delivering a glorious-looking fog effect sky with end rods spread between the layers to create a star effect. The Wizard Street in the mountain, now shivering like
It
a
is really
precious
pretty.
geode, is capped off at the Quartz Bank storefront.
I wonder how he caught a
Magic
cold
Bank is
on
doing
an
much
airplane
better than the real one,
in the
since
middle of
Botum hourglasses are
a
still more
ice
empty
biome.
than full.
There's no diamonds here. Certified armored.
Truly a mystery.
And that's about it for this week's recap. All right.
I mean, I say that having
and
like
my name
some
is Pixlriffs.
version of
Trying to
flu
keep on
right
top of
now.
all the latest announcements. I've spent a bit of time this week on Hermitcraft.
Oh, we did get the Halloween music. Okay, I thought we didn't ever get it.
Yeah, I'm really confident in Octagon life insurance systems. All right.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, we go already!
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and for a show co-written by a zombie, this show isn't nearly spooky enough on the regular. Luckily, Zloy made up for this last week where he had to draw so much speculative fan art, his hands fell off. And this week, the Hermit should make
Boy, did we not know back then.
Halloween. And whether it's pranking your neighbors with seasonal additions to their builds, handing out
You
dirt
know.
coin like candy, recreating landmark horror movie cabins, or just making loud noises behind B-dubs while he's trying to build a wall,
That's so much
the
love.
Hermits will jump
Yeah.
at any excuse to surprise their server mates.
That's me saying it.
Hi.
Whoa!
Somehow these aren't even the most paranormal activities we see this week. As the shadow of Doc M's latest technical wizardry creeps across the server, Zedaf designs a brewer with a brain, and Mumbo enjoys building? Okay, we haven't reached for that
Hey,
last
Satsuma.
one. So let's get into
Hello.
all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week.
I think I'm just gonna fly off into the sunrise. I reckon.
Bye, Mumbo.
Goodbye.
Starting with some actual Halloween activities.
He has
the
never
Gemini
seen
take
been
Pearl's
seen
Food
again.
Set out to go trick-or-treating across the server. Or rather, their horses do, because they're the ones wearing the costumes.
Give him a nice ride. Some sun and moon trick-or-treating. But just tricks. Wear the tree.
Yes, just tricks. Yeah. Oh, that's lovely.
Naturally, with only their headwear in Halloween mode, the two don't get much candy and quickly decide to TP everyone's houses. But since you can't TP without admin permissions in Minecraft, they take the more artsy approach and Halloween bomb the neighborhood. Grian's
Many
Bandit, for
boffins had
example,
to
gets
die
sealed
to bring you the
something
TP
fierce.
pun.
This is a fantastic trick. I'm really surprised how much they look like spiders. Look at the little dangly dudes.
It's perfect.
The front yard of Impulse's factory has been filled with a whole row of hungry consumers, scarier than your regular undead.
It's perfect.
I'm so happy. I'm proud of us. I think we did good.
I'm grooving hard to the music right now.
And
And
as for Tango Tech's cave,
Which is weird because you can barely
it's
hear it.
already scary. It deserves a Halloween.
yeah,
costume.
but you use
It
this
wants
for
some
like half of the
trick-or-treating, I know it.
seasons.
Somebody
Yeah.
went and put a little tutu and some ballerina slippers and what I can only presume is supposed to be a tiara on top of Fifi's head. So yeah, if you
It's adorable.
know who did this,
It is.
leave me a comment. I'd
Like
like
Pearl
to make a
and Gem
review.
really did
Now, the
a lot of
duality
really
of a
cool
gem
stuff
is
here.
that she did also non-prank
Yes.
decorate Impulse's place. The candy floss trees he commissioned really did get installed, along with some lollipop variants on the chocolate milk pastures inside the factory. It's Pearlescent Moon out of the two who stayed much more on brand afterwards. Despite her mountain trying to have a white Christmas before October is even over, she organized a Halloween shop in the form of a giant arm-waving pumpkin.
Okay. It's the little things. It's the little
Yeah.
things.
Yeah.
And stocks it with all kinds of Halloween treats. The trick is you
The
don't
thing.
just buy them for diamonds.
Bad
She's also hidden
Halloween.
pumpkin tokens all over
Guaranteed
Bottom,
to
and anyone who
give
finds
you
enough
a
of them can
friend.
exchange them for custom Halloween accessories.
Almost like a Where's Wally / item hunt kind of game. I'm not really sure what to call it exactly.
Although, if you really want to scare us, giving Doc M
Oh my
unlimited
gosh.
power is a pretty terrifying thought. After Octagon's opening sales week isn't quite what the Doctor ordered, it's lucky he still has a few tricks up his lab coat sleeves. Introducing Rendog to the realm of shadow blocks from last week, Doc begins to step up how this technology can be used. He builds some bulk item silos he can rent out to the hermits, hooks up a remote sand collection system to an auto
There was a
smelter,
Spirit Halloween
gathers
banner
coal using
over
the same system, and even demonstrates
Pearl's
using
Halloween
it to
shop.
auto-dry sponges.
This is looking good already. Yep. Stuff being drained.
And by
out.
there was, I mean, I
Wow,
hated
this
it
is gonna be
in.
huge.
The next step is to get the other hermits interested, so Doc vanishes from
Again,
Under Times with
sometimes
Scarlet
jokes are
Nose, and
subtle.
even pulls one over on Grian, offering to fall willingly.
Very,
Yeah.
very
in
occasionally,
exchange
very
for a
rarely.
diamond block in hand. Turns out surviving sacrificing
Yeah,
yourself to the
you're
void
either
is a
like,
pretty good
oh, that
sales
was-
technique.
That was a lot. Or
See, this is
You're like-
why
How
this,
did you do that
this
with no
live stream is
redstone?
very valuable.
Well, here,
Yeah.
come,
This
I'll
is
show you.
because,
But great
you
power
know,
requires a great build.
it
to
has
house it in.
rewatchability,
So, with a
this-
bit of
this
community
show of
design
ours.
help, Doc
He
surrounds
lied.
the update suppressor and the attached
Hoping that people
apparatus
will
in a
binge it.
pair of conjoined snow globes, projecting a hologram of a goat head into the sky so everyone can see he's not kidding.
It's about 800.
What is this? No. Like, it looks incredibly epic, but definitely not from this angle, Doc.
yeah.
Why is this?
Everyone can
I don't
see
have the
I'm
words.
kidding.
There's about 800 androids in that bad boy.
See, at night and from this angle it looks
Unfortunately,
like
while
what it's
Docm
supposed
has a
to.
monopoly on the blow your mind technical redstone, his item shops will have to face a competition as long as any green guy with a hoodie can put together a shulker farm. That's why Doc reaches out to Ijevin and tries to talk this war out before it starts.
All good. I'm just saying, man. The Schalke mark died. Did you sell any Schalke boxes?
No. I think I've maybe made 3 diamonds, so...
What the heck? What is wrong with people?
Yeah.
What is wrong with Schalke shells?
In the ensuing negotiations, however, the two realise that playing the market together will be a much nicer game. On top of that, Ijevin explains the varied and fascinating expansions.
And this, children, is why we need an anti-monopoly services.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, that gotta be insider trading.
Coin has underwent in recent weeks, and intrigued
I-
by the concept,
I don't know what
it's a
insider
worthy
trading
tool to
is.
force on the server. And so they come up with the plan to buy out any
It's
shop
when
selling
somebody does
shulkers for
something
I know,
like...
so the consumers have no choice but to shift to Derpcoin, and with it to Octagon, or an Octagon of sorts.
Well, we can just buy them out, take everything they got, and force everybody to shop with us. That's no problem.
You know, then we only need to strong arm the Big Eye crew.
Jevin is not opposed to the idea of Botum allies either, and agrees to help Impulse farm up piles upon piles of coal blocks through the Wither Skull farm if he so desires. Besides, he wasn't using the shulker boxes full of stone anyway. I mean, he did, kind of, but the digging out of the chest pile room probably scored him much more material than was spent artfully decorating it with.
Oh, I love it. Like, I wish there was more that I could say about it, but I'm just so happy with the way that this turned out.
Some have accepted Derpcoin willingly, but others have had it thrust upon them. BWO
Embrace
checks
the
out
Derpcoin.
profits at the Big Eyes Shore Town, and there actually are profits, by the by, but finds someone has filled their cookie jar with cryptocurrency.
We did it! We're in business, baby. Look at this.
More like cryptid currency because we don't know where it comes from.
Already while tending his new crop fields, B-Dubs checks in with Tango about whether they should take Derpcoin seriously. But there's one thing he does take seriously, and it's the opportunity to build Etho a sugarcane farm.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. The master has now become the grasshopper.
Oh, excuse me while I go laugh. I mean, this is good.
Laugh! He's gonna be thrilled.
B-Dubs pulls out all the stops to make an industrial circuit that actually feels industrial, triggered by observers which activate minecarts which Rube Gold make their way around a track, activating TNT and collection mechanisms as they go. It's a more kinetic philosophy to redstone design, prioritizing looks and style over raw output, and it's almost successful the first time.
That's a very long way of saying it doesn't work.
I knew I messed something up.
Tinfoil Chef will set up a redstone that just works.
Did you forget to put a minecart in?
Having figured out the
it
issue
broke
with
like
his
10 minutes in.
farm pistons, he rewires all the repeaters and everything goes swimmingly. Or that's the plan now that he can
Including that lever.
farm to wash away all the saplings whenever he likes.
I hope that isn't going to be a problem there, but I got a feeling it might. Yep.
By comparison, Zedaf's redstone is downright decadent. Having before solved the concept of automated item juggling, Zed apparently spent all of last week deciding what would be the most lavish way to assemble a cocktail. The bartender machine Komburuta 2.0 comes to life as a never-ending rainbow of ingredients, from whence an iron trapdoor slam dunks the right ones into your cup. The redstone behind it is clever in a way only a Zedaf.
Just like this little flop into it. It's so good.
Yeah, this is the most ZF thing on the planet.
Stop-motion time-lapse. Anyway, he
And
doesn't
yeah,
drink
his
the
time
first brews
lapses.
and test it out on
Yeah.
Mumbo instead.
So wait, oh. That is so cool. How is what? That is genius. That is actually really cool, dude. This is wicked.
I do realise I forgot to put some water bottles in, so...
Mumbo is delighted to spectate, especially after taking care of so many of his own spinning plates. His magic trick from last week, making Grian disappear, turns out to have the repercussions of needing to bring him back again. The prestige being that this flying machine has a reverse gear.
This could work. I honestly don't know. Can we fly this jet backwards? The block that you're standing on isn't going to go, but that's even funnier. See ya.
The other trick he has to pull this week is getting the interior of his mountain base to stop spawning slugs he's not allowed to
He just
kill.
like left the guy.
Successful, give or take a couple of light levels that invite the creepers in. And looking ahead to the future of his base, Mumbo has decided to rethink the idea of transforming the interior ceiling into a night sky scene because Grian seems to have stolen it from his dreams while they were on the plane together.
Theatre. This is ridiculously grand. This is like Instagram flex grand.
Against all odds, False Symmetry comes up with an even weirder mode of transportation than the backwards plane, a waterlogged railway tunnel. Though the tech has been there for a little while, it still feels cursed to see a rail line you're on go through an aquifer. This is a part of the refurbishment False is doing on the Swamp Lump roller coaster subway. The track goes through a few twists and turns with carnival fair attractions passing you by until you finally reach the one stop at her redstone shop, which would be where she wants you to go, is the thing.
I think that was meant to be Stress Monster?
Like, I believe...
Maybe?
Ah.
It was a Sphinx, clearly. It was
These
very odd.
diamonds on things. He didn't buy the levers, though, sadly.
Basically coal, yeah.
Wants to go get red sand. Or rather, he will, whether he wants to or not, what with the canyon's custom desert demanding it.
Have you ever had a sunburn so bad you look like me?
The only thing to really substitute it would be orange concrete powder, and you'll never guess what dye Cub has run out of. Still, flower farms are a thing, and Cub puts one together quite effortlessly, even as a permanent fixture at his base, in a very petal pattern decorated room.
And the cool thing is, like, you can just open this up.
He's the only person that actually uses glazed terracotta.
You know? On there, so super cool little trick.
I keep meaning to try, but like, it's so hard to figure out.
You think there's red sand like this on Mars? You ever seen a dead bush in person? Have you ever just stared at the coast? Have you ever destroyed an ecosystem? You ever watched a sunset but were way too early for it?
Can you burn a Luigi board? So yeah, concrete go psh, but it also go boom if Tango Tech gets his way. With colourful lines
See, it was either that, right? It was either that or Jonathan Frakes asks you things.
Yeah, well, and that's what I figured was going to be the joke there. I was very surprised when he didn't cut to that.
Can you burn a Luigi board? Just... Was this still a normal moon? I think so. I mean, it might have started enlarging, but they haven't called attention to it yet.
Yeah.
Tango decides it would be nice to automate the concrete conversion process, and naturally has
it's
to
like
design
Big
his own
19.
one just for funsies.
This guy just chops the whole forest down here. What's he doing? Last time I
Not to mention Beat-Ups is there. We're not going to see the
This
moon.
mechanism, of course, stands out for not using duplicated TNT, which is why it blows itself up a whole lot less than your average bear. Though blowing up less soon also becomes an issue. Once everything seems in order and is dropping as intended, Tango and Beat-Ups seem dead set on making a concrete shop, which will sure give the Big Eye Corps an edge over the competition.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh.
The weary traveler must heed these words. Beware the Sikazuma
The
for
text
on that one,
by being a YouTuber.
Yeah, on that one, I literally said, like, as I started hearing them going the I was like, he chose this one specifically to make it hard for me to caption.
Yes.
And then it blinked to black and I wasn't quite looking at it. I was like, don't tell me that just said rewinds. Yep, it just said have fun making the captions. Yeah, you did do that one on purpose.
It's the remember when I would write like tongue twisters into the video scripts? This is that, but for Lyarrah.
The weary traveler must heed these words. Beware the sick Azuma, for he is not shackled by being a YouTuber. As it turns out, Azumavoid's been fighting off not one cold, but two, and the first one left him without a voice for a while. Impressively, this just meant he would progress through the server as usual, but without having to stop and tell us about it every 5 minutes. As a result, by the time this week's video was even possible, X has made so much progress, a simple flyby of all of it is an episode all of its own.
And I've had a rough couple of weeks, so I'm taking things easy on that front. We'll do the decorations later.
Along the Alpen village and the connective pathways of the Emporium builds stands tall a haunted tower he built from a fan suggestion. And you know it's haunted because it came from Twitter.
So this stunning creation was sent to me by Blaze Time Master over Twitter. Blaze, if you are watching,
finding that guy's URL handle took forever.
Right? Like,
we never knew where
the opposite of Brandon.
After all. XB Crafted has also been getting his feet wet, although that's probably why he adds a catwalk around his submarine dock. Either that or it's so cats can reach the submarine. With the addition of water intake pipes, some access stairs, and a control booth,
8th hour of this is really getting to me.
Oh my gosh. Are we gonna have to split it into 2 days?
No.
Expands the tunnels and the
we're on week 19. Are you kidding me?
Portals to Hypno's base and a new portal to his Wasteland Megadome complex. which might also be the first time we've seen someone get prismarine and mushroom blocks to look good together.
Talking smack. And screw up. That's about the way it usually goes. Talk smack, and then you're just like...
All sorts of blocks you wouldn't think of come in handy for Zombie Cleo thanks to the wonders of JPEG compression. Having launched a line of merchandise in real life, Cleo decided to expand the brand on Hermitcraft as well, and put together an advertisement board in the hotspots of the server promoting the Hydrate sports drink as well as her bodybuilding coaching services. The bodies in question probably are the armor stands she's known for, but at this point
I didn't realize for weeks the bodybuilding pun.
They'll understand that
because
personal training
zombies.
means I'm going to teach them stuff.
No,
which is
because
what I
she's
kinda wanna
building
do, because I think
the armor stand.
Yes.
Yes.
And people like
Also
in
that.
any case, the
It
post
works on many levels.
with a pixel art map
I didn't get it for so long.
logo that took a few hours to make.
welcome to what is about between 10 and 12 hours of footage according to the replay mod. It's going to be done in like 2
What
months.
would you do for
To
merch?
become the you at Wells Night IOs, Joe Hills enlists his help to
Not
decorate
this,
the
I would
original
honestly
flower
just draw
farm
stuff.
and plans another, this time focused around orange.
Yeah, I mean, my merch is drawings you did.
Demand. And now they're
Fair.
in popular culture too, as Joe pays tribute to the cabin from Evil Dead 2, both to satisfy the desire for a Halloween build, but also the need to keep in the village's rustic aesthetic.
Yeah, it's pretty cute actually. I do like the windows particularly. That's well done. Well done,
Thank
Joe.
you. Thank you. Yeah, it's actually a cabin inspired by the film Evil Dead, because somebody pointed out that it's already October 18th and I haven't done anything for Halloween yet.
Oh my goodness, you have.
Thank you, Blackson.
No.
That makes me feel better.
No.
That's sacrilege.
The next time I build an Evil Dead cabin, you'll know.
Oh no.
You'll know.
After Wells is able to fill him in on the redesigned flower farm circuitry, Joe opts for the same configuration under the new flower farm, and hopefully now he'll have enough orange dye to share with the rest of the class. Well, it's been a long time coming, but good times
Aww,
with Scar
hot
will be sharing something of her
modified.
own with the rest of the Botum.
I forgot that they did
The
that.
Tycoon's Adventures is an
Yeah, for a
electro
little while.
station refurbished for a hat factory, now dealing more in chic than in shock. Scar has come with custom modelled hats for all the Botum members, but for now we only see ones for Pearl, a cute little llama in an upside-down hat.
I want to see this on you.
Oh,
Oh, it's so big! It's so big!
I love how big
I didn't realise my head was that big, Scar.
And Grian, a conductor's hat with a giant G on it.
Oh, that really
I'll
does
be honest
fit
with you.
perfect.
I was expecting to die, and so that's a win. That's a double win. I didn't die, and I got a hat.
There's a whole other set of customization with Scar rocking custom swag and brand shulker boxes as well. And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is
Okay. What's the next one?
What's up?
No, nothing. Nothing. The 20th? I'm just trying to figure out where are we?
This week on Hermitcraft.
I don't know. I thought it was embarrassingly delightful.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and it's the week after Halloween, which
Tabs with a threatening aura. I don't even remember what that in like.
is when we cover all the Halloween stuff.
Probably some crap on
Upload
Twitter, I don't
schedules
know.
are a thing, as we ever are reminded, but it's not like having a bit of that spooky cheer is a problem in this, a show run by a zombie and a guy with a pumpkin for a head. Still, the scariest part of the past 7 days was watching some hermits encroach on the idea of actually finishing some of their bases, which I have to point out would mean their hands are no longer tied, and who knows what they'd get up to. Public petition for Pearlescent Moon to add a few more wireframes to everyone's places aside, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Azuma Void and his impressive array of creepy crawlers. You see, one surefire way to prevent snow from piling up on your Minecraft roof this Christmas season, aside from actual fire, would be covering it in string. Pity then that X has none of it. The solution
Those
comes in
were
the
pretty
form of a
cute, Pansage.
spider-only natural spawn mob grinder, which limits the spawn spot only to those fit for an arachnid. Funny how most mob farms like that usually try to do the opposite.
This means that we have 1,152 spawning spaces in this thing. Aha, are you going to do what I think you're going to do? Yeah, you're going to fall down there.
It's also funny how on his way there, X just had to fix his bone meal farm that wasn't even that broken to begin with. Just a little aside to remind us all that a Minecraft base is never done. Not until it has a giant jack-o'-lantern on it. False Symmetry's Halloween episode sees her decorate the swamplands with a seasonally disemboweled squash, as well as a few adorable voxel art bats to accompany her giant eagle in the airspace.
I mean, they're gonna look much better at nighttime, but I just wanted to see what they look like during the day too. Yeah, they're kind of cool. I like them actually.
Those
The
are
rest
cute.
of the video is spent checking over the profits at her redstone shop and checking how close iJevin's own atmospheric swampland has gotten.
So much so that this guy is vibing out over
Yeah, I
here.
think
He's
this is
having
when
a
it
good
had
time
started.
having her.
Yeah,
Second.
No way, another time. Here, look at him.
Now, Jevin has
It
his
is shocking
own
to me
pumpkin
though,
patch
like
to
people
take
in
care
chat
of,
are
but
saying
the
that
jagged edges-
Hermitcraft people like legitimately confirmed that they did not have not come up with the Moon Big idea until like very late into the season.
Well, Cleo said earlier in the stream that they come up with it, like that they had it for a couple of months. So that kind of I feel like that implies that they probably came up with it around Minecon.
Yeah.
Like I'm guessing that they were waiting for Minecon to decide when the season was ending.
Yeah, they needed to see what they're gonna announce and like how they're gonna handle the
Yeah,
season change up.
exactly. So I'm guessing that they came up with it after Minecon would be my assumption. And I mean, that's partially because that's kind of how we did it. And it's partially because like it just, given the timing she suggested there, given the timing of when this actually started, and the fact that when this started is also when people did, as you guys pointed out at the beginning of this episode, start wrapping their bases up. It all kind of comes together. To,
Yeah, it's clear that like the week when we said there was not much happening was the week when they were deciding stuff. I'm just wanting to try and point out that like this means that the moon has been slowly growing since that week.
Yes.
And like they just didn't point it out yet. Which is really interesting because it shows that there was a lot of forethought that went into it. And it's really weird that there was, because of how abrupt it happened. Like, it just, no, moon big now! And then it crashes and, you know, destroys the server. Like, you'd think that they either would set it up or at least attempt to tie the reasoning of why it suddenly decided to crash to something. But no,
did we ever find out why?
No?
Okay.
That straight up is not an explanation. Even the Hermit Matrix does not explain the moon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of the slime pit he lives in, or the adjustments to make his shulker farm more reliable, can't be described as.
I'm operating under the assumption it was the magnet then.
I know, right?
Out of the chest and rename them with your name in the anvil. On the left side, you will either get a trick or a tree. That's pretty straightforward.
And the finer detail will have to be set aside to the next capital B big move.
Until we're done, lady. Until we're done.
Emphasis on capital here. Jevin finds himself roaming the server with a set of mystery shulker boxes.
Either until the videos run out or until the authorities find my body and finally disconnect my computer from the internet.
Yourself up right here. Yes, awesome.
Watching his server mates
presented, iJeven delighting in the brutality of himself.
The most enticing part of this door-to-door soul salesman shtick is that the maximum bets are
Leo,
part of the
again,
other
I invite you to check out the
and
video
the hermits
people
quickly
did
shill
on
over
like
zombie
recapping
Hermit
Hermetrics.
Church,
It has
except
nothing to do
Ralph's
with the
head and
Hermetrics.
False Symmetry's swamp attic.
I could really see myself living.
Yeah, Ruby went to bed, so
yeah.
we can't get an explanation there right now. But
what Jevin plans for those properties? Well, it couldn't be worse than what Scar planned for his own arrangement of other people's attics. The Botum official's decision-making is generally thrown for a loop now that we mention it.
oh yeah, he did actually decorate a couple of the attics.
Around on slime block launchers. Head of meetings, not Redstone, he still pushes the responsibility of the actual system on somebody else, but put a pin in that, it will come up later. Really, Grian takes the whole server for a spin and gives us a nearly complete tour of the discovered Hermit lands, highlights of which we present in an orderly fashion.
This! Oh, okay, there's some, look at that bright, that looks like Shrek Swamp. It's just so cool. I still own this attic, by the way.
At his own base, however,
What if BWO but Grian?
Of the facades and
I made it through that because there was actual words being said there, and not just
a crucial mistake. But the great news is you can't tell unless you're in the right angle.
I love the right angle.
Scar! I scared you.
I scared you for the first time!
Oh, you did!
A much more direct arrangement of copyrighted material comes with Zombie Cleo, who goes all out for Halloween decorating and makes her own haunted house, Ghosts and Spirits, sold separately. The standalone build of Cabin in the Woods stands alone in the Darkwood Forest, but resembles the actual poster for the
I really
movie
like
Cabin
that
in the
build,
Woods
that's why-
far more
I
than
mean, I like the movie.
Cabin. Inside,
So-
Cleo puts together a menagerie of horror memorabilia assembled through armor stands, custom heads, and trickery of the eye. Quite fitting that she had to get killed multiple times to drag these textures into the game, but she's already a zombie, so that's not much to lament.
Over here we have Freddy's Claws, which I'm quite pleased about.
Several people
I
pointed
really
out
like
that
these.
Freddy's
This was the one
doesn't
that I
really
really
have
wanted
the
to do.
thumb.
So
Does it?
yeah, so I did them. You get me. I
don't think so,
definitely needed to make this. Definitely did.
We have more sites to
I
show
believe you, Cleo,
Well, here's
you did.
Corrales at the Big Eye shoreline, filling in a base worth of BOO's wireframe plans. The shiny architecture is not yet meant for shops, so
You know,
it's
usually we tell people not to do a lot of emojis, but Ariana, that's adorable, so I'm gonna let it through.
having gone on a movement at the bottom and come back with a fresh set of pumpkin antennae.
Little balconies, like quirky shapes all over the place. And those bushes. I'm in love.
An interesting accidental spooky occurs with CubFan135. On his everlasting quest for a custom super biome, Cub gets stuck on needing more crimson and warped roots, of all things. It being basically a grass farm but nether coloured, that's not much of an obstacle of course, but then Cub decides to farm Nylium itself as well, just to complete the large purple room of bone mealing the nether. And that's when, thanks to 130 bone meal dispensers,
That's
we
such
get
a
the
cool
miracle that
effect.
is a
Yeah.
carpet that's alive and crawls at you.
Magnificent. Okay, so this area is now completed. That's pretty awesome. And just one more time here, let's go ahead and activate the farm. Let's... Aw, yeah. Look at that. I love it.
The server now has mini-games, which means it was only a matter of
Magnificent
time
is a very good
before
word for it.
Corrales met up for their latest head-to-head challenge.
I admire your resilience. Like, you keep losing time after time, and yet you keep coming back for more.
It's all fun and games until someone loses a zombie.
This was the practice round we've been waiting for, right?
No. We had a practice round already.
No, my zombie died. My zombie died on the practice round.
They're considerate enough to recruit a new zombie, although he lacks the stylish headwear of his predecessor, and while he's equally
Oh, good,
sinister,
Shadow. I'll
he's a
get the
little
duct
less
tape.
dexterous. While Mumbo has no blood on his hands yet this season, he also
Amateur
doesn't
hour.
have any fake blood, by which we mean, of course,
What?
redstone dust.
I have been like, I've been scraping
Shadow
by.
said
on, like,
that
one
they're
stack
gonna
of
ship your
redstone
body
for
back
so
to you.
long.
Oh.
Yeah, but like,
Oh, really?
use
That's very
Fred.
good. Well, you might be pleased to be informed that I have almost a double chest of
It'll
redstone ore
fall apart.
for your convenience.
Why do you have this much? What?
There are glues.
This is because I mine a lot.
Luckily, Pearlescent Moon comes to the rescue and even helps him test out the slime block launcher he was planning to build with all of it.
Oh, Chase,
The
there is no
contraption
keeping
of course,
sane during
for
that.
Bottom Inc.'s next company meeting, which means Mumbo has to make sure it's functional and doesn't murder everybody, especially since he'll be absent and won't get to watch.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
no,
say,
wait, okay. Oh,
yes! My machine! What a successful machine!
By the time Impulse SV is called in to test it, the employee launcher is on its third or fourth.
This is not even what they
iteration,
wanted
safer
to make.
and much more chaotic looking. To add
This
some
is just
order,
something
But it looks like
Mum-
fun.
Mumbo adds an
Yeah,
area
this
But
is
it looks
itself
like-
built into
yeah.
one wall.
Mama basically
Dispense
misheard what they
CO2
want and like made this
via
instead.
either automatic or manual outputs. And since this is effectively a giant Mr. Potato Head, all his responses are carved into baked potatoes. We sense Mumbo is taking being a YouTuber a bit too seriously.
Well, this is painful.
Ruby, I thought you went to bed.
This is painful.
Impulse SV's latest video explains why we might not have seen much of him for 2 weeks. Sparks fly and blocks go brr as he adds not one but two.
Ruby, I can make
enormous
my own
sections
stuff,
onto
relax.
The iDimpy Bar factory.
We've got this building as you saw me build, and we've got this smokestack or smoke tower or whatever we're gonna call that.
yeah, it's a little thin.
I'm done. I've been working on this for like weeks.
As he sails down from the new smokestack, he finds an enormous line of trick-or-treaters have queued for a stroll around the Candy Garden, which now has some lovely new additions courtesy of Gemini Tay. The exterior of that room gets a little love too, and after helping Mumbo with his latest juggling act, Impulse decides to start making more use of the factory interior, starting with a cactus farm so he doesn't have to keep outsourcing his cyan dye from Joe Hills.
which I'll probably
Shadow recounting Scar's deaths or no?
Get that confused.
Joe's efforts are firmly elsewhere this week, not least
That's
because
fair,
Halloween
Ruby.
gives him
I
the
just always have to
buy
give people a hard
custom
time.
book and quill from Wells Knight's shop and use it to write some
They say they're going to bed.
inventive crossover fanfiction.
One day, Asuma and the Mandalorian were hanging out at the oh no!
The intervention by phantoms might actually have been a good thing.
Nah.
But while clear-cutting the swamp near spawn may have been Joe's main objective, it doesn't end up as a last-minute Halloween district. In fact, many of you may have spotted it being decorated for this weekend's Love Tropics charity event.
They didn't like my story very much. Maybe they found it so embarrassingly bad that they fled. I don't know. I thought it was embarrassingly delightful.
Tinfoil Chef also spends his
Embarrassingly delightful does sum up Joe.
Branch miners up, he now wants to accessorize it.
You know, you really need to telegraph it harder when you know, do a scathing takedown.
What blocks to use?
No, I'm being honest.
This means getting to grips with some of Minecraft's newer features, since candles are now
How
an
do
option
Joe?
for lighting and aesthetics.
I know,
At
that's
least
the
he can
problem.
be sparing with them if he keeps the shroom lights on throughout his diorite slab ceiling.
I will say that I do actually try to read most, if not all, comments. This is a little bit of a variation on that.
Evoking a grand yet cozy feeling is also on Iskal's to-do list, although we can be certain there's a lot less diorite.
An enchanted, cozy, grand, mystical forest.
Mystical.
Here's an ethos shattered savannah base is slowly transformed into a lush
Like
park,
you don't
although
say
he has to
words
give
that
the
are
azalea trees some
dubious
words of
and
I
encouragement.
have never said a word in my entire life.
Oh, I wish it was tilted the other way, though. Yes, I got one the right way.
As he hides all the less desirable stone types, both the main gate and water elevator also get a makeover, which is even more appropriate when you consider the gateway looks more than a little like a face.
You're welcome, Darthloid.
That is so fancy. Oh, I love the tinted blocks.
If your cat food is made of vintage beef, you're probably treating your cat pretty well, but if it's made by vintage beef, it seems doomed to be neglected by the rest of the server. Until Beef has the smart idea of setting up a few free sample stands with exemplary customer service. By setting up an Enderpearl teleporter inside the stalls, Beef can be there within an instant.
The
when a customer
teleporter.
approaches.
It was one of my favorite things.
Oh, howdy!
Because
How you
he's as
doing?
confused
Oh my-
as they are.
Well, I just this is the patented teleportation device.
Both Doc M and Cleo are given the pitch for chorus fruit cheesecake and sugar-coated Ravager teeth, respectively, and despite these sounding like
I'd
food
eat
crimes,
chorus
the pair
fruit
of them are
cheesecake.
pretty convinced. Having acquired little currency, Beef goes for gold by picking up some turtle eggs to get started on a zombie pigman farm.
I feel so bad for this turtle. It's looking at me like, you just stole my babies. Anyway, now I need some more things.
Rendog has been raking in the profits too, although he's having to rake them into the barrels, because the hermits are used to the Indiana Jones method of payment, where you swap the thing you're taking for whatever retextured bag of sand you paid with.
For some reason, they're just not using the system correctly, which is very strange because it's a very simple system indeed. It's very obvious. Pay in the barrel.
And Ren is doubling down on that, retexturing the entire Octagon Island with white concrete powder and later returning to reform it into a dead coral reef rising from the surrounding ocean.
It's taken me a couple of days to do this though, so I've kind of had enough of this terraforming project for now.
Which is where Doc M's new item shadowing
Relatable.
technology will come in handy.
Yeah.
Ren gets a primer on how to use it, and making sure he can restock his materials remotely will surely help on such a massive project. It saves him enough
Hopefully,
time to
Cole,
write a strongly
hopefully.
worded letter to Octagon's customers, emblazoning the words "pay in the barrel" on the wall, and while he's at it, converts all the Spiderwalker shulker shops into billboards advertising the Octagon.
But guys, if hermits come into the shop and they don't see the giant pay in the barrel banner that now encirculates the interior.
That is really the only word you can read there, is the
the hermits
funniest
are
bit.
incapable of reading signs.
And finally, there's Etho, who might be part of the reason shulker sales haven't been that great.
I made a deal with Doc.
Well,
So he's never been alive.
Quickly crossing the island.
Get out of here. Thanks.
Following through on Doc's deal for unlimited shulkers, he munches his way through half a chest of spider eyes while breeding donkeys, requesting a sugarcane farm from BOO, and decorating the important rooms inside the Savannah base. This includes a wall of green shulkers
Duh. Hi,
from
Pix.
his various bone meal powered farms, and the control room comes together beautifully. Poking his head
27
outside, he
weeks,
casts
and we're on
an
number
approving
20,
eye
Shadow.
over
Yeah.
Escal's terraforming, and the other eye is puzzled but delighted about B-Dubs' redstone. It's just worth remembering that the occasional observer might be blown up by the TNT.
Oh man, he's got stuff going on all over the place here. Oh yeah, stuff's happening. Oh dear. Okay. Okay, so he uses the. Oh, I fall down.
And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP,
Oh, I
and
fall
my
down.
name is Pixlriffs. Captions
I
on
love
this
it.
video were provided by Lyarrah. Lately on Empire's SMP, I've been doing good deeds for...
Okay.
What's up?
Just gauging how everyone feels. If everybody feels.
I'm feeling good. I'm debating whether I want to go grab my hot wings or not, but
Alright, I'm gonna dive into the next one. You go grab your hot wings, and after, like, maybe once you're back, I'll go grab whatever I need to grab.
okay. I'll only be gone like 2 minutes, so.
Yeah, naturally.
Yeah.
And yes, week 21, Moon officially big, everybody! We're getting there.
This week
I sure do
on
feel.
Hermitcraft.
Okay,
But
good.
more importantly,
I do indeed have feelings.
the moon
Good.
big?
And I was still making Empire videos.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft
Yes.
recap. My name is Pixlriffs. Our writer is Zloy XP.
Me watching the moon fall on Hermitcraft first time.
And if you've got your ear to the ground, you'll have noticed the rumblings of a big old Minecraft update. These aren't the only rumblings we've heard on the Hermitcraft server lately, but more on that later. What's baking our noodles lately is what the Hermits are going to do now 1.18 is almost here, promising to bring more caves.
Is the
more
moon big? The
cliffs,
moon is
and
finally
64
big,
blocks in the
everybody.
upwards and downwards directions for the Hermits to play with. We're pretty sure the bottom hole is getting an upgrade, or is that a downgrade? But with many of the Hermits bringing their Megabase projects to a satisfying level of completion, we're getting hints that the new update might bring reasons to step outside the continent they've settled on so far. One thing's for sure, if they need to sail to find the new world, they've got enough boats to do that now. So let's pull up the gangplank, set a course, and full sail into the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Azuma Void, who has now informed his evil friend of the Employee of the Month program and suffered the consequences.
Rewards? Are you mad? Make them work harder for free, fighting for some worthless prize.
If you think that's bad, just wait till he finds out that it's Evil X that's the prize. of
Like,
the
this is actually... He's very angry in this, and I love it because, like, yeah, be angry. Your friend bet you. Xuma, you bet your twin brother. Not even like in a game of any sort, you just like randomly offered him as a reward.
Petition. In the interest of the Empire...
Do you know what, like,
Azuma-
honestly, it's too bad that, like, whoever won didn't ever get Evil Exuma Void for an episode. Because, right? Because during Season 2, Keralis had a service called Rent-A-Derp, and you could just pay him diamonds to come and hang out with you for an episode. It was amazing. It was kind of the best. Starts playing the Matchbox 21 song. Let's see how far we've come indeed.
goes on a stealth world tour to spread around the advertisement and map pamphlets for the Evil Emporium. And here's hoping the folks really will pay them a visit, given...
Wait, this is when the bot prank happened? I thought it happened... See, this is why whenever people go like, wow, I can't believe Iskall started the, you know, the prank war, I always correct them, because people in the fanbase, especially in Let's Plays, they just don't remember what actually happened on the stupid thing. Like, people in the fanbase will reinterpret stuff and they will just be like, yeah, of course my favorite creator is responsible for all of the coolest stuff. As opposed to people who actually did them. Like, they will actively rob people of the credit for the things they've done. And then, you know, shout at me for no good reason. For pointing out that, like, half of the stuff they remember happened not the way they remember them.
Alright, I'm back.
Hi,
What I
welcome
missed?
back. Nothing. I barely started ranting. We're finally on the moon
area
big.
is nearly feature complete, and the Alpen village
Yes.
nearby is close to being
The moon is
finished as
finally
well.
big, everybody. The end is nigh.
Our most profitable week ever here on the server.
Though the storage tower
Yeah, you
attic
could
won't be
hire
done
Green
unless
as
the
a test
storage
dummy at some
compartment
point.
is decorated and
As
incorporated,
a guinea
which
pig.
X makes
No
a
one
point
did
of
it.
doing, along with some
Except
minor
like one
tweaks and
person once.
fixes around the
I
farming
think that was
apparatus.
season 7.
Anyhow,
That was
his
season
ad bombing of the competition
6.
works out
That
pretty
was
well.
when Green
though
was
he's
first
clearly not
introduced.
the first one to try.
Okay.
And why are there all these boats everywhere?
Doc's just probably up to his usual shenanigans, right?
Now, as far as strangers popping up at her base, Zombie Cleo has a very eventful episode between a vintage beef insta-porting in,
Yeah, no, I see that. That's also terrifying.
Jevin showing up with door-to-door shulkerbox gambling,
Go ahead and take a look at your treasures. Perfect.
No, all the wars were plots by Cub to make money.
Corrales responding to the personal training ad
In
posted
real
with
life
a
and
great
in
commercial.
Minecraft.
Increase my muscle mass and
Though the body he's interested in building turns out to be his own.
Cub
and
being
not
an
the
immortal
plenty of
vampire
armor
wouldn't
stands
surprise me
available.
somehow.
Even so, Cleo provides
Would
him and
explain
his
how he
Squid
gets
Game
so much fun.
jumpsuit with a crash course in Minecraft movement of all kinds, from obstacle avoidance and advanced parkour exercise to elytra dogfight skills and air acrobatics. Unfortunately, no amount of weightlifting makes him strong enough to resist gambling at the derp coin.
Corrales have a Snickers. Better, much better.
Now combat ready, Corrales has to battle the sudden
Oh my
lag
God.
of the Big Eye
Right.
conglomerate caused by an
I
array of
forgot.
boats just popping
Yeah.
in out of nowhere.
They came by sea, I guess.
The obvious play here is to come back at them with a bigger boat, put a pin in that, so Corrales protects his land from future seaside invasion with a warship from the world of them. ready
If you
to
know what
protect
happened, then
and
the
guard
put a
whatever
pin in
flotilla
that is like
approaches
the
the
most
luxury
fun, the
island.
funniest line.
Including property lawyers, I suppose, seeing as how Grian still owns his entire attic he bought back at the
Can you believe
beginning
it's
of
been
the
less than a
season.
year since the
Anyway,
Evergreen?
D5.
Most of Hermitcraft is Joe Hills' fault.
Anyway, T5.
Outside the house. I love
That
So
battleships
in
is so
gambling on
epic.
Derp
Like,
Coin, Wells Knight buys out a whole
jeez.
bunch as
You
well.
mean the movie
being
or
one
the
of
game?
core gang and all.
The
And in
one he
personal
built.
Luxury Island,
Ah,
Wells is seen
yes.
putting some work in the floating chunk of futuristic rock that he has for a base. And by in, we mean literally inside it, the infrastructure here being a cross-tunnel to the middle of it from the outer gravity ring.
So now what I need to do is figure out kind of this middle room. So we're going to be moving our nether portal up to in here, and that will be kind of the center piece of this room.
The design continues even in the Nether, where Wells connects his base to the Nether hub proper and makes sure the basalt tunnel is presentable for any possible visitors.
So there's that tunnel. I am completely
so while she was
But
hanging
while
out in
we're
here
on the
earlier,
topic of
Cleo
floating
shared that
islands,
they
Symmetry finally
were
moves into
focusing
her
on
one,
trying
carried
to
by a
make
giant
the
eagle.
Nether
Although
hub
another section of the
navigable
woods is
for the
cleared
world
out instead.
download,
Yeah.
which is kind of a neat thing.
It is a really neat thing, and like it coincides with something I sometimes say about Nether hubs. It's like, Elytra is the best way to navigate for a player, but Nether hubs, if you need to transport an animal from one spot to another, or any mob for that matter, yeah, you will need a Nether hub that's like built for foot traffic. You will not be able to, like, if you have a Nether hub that's like minecarts, you are damned. You will not be able to like drag your favorite cow from one spot to another. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
If you have like one that like is a railway, it's not gonna happen. If you have one that like is meant for flyers, it's gonna be like a while. Maybe if you got one that's like boat on ice, that might help. But if you have something like what Caption had a couple seasons ago, where you had to actively sit on a strider to go through it, good luck getting your cow pen from point A to point B, buddy.
He'd find a way, it's Cub.
Well, yeah, Cub would,
False
but,
affixes a hut to the soaring landmass too. The terrain is turned to a more picturesque form, and the whole ensemble is off to have a mid-air fight with the gorillas Windmill Island.
That was my problem. I wanted to build something tall on here, but it was just going to be
too close to the eagle. It wasn't going to look right. But no, it now has stuff. I'm so excited.
Another sizable beast makes an appearance at CubFan135's base canyon, or rather its giant skeleton does.
The entire season has built up to this moment. Psych, it's actually the episode where we're going to make the desert.
Cub's mega crocodile ornament inhabits the more deserty land of the custom biome, which now reaches out and transitions to a much more lush, oasis-like shore of the river that runs around the edge of it.
So again, the idea is that there is a lichen fungus that is basically causing the canyon to come into existence. Only small life forms, which require a little bit of
geologists log off.
As for the living flora and fauna, there's a notorious cameo by the Love Tropics.
Or, you know, lichen scientists
where
for
the
that
viewers
matter.
and participants of the charity
Lycanthropes.
had their names immortalized on this season's world. The donation heroes from the Love Tropics stream had their shout-outs on the plethora of custom mangroves in the wetlands across the canyon. Though maybe the skeleton is actually normal size and it's the rest of the server that's tiny. After all, Cub over here fits easily in the gap under a minecart.
Take a look. I'm not exactly sure what happened. I think I was flying and then clicked this minecart here. We're weird.
So about fantastic beasts, meet Gem's latest, Moose 2, Cow.
It's a great cow. Oh, it's a little angry, but it's a great cow.
The riveting Ravager resides rightfully in the restricted ruminant radius.
I love Gem.
Which complicates
Gem
the
is
access
great.
to leather a bunch, but here's hoping whatever finishing touches Geminite has planned for the base won't be too bovious.
I've been loving the challenge that this large base has created so far. I've never really done anything like this in survival mode, and
Lucky then that the cottagecore palace and its delightful moss roof seemingly meet their end this week, and it's certainly a good ending.
Oh, they meet their end already.
Is not just how busy the land has become,
I mean, not that
but
big.
also the many multicolored
Really?
wireframes the base still has for planned builds. So here's hoping we haven't seen the last of this neck of the woods.
A-okay. But I'm calling it finished because I've done all of the ideas that I personally had when I started out this season. And I started out this season trying desperately not to overwhelm myself with builds.
We certainly haven't seen the last of Gem's Halloween adventure. Now Zedap
He was here at the start of the stream, Cringe.
Yeah.
And he's lurking in chat, but it is midnight over there, so I doubt he'll be
And
back
also,
into
like,
voice.
he didn't have to
Being
come
a
to
criminal
begin
against
with.
nature in his
Yeah.
own right,
Like,
Zed, of course, adopts
this
the
is
main
my
adventure,
mission.
though only
Libby in
after
here
it's
is
OSHA
like a nice
compliant.
bonus.
After all, if the general Frankenstein method
Well,
is
I've got to be
well,
moderating
several
chat
human
anyway,
workers
because
stick
somebody's got to
together.
do it, so I might as well be in here too.
I'm perfectly capable of moderating
Anyhow,
chat
Zedap
myself.
has his own science children to take care of, and luckily the building they're in already does that, kind of. After Zed reconstitutes the villager dating rig, it only takes a couple of logistical challenges to drive the whole conditioning tower to its finished state.
Don't watch this bit. If it's not going in the montage, okay, we can't.
To remind you, the lab was meant to guide a fresh recruit from birth to a growing centrifuge to a job assignment room, and finally into Zed's trading hall.
Oh my goodness, I've just been waiting here for like 3 minutes, and he finally did it. He walked in. Okay.
It still treats the employees better than the Botum juggler Mumbo made, which luckily has not seen much use this week. Against all odds and procedures, Grian leads Impulse and Pearl into the new advertisement strategy without first throwing any of them into the void. But don't worry, the blackness under the world sure got fed this week, and more on that later.
This is in-your-face marketing, this is.
Oh, I love it.
The logic the Botum bunch came up with was simple. Create more lag at other shopping hotspots so the 20 frames people get at the G-Train adjacent territory feel bearable by comparison. Somewhere in the pipeline, however, the idea to fry the server on their way there surely got into the mix, and the method by which they lagged the Big Ice Shore and the Octagon turned out to be a several hundred number of boats, all summoned into a single
This is
space
pain
because the sensors
personified.
basically treat
I
boats
hate
like
this.
spawn eggs.
How is Botum
I
lagging
physically
with
hate
this
this.
enormous pile of boats? Right. More
It's
boats.
such a... It's a lot.
Fun added bonus
Like,
is
I
that
just
when
did
launched,
that,
the vessel pops
exactly
into a
that,
fountain
on
of
our own
entities
server.
and gracefully douses the land
Yeah.
in an even
And even
plank,
still, like, this is
potentially
not...
entity cramming whoever dared
No!
to death in the
You
process.
can't do this!
We've only got 2 minutes of
It's wonderful. I love it.
We're running out of potions.
Ah! Like, definitely don't do that on any servers you're on, but like...
Don't do this on any service you want to stay on.
Yeah.
To their credit, there's also an attempt to lag bust their own area, but the server might be too on fire for that by the time they get there. The masses are confused by the whole ordeal, while the store owners plan their revenge. Tango Tech, for one, decides to do unto Botum like they already do unto themselves, and comes up with a devious plan to plug their
Impulse.
treasured hole, but not really. Already having
Crowd
data-packed a
surfing.
tree hat into the mix, he now rigs an item to render as a full block of bedrock when placed into an item frame. The trick allows him to mask any block to look like bedrock, which is how Pearl's own house is filled with bedrock-looking obsidian that's just about tough enough to mine to be believable.
You brought this on yourself, Pearl.
How is this possible? I can't get so much. What? This is legitimately bedrock, guys. Like, I can't mine this. Wait. What? What?
But the trick is that the humble item frame can be put on things players go through too. So the hole in the bedrock Impulse spent so much time blowing out appears to be regenerated back in. Keyword being appears to be.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's real.
Uh-huh.
But,
okay. That's what you get!
Stone cold! Freaking stone cold!
Impulse is the guinea pig for Tango's bedrock shenanigans, and he falls for it, quite literally. But he's no stranger to flinging things around, which is part of the plan for his factory. His cactus farm output gets a more kinetic approach with water streams and slowpoke launchers, and actually dunking it into hidden hoppers on various sides of the room.
kind of going all around in tunnels and tubes and spitting out and launching all over the place and really giving some animation to this place.
The Candyman can, and indeed he does, since we've just had Halloween and
I'm sorry,
Christmas on the way,
my cold
so
is like getting the better of me right now.
After participating in the lagging out of not one, but two different regions of the server, Impulse promises to clear up lag around Bottom by covering hoppers, insta-killing zombies, and even cleaning up after Mumbo a bit.
Oh, there comes! Whoop, whoop.
It's a task that goes hand in hand with Pearlescent Moon challenging him to clean up the remaining Moonkins in exchange for his missing redstone box, which it turns out was already kinda delivered to him.
I actually had my hat in here. As you may notice, I'm not wearing
my
hat because it was in my... You have my hat!
The true test of Tango's retribution arrives when Mumbo notices the bedrock, and seeing it apparently blocking the bottom
It's like Charlie Brown level of upset.
I know.
Then, having recovered from near
But also
disaster,
just the
Grian to go for a dip as well.
It makes me think of the comic of Goofy taking his own hat.
The what?
The comic of Goofy taking his own hat.
Oh, yeah, that.
One good prank deserves another, which is when the group decides they're gonna need a bigger boat. Together they harvest a phenomenal amount of wood, and even have to supplement that with some purchases at the Octagon Log Shop, all so they can build a massive upturned boat over the Big Eyes town. The inside boasts a glowstone sign inviting people to buy
I forgot about this part.
Despite which it casts a big enough shadow to turn the Big Eyes Crew's shopping district into a casual, hostile mob farm.
Oh my goodness. Grants is actually online. So I thought I'd just inform him that it's kind of difficult to shop in the Big Eye shopping district at this point in time.
Meanwhile, Mumbo seems to have taken the phrase "you are what you eat" a bit too literally, because after a single bite of Grian's merchandise, he becomes a golden carrot. And if you think that's weird, wait until he eats a pork chop. In this new form, he builds some door-to-door pathways,
Not in his final form.
houses, and a rope bridge that can't quite shake the happy feeling. But realizing he'd better come up with a way of changing back into a real boy, he invites Grian to critique his trees and unknowingly sign his soul away.
It does mention harvesting of souls, so that I could potentially become a human again.
When the shenanigans come knocking on Pearlescent Moon's door, she's fresh from having lost all her gear to the
Which is
lag
the weirdest
zombies.
thing.
So it's no surprise that apparently being bedrocked out of her storage system hits pretty hard. But she susses out the situation after some experimental mining, and it's probably because she had her thinking cap on.
I don't even know. That's absolutely fantastic.
Flipping the concept of a bucket hat on its head, Pearl's specialised Hatomatic creation has its own llama, and thanks to the musical stylings of Jono Smithers, has its own music video as well.
Oh, this was that week.
Yeah.
BOO finds the Big Eyes boat bamboozle and wonders if there's just been an
I'm
influx
so
of
grateful to
tourism,
Jono for
especially
putting
now
the
he's been
lyrics in the
criticizing
video.
area with crossfields and farmhouses. But alas,
Because
they
I
are
could
still
not
in
figure
need of
half
more
of it out.
customers, and BOO
Really?
has his Big Eyes set
Even
to
I think
Etho.
it's pretty audible.
Invoicing Etho for the sugarcane farm he
No,
recently
there was a
built
lot
him
of
to charge
wordplay in
us
there that I
to
didn't
shop at the
quite
Big Eyes
get.
shopping district more frequently.
Oh, yeah.
That's made a little harder by the shadow the big boat casts over the area, and when Tango doesn't react as intensely as he expected, B-Dubs takes matters into his own hands. Between designing another beautified redstone farm, this time for moss, he tries TNTing the boat, but eventually just turns it into Swiss cheese and stuffs all the smaller boats into shulker boxes to sell to Etho, next to a shop which sells TNT, for, you know, no reason.
Holes to let light through, and we've got enough to where no more bad guys gonna spawn, which is great.
TFC had better get as much branch mining done as he can, because sooner or later he'll be running into new world generation, and with a deeper cavern layer and broader ore distribution, he won't be finding all the materials he's used to.
Yeah, what I really need to do is go ahead and do the work, move this thing down another 25 blocks, because I think I'm about there.
Whether he plans to adapt his strategy remains to be seen, but at least he's happier with the decor now. Thanks to some ideas from Reddit and his continued curiosity for new additions, he has copper candlesticks lining the tunnels now, alongside the redstone-powered railway leading deper into the mine shaft.
Anybody that got weird this season, I'm just assuming it's the quarantine got to them.
I'm not
I
giving
mean,
up.
admittedly, Mambo's been on a like kind
While
of
others are
downward
casting
spiral
shadows
with the
around
sanity
server,
thing
Doc M's shadow
ever
dome
since
has
Grian
received a bit
joined.
of attention. It's not quite in the money-making stage yet, but as he and Rendog declare this infrastructure...
I'm not drawing a causation
causation
here, but it definitely correlates, okay?
Crystal architecture, and Ijevin offering Doc mystery shulkers to splat his face into it.
So I really like...
I think it's more of like when he stopped
But while
having to
Doc
rely
works
on
the
redstone
basement, suddenly
videos.
A Rendog appears.
Yeah,
to
somewhere
inform
around
him
there.
They've been bottomed.
But yeah, we're week 21 out of 27.
Bro, it's alive! It's like a living entity!
The pair returns to Octagon to find it covered in an amorphous mass of boats, a lag bomb which they now find themselves needing to clear up for the sake of future profits.
Wait, is that an answer to your billboard you built right in their face?
Oh, maybe.
It's enough to make Rendog consider moving to the country, although he's planning to make the countryside part of the Octagon itself. He devotes himself to planning a gothic town amid golden wheat fields, all under the watchful eye of their supercharged lightning conductor. Despite all that power being at their fingertips, the old ways are sometimes the best, and Ren starts with a windmill to grind all that wheat. In the meantime, it looks like Doc hasn't reacted well to the boat prank. But that's all an imaginary scenario conducted in a single-player world, and in reality, Doc has...
Yeah, moon big.
But that's all an imaginary scenario conducted in a single-player world.
Sounds familiar.
Because... Oh my god. Imagine though, right?
Yeah. It's a lot of description. Or destruction.
Yeah.
Has put his hive minds to
Jeez.
work on resolving Botom's lag issues through some lightly modded intervention. He's building bridges in other ways too, as another giant spider walker is deployed to hold up a high-tech bridge between Octagon's various islands. There's a gold farm in the works too, and in case gold isn't valuable enough, he stakes more Derpcoin and negotiates with Azuma for the installation of a Derpcoin ATM at the Octagon shop. It's
They're
at this
called
point
Ender
he hears a
chests, my
distant,
man.
ominous rumbling and notices the moon is bigger. On further investigation, it has been growing slowly over the course of a couple of weeks, which leaves us with the question, when the moon eventually hits the server like a big pizza pie, is that a moray? And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is...
Yeah, let's not dwindle on the thumbnail to this particular end screen.
Welcome to the Hermit-
I'm gonna go grab some tea. Lee, can you entertain them a little bit?
Yes, I will do my best.
Okay, awesome. Oops.
What's up?
Okay. Awesome.
Okay.
I left. Be right back.
Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs. Our writer is Zloy XP. The earthquakes are getting more noticeable, and the moon is now very big.
I don't know, man. That thing looks huge.
It's an average week on the Hermitcraft
Pretty sure it's
server, which
round
means there
for
are
Jevin
3 to
still, though.
5 cosmic-level disasters happening at any given time. Along with increased tectonic activity and celestial bodies doubling in size, we have a cameo by Terraria's Eye of Cthulhu, the ground itself screaming at you, and waterfalls made out of zombie pig demons from the depths of heck. And this is 2 seasons after they built Area 51 in Minecraft.
Oh
So
god, I
before
forgot the
elder gods
horses.
rise from their slumber and boil the seas with maddening vapors, let's take a look at all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with Doc M, who's responsible for at least 2 of the brain-melting occurrences of this week, because
Well, the shocking part is that he's not responsible for all of them.
Dropped on
You know?
Octagon, and this week he and Rendog returned them, with 2 screaming goats riding in each vessel.
Oh my goodness, what hit me, dude?
It ram out.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's the way to get him. Just stand still.
Ramming
they will attack
goats.
you.
Having apparently bred up this army of operatic Caprinae overnight, the
22
Octagon
now,
duo
I believe,
stuffs them
has
into every corner, basement, truck bed, and crawl space in Botum Town. The result being that anywhere you walk, the floor shouts at you in protest.
Let's just make sure. Doc.
The screaming goat noises.
What is happening right now?
Satisfied with that, Doc returns to his usual technical wizardry, building up a nether
What
roof
is
gold farm
happening
which
right
uses
now?
portal mechanics to warp piglins of all kinds directly into the overworld. It needs 2 people to activate it, but the resulting piglin waterfall brings in enough gold that he needs a Psycraft storage system to stash it all. And perhaps the resulting crash in gold prices will encourage everyone to invest in Derpcoin.
Alright.
Oh my goodness, dude, what the... Okay, dude. Okay, this is hurting the soul, hurting the brain, hurting the ears.
That's a lot of pigs.
The Master of Coin himself will
27.
show up to finalize the absorption of Octagon into the
27
Emporium
episodes.
Empire. Azumavoid stops by both to apologize for placing all the boats Doc broke back and to figure out an ATM design to be installed at the Megastore. Luckily, there's plenty of crawl space the Redstone could occupy, and X quickly
ATMs
puts
are
together a
easy.
fun design for the Diamond to Derp exchange, as well as a Redstone repeater piano for some reason. Making my way downtown intensifies.
That sounds much nicer.
The acquisition brings out another piece of lore. Evil Azuma's zapping powers appear
Yes.
to be fading for one reason or another. They've already gone from green to red in the past few videos, and now the lightning just doesn't strike out at all. Given the evidence, we think someone should put him back on the charger.
No, somebody should put him back on the charger. It's such a good line.
Sort of resistance. Does the axolotl know of my plans? Why am I talking to myself? Oh god, I'm so lonely.
Anyhow, we would be remiss not to point out that the tech for the exchange apparatus came from an attempted bubble
I really do wish that,
X
like,
also invents himself a copper placing and harvesting
it was
unit for an
would have
area
been
by the
reasonable
drowned
to
farm, since
bring
he's been
Puka
AFKing
and
there
explain
a lot
stuff
anyway,
too.
and it wouldn't hurt to have freshly oxidized blocks. Now, a squid farm design that didn't have to work is Jevin's aquarium for his pet axolotls Pickle and Mashed Potato. The spacious area with wall-high
Pickle and
windows is
Mashed
dug up
Potato.
on the rim of Jevin's slime pit swamp base. But naturally, the game reads it as a cave, and
Cute
it starts
names.
spawning glow squid in there, whom the pets instantly start hunting.
I think we're gonna have a lot of natural spawns in this place because there's already 2 axolotls over here. 3. Wow. Okay, so Pickles is gonna have a
freaking
whole
swamp
family.
water is
A more
so hard to
intentional
look
farm
around.
is the Bamboo Auto Harvester, based on slime block flying machines and based also in general. The supply of half a stick is meant to feed
Based
into the
also in
sizable
general.
furnace array contained within the well-decorated side hallway of the slime pit, which, now looking at it, might actually be
Again,
pretty
his
good
place
for
turned out
fitting
so
the moon
cool.
in it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Green and Mumbo are right. The moon is definitely getting bigger.
The Earthquakes have even reached XB Crafted out at Horsehead Farms. Although he can't hold them responsible for the new weathered look of Hypno's Blacksmith Forge, he's been doing that himself.
Oh,
I want
nice.
this building to look older than that building. Oh, that's not bad.
Definite
That's not
tip
bad at all.
for
Between
Minecraft.
that
Like,
and
definitely
planting some
build the
fresh
thing
grass
first and
azalea, the
then
place looks a
age
little more
it.
lived in. So much so that Jevin wants to live
Trying
in
to
it.
age something
When
while you're
Jevin
at it
comes
is
around
not that
with his
easy.
mystery shulkerbox game, XB goes all in and offers Jevin a place to
I'm
live
betting his
inside the giant
Twitch
white
chat
horse
named
head.
him.
Their heads are a little empty as
That
it
tends
is,
to be what
so I feel
causes
like
weird things.
They could use a little something in there.
Yeah.
It's not the only renovation job in Jevin's diary this week, although the other one is Joe Hill.
Joe's
calling in
ninja
the
hair
IOU he
still-
bought at the Horsehead
I
auction.
forget about it
So
every
what
time.
goes around comes around.
Oh, definitely. And like I said, if you need any help with your base, you know, even though you don't have an IOU for me, I am always happy to help.
Alright, I'm gonna go back to nature now.
That is fantastic.
The work itself is actually fairly
Jevin
painless, as
just-
Joe has been juggling too many tasks
The
at his
ultimate
and Zombie
exit.
Cleo's castle build, and he just needs someone to crenellate for him. Luckily, after that,
Welcome,
Zombie
Denise.
Cleo has already swooped in and taken care of several other jobs, like the roofs and towers, although when the two meet up to review the progress, it turns out Cleo's version of the papercraft model wasn't aware it had a tallest tower.
Yay!
This is a
success.
Yeah, if you peeps didn't know that these two have been doing craft streams together on Wednesday mornings,
The finished castle looks dramatic enough to host a few
they
guests
did
in,
legitimately
although it
make
wouldn't
a
be
paper
castle
craft
without its
version
fair
of this
share
castle.
traps.
Oh, I've got an IOU
It's so
for
ridiculous.
Gem and Pearl as well. We can make everyone turn up.
we could get 5 people here for a party. This is gonna be the most depressing episode ever.
And speaking of death traps, Cubfan135 proposes a Drip Leaf Spleef tournament. All members are invited to sign up for the full
Drip
damage
Leaf
chaos at the
Spleef.
enormous golden drip leaf positioned obnoxiously in front of the Spleef box, with a borderline arbitrary entry fee and some very solid bragging rights on the line. In the meantime, Cub continues the Magical Desert project and spreads the occasional
I love the
amethyst
petrified
around the
trees,
red
too.
of the canyon. The
Yeah, it's
custom
still
biome
going,
gains
Kiwi. We got a
extra
ways to go.
atmosphere with the introduction of petrified trees, made literally by swapping blocks of actual firs with
Hi.
coral and basalt.
Hi.
That's not to mean the base.
Hey Fox,
I'm glad
how's
you-
it going?
It's going good. Something just fell down in the kitchen though, so I'm glad you're back.
It was lie. I fell down in the kitchen. Look, Fox, I'm sorry. It took a little while to boil the tea. Hi. The craft streams. What? The what? Yeah, the craft streams that Cleo and Joe did are. It's so unique. Like, I get it that craft streams are a thing. They've been a thing for a while, but it's just so unique. It's so wholesome. If you like those, you should check out the craft streams that Pixlriffs' partner does, Celerymin. They are currently in the process of rewriting Lord of the Rings by hand. Just straight up medieval scholar, that thing. It's amazing. Or maybe I just think so because I've never actually read Lord of the Ring. so it's a little bit. Clear bullet journal is cool. Yeah. Yeah, so what's this week all about? I have no flipping idea. By my guess, we have 4 or 5 hours left. I mean, we are on 22 and we have 5 videos left. 5 like 15 minutes videos. So that's maybe... Yeah, okay, 4 or 5 is probably fair. 4 or 5 is like... That does sound like us. Here's Zloy's jar rolling around in the kitchen. You know it's Zloy's just because Russian swears are like... the entire time.
Base is bereft of green.
We are 8.5 hours in though,
Cubfan
which
puts
is
together a
what?
small getaway
Really?
with flush away crop farms and an animal of every kind.
We now have the bok 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 bok. We got the oink 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 oink. We got the ba. Got the moo. And of course we got the.
Well, maybe not every kind. Yeah, let's talk about them bulls. After last week.
So, I see this is the week where Cub went completely crazy. Nice!
Total eclipse of a boat, the Boatum crew left at the Big Eyes shores, a revengeance was well in order. To his credit, Grian did try and help blow up a large part of it, although whether the chaotic chunks left over from that will be easier to clean up than the full platform would have been, is up in the air, just like said chunks. It is a convenient coincidence then that Grian's project for the week is finishing up the storefronts within the Magic Shop Lane, which we now regret not nicknaming Stardew Alley instead. Grian ponders...
I came up with that joke like entirely too late.
Decorative shops, while it turns out Doc M has already incorporated goat silos into his functional one.
There's one scream that they do that just sounds like a human.
At the very least, the screaming goats drop the most hilarious heads, which really just made everyone screaming at the Boatum meeting that much more appropriate.
This is the best thing ever.
Right. So Mumbo's gonna make the meeting room. Do we?
Yep.
Do we address my idea first, or it just spat something at it?
Mind you that while this meeting room is not actually epileptic seizure inducing, as an epileptic person, it is nerve-wracking because you automatically like.
Yeah, the blinking is infuriating.
You're like, oh no, this is gonna be bad.
A wing. I'm now aerodynamic.
Spoiler warning.
Look at the back. Look at the license plate on the back.
Oh.
Yes. Scott, I vote for the machine. This is the best thing that's ever happened.
Another valuable change the group agreed on is to streamline Botum's marketing and rebrand it into a company name, BTM, now that the previous name has been sullied enough with their aggressive
Like, if I'm
advertisement
honest,
tactics.
if I'm very honest for a moment, the boat prank leading into the Ravager prank, I wish the whole season was that. Just nothing but this brutal prankination of one another by groups of like hilariously capable people.
It would be fun.
It would be funny because usually the way it ends up is like Grian and Mumbo prank a bunch of people, but they really never have repercussions. Here, like, the consequences came, and they came really, really hard. And it's just, Give me more of them Ravagers. Just be brutal at one another, it's fun. Which is interesting, because that's how the season began. At the end of the day. Like, they were murdering each other, like, day one.
I propose we simplify to Botum.
There's a creeper! This was a creeper!
Pearlescent Moon has barely recovered from the
That's
last
so
pranks
good.
on Botum, clean
This is such a 2011 Minecraft YouTube.
It kinda is, yeah.
cleaning up the fake bedrock from her storage and using her newfound expertise to restore the Botum hole as well, when the next wave of pranks strikes, and she's caught up between finding hidden goats and running from the rampaging Ravagers. But she's also been spending her time tying the Gigabase together, installing a scenic waterfall under the bridge between her mountain and Scars, and of course, giving a llama statue a shower while she's at it.
I think this really shows the importance of
I love her
greenery
llamas.
and
Yeah.
just trees in general to a landscape.
So cute.
And
So sweet.
I'm in love. I'm in love, that's it.
We've also seen Pearl's attempts at stealing Impulse's redstone box in the past, although the latest attempt Impulse caught on camera wasn't quite as successful. Which means
Creeper
he was
timing
still
was
able to
fantastic.
complete the bamboo farm he was building to fuel his cactus auto smelter.
Here, so I think there's what, 5 slices of this?
Creeper explosion.
And that's gonna be
A perfect
lot of
punchline,
bamboo
10 years
coming
running.
He's among the first to notice
Yeah,
the goat
it
noises
never
coming
gets old.
from the floor beneath his candy shop, although there's plenty more screaming to be had at the Botum meeting and the subsequent Ravager fiasco.
Oh gosh.
My stuff. No, my stuff is free.
Oh, okay.
Keep it busy, keep it busy, keep it busy.
I got it.
Anyone here?
The-
At least
like,
after all this, he's got
those-
a few more mob heads,
Those
some green dye to
reaction
sell at his
time,
shop,
or that
and a
reaction
good view of
time
the
from
moon.
Impulse
A
there.
view which, for a while, was blocked off by a giant chthonic eyeball, seemingly with arms and legs.
And why are you guys all pranking each other, by the way? I come back and there's war.
Enemy
There's
stand.
pranking war going on.
Oh yeah, you've been away.
Investigating this Alolan variant Mike Wazowski, Pearl, Grian, Impulse, and Scar quickly
You
discovered
can't even tell what they're
Sorry,
supposed to
counterpart,
be.
The thing means no good.
So many
It's been put
Ravagers.
there by
So
Diablo
many.
and Tango, who managed to lace it with 60 or so Ravagers and a tricky wireless redstone contraption. Tango built a raid farm just for this project, and to add icing to the cake, had renamed all of the Illager beasts with Big Eyes ad slogans.
Okay,
It's gonna be devastating, Tango.
This is it. This is the prank.
I just want to come out and say it did not need to be wireless redstone. That's just showing off.
Right.
Like, making it also be wireless is like, Tango, now you're just showing off. Come on, tone it down a little. Leave some fans for us. You know.
The season, if it unfolds as we hope.
Though once the monsters descend down onto Botum in a single graceful cluster, the server mates may be too busy to read the chat.
Are they dying straight away?
Oh no, Grian! Oh, he's coming after me!
Oh no!
Needless to say, this version of Decked Out is a tad less subtle, but it still makes for a fun spectator sport.
Oh my god, there's Ravagers everywhere. Uh-oh. Run, Scar. Run. Oh my god, this is the best.
And while Mumbo also has his doubts about the moon, he's managed to avoid most of the consequences that have befallen Botum this far, which is good for him because he's ethically opposed to fighting Ravagers. Instead, he raises a stylized temple statue atop his mountain, dedicated to the concept of
Honestly, I don't know if
peace,
it's
love,
just
and
me,
plants,
but like
at least some of which were used in the
the
construction
tons of
additional road
tons of
bridges.
hostile mob
Dude,
prank
this place
just
is
never gets
amazing.
old to me.
Like,
How do you call yourself not a builder anymore? You can't call yourself not a builder anymore, Mumbo.
Scar, you're making me blush, dude. I can't be taking. Look.
But he's done all this as a pig wearing a potato on its head, and apparently he's had enough of that. So he invokes his contract for Grian's soul, after he can remember which chest he put it in. Dropping Grian into a room where he has to make a decision between giving up his soul willingly or fighting his way out, both options lead to Grian being crushed, slowly, like a French press.
This is squeezing the soul out of me.
Yeah, it's like a juicer.
Once the process is complete, Mumbo is back to his old human self again, although he hasn't got the food references out of his head quite yet.
Oh, are you? Do I look like a human again?
Oh, wait, do another 12 for me.
Those freaking noises from Grian were so hard to caption.
The workings of the plant man, as Zedaf invited Mumbo, still a potato at that point, to partake in his signature psychological saw traps.
I don't know. That seems slightly dangerous. Also, I spelt my name wrong.
It's fine.
The highlights include the beloved sport of hide and seek exactly in the spot where B-dubs did.
It's the exact
a pig
spot.
with superpowers, which may or may not have been foreshadowing.
And he is very stationary.
That's a superpower.
Yep.
And a fan fiction writing
Being
session that
stationary
our
is
writer
a-
will not be illustrating lest this episode comes out a week late.
And he said to the super pig, I know you are normally stationary, but you can begin to move and traverse the land.
And that's about it for this week's recap. Our
And
writer
then he
is
didn't.
Zloy XP, and my name is...
For an embarrassing amount of time.
Yes.
This week on Hermitcraft.
Whoa! So, about those amazing special effects.
Yeah.
That's an armor stand. That's an invisible armor stand on fire with a meteor head.
Yep. Which I was very surprised to find out.
Yeah, when I was like, at first I thought that they did it maybe at least in a creative copy, but it looks like they just filmed the whole thing right in survival, which admirable. But would it hurt them to at least rotate the armor stand upside down?
Recap, my name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and the Hermits aren't the only ones who've been observing
Just Bandit
the
and
lunar activity
Twine.
with
You
concern
have
and
armor stand
interest.
book on the server.
The community has been buzzing with theories about the expansion of the moon in the Hermitcraft sky, with the obvious conclusion being that it has something to do with the transition to Minecraft 1.18. But obvious conclusions aren't always as fun as theory crafting. So
Wouldn't it be
before we
funny
get
if
into the
instead of
events
like
and
getting
mishaps,
closer, the moon
here are some
legitimately
of our
was
favourite
getting bigger and
suspicions.
bigger?
The Majora's Mask
And instead of like the moon
Just like a pufferfish.
yeah, just growing, and then instead of the moon crashing into the server, it's the server crashing into the moon, and like the moon becomes their new world.
Yeah, well, and I mean like, yeah, what if they're just being sucked in the moon?
Yeah, exactly.
It's possible the moon is changing as part of the parameters of a simulation.
Gasp Zed in a group shot.
You can see in the chat when Doki goes to bed the trigger he used to make the rock fall. Huh!
The different shapes of the moon in various Hermit's videos might also be significant, while most observe it as
Yeah, see, the Doc's account head is like, it's not a big deal. Doc really likes doing stuff legit, like on the actual server.
And Azumovoid sees
Yeah,
it as
like,
an
it's
actual
admirable.
cube
It's
with
good.
one corner pointed menacingly at the ground. So perhaps the moon is more polyhedral than we initially thought, and it's just rotating to its next cycle. Also, the moon seems to be getting bigger. but
I do
it's
like
ruled
the
out that world might just
cube-shaped
be
moon.
getting smaller.
Yeah.
A full conclusion
it looks
cannot be
interesting.
drawn because the growing of the moon is a fairly recent event. The community has gone back through earlier videos and caught on that it only
Again, just the picture of this broken PNG files, like the full conclusion can be drawn.
Oh my god, I didn't get the joke.
I don't think there is one. It's just like out of video editing out of desperation at that point.
only started a month or so ago, seemingly without anything triggering the process, which in itself could be a clue because, remember, thanks to one Grian, time travel is canon. So maybe the events...
Yeah, I forgot about time travel being canon.
But really, it's...
Yeah, I love it when time travel is canon. It never overcomplicates anything, and always funny.
Drop your favorite theories in the comments, and in the meantime, we'll look at all the events...
Yeah,
and
Ren's
mishaps
really
that occurred
stepped
on
up
the
his game
Hermitcraft server
sometime
this week.
during season 6 or so,
Starting with Wells Knight,
and it's
who
been
welcomes
amazing.
the end
It's
of the
season
server,
5-ish,
but in a
like
more
somewhere around
geographic
there. He gets
sense.
really,
In a
really
quick
bored
Yeah.
of
bit
just
of
making
housekeeping,
normal
Wells
videos.
dedicates this week's
Yeah.
video to cleaning up
I feel like it's about after Iskall disappeared from next door.
Stronghold.
And then you'll get this sort of effect where it's not quite like the void.
Ruby says, Hermitcraft Lord the world crashes into a moon, cute time skip, and season 9 starts off the Scar terraformed the moon into the new terrain. Yeah, it's just a wide shot of the new mountains, and Scar like with like hands on his sides going like, well Cap, it take quite a while, but I finally finished the mountains.
I'm just like, are they finally going to get to build Moonbase Alpha? Because Scar's been talking about building that for like
We got so many
4
comments
seasons.
about the moon falling being the revenge on them for daring to not build Moonbase Alpha. I have no idea why the community is so excited for that project. I don't even know what it means.
It's because Scar loves space, so and seeing Scar excited about anything is great.
I guess.
But it definitely has a sort of void feel to it, and it will look even better once we get this section done.
His alternative design offers a pleasant ender purple mixed with a modern-looking grey and white concrete pattern. All circular and glowy, it sure is much nicer than having a silverfish box lighting the place. Though on the topic of circular and glowy, Grian finally addresses the recent embiggening of the moon, choosing the mountains of Botum as his stargazing spot.
Never heard that word
an
before it
observatory
moved
to
to
track the
Springfield.
behaviour of the natural satellite from. The scientific findings Grian documents on the ceiling of the observatory itself by expanding the ridges of the telescope opening to the proportionate size of the moon that night.
On the cusp of being too wide. Oh, I think the moon.
I forgot about the rumblings.
Yeah.
So that is currently.
Apparently it was made in the
the
engine,
width.
really cool.
If it gets bigger,
They
we
made
should
like
be
a
able
lot
to
of really
open
cool
this
stuff
up
in the
with
engine.
more
Or
glass
at least like
and
got
mark
people
it
to make
out
them for
as
them.
it goes.
Yeah.
Though the speed at
Like,
which moons
I
are
thought that
growing
was
is not
added in
exactly
post
helpful
until I
as
saw it
it
happen to
gives
Joe
a way
live
to
on a stream, and I
Yeah.
was like,
Which is like it's
the heck?
it's a very welcome extra layer of realness, but also I like that they finally started reaching out and like getting other people to like
True to his word,
outsource
he
work for them.
establishes a storage in one of the
Yeah.
shops, which I guess now counts
Like, there's
as
a lot
pet
of people
shop
out there.
too, given that it houses a chest monster.
I don't know. I have a thing of just really
Now that
enjoying
it houses
making
a
stuff
chest
like this way,
monster.
So this is the future, everyone. Giant chest monster shop.
Now, before Gravity gets a chance
Basically,
to
Leo.
end the season, it's happy to hurt our hermits otherwise, and so is Cubfan, frankly. The drip leaf spleef
Just
leaves
the people
ankles of the
throwing
server on their
snowballs.
tippy toes.
I will
They're not
never
sure who
stop
won it,
seeing
because
big
Cub
drip
hasn't
leaf
released a
as
video
anything
about
but
it
like
yet.
frog
We
butts.
know Izuma went, and it's a telltale sign
God.
that his build for the video is a car. After he sorted out AFK copper conversion, X's preferred method of delivering the oxidized blocks to the server mates turns out to be a semi-truck. Though it should be a lumber mill with how hard he is undercutting Tango Tech and
There
Oxygen.
is one heck of a big truck.
The prices here are way higher than I was expecting. They're always sold out, so clearly there's room in the market here.
Now, how the creeper in the back helps with sales is not entirely clear. I guess it could be that.
Yeah,
this is
Ruby, there was a
combustion
lot.
Okay, so we got a creeper caught in this area. It can have my piston. I don't want it back.
NASA recently sent a probe into space to attempt to divert an asteroid.
No, Fox, I really want to say, as somebody who has like a subtitler and a voice actor and like a co-writer, having a production team, it rocks. It's amazing. It really helps, and it's like takes off a lot of stress off of you. Or
It's a lot
maybe,
of fun.
or maybe my love language is just like when people take responsibility off of me. Like, I guess people who are control freaks, like, for them this is probably hell. But I personally, like, trust me, when you have a project, like, as large as, like, HC Recap, it helps to have a shoulder to lean on. So.
Well, I'm glad we can be of help.
Me too. Because otherwise a bunch of people who have hearing issues or, like, comprehension issues would not have subs.
which might explain why chunks of rock
I
are
can't
now
wait to
falling
be
on Doc
doing
M
it for next
Rendock's
season.
chicken
It's going to
farm.
be interesting.
This comes as an interruption to Doc M's other business.
I mean, especially now that
which
like your
mostly
just
involves
skill
getting
is
swift
higher.
and buying a bunch
You
of
like know how
Yeah.
to wrangle
so
this
he can
stupid
work on
program
his
into
latest
submission.
redstone project.
Because I tried,
Yeah.
and it's
Farm that
I'm like
ejects all the
I could
proceeds
see
into the
myself
overworld
figuring it
for
out
easy sorting.
better.
I
But no,
also
don't.
know what features people appreciate on it, because like I wasn't putting the names on it at first and
But
stuff.
it's in the
So
middle of their latest meeting, while Ren is showing Doc around the new mansion he's built at their gothic wheat field, that a chunk of moonrock neatly demolishes the roof of their hen coop.
We've never
We are
got a
on
bridge.
episode
I've been
23.
threatening to make a bridge since the first episode, but
Whoa! Look
what
at
have you
that!
done?
Nothing.
Doc, I know you always hated this farm, but what have you done? Oh my goodness, look at the damage. The thing is destroyed.
They place it
The
in
poor
the center
farm.
of the auditorium, at which point it starts making eerie Morse code sequences, and they decide to leave it alone before it tries to make friends with them. In Ren's case, this means going back to the terraforming project on Octagon Island, which is slowly transforming into a dead coral reef populated with amethyst crystals, sea pickles, and glow lichen, which might be the one thing which can fix Diorite's image problems.
And I gotta say, my favorite feature of this landscape, definitely these
Calcite's so
calcite
pretty.
growths over here, right? That we've been making out of this block. I actually
it is pretty. I'm sorry, I'm a sucker for that
In
block.
between the satisfying time lapses, we also
I
see
was
Ren's point of view on the goating of
suppressing a
Bottom,
cough.
some notable earthquakes,
Oh, okay.
and helping Doc test the super fast gold farm, which mainly involves
Sounded like a
standing
sigh.
back
I'm sorry, I'm zoning out
rain down
low-key, like
with
just
angry
appreciating the octagon
that is
architecture.
absolute insanity. I mean,
It
this
is
thing
so
gonna make
good.
More piglin bits than a server will ever need in like 100 years. Well, that literally got my heart racing, Doc. So that's one way to wake up in the morning. Thanks.
You're welcome.
farms are a little less intentional, but almost as productive.
This may be part of the lag in Bodum. I have a mob farm in the cooling towers. Oh my gosh, there's so many mobs. I need to go get some torches.
A bit of
you
lighting
light
later,
stuff
he
up?
has a plan for the insides of his factory chimneys, and using Ijevin's shulker farm to steal fizzy lifting mobs, he rigs up a chimney to levitate him when he's within range. And no shulker farms were harmed in the making of this video.
Oh, here we go.
All Willy Wonka jokes are like Pixlriffs.
Okay, that went the wrong way.
Shulkers aren't the only thing popping up in the factory, as Impulse
I'm glad,
spots something
peeps.
a little sus in
I
his
wish that it
factory
wouldn't be
tower,
so time
and it
consuming to
turns
go
out
back
there
and do
are
the
a
other
few others
seasons.
amongst the
Yeah.
Bottom Crew's bases.
I mean, same, but for
So
recaps.
that's totally fitting.
That's what I mean.
Before, so I don't really know what this thing is called.
That's what I. Oh, you.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean, like,
I
I
see.
wish I had the time to, like, just dive into season 1 and up.
It's a little less sinister than the giant floating eyeball B-dubs built over Botum Town, most of which we heard about last week, but it's good to get another pair of eyes on it, as he helps Tango test the wireless redstone and observes the squadron of Ravagers being warped into position.
Oh!
The squadron of Ravagers.
Only two.
There's 3, 4. Tango, it's so many I can't. I can hardly hear.
It's a courtesy they extend to visitors at the Big Eyes town too, as B-dubs relocates their main nether
Whoops.
portal to a scenic pontoon
Okay.
shack.
My computer is struggling a little bit, sorry.
Their main visitor will still probably be Etho once he decides he's in need of ladders.
I have names, so we've got the TNT shop, the boat shop, and of course, ready for Etho. 1 diamond for 6 stacks of what? You called it. Ladders. Where's my trapping bait?
And speaking of
I don't
Etho,
get it,
the
and please
project
don't
we
expect
started
it
with
to
B-dubs hasn't been
explain it
forgotten.
to me.
It's just that Minecraft's horse breeding mechanics
I
make it
didn't
just
get
as
it either,
awkward
so
to
don't
make
worry.
bad horses as it is to make good horses. Perhaps all they need is a scientific mind like Zedaf's, although even that may have met its match when he called Mumbo in for testing. After some solid verbal key smashing and 2 Englishmen having a crisis about English,
He said words ending in ing. He got it wrong. Adjectives do not end in ing. Those are verbs. The worst part is I have an A level in English. All right, that's like a qualification that you get after school, and I still forgot.
Mumbo returns to Botum to find
The
there are
goat scream.
goats moving.
Yeah, the
away.
goat protest in
So
the
naturally
background is
his first
amazing.
step is to drop them into a volcano.
Oh my goodness, I'd forgotten about that.
Despite being a well-documented pacifist, his incidents with animals continue, as he nearly crushes one of the company donkeys in the garage door. But having saved himself from that, spoiler alert, he gets awarded a matching hat from Scar.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, finally got around to that one.
Aerodynamic at the Boatum meeting
Just
last week.
spoiler alert.
And finally, there's
Kills me.
and the man grows a mangrove.
Anybody who doesn't get it, that part of a car is called a spoiler.
Things are really hard to build. This is probably one of the hardest
It's
things
called a
I've ever
wing.
built,
Please read a book.
in survival Minecraft. it was really tough.
The enormous tree houses the nether portal to his end of the swamp, leading a visitor near
Gee, I wonder if this time lapse was made using like Matica mod or
liquid
not.
XP for all you know, since Jevid is now mass producing a
I'll
whole
never
lot of
know.
it through the bamboo and kelp farms combined into a few furnaces, perpetually smelting sushi roll wrappings. And really, what a fitting end for this script, because the videos for this week were quite the experience.
Kind of say, Jevin, why don't you use smokers or blast furnaces? It's actually kind of simple. I'm an old Minecraft soul, and I just literally forget that they exist.
And
after editing this episode, I non-stop used smokers and blast furnaces for like a month. Because I felt called out and embarrassed.
Like, I'm somebody who constantly uses them anyway and has since the moment that they first came out.
When they came out, I was like using the blast furnaces non-stop to go mining because they helped, you know, mine for longer and easier because you could compact resources faster.
Exactly. And it I don't know. It just cracks me up that people keep forgetting. Like, I've played since the alpha and I remembered, so like, I don't know.
Yeah, I skip on the smokers. I forget smokers exist, but not blast furnaces.
We just haven't stopped the Ox.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
season 1 now
somebody
with all the beefer videos priorited. I'll figure. Maybe. Probably not. We'll see. I'll find... like, that's the thing. If you wanna go do a retrospective, it doesn't have to be a recap, like... It needs to be factual, but also with how many people left, like straight up left, if not YouTube, then at least Hermitcraft, since season 1. A lot of the stuff, like if you want to talk about season 1 and 2, a lot of the stuff people just will not care about. Like the viewers, I mean.
Yeah, there's a lot of... Like, some of the people, like, are still relevant and in the community and people will still recognize.
Yeah,
well, like Biffa, so it is tragic. That
or some
his are
people
private
did like enough of
or,
a
like,
number on the server itself and like left enough of an
Yeah,
impact.
like Slipgator is an example I was going to give there.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I started watching after he was already gone, but I still know who he is. I've still heard of him, you know.
Exactly, but that's the thing. It's like Team's stuff on the subreddit, like the retrospectives, like she wrote, are pretty great, but they're also factual. And the thing about me is like I am very much not a historian. I am not even a journalist. So if I were to dive back into that stuff, I would probably mostly try and, you know, show what it was like rather than what it was, you know? Especially like when dealing with an audience that like primarily, let's face it, cares about the most popular members of the server, even on our channel. So yeah. It's weird, it's like there's a lot to talk about and it's not yada yada. I forgot who are we again? We are like 3 videos away from the end of the season. My brain is going. This one has Rendok and Cultist attire on it. Let's go watch it.
My name is Pixlriffs,
This'll be fun.
Zloy XP, and the Caves and Cliffs update part 2 is here. But while the rest of the Minecraft community runs to the hills and does some epic spelunking, to the best of our knowledge, the update hasn't arrived on the Hermitcraft server yet. This might be largely due to the phenomenon of recording lag, since it takes time to edit and publish episodes after you've recorded them, but they also have to wait for various server plugins and mods to get up to speed as well. So if you're champing at the bit for the Hermits to explore new terrain, watch this space, by which we mean watch the area where the moon isn't. Another thing we've got to talk about is how sometimes there's a server-wide spleef tournament where every hermit is hoping to check out their perspective. And you run a
Oh, somebody is asking what's the difference between a smoker and a blast furnace.
Smoker will get lung cancer.
Watching everyone else's perspectives before they even come
Both of them are alternative furnaces that cook things twice as fast, but they only work on certain things. Smokers are food, and blast furnaces are metals.
One smelts metals twice as fast, and the other one is a mutant from Left 4 Dead.
Just why are you like
their
this?
Own rounds in their own videos. Cub fans Dripleaf Spleef is scattered
A set of
across a dozen
socio-political
channels,
issues.
tempting our editor to make an hour-long supercut.
Sorry folks, I checked and I'm pretty sure that's just straight piracy.
The rest of his week, Cub fans spend.
People were really surprised that I'm a VTuber even after that. Huh.
Into the pallet drives Cub to introduce raw copper blocks.
I mean, I think people thought it might have been a throwaway joke there, so.
Orange quite nicely. This is when Tango shows up to inform Cub that, in fact, the moon big, and the two of them have a ponder on the options the players have left.
That's bad. Yeah, that's not good.
It's all sorts of bad.
I think I'm just gonna like hide from it, you know? Just like, you know, just peace out, you know, just get straight up.
That'll work, because
you know?
I mean, a 3-block hole, that'll stop a moon.
Like, that sums up Cub so well, though. Like, that was such a Cub thing.
Bringing a more scientific approach to the issue, Tango Tech builds up a whole HASA facility in hopes to sort out exactly how and why moon big.
New HASA telescope is putting us light years ahead of the competition.
I just saw that this time.
A larger telescope is employed. And so Tango returns alarming results. With how the JPEG on the skybox has been growing, the moon's orbit should be decaying, and decaying at an alarming speed.
Conclusion.
Dun
the
dun
moon's
dun!
orbital distance is shrinking by 5,176 kilometers per day? What?
Of course, these calculations range from the cosmic to purely cosmetic, seeing as how Minecraft is not real life, last I checked, and so the data from which he's extrapolating, as well as the very concept
Are you sure,
of
Pix?
a
Are you
mile,
sure?
is completely alien to the world in question. #MetricGangForLife. By comparison, Joe Hills has a much more rudimentary looking, but much more grounded in the universe it exists in system of measuring the moonconference of celestial bodies. Utilizing 2 block pillars and the parallax effect from his 2 human eyes, Joe's been keeping track of the moon's expansion for a couple of weeks now. He also addresses the issue with the world shrinking theory, since you'd think the sun would be getting bigger too.
So wouldn't the sun change as well in that case?
No, because the sun's further away from us, and so it's actually the same effect I was talking about before.
Again, Minecraft rules, you don't actually know if the sun is further away.
Less quickly it seems to
Yeah, you don't. There's no eclipses or anything.
Unfortunately, all his science accomplishes is convincing Zombie Cleo to start panicking.
But
should I be spiraling? Is this a thing that I should be doing?
I'll let you see the data and then draw your own conclusions.
Okay.
And it is then convenient that
Should I be spiraling?
Yeah, should I?
The crafting pad where he wanted a walking mech bot assembled.
I just love his spindly little. It does look like it's gonna fall over.
I don't know when he last checked, Ruby. He's a YouTuber, so I don't know when last time he got a chance to go see the sun was.
And the red string to assemble his own pet theory, namely that the Big Eyes crew is responsible. He alleges that their plan is to give the man in the moon laser eye surgery so he can join their crew, and that a few settings got tweaked along the way and they ended up with a tractor beam.
And it's only getting bigger, so I don't know if they're still zapping it, if they just missed, or, there's not actually a man in the moon.
Either way, he can safely get an overview of Big Eye's territory with a
I like how that's something that he's not sure about. Is there actually a man in the moon?
Which he's presumably built so when everyone else figures out
There's
what's
about to
really
be.
going on with the moon, he can be debunked.
Well, I'm trying to figure this out. So the contractors, those freaking guys, I think that I'm so right about my theory that they've been paid off.
The rations will be spread real thin, though, now that Keralis invited himself into the place as well.
So what is this offer?
I like just the dramatic room that Kraus is in there too.
That's for the NordVPN promotion that he was doing.
Keralis wants to
Oh
play
my
it both
God.
ways, since he also
Shortly
believes
before
that
NordVPN was bought out by like
potentially wait
some
out for
company,
whatever Tremors land will.
and you know that actively
Perhaps he's realised that the
started
thing is in
crypto mining
entirely
on the
too low
computers where
orbit,
NordVPN is
should be
installed.
crashing into his house.
Oh my God. Of course.
Allegedly. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
The crash into house.
No, it'll probably only be anher like hour and a half, given how many episodes are left.
Yeah.
It's very cool. What a good bunker. We could live here for like 100
Birds of the swamp lava group
sorry.
burrow under the marsh for their own version of secure.
I've not even
capture
been
codes, which
outside for, like,
distinctly resemble
weeks.
Tinfoil Chef's base from a couple of seasons ago.
You've been
Though the
sick
two
all
ladies
week.
clearly had
Yeah,
their
that's what I'm
thinking
saying.
hats on and actually bothered
Yeah.
to rope in some
So that's why you're
livestock, when the
coughing.
natural
You
mob
were
spawns
sick and now
inevitably
you
end
used
up
your voice
flattened
all
into
day.
Too thin to parmesan.
chicken.
I mean, debatable. I'm pretty sure that like between you and Pixlriffs and Zombie Clay in the comments, I provided the least extra quality to the content today.
I mean, you did go dead quiet as soon as there's nobody else in the room with you, yes.
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. I was planning to eventually maybe getting, you know, out of this live stream.
Oh my gosh.
But things at Botum are moving fast, so he
If you haven't noticed, every time we start talking, like the video stops.
home. Nothing like a stroll in the moonlight, especially when there's just so much moonlight to go around.
But still, like it was legit. One of the whole episodes was just no commentary, just you sitting there smiling the whole time.
This week, but in reverse, marveling at the night sky before.
I was enjoying my art.
Q&A caving. This hitting hard material deserves some hard-hitting questions to go with it.
Do you wish you kept up with the Minecraft guys?
You've been a great help, Ruby. We do appreciate it.
How much I check in with them? I really don't check in with them a lot, and I wish I do. I do wish I checked in with them more.
Okay, I love just the exact quote here. Do you wish you kept up with Minecraft guys more? First of all, you have no idea how much I check in with them. I actually don't check in with them a lot. I wish I checked in with them more.
Yeah.
I really don't.
I love the line of thought here.
I do.
And then you're just with
But
your,
also me trying to have any friends in my late 20s.
Which by then you were 30 already, but also just yeah, no, that is me with a lot of my friends. That is anytime that I realize it's been a month since I last messaged Mothman.
Yeah.
Get a good look at the caves before they change forever.
And if you now check what you messaged him last, you'll be surprised. Damn, her.
I'll never be surprised about what I last messaged.
To ever go back to how it was before. Next question. This is a bad place to read questions.
The tremors are felt even on the other side of the IRL.
The upside down
It's more than just the groundbreaking prices at Padlamico. Pearlescent Moon tries to bring some peace to the week by tidying up the remaining moonkins from the scavenger hunt, working on some castle interiors, and considering hosting a game of hide and seek.
So,
How are you like so energetic all of a sudden though? Like
there we go. I am starting to
I
like how
ate.
this is coming together.
me too.
But I didn't overeat and wind up too tired for
I
once.
didn't over. How dare you?
That and somehow that piece of toothpick eating off has actually like caused my pain to go away. So
Oof.
I'm in a good mood because I don't hurt for the first time in a week.
Rough.
And that was just
Which,
a
for the record, that's the last thing that I messaged Mothman. Apparently, was
Why
telling
is the
him
llama
what-
juggling swastikas?
Yeah, I just noticed that. Was trying not to say anything about it.
Which we entirely failed to catch the pun from last week. Our bad. When a chunk of the moon falls from the sky and smashes through the chicken farm.
Yeah, we all have
And if
friends
we're
like
not
that,
getting deja
Ruby.
vu from last week, it may just be a glitch in the Hermitcraft.
Next time Zloy just puts a picture of his avatar in the corner, just leaves. Yeah, just PNG.
One of my friends from middle school, we will just not talk for 2 years at a time.
Yeah.
And then keep talking.
The world around them.
Just losing people.
Time-lapsing the area around the 8 spawner chunk into an obelisk, turning all the surrounding ocean to ice.
That's a
in the
good-looking goat.
process,
Right?
Blake sees a few blocks in the distance float into the air for a second or two.
I'm really losing my mind here.
He calls Cubfan in
Same.
to observe the phenomenon, which seems to be increasing day by day.
Go there and see. Like it seems they're literally.
Well, maybe
floating
if you
up and
sealed up
falling
the
back
hole in
into
your
place.
head.
Yeah, it does seem like that. Yeah. Let's see if.
I am in a controlled environment. This jar is airtight, I'll have you know.
Well, you said you're losing your mind.
He returns to Octotown to find Rendog a changed man. and a chain
Which,
sword
no,
covered
the
with
jar
rock as
of
well.
pink stuff
The
on
moon
his
rock
desk is
speaks
not
to the
his
request
brain.
that
Don't
they
worry.
save the rest of the server,
I don't know what it
starting
is,
with
but it's
Mumbo.
not brain.
Oh, open your ears. Hear her, Doc. Hear, for she speaketh to us. Here in this here chamber.
We hope Mumbo isn't beyond saving at this point, but he seems to share
Remember,
similar feelings
in
to
canon,
Doc
this is
and
the
Ren
two of them
declaring himself a
defeating
lunar,
the brain
building a shrine
parasites.
to the moon itself, starting with stone Easter Island heads
Yeah.
in its daytime, and ending with a fire pit in the
I'll
sun.
need to
So
watch
good.
like Ruby's Hermetrics recap like 5 times over to understand what's going on here.
Hey, if they're gonna fire me as the leader of Botum, then I'll create my own thing to be a leader of. It might be a cult, that might be a bad thing.
This whole thing feels like challenges all over again. Speaking of challenges, Mumbo defies conventions in Botum and finishes the back of his robot, because when it's a more solid shape, it's easier for it to throw shade on the neighbors. Impulse SV might be trying to reach the moon a different way. After some frustrations with shulkers between episodes, he finally installs a bunch of them on separate platforms within his factory chimney. He challenges first himself and then the other hermits.
That is
to
a
levitate through the
fantastic
glass at the top and out
idea,
into the sky.
Ruby.
Presumably, so
I'm
if
for
someone
this.
fails, he can say, "You lose. Good day, sir."
Oh, that's gonna hit me. That's gonna hit me, and that should do it. We are out.
Yeah, good luck landing
When
now.
he comes back down to Earth, mostly to kickstart his slime
Maybe it's
farm
like
so he
any
can get
time that
sticky
you're-
pistons for a redstone door,
you're,
he spots Mumbo's moon temple and decides
shulkered.
to burn his bed too. I guess with the moon taking up more than half the sky now, at least the phantoms will be easier to spot.
His brain's so
It's raining
jiggly.
now, and if I sleep, then the rain will go away. Is that? I guess it's a whole movement here.
Unfortunately, the one crack scientist that could knock some sense into the cultists is busy knocking some sugarcane out of a farm. Not for long though, the newest in ZF innovations is a slime block flying machine that harvests a whole lot of resources in one massive swing, as well as whoever happens to be in the laboratory at the time.
Whoom. Oh, it makes like a noise, like a thwomp kind of thing, and crash. On the other side, very,
Sorry.
There are, of
Just
course, a few
the
issues
crash,
with having
man.
dripstone, sugarcane, and bamboo all share a farm, especially if you don't bother picking any of them up. But the original design included
Hey, Zachary.
even more resources, like pumpkins, melons, and even
Welcome back.
mushrooms. So really, this is Zed already toned down from his original ambitions. These experiments, however, do pose an
He
interesting
realized that he
question.
couldn't do the
Could they
kelp,
just
though.
bounce the moon back into orbit?
Yeah.
Plants are in,
And mushrooms.
everything
He
is grown
ended up
Are we
not
ready
doing
for our
mushrooms.
final grand test of this module at
Probably because he realized he wasn't going to need any mushrooms for the last week of the server.
And finally, there's B-Dubs.
I mean,
He
not
doesn't
for
seem
anything
too
else.
fazed by the giant moon, but perhaps that's because he's lived in one this
True.
time.
That does ignore the
Still
plot, but
avoiding
like
the
he also
slums
ignores
and
most of the
least jumping
server.
horse he possibly can, even going so far as to rig up a fence gate to
Yeah, it does his own thing. It's
let it
valuable.
breed the
We
next
need
animals.
people doing
But
their
having
own
seen
thing.
the success of Tango's
And I mean,
Ravage
it's
on
probably
Botum, takes down
it's
the
partially
remains of
just
Pew
like
Pew, the giant
difference in
eyeball,
schedule,
and builds
you
a
know.
stone tribute to it on the Big Eyes Mountain. So this time the hills really do have eyes. And that's about it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy.
To that. Oh god, the next thumbnail.
Oh god.
Yeah, they can't see it. Oh well.
Yeah, it's behind me.
I know.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs. Our writer is Zloy XP, and it's great to be a news crew when news are happening on
Is
the
this
server.
a fever dream?
Now that the moon seems
Or
to be
the
actively
Centaur world
threatening
thing?
the world of Hermitcraft, all sorts of things have been escalating, including the blocks and the players themselves. On top of the tremors, the hermits have now started randomly floating up, as if the gravity of the situation has finally caught up with them. So the cults, the scientists, and the
That's
doomsday
fun.
preppers have all been set into motion, and not just in the upwards direction. But enough preamble and teasing, it's probably Sunday somewhere, and that means it's prime time to talk about all the events and mishaps that occurred on the Hermitcraft server this week. Starting with False Symmetry, who does the least to solve the moon, convinced she will survive the impact in her and Gem's doomsday bunker.
Listen, if anybody who's just gonna like miraculously survive it, it'll be false.
Yeah, she'll just fight the moon to death.
Exactly.
Entertainment areas, as well as Stress Monster, whom she makes from scratch, and the real one.
The fake stress.
Why not?
Yeah.
And I know what you're thinking. Well, where's she gonna go? In reality, if you saw the episode,
Fake Stress is the only inhabitant of this bunker by the end of it, and
From
it's
one
amazing.
bunker buddy to another, XB Crafted is still pretty
So
convinced the Big Eyes crew has been lasering the moon the wrong way. So he takes advantage of being able to interview 2 of them, which Keralis...
I mean, as we just discovered, me streaming is actually debatable if, like, I'm the one doing it. Because apparently I don't talk too much for somebody's taste.
Yes, it is. There's not people running about stuff off of. He just goes quiet.
I already wrote most of this thing.
Laser eye cyclopses before, although on a much smaller scale, for a what-if video, which isn't the confession of guilt XP might have wanted, but is a development worth keeping an eye on.
Because if you look, sir, there's a hole there, and I could see that there is things.
Yeah, no, that's nothing. That's the anvil drop shoot. That was necessary for things. Yeah. No,
just kill the moon.
Speaking of the big-eyed ones, Tango Tech turns his people.
Well, if I was there, I would simply not get killed by the moon.
In his NASA headquarters, he has canonically somehow, developed a talking supercomputer that will analyze and deal with the issue of Moon Big.
See, I'm still not fully convinced that Zed didn't cause the moon, but you know.
Yeah, that'll do, Holston.
Unfortunately, Holston, the sarcastic
I still want to know who did the
voice
voice for Holston.
Can only guarantee that if the moon hits the eye,
my money was on Miss Tango.
Seemingly unaware of the
no, I listened to the speech pattern again, and I don't think it's her at all.
Tango assembles
a
spaceship, trains his horse to become a
no, it's definitely not British. Like whoever, like
to be continued.
The voice sounds like it would have had to be masculine even before the filter.
Tango died on the way to his home planet.
That's
not too far off, though.
Clubfan has gathered up for us all the other ones. In a segment talking about the converging
Didn't Joel ignore Zolnoth so hard that he married? Was that somebody else?
His own experiments to find the truth about the peculiar effects the plot is having on the server.
What if? Just hear me out here. What if we all just dropped our pants, mooned the moon? Would that sort of like cancel out?
Moon, we are live.
Wait, we're live?
For example, the levitation effects we mentioned before are documented and measured across several AFK sessions.
We're live?
As to not let the celestial bodies mess with his boys, Cubfan moves his
contact grew. Oh my gosh.
They were locked in before.
I feel like that joke might be old enough that none of them would like remember the movie anymore.
The walls are made of leaves. The custom desert above them, in the meantime, reaches its...
The subreddit was filled with that exact joke, like, as well as our comments.
It is very bizarre seeing something so lush.
People would not shut up about that.
Though the vibe only makes it more impressive. Now, if there's someone not vibing, it's
he did such a good job on that desert, man.
Has now been diminished to party sparkles, which, as Azuma Void Prime points out, does actually look pretty impressive.
You're greedy. That's what your problem is. You should be more thankful for the things that you've got.
Never try to improve anything about your life ever.
Azuma put some time into sorting out the derp coin banking system.
That's the moral of the story here.
Well, not if the improvement involves cryptocurrency.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Can come back to outfitting his base with automated farming equipment. In defeating his evil self, he seems to have gained the ability to make ethical animal farms.
Joey, not Joel. That's it. That's it. Okay.
Free-range one, with the shearing hilariously coming from the ceiling in an almost wireless fashion.
And down here,
this is amazing,
got
though.
2 stacks of wool already. Some more is coming in. I am really happy with how this farm has turned out.
Luckily, sugarcane does not really demand ethical treatment, and so Ijevin can cram as much of it as he wants into tight spaces. The overflow actually does get recycled through a
archaic. Well, we know you don't have to say it.
The well-decorated corridor housing it helps as well.
I just wrapped it around and then added some lights and continued the sort of
We're moving on from that.
The steady flow of paper helps with the next shot.
I pretend they do not see.
Time, as if realizing that with the moon on the approach, his server mates may have to.
It's all. I feel like half the guys on Empires had J names, so I got them mixed up a lot.
Yeah, for impending doom. And speaking of both those things, we last saw Doc M and Rendog donning the robes of the Order of Octa and preparing to carry out the mysterious bidding of the moonrock that landed in and through their base last week. But if Ren's diary is to be believed, the effects of the moonrock are much stranger than we expected. It's led to mammoth building sessions, facts about potatoes seemingly flooding into Ren's brain, and a fixation on Mumbo Jumbo, who might still be a potato somehow,
the monk
just one with the
haircuts.
skin on.
Yeah, like why?
Originate from South America? I know all these facts about potatoes now. Guys, I don't know what's going on. What am I talking about? What am I talking about?
I love that angle they do on anime characters before they go completely insane.
Stop myself going crazy. I need to.
Yeah, no, Ren's cinematography is always epic, and his voice acting too.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
By this point, Mumbo has gone full Mooner. But that's not the only weird thing happening to him lately. With his base project approaching completion as fast as the moon seems to be approaching the server.
Oh, is IBM Matson test the speech? Okay.
Buildings, even spreading them to the adjoining mountains, which means for once, Mumbo is adding custom trees to Scar's stuff.
Because we're not out of episodes yet, Rock On.
I now consider myself a building person. Not quite a builder, but I'm a person who does build.
It's clear the lack of sleep is getting to him though, and not just because of the phantoms. Grian shows up to compare notes on the experience of being a mooner and how baggy their eyes are getting, and whether through Mumbo's insomniac delirium or some other strange effect, his skin goes through more phases than the moon has had lately.
I think we have 2 more, maybe just 1 more, Ninja Boy.
Insomnia gets pretty rough on them when even the phantoms that come for their soul, singular,
We're on
start
25th.
laughing instead of screeching.
For their soul, singular?
Yeah, because they have one, remember?
I forgot that they did the sound effects.
They did the soul suck.
Well, no, I was saying I forgot that they did the sound effects.
Yeah.
For the phantoms. Oh my god.
You can't tell me what to do. I slid out of my chair.
The rest of the server doesn't get away unscathed either, seeing as how Grian steals their beds no matter how wide. The kidnapped furniture is then displayed in one of the Midnight Alley's stores. The alley, which, by the way, is now verging on being complete, with storefronts lining every surface.
Ooh, that's
now,
a pretty
if only there
color
were more store
combination,
backs to go with them, then this part of the gigabase would be considered done for good.
I did back, lol. I feel like this is a message specifically for me.
Luckily, Good Times with Scar is there.
You know, it's like a milkshake at a diner and they put the 2 straws in it.
Build a magic black market in the back alley between some stores. Given how some of his magic beans went
In
for
this
Top Fan
pandemic?
last season, it's a pretty serious gamble. But before getting to any of that, we see Scar
They
continuing
share
to
such
type
close
the gallery of
quarters
venture
anyway.
capitalism. This time they're venturing on a whole caravan of bulldozers on their tank tracks.
Great Britain is too
onwards,
small to
harvesting the
social
land.
distance.
This is Scar's idea
My
of a
God.
sand, gravel, and terracotta shop, which, fair enough, the carts look filled with ground-type blocks. It's just
Everything
quite
Scar
concerning seeing
makes,
this
I'm just
machinery
like...
Langolier its way
Yeah,
through
this
the
season
What is the
Scar is
Switchcraft?
like
I
off
neglected
the
the most
cuff.
important
Like,
part of
what
the
is
shop,
in
and that is
any of
actually
this?
building the shop.
Yeah.
I don't know
So
where
cool.
people are gonna go to buy the things yet.
Like,
We're
I
focused
don't
on
know
the
how he
aesthetic
just
of
like
it,
goes
so
and builds
that's my next
this
task.
detail.
But whatever dent in the environment the tank tracks leave,
Like,
it's in comparison to a single
he just
instance
doesn't
of
even like
Top
see
Fan,
them as
Joe
blocks,
Hills,
it's
and
just
Zombie
like
Cleo
paint,
doing
you
one
know?
thing together.
It's insane.
Joe Hills is looking to the holiday season, and after being joined by the creator of Badly Drawn Hermits to discuss Jewish holiday traditions, he sets up Hanukkah candles attached to some less traditional lightning rods, but hey, this is Minecraft, alongside a Christmas tree inside the castle project.
However, I will point out that even now, I know this menorah has supposed to have more candles lit than this.
Well, yeah, but it's also not nighttime.
I mean, I feel like it's always nighttime here.
When he and Zombie Cleo take a tour of each other's latest editions, they start to notice the gravitational phenomena getting worse, and assuming the moon is still to blame, Joe suggests they go around the server setting every beacon to jump boost, in the hope that giving the world itself lower gravity could convince the moon they're not worth falling for.
We can get out of here, I believe us.
It is later that they crunch the numbers, and Cleo proposes a different solution to the moon issue. Since the Minecraft world is a single flat plane for all we know, Cleo says the group could simply tilt their way away from the natural satellite.
Not exactly what she meant, but like, whatever. Give me a break.
Yeah.
If it's a plane, if it's in the wrong place.
I mean, going a few thousand blocks always worked
causing
for
it to
us.
spiral and going like wee out of its way. However, Minecraft is a flat infinite plane, so like just getting it generally close to the center means it will be in the center. That's how infinite works.
Joined by Cub, Joe and Cleo use a ravine amidst dark woods as a naturally formed nozzle, fill it with TNT, and then throw a Joe at the ever-expanding explosions.
Oh no!
Are you
I'm
good?
okay, I'm okay.
Oh,
I'm
man.
okay. I'm okay.
How are you okay?
Netherite armor and an ender pearl.
Yeah. Yeah, he
But
just
just in case
ender
this
pearled the
doesn't pan
heck out of
either
there.
Cleo secretly
Yeah.
starts packing to leave for an alien world or any other place that doesn't have a moon crashing into it. And that's about it for this week's recap hour.
Okay, so basically 2 are about to go.
Yep, 2 left. It's week 26 in the finale, I'm pretty sure.
This week
on
on
Cover everything just in case. Oh god. Yep.
Week 27 is the finale.
Yeah. Yeah, I said this one and then the finale,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah. It starts with screaming.
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and the entire server has stolen.
I was
50
losing my
at this
mind
point.
so hard
Does this mean we all
when
lose? To recap, the occasional levitating
whatchamacallit.
blocks went into overdrive, Tango Tech landed on the moon,
When the finale came out.
Zuma bailed on the server, and Doc and Rendog have escalated their cult to murder cult. All this in more detail coming right up on this week's episode of the Hermitcraft recap. Starting with the biggest storyline finale yet, Zedaf's people testing fun. You see, throughout the season, Zedaf has been locking up hermits one after another in his jigsaw chamber
Heard
to pick
about
their
fair
brains
play.
and see what makes them tick. And though a more skilled psychiatrist could probably come to a conclusion just from the questions he asked of the others, Vintage Beef, Tango Tech, Mumbo Jumbo, and BOO decided to go for a more direct approach. The 4 of them lock up Zed in his own laboratory and give him a full personality evaluation, complete with BOO torture
I'm impressed
test and a
that
high-five
they
and
made
armor
the
stand.
skins.
A juvenile berry bush, and I would.
Hi, Zedef. How are you today?
I feel like
Hello,
it wasn't
and I
that
would
hard to do.
right-click, and then
And for
nothing
some
happens.
Nothing is happening.
Blade reaction.
They forgot that the berry bush
Orderly
only damages
bargain
you
for
if you
after the
move.
testing because a declaration of love was
Which
not
is so
on his
weird.
clipboard checklist.
Beef, I love you.
Aw.
Just like a potato
Oh.
still loves the nature of the world. You buying this?
Please incorporate the bucket of
Stop
cotton in some
looking
way.
at us.
Thank you.
But at least he fared better than BOO, whose interactions with Zedaf kind of blew up.
How did the Hermitrix decoder feel?
Wow!
I,
A week
like-
where the moon is now actively bullying people,
I
even
don't
the man
know.
in the moon has started to feel the effects. B-Dubs gets a little floaty on his way to Grian's Midnight Alley to do a redstone-based interior. But when Scar interrupts
Yeah, I just
him
didn't
for
bother
just a
even
little
trying to
bit of
decode it.
ritual sacrifice,
Yeah, me either.
Hey, sweet moon. Hey.
Yeah, we're going to have a rad episode.
Yeah, we're on the last
with
2,
something
so.
he previously bed-spammed into non-existence.
Yeah, I didn't know about this. Yeah, it's my theory. It's my theory that you stole the moon's child.
I didn't know about
that
this
moon's
because
coming
you
to get it.
have you seen the night at all?
Possible. You think that'll fix it? I think we should do it again.
Under the safety of an artificial night sky which isn't trying to collide with him, B-Dubs finishes transforming the interior of one of Grian's storefronts into a quirky potion ingredients shop which only sometimes explodes.
We have all the TNT in there, and by all, I mean 32. Are you okay? Yes, just redstoning.
It's not the only explosive shop he's responsible for this season, a fact which Etho is pretty happy about when he finally picks up B-Dubs' invoice for the sugarcane farm. The only terms were that he shop at the Big Eyes shopping district, which turns out to have shops tailor-made for him.
Check this out. Do you think that's like an Etho-specific shop, or do you think
You
it's
think
like
that's like an
handmade
Etho-specific
paycheck?
shop?
Yeah,
Etho on
look
the
at them
sign.
like, it's not enough. You need to make more money. It's one of the things we fight about all the time, actually.
Etho needs all that TNT for a tree farm, because if the moon's going to start flinging blocks around, then so should he. The rest of his time is spent adapting to Iskall's style.
People
of
hanged up
terraforming,
to the
so
rabbit
setting
holes and
up
theories
an
like that were
unusually
disproved
theatrical
so
honey
much.
farm,
Of course
and
they were.
finally
Welcome to this
completing Doc
fandom.
M's painful task of making 1,000
People
spider
still
eyes.
pretend that things that like haven't happened or happened otherwise didn't like happen or
No
like
more spider helmets.
something else.
It's gone.
Even hotter Big Eyes lore drops when we find out they have a distribution point in space. Having last week taken off
Just-
on a
I
rocket
love
on a mission
this.
to TNT
Yeah.
blast the moon away from the ground,
So
Tango
unnecessary.
Tech has encountered a minor
Three-part
issue in
finale
flight.
this man
You know,
did.
the whole
Tango,
course is caused
why?
by Rocket's problem.
I love it.
Luckily, a Parson gas outlet was right there to provide spare parts, along with a complimentary Corrals.
Man, I love it
Guess
when
we
my
really got a
rocket
space
doesn't
station
have the same
after all. It
shaders
just
than
had to look like a
everything else
gas
does.
station.
I like it. You've been working on this song.
Well, it's not much to do out in space now, is there?
Anyhow, then there's an asteroid section, and then Grumbot shows up. Fit that into your Hermatrix theory corkboard. Through intense gaming skills, Tango finally makes it to the moon and saddles.
Wow,
his
that
space
sounds like
suit
way
to
more
embark
insulting
on the
now
mission.
that like Ruby actually
and then
put
the
together
episode
something.
ends. So tune in next time for the adventures of Tango Tech, the Space Cowboy. Man, I knew Netflix was weird about adapting anime, but this is completely out of left field. In other TNT Blast,
Because Cowboy Bebop
we
was
see last
being
week's
adapted at
attempts
the time.
to explodify the world in
Yeah.
order to create some lateral thrust from the perspective of Joe Hills, which means we get a front row seat to the TNT exploding because he falls in the ravine right before it's set off.
3, 2, 1.
Oh no! No! I'll be okay.
Just the remote. Oh no, Joe, that Cleo did.
I pearled out.
How is he alive?
Somehow surviving this
Ender
ordeal to the mutual surprise of Zombie Cleo.
How I survive a lot of
audience,
things.
Joe is mid-outro when Rendog and Doc M appear out of nowhere, cover him in cobwebs, and axe murder him in broad
Hey, Rosal.
moonlight. Very
Hello.
broad moonlight.
Not loving this.
Like he doesn't even find it. He's just like
Well,
not loving
That's
this.
what I get
Mm-hmm.
for trying to check on things. Try recording a different episode ending where I don't die.
While Doc found out about the levitation issues the hard way during an AFK session where he died at
Where
his
I
zombie
don't
piglin
die.
farm, the Moonrock at their auditorium has also elevated his mind. Together with Ren, Doc dons the robes of the Order of Octa,
Watch the
and
Tangus
on the
stream
instructions
after
of
he
the
was so
Moon
proud of
Cube,
this episode. He should be.
dispatches Mumbo,
They're like-
Grian,
Yeah.
Cutfan, Keralis, Joe Hills, and Impulse.
They're very cool pieces of intense machinima.
Yes. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it.
Yeah, the timing on this one did not want to stick around.
Yeah.
He only has a few moments rest to contemplate the gravity of what he's done before the Moonrock tells them to kill.
I swear I
each
had it
other.
fixed,
and arranging
too.
the heads in whatever way they saw fit, Ren and Doc are granted another book with some mysterious netcode.
All of this for that. I'm disappointed.
Oh god.
What is
Not
That's just
malware, not
nonsense.
exe.
Right?
It's absolute nonsense.
Still attempting to appease the moon, Doc returns to the scene of his original crime against nature, the
Here,
regenerated
children,
spawner chunk.
download this
and
random
builds a
torrent for
giant
no reason that I
robotic
tell you.
mantis Whose role seems to be detached
Most
the
of them are
chunk
also-
from the Earth itself. But maybe he didn't need to.
I
because the
forgot
moon
about
seems to be doing
the
that for them at this
mantis
point.
thing.
And
It's
Yeah.
so
for
cool.
Options, Doc assembles
I keep
the
telling you.
nonsensical alter design, the latest mystery book directed.
No,
by
I
Cub fan brings a
I said
closer
the rest
look
of
at
it's
just
cool,
how
I
the
just forgot about
levitation
that
effect has
part.
been escalated.
It's the biggest part!
His measuring machine tells exact data.
I mean,
on
yeah,
It's only there
the
for like a
octagon
week and a
itself.
half.
of wheat seeds.
Yeah, fair enough.
But now that rocketing the Earth out of the collision course didn't help, Cub decides to meet the planetoid halfway, and a rocket jumps a cow against it.
Hooray! All right. Do we see?
I'm
cow
so
anywhere?
proud
Okay, let's
of
actually,
Tango for including the cow in his episode
let's
later.
go! Yes!
Not this, but the other one.
That's amazing!
Now, the exact idea here is that recreating the cow that jumped over the moon nursery rhyme will somehow convince whoever is behind the whole ordeal to maybe cut it out.
Yep.
So the cow is jumped, the spoon is dished, and good times were had by all. Cub then joins the Mooners cult because you might as well at this
Oh
point.
no, Ruby.
All right, so no sleeping.
Though while he works on finally decorating the dripstone farm he had for literally the entire season, the sleep deprivation really gets to him, and surrounded by blocks actively leaving the season, Cub figures out that the entire thing has long been prophesized by the default burning skull painting available in Minecraft. So in case you're wondering who's been putting signs with cryptic warnings everywhere, it might have been him.
Big moon, big skull, coincidence I can't spell.
The slightly calmer approach to apocalyptic planning manifests itself in XB Crafted, who's quite happy to work on making his
I might
bunker
just be
habitable in the face
getting
of
delirious
earthquakes,
'cause I'm getting
random
tired,
periods
but oh
of
my
low
god,
gravity,
that's just
and
hysterical.
Keralis living in the room next door.
So I think this
You're not getting tired, you're getting into the character. You're relating to people.
it's a shower
That's
head.
fair.
It's me, I'm
Light
empath.
thing. It's
Just
it's
perpetually.
This is
Yeah.
what I'm trying to get at here.
With home comforts taken care of, the most luxurious bed you could imagine, and some rather tasteful, if slightly soggy paintings, XB returns to the outside
Soggy
world
paintings.
to observe the floaty
Yeah.
blocks and the big moon. His resolve is not entirely shaken, but the problem is tough to ignore at this point.
Mood.
If there is a multiverse, that's up to all y'all to figure out.
There were some more floaty blocks out there. I seen them.
With the threat
I'd
growing
love to
ever
see theories
larger,
about
false
how
symmetry
everything's
leaves the
connected.
comfort of her bunker, if only to stop rubbing the top of her head against the ceiling every 5 minutes. Deciding she needs a plan B.
Zloy has been doing this for 8 hours. No, Zloy has been doing this for like barely 4, and the entire other time Lee has been carrying the entire thing. I need to remind you people, I'm the one whose idea it was, and I was preparing to do everything myself. I didn't even think that Pix would show up. Like I didn't want him to show up because I was like afraid of wasting his time.
But then the houses on the eagle's back are made out of adorable.
But yeah, you knew inevitably I'd show up.
Not only is this now the elusive shroom eagle, but also that the air in the enclosure will be filled with spores in no time.
You gotta be quiet, kid. Don't tell Jem that I've got a backup plan, okay? Just pretend it's fine.
This kills me. Hi, Cam.
Down here for 100 years by herself.
Like, this straight up kills me. Jem and False both sneak out away from each other from the bunker that they built together and agreed to stay on. Like,
more of her castle's interior with cozy
she'll be fine down there with the fake stress. And they both leave.
Yeah, exactly.
Chains to basically nail it to the ground.
The chains to hold down.
They look so cool.
From floating away later. Pearl herself doesn't seem to be quite as floaty as everyone else, as Impulse discovers when she turns up dressed for a slumber party, but isn't as good at the long jump.
People, let me just solve your multiverse right now. The multiverse is YouTube. Okay? Minecraft multiverse is just, you know, people in real life playing on different servers. Done.
But she's not entirely able to avoid the low gravity. Maybe it just takes longer to reach her because she's on the other side of the world. And she figures her menagerie...
How would that even walk Pixlriffs?
Low ping, working on the gravity so it just never registers.
Oh my god!
The most reasonable reaction to the impending doom, Evil Azuma chooses to leave the server with all of his diamonds. With the funds,
I like how Evil Azuma and Jahils have the exact same plan.
The derp coin blocks at
just like, nah,
and presumably
I'm
across the server fade into regular wood planks. And so does Azuma's Exolotl skin, gradually changing into his original Doom Guy outfit.
For no reason visibly, because he's like... How long have we got left? One episode. One full video after this.
It's all gone. How could I have trusted him? I trusted someone with...
Pulls out a gun, but not you personally.
What is wrong with me?
Yeah, I was about to say, oh, this isn't even the right website. What are you doing here, Cam?
Last week before the events of the cutscene. But while it overflows with colours, the hover blocks kick into complete overdrive, and X is forced to confront the issues plaguing the world and decide what he's going to do in the face of adversity.
We're just going to have to wait and see what happens.
Presented with the same Good Times with Scar chooses
See, my new theory is that global warming was turning the planet into popcorn.
So, to this bed where he'll get...
How would that even lead? No!
I don't know. I
we
feel
just
like
finished that Anne Reardon video. You know full well that's not how that works.
Scar figures it didn't hurt to try.
It only works on a special planet that, like, specifically bred for pop. For being pop.
You beat me to it.
The man who stole your child.
Now, if the evil chanting wasn't a tip-off, Scar is real into dark magic lately, as demonstrated by the shady alley of his own Scar builds inside Grian's Midnight Magic Promenade. He's finished his own ground store as well, you'll be happy to know. But Grian is especially happy with the witchy
Midnight
stuff,
Magic
how
Promenade
he himself is an agent of chaos. The ever-changing shop facades are a little confusing to Botum customers as TFC returns to Botum.
At that point, like, desperately trying not to use a single syllable from the actual or original name.
Yeah. The TFC must be like, okay, well that's interesting, that's big.
Yeah.
Considering even the server's most grounded player is not exempt.
Yeah, I feel like it's called for you to turn off the magnet remains the...
being possible to, like, jump halfway across the map or something. Of course, at this rate,
See, don't get me wrong, like, I am legitimately kind of frustrated about the fact that the season ending story came out of entirely nowhere. But I am looking forward to, like, if they decide to follow up on it, or, you know, I'm looking forward to, like, what they're gonna do next season with the kind of, like,
because Grian ended up invisible.
How do I put it gently? Absolute nightmare of a plot that they left on. Because there's a lot of really interesting solutions that can be drawn here. From explaining how, like, where the moon arrived to tying the Hermitcraft into everything else.
And crystals keep appearing behind me and exploding. Oh my goodness. At least Harmless Harvest is also providing for the demons on the server.
Now, to his credit, Grian actually has done some good work on the back of his base. Happy with other members.
Yes, finally, us
shopping
giving
and with the
Grian
community
some credit in the
contributions for
show.
his own storefronts too. Grian actually filled in the back walls of the cavern.
The
and
joke is
successfully
that,
sealed
like,
his part of the gigabase
I don't know
away
why
from
we use the
open
phrase to
airflow, but
his
he
credit
also
in this
spawned a wither
sentence.
in the middle of the community area of Botum.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do it.
No! I just couldn't capture that anyway, but shrieks.
Help! Please! This was an actual mistake. I was just trying to scare him. I'll be real with you. I thought it wouldn't actually trigger Wither because it had signs on it.
No. Don't get me wrong. Like, the incremental moon changes were pretty cool. Like, that was a pretty cool thing. But that's something to start maybe like at the beginning of this. I'm not gonna. You know what? I'm sorry. I don't. Lee.
What?
Do you know what I'm trying to say?
But most probably just that it was not called out until pretty close to the end there.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like I would like if it was kind of tied more into what was happening up until the moon just started falling, because like otherwise it really does like read us. Well, the moon is falling now.
Yeah, I think it just kind of boils down. Like for me personally, I still just am like, but why? Like
no,
it's like the lack of being told why just like is still getting to me, and I'm just hoping we get an explanation later.
Yeah, I just want them to build on it is all. But also like that's an issue that is like you have to understand that's an incredibly high bar to even hit, because the issue of we're done with this story arc and okay we came up with this new one, let's just introduce it. That's something that like professional writers on TV struggle with. That's a thing that just happens in like, I don't know, anime, like, you know, funded by actual multi-million corporations. Like,
yeah,
it's not. There is a big difference between I think me no like things should be exactly as I say, and like, well, I mean, which like people keep reading everything I say as that first one. You want lore? I mean,
he is a sucker for lore.
I am a sucker. I wanna say I'm a sucker, honestly. Like, why did I get roped into this conversation again?
I mean,
it's hilarious because a sizable chunk of the fan base is just like, we don't actually like roleplay, while being completely like heels over head for the Civil War from like season 6 or whatnot. Which, like, do you not see that is also roleplay? That's like, it's not even a different kind. It's just, you know. Am I making sense? It's been, checks clock, 10 hours. Am I making sense? Zloy is a sucker. Listen, do you see what happened to me? Do you, like, this is what lore does to you, okay?
Yeah,
Don't be like me.
He is a head in a jar at this stage because of lore. Like that is true. Like, yeah.
Because you like to argue with Miss Lloyd. I started arguing way before you came here.
you did kick in high gear the moment she showed up, though.
You know what?
Again, zombies are territorial. That's my conclusion.
She only showed up because as reinforcements because he hurt me so much.
Wow!
That's right, I'm calling in social zombie mechanics.
My soul. But no, it does. Like I said, it for me, it's like, but I want to know why.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot to build on here, and I'm hopeful.
Yeah. And then the other side effect is like 'cause I obviously am somebody who likes putting hints in the background and waiting to see if people notice. Like, we know this about me also. So it's like, I know I like that in other stories. It's just like, And as much as I'm going to sit here and joke that it's because Beat-Ups always sleeps the night away, so we had no means of seeing the moon before then, I feel like there was zero, like, we probably just missed the hints and somebody else has now found them, but I just feel like there was no hints until somebody actually called it out entirely.
So the thing is the moon really like started falling way before they called it out in the video. And I did actually miss the hints, like they got me. Like I legit did not notice that it was getting bigger for like, what, half a month? While they were prepping it and everything. And then it's when the community started calling it out. That's when like I noticed. But also, you know, I binge Hermitcraft to make this show. Like, on one hand, I pay a lot of attention. On the other hand, I don't pay a lot of attention to the moon. But also, like, that's the thing. It's, yeah. There's a lot to do. And again, time travel is canon. Like, this is solvable.
Well, yeah,
I'm only saying this because I really don't like the idea that it was Iskal's fault, okay? It makes no sense that it's Iskal's fault.
I like to make this here.
I know that it's my own idea, but I don't like it.
The thing is, Kira, is that we have no confirmation of whether whether the I don't even know what to call the test tube ship, like, of whether that's actually like canon to anybody else's stuff or not. Like, we don't know.
Yeah, Cleo, that's the thing. Over a month, you were like, why the hell aren't they noticing? Because Beat-Ups, none of you record at night, because nighttime recording look horrible on YouTube. But also, for over a month you were preparing this, 3 or 4 months into the season already. That's really like the thing. The build up and like the thing once the moon started falling was really good. The moon arc is pretty good. But like, it's detached from everything else. And more importantly, the conclusion is just, like, if Tango flies to the moon, it's only in Tango Tech's videos. But if moon falls, or doesn't fall, it's in everybody else's videos. So like, that's where it kind of like, the plot line crashes into, no matter what anyone does in their personal videos, there is this intense understanding of the viewer that, like, they're not gonna solve this as outside of a like so wide event. Like, that's just, you know, how this stuff works. But also, but also nobody ends up solving it anyway, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, the thing is like, besides the jokes about the fact that because Beat-Ups always sleeps, it's like, it's a well-known thing in the real world that like the sun and the moon have optical illusion of looking different sizes when they get close to the horizon and everything. And actually, also in the moon, in Minecraft, the sun suddenly shrinks when it gets to the horizon. As part of the sunset. So it's like, those are just things that's like, people aren't necessarily going to notice it unless somebody's purposefully putting it in frame.
No, we can't get back to the video. This is going to be an extra 2-hour discussion.
So it's like, you know, and like I said, for all I know, like, I don't have time to watch that many of the Hermits, so, and admittedly, one of the ones that I do watch all the time isn't like in plot at all.
I've not seen the Moon and Zedov's videos ever. I just realized.
I don't think he goes outside, so, you know, but...
Did Zedov spend like the entire... Oh my lord.
No, he's outside a few times, because like, we was testing out the Apple machine, for example. But like, no, like that's the thing. Is like, so I admit that I may have just missed it. Like, I'm fully willing to admit that. But you know, yeah. Oh.
Anyhow, Zloy gets shot by a head cannon. Well, I am ahead.
Yeah.
Anyhow, where
and
were
we're gonna load you into a cannon to get this thing done. I don't know
At this
where
point,
we were anymore.
Mumbo's nerves are pretty much fried. Between an impromptu assassination by Doc and Ren, Impulse gifting him black dye but also speculating out loud about how to force Mumbo to kill something this season, and trying to design a night sky for his storage room on a complete lack of sleep, it was perhaps inevitable that Mumbo was going to be a little...
Jokes on you, Cleo! I'm enjoying every second of this!
and see, and meanwhile, I'm just like, and this is part of why I love you, Cleo. Because anyone that is here to help me make Zloy suffer is, you know, someone I appreciate.
See, this is actually, in a lot of ways, this is actually a very strong suit of internet content when you get down to it. That a lot of like very standard practices that you expect out of storytelling you see on TV or otherwise, like or in books for that matter, just do not apply. And just the wildest crap starts happening sometimes.
Yeah. Also, see, Cam, the thing is that's the reason for the jar, because it is actually like cylindrical in a regular shape that can be put into the cannon, whereas his head may not make a good enough seal to actually launch it well.
Should I just quit and drag the two of them in here with you? You seem to be having a much nicer conversation. I'm not actually offended. I'm making a joke. I know I'm a great actor, but I'm pretending to be offended. We are never getting to the end of the video.
To a magic horse, which tells him where Grian's villagers live, and all heck breaks loose when he investigates further. He's haunted by mysterious signs, end crystals appearing all around him, and is on the verge of an existential crisis when a wither appears right before his eyes.
Why do you have so many? I mean, it only takes one misplacement, Mr. Ghoul.
Grian immediately confesses in the chest, which Mumbo can see, and with the help of Cubfan, the three of them turn a tough situation into a victory with surprisingly little collateral damage. It should be no surprise that Mumbo decides to leave Botum entirely after that, but mostly so he can turn his attention back on the industrial redstone farms he's known and loved for.
This is the extent of my planning. It's just a red square.
And finally, there's Impulse, who logs in one day to find that not only are the blocks extra floaty now, but there's a wither boss bar above his factory. And then Doc and Ren kill him.
That's strange. There's a lot of...
Come, I will ban you.
Why is there a giant hole in my iron farm?
That is bizarre.
Yes, the effect of me being a head on a shelf is done by cutting a hole in the top of the shelf.
Deadly friends, like phantoms. Time-lapsing a phantom sanctuary on an open lawn of his factory, he captures a few of them in boats, and by the next episode he's come up with cute names for them all.
No, it's by killing the zombie you're
Escaping
currently
from the Phantom
duct taped
Sanctuary
to,
again is a
and
little tougher when moon gravity is involved, but the icing
putting
on the
you
cake
on to a new
arrives
one when we're
via the
done.
Botum hole, where Timmy the magic pig emerges as though he's been floating back up from the void this whole time. Surprisingly, this helps Impulse stay grounded, since Timmy seems immune to moon gravity, at least for now, and maybe gives him the resolve he needs to repair the wither damage to his iron farm ceiling, connect the skeleton farm to
Crap, oh crap, that's the wrong button, is it?
relocate the honey farm to his Wonka factory. So yeah,
What'd
pretty
you
average
click?
week on Hermitcraft.
I'd rather
And
not
that's about
say.
it for this week's recap. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. Captions on this video were provided by Lyarrah. My Minecraft Survival Guide series is back in this week.
Shut it,
You okay
Pixlriffs.
over there? You okay over there?
I'm fine. Fine. I'm just waiting for Cam to say something.
Dude, do you understand how hard it is to unban someone on YouTube?
Is it?
It is a pain in the butt.
Is there not
sometimes.
just like /unban command?
Not for chat, no.
Ah.
Once you've hidden somebody from the channel, you can't.
So you gotta go to like
No,
studio settings and like that stuff?
No, you can do that that works for comments, but it's one of the things people keep complaining about YouTube chat is that if you hide somebody from the channel via YouTube chat, they don't show up in the hidden users list.
Ah.
You're giving him responsibility instead.
Oh, damn it! My browser has been struggling the entire stream today. It's just Are we even in a slow mode? What?
Yeah, but the slow mode just means that each individual person can only send it so often.
Are we ready to go into the final one?
I don't know if we're gonna be able to stop laughing.
And follow-up question, can you ban a mod?
Yes, you can. What? Oh my god. Okay. I'm trying to calm down. Never.
911, I think I murdered a person?
I had to mute so I wasn't just like coughing in the mic.
Neither do I. As we find out.
Oh. All right. I'm good. I'm good. We can do this.
Right. Hermitcraft season finale. 20 minutes. Let's go.
This week on Hermitcraft.
If you think I'm losing my crap right now, you can only imagine how much I was losing my marbles like when the finale actually came out. Because like I was actively trying to put together the overall like the general picture of what's going on the server and whatnot. And then like I checked out Docam's videos. And I'm like, okay, how do I fit any of this together? Did you turn off that moon magnet from a couple seasons ago?
Yeah, Ruby, those are the same thing.
Magnet. Did you turn it off or not? Victor, did you turn it off?
Welcome to the Hermitcraft recap, where every so often we get to report on the end of the world. My name is Pixlriffs, our writer is Zloy XP, and by now, hopefully, you're aware that this week brought us the season finale of Hermitcraft Season 8. If that's news to you, then we're happy to have delivered it to you, but we highly encourage you to go and watch the final episodes of any and all Hermits you possibly can. Because this was the big one. The resolution of the Moon Arc, the unpacking of a truckload of story, and the end of Hermitcraft.
I want to point out that nobody was complaining until Mr. Diva showed up.
Feels like just yesterday the moon was a normal size.
Wait, what are comes
Now, there's a lot of things to admire about the season finale. The cool final animation by Element Animation is stellar, or at least interplanetary. The music by Jono is fantastic, and the extra bits of fancy every Hermit added to their own finales are very welcome. Which, yes, this server-wide season finale should be admired, specifically for giving every Hermit their own unique way of dealing with the ensuing moonpocalypse, and their own point at which they ultimately arrive. Setting up the beginning of the next season as something very interesting, if even half the established plot points are ever followed up on. We should also note that while not all the Hermits who participated in this season have released a finale, therefore a couple of them won't appear in this recap, that doesn't mean that we or the other Hermits have left them behind, just that we're awaiting cinematic confirmation of how they escaped.
Cleo has been complaining for like 20 minutes. But, thanks to my super cool slow mode, she's been complaining not in my chat.
Held back. Cleo saying, "Shut up."
I know.
Oh god.
which might just be their first episode of Season 9. However, here at the recap, we promise you a faithful recounting of the server's final moments with a pinch of sass sprinkled in, so let's get to it and leave the patting on the back to the loving fanbase who should be going crazy in their favourite Hermit's comments right now. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, get to it. Starting with False Symmetry and the community meeting she attends, where the Hermits once again evaluate the situation, check on if everyone's alive for now, and then split to pursue their own ways of evacuating the world.
You don't think that we should get leaving as well? I think these blocks, this is like, I think they're...
Oh, it's okay, Ruby. I know where his base is. If he kills me, I'll just go burn the place down.
I love just the visual of the amount of blocks just leaving all at once. Like, that was incredibly ambitious looking.
Yes.
The meetup, however, has instilled enough anxiety in both
We
of
must
them
go.
that
Our
False
planet doesn't
sticks
need
out
us
while
anymore.
Gemma's not there, and takes her space eagle to where the moon can't harm them.
Things leaving. We gotta get out of here. Right, let's get going, Eagle. We are leaving right now. Even the world can't handle it. We're out of here.
While this may not be
Should we tell her that, like, eagle wings don't work in space because there's no air?
The stress monster armor stand is safe and sound in the underground. Because Gemini Tay sure isn't. While False packs her things and sneaks out,
At least armor
turns
stand
out, so does Gem.
stress is still safe.
Her plan B is to saddle up the giant reindeer statue and leave her base in the capable hooves of Cow the Ravager. And we all know how that went.
You can handle a moon fight, right? Cow looks like they're ready to handle a moon fight.
Cow, you had one job. The reindeer games don't
Second best joke in the entire thing.
Oh, I imagine it did, Claire.
Yeah.
Too well either, unfortunately, as being made of blocks, the pack animal is also quickly disassembled by moon gravity. Out of options, and hoping to leave Armor Stand stressed with as many spare rations as she can, Gem remorsefully steps into the Nether portal and hopes to wait out the big Splody in another dimension. Good thing she'll have company in there at least. The
Eagles can fly in space in Minecraft. Eagles can do anything in Minecraft. There are no eagles in Minecraft.
Empire Company in particular. Yes, at the end of the world,
It flies on
by
solar
Evil Azuma,
winds. I like
regular
the theory.
Azuma, now the most regular he's been in years, escapes to the Nether, which itself is pretty funny since it means he
What
and
trade?
have effectively
Do
traded
eagles
places.
trade? What?
Out here, I see
That's
no
peregrines you're thinking of, Cam.
rising, there's no rumbling, and of course, there's no moon and sun.
That might not have been the brightest idea on Evil's part, though. Having brought all his riches to wherever it is he hangs out, Evil Azuma is struck with a realization that the moon is falling there too, and then is also struck with the moon. Turns out no amount
So
of
he's dead, I
diamonds
guess?
can bribe physics not to happen. Anyhow, Azuma is in the Nether.
Hey, did I tell you how like up until this season, Evil Azuma was like hella popular on Tumblr? people really like related to him and all. Like that entire arc Evil Azuma had over the span of Hermitcraft, where it's like, yo, like evil is kind of literally in his name, he like is clearly not good at it and all that. People like really responded to it. They also decided that Evil Azuma was trans, but like that's entirely a different thing. I feel bad even saying like they decided because, you know, not really. Evil X can die. Well, I mean, we're about to find out. Not really. Not today. Never is. What was this? I wanted to say something. Oh yeah. So one of the cool things about the finale is how it puts everybody in like a different spot. How like it would be really cool to see like in the next season maybe them all starting off from a different place and kind of maybe come together as like episode 1, but also just keeping track of who's where isn't already a nightmare. And also, according to Hermit Matrix, they already are in the same place. So it's like, how do I, how?
Playing modded.
They decide everyone is trans.
Or
yes.
is he? Because in
Also
Wells
that.
Knight's video, Wells and Azuma agree to wait out the impending doom in the end instead. And it makes sense that with impending doom, Wells would want the Doom guy on his side.
Well, I guess this is our fate then.
Potentially for all eternity.
Give him a hug.
Anyway, they instantly bail on each other.
Remain socially awkward.
Social distance from the Enderman.
Now, Wells's video is mostly him showcasing the creative plans he had for his floating island base, that he could still follow up on because while the landmass is now probably flattened, the guy still has the blueprints. Still, respawning into Satisfactory didn't work, and then trying to portal to the Ether didn't work either. So Wells ultimately flies in the face of the No Wings initiative, builds himself
It didn't
a
work because you
space
have to
shuttle,
use
and
water to
blasts
light
off
the portal.
before the rest of the
I know,
world
right?
is blasted. Meaning neither he nor Azuma.
Also, unironically, super cool of Wells to like bother to do this, because I think this is the most complex machine I've seen Wells do.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. I don't think he ever done something like this before, and if he did, it was like way before I started watching. So.
Yes, Cleo, I already was thinking that way, and then like you and Joe talked about it on the craft stream this week. I was like, aha!
Yeah, see, without like hella amount of insider info that you got, this is like
by being in stream.
I'm not talking. I wasn't talking to you.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, but still, you need a lot of insider info to be like to calm down basically after this finale. But also, I love the implication that the best part is that Hermitcraft is canon for Ren and Doc only, meaning that, oh yeah, no, canonically, like from the overall server, they're just like kind of tripping. They just made up all of this stuff, and it's like, oh, okay, then you guys, maybe stop. You should probably stop hanging out with that hippie guy. Something about the muffins he's been feeding you probably isn't right.
He did just randomly show up at the end of the series again. But I was gonna say, like, as much as I don't want to lean into the evil X is non-binary joke, just because like we know that's no way of knowing on canon. I am reminded of the thing earlier when I pointed out in the machinima of the bathrooms with both of them having evil above them. It's like evil knows no gender.
Well, that's actually very binary. It's evil or evil. It's one of the two.
Yeah, fair. Sorry, I just had to go back to that joke from earlier. Exactly.
Actually stayed in the end, and good for them. Imagine being stuck in there alone with but a few items to your name and no one but Enderman to talk to. Anyway, let's check in with Zombie Cleo and... Oh.
Why did I write this way?
Are you the one that wrote that?
Yes, of course I was. Why did I write it this way?
I don't know, but the timing of that being the next segment's great.
There wasn't. I could have, like, you know, the thing about writing, right, is like you can write anything. No one's making you put it that way.
Oh no. Luckily for her, Ijevin at least sold her the right kind of footwear at the last minute.
I mean, I've got netherite feather falling foreboots. These are better, is what you're telling me.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Now, we don't really know which of the villagers in his last-minute crop farm has convinced Jevin that these work, but to capitalize on the panic engulfing the server, Jevin visits a few hermits to try and sell them a pair of protective footwear, and also check in on their escape plans.
You definitely don't need to read that at all. No.
Will not replace if lost or stolen. Okay, I don't need to read any of this.
No. I think you sit on a throne. You know what you sound like? You sound like a used.
He started saying, I think you sit on a throne of lies.
Not relying on brand shoes alone either, he packs his many riches onto a slime block machine and is last seen trying to leave the planet with them. Naturally, the machine is only going directly up, so towards the falling planetoid.
Isn't anything that Jevin builds a slime machine?
We know how that happened. Joe Hills doesn't want anyone to panic, so he's been outfitting the foundation of the castle with a Zen garden.
Come on.
Fans' doomsday paintings are effectively getting him to
we have 6 minutes left. Just
16 minutes left. But,
oh yeah, I cannot count.
14, but yeah.
We have 6 minutes gone. Yes, I cannot count. What throws me in the recap is just how often you hear my voice compared to other hermits.
I I don't know if that's true for sure, but if it is true, it's because both Pix and Zloy are a sucker for sarcasm, and you're the person most likely to be sarcastic.
So there is a very distinct balance to like the clips and like putting stuff in. It's like not down to math, but there is a balancing act that I non-stop play, and ultimately I'm the one who plays, you know? I'm the one putting stuff together. Trick is really that, like, one, I don't wanna gaslight you, but going, it's weird how more often I hear myself in this show about a group, about me and a bunch of my friends. It's kind of like, are you sure though? But then also, I'm willing to freaking wager that, how do I put it? That if you would count, you probably would find out that you are actually right. Because I tend to put in voice lines of people who say funny stuff. And like, I don't know.
See, I don't feel like over the course of captioning, I don't feel like I've typed Cleo's name more than other people's. If anything, I honestly feel like I probably have typed Tango's name the most, but I think that's probably because he winds up in a lot of like quick back and forths between people.
I can for sure give you that Zedov gets way more attention than like a lot of other people. Like, at the end of the day, I wanna say whenever there's a Zedov segment, I will put in you know, some voice line or other. I struggle finding whatchamacallit. I struggle finding clips for, say, Jevin sometimes, because he is very on topic and he stays like very on the build. Like, he has segments in his videos where you could just cut this out and this will be a redstone tutorial. And that's not really like, how do I make a recap out of it? But also like, I don't know. I'm going down a rabbit hole right now. I don't know. I think if there's anyone I deliberately like do less on, it's Mumbo and Grian, because they are all consuming as far as Hermitcraft goes. Like, we get so many more comments about them than anybody else. So I do have like the tendency to try and like maybe balance them out with everybody else. I know with TFC I try to squeeze in like at least one voice clip, because if I don't, a lot of this fan base will just pretend that he doesn't exist, and that's just bad. I know. The problem is that I would legit not put it past myself that the entire time I've been just like cramming clear lines were more than everybody else. And frankly, I refuse to defend myself about this.
Is this a good time for the fun fact that I looked back through the who should you watch quiz results, and the most clicked on end result is Cleo. So something about how we wrote that.
Lyarrah, you were the one who made that quiz.
You're the one who wrote the actual line.
You are the one who made the graph. You made the chart. You made the You made the way the quiz works.
And yet somehow the only I think Cleo only had one route to her. Keralis is the one
Keralis got like 5
routes.
I'm shocked that people have not only ended up on Keralis on that entire thing. Because Keralis has way more paths to him than everybody else. What were we talking about? I forgot.
God, we're talking. Sorry, I tried to unmute to talk, and you made me laugh at the exact moment. No, I believe, if I remember right, God, I'd have to go check who third. Oh yeah, no, it was the order of the most clicked on ones on there is Cleo, Joe, Impulse, Zed. It's like, gee, we don't have. I wonder what biases came through on here. Again, recap viewers are suckers for sarcasm.
I mean, this show is basically like what, sarcasm powered? Because like I really do want to say like the type of why am I even talking about this?
Consider a plan B, so he visits off-world escapes with the intention of at least securing some futures for his stockbroken horse Diamond Hooves.
We haven't actually dealt with the fact that I'm pretty sure Scar is trying to turn the moon into his new largest hat. I might not get a chance to confront him about it.
Having spent the entire season
needed,
playing without an Elytra, Joe's final business on the server is claiming a well-earned, if formally display-only, No Wings Club medal for 1,000 days without flying. Moon-assisted anti-gravity doesn't count, of course. And it's not a moment too soon, because Joe's approach to leaving the world seems to have been to don an Elytra, grab some fireworks, and rocket spam his way out of there as fast as possible, hopefully reaching exit velocity somewhere along the way.
I've got this No Wings Club medal finally I stole from Mystical's house, so it feels kind of hypocritical to just fly away, but...
The heartfelt goodbye with zombie...
Okay, when editing that, I remember distinctly, like, sitting there being like, who is Mysticals? just the way he says from Iskals, like, just threw me.
Fireworks, and rocket spam his way out of there as fast as possible, hopefully reaching exit velocity somewhere along the way.
I've got this No Wings Club medal finally I stole from Mystical's house.
Right?
It feels kind of hypocritical to just fly away.
Am I the only one hearing it?
The heartfelt goodbye with Zombie
I
Cleo
hear it on
already
the
caused
set.
some fans to Photoshop him into her season finale.
Luigra did it and it was amazing.
Plan. I mean, you'll always turn up. You always do.
Don't worry about me, Cleo.
Okay.
I'm good. You go.
All right. I'll see you next time, Joe.
Yep.
Bye.
Keep adventuring.
A lonelier fate yet awaits Tango Tech, last seen on the moon with his horse Adequate, heckled on by his
Anyhow, Tango's dead.
Alston.
To shine. Let's go back to these death bunnies and...
As the asteroids start hitting the moon, the cavalry of one makes its way to a crater of highly explosive moon crystals, surrounded by highly aggressive moon rabbits.
It seems the moon bunnies have evolved into a predator species.
Killer bunnies, Holston! Of all the horrible ways I expected to die on this ridiculous, doomed voyage...
The pattern of the plot continues as Tango grows some carrots he happened to have to lure away the beasts, and successfully plants most of the explosives at the site. However, a rogue bunny still makes its way to the pressure plate and blasts Tango off planet, as well as himself to smithereens.
Sorry. I am dying.
I'm dying again. Somewhere with another rocket-propelled hermit from the finale. You see, while Cubfan was mostly on board with the Mooners' plan, taking a nap...
Okay. The edit with Tango Tech being ejected. Oh my lord, sorry. The edit with Tango Tech being ejected was actually suggested to me on a live stream when I was editing this. I don't remember who suggested it, but it was like, I was like, oh my god, that's such a good idea, we should do this. And we just edited, we threw it together like in 10 minutes.
Right back into the guy. And while he's been willing to convince Scar about the skull painting prophecy or open a video with an alliterative poem dedicated to the moon, his well-rested self couldn't get off the planet fast enough.
The prophecy is real. There's no point in being a mooner anymore. I gotta do it. Ah, that feels better. That feels better.
Luckily, the cow launcher from a couple videos ago is still there and doesn't really care what kind of animal it's sending beyond the stratosphere. We actually even know for sure it works, because in his moon travels, Tango finds one of the cows Cub launched. Then again, it could mean that Cub only flew up to the moon, not around it as he planned.
Cameron, it's not tooting my own horn to tell people that the funniest joke in the done video was not mine, okay?
I'm gonna hit this button, run over to the llama, and then we're gonna be shot off the planet. So here we go. Alright, come on, llama. Let's go. Let's go. Off planet. Here we go.
Either way, it goes better than Corrales' plan, but more on that later. First, we have to consider the plan A he and XB Crafted went for. XB isn't quite happy with the modifications Keralis has left around the bunker.
When I was building that, I didn't have a bedroom, so I was using your bedroom and toilet.
I just appreciate the stuff strewn around.
And while he's happy
I
to
need
have
like
a
a
plan B on deck with an
sitcom,
open
just of the two of them living together in that
the
bunker.
loose firing pin in the launch mechanism leaves him
I
dubious
used to
about
come
the whole
cross living with
operation.
anyone.
The sitcom will be named will be called Two Men in a Hall.
Creepers have had such good comedic timing this season.
I know, right?
So with everyone going their separate ways, XB trusts in the technology of his bunker to keep him safe. What could possibly go wrong? The answer to that is
we're on
Keralis'
hour
TNT
10.
launch. With not enough propellant or not nearly enough physics, Keralis finds himself trapped in the spacesuit under the falling satellites, both the natural and the man-made ones. The only solace is he isn't alone in his fate.
You can do it, Bubble! Oh no, bless his little heart. He's never seen nights. That's gonna be proper scary. Look at him go. What a hero. Ooh, bad. Ooh, no.
Perhaps surprisingly, one hermit who remains grounded throughout all of this is BWO.
I like my name better.
Not because he's behaving rationally, in fact, quite the opposite. He decides the impending moonfall will not be quite as impactful as having finally turned a profit at the Big Eyes shopping district. In fact, touring the server to see how the apocalypse is treating everyone else, he realizes that if they're all moving on, not only has the Big Eyes crew outlasted all the competition, but he can technically claim everything on the server for himself.
Octagon's leaving, Boredom's leaving, last man standing.
That includes claiming the world record time on his and Etho's ill-fated race course minigame, which he does in the last few minutes before the moon smacks him.
Okay, I was wrong. It actually did get played. Never mind.
See you in the next episode.
But here's a thought that might knock you over the head.
Anyway,
A few
B-dubs is
seasons
dead.
Back, B-dubs was slowly
Like the
being overgrown
arenas.
by jungle vines, and we made a joke that he was doing it for the vine. Well, after carrying around
And
a
so
glowing
am I.
stack of
Right
clocks
out
that
loud.
matched his episode number every single episode, we can safely assume he found a home on TikTok. As time runs out, the Botum crew all seem to reach the conclusion that they need their beauty sleep. At this point, Impulse SV hasn't slept in so long, he started to look like Vintage Beef did last time we saw him. Well, whoever Impulse is leaving the chocolate factory to had better have some good ideas, because the blocks aren't coming back down anymore. Luckily for Impulse, Timmy the Magic Pig is around to pack a blueprint of the factory into a shulker box, so at least he can
An hour, Tim.
elsewhere.
Shrink it down, and put it in this shulker box right there. Whoa!
The big
That's
question
not shrinking,
is
that's
who packed
copying.
Timmy into a box that'll save him from the moonfall. The answer is Pearlescent Moon, who, even with the world ending
Timmy
around
could
her,
have
won't
duped
stop
materials
doing
the
cool
entire
stuff
time.
for
That's
animals.
actually his
Making
canonical
cushy
superpower.
corners
Of
for
course
them in
he
her castle
could do
interior
this.
for one, and signing
Yeah.
up her pet cat Nuggets to be rocketed off the world along with Joe Hills' horse and
OP.
anyone else who could afford a ticket.
Aw, Nugget!
To make sure her
I
animals have the
appreciate
best
that
chance of
Nugget got
outlasting the apocalypse, she
taken
builds
off
an
the planet
incredibly
so
cozy
far
looking
that he wound
bunker
up
for
in
the
real
remaining
world.
critters in the Nether, and manages to coax Timmy the Magic Pig in there as well.
Right, I have you all in there. You are going to be fantastic. You are going to survive. Thank you. Okay, you're going to get out. Okay.
I should
The
have faded
favourites,
into
however,
Xumavoid
are
into
much
that
more
bunker as
secure,
well.
Because in the event of global catastrophe, Good Times with Scar figured a way to skim some final diamonds off of everyone who doesn't want their pets to perish. With the moon on the approach, Scar puts together an off-world travel agency and begins accepting passengers, be they animal or person. The menagerie of animals and possessions is put into the rocket, which to everyone's visible concern is
Yeah,
facing
Cleo has
downwards
Wi-Fi in
into
the end.
ground. The plan seemingly being to run directly away from the moon, right through the bottom hole.
And
into
Water
the
and is
void
listening to
beyond.
her favorite music.
So long to get all that copper.
He's coming.
Oh well, hello there, everyone.
Hello there.
Amazing. Are we all hanging around the Barbie, guys?
Still, most of the Botan puts their trust in Scar's expertise, and you might as well, since your corpse won't be able to demand the money back.
Scar, I don't know why we're crash dummies. I don't like the sound. I don't like the look of this at all.
These are official first-class swaggin' spacesuits. Have a little respect. This costume, man. Come on now.
Yeah, it cost me everything I have.
Though before they depart, there might be a final hurrah to be had, and so we turn the page over to Mumbo Jumbo. Mumbo's peace, love, and plants philosophy lasted the entire season, but upon realizing the moon isn't a plant, he declares war on it, which, yes, means the cult of the Mooners is done pretty quickly.
Like, not sleeping was a really bad move. We totally shouldn't have done that. It was terrible. Well, if love doesn't work, then you should at least try making war. Why do these things have to be mutually exclusive? What if I love making war?
And truly, a lesson was learned.
Quite reached their
I
target.
feel like the most relatable Mumbo's ever been to me.
Mumbo, I think you might miss this moon, buddy.
Am I gonna miss the moon? Bells died! Look, we killed the moon! Sort of.
And despite Scar dying in the middle of explaining his escape plan, Mumbo still puts his trust in the Swagoneer to take them all to safety. So Mumbo takes one last look around at Botum, and along with him marveling at everything he's done, we marvel at how he accomplished it all without managing to kill anything. And as they're falling down into the void in their last moments before they reach the world between worlds, Mumbo's life on Season 8 flashes before his eyes. And maybe, just maybe, he high-fives Grian a little harder than he planned.
It's been fun.
High five for old time's sake.
I still can't quite believe he just did that.
His own deeds flashing before his eyes, Grian will at least see his Midnight Alley finished and filled with the builds of his friends and fans alike.
And I've got to say, it's a massive, massive relief to
It did
see
turn
this
out real
all
pretty.
complete with
Well,
no
like,
empty shops.
gotta admit,
I've been in
really
a
well
few
executed
seasons of
joke on
Hermitcraft,
Grian, like
and I
keeping
don't think
his
I've
health
ever
at like half a
felt
heart the entire
place
time.
is
Yes.
as complete as this in
Did
season
spot
Rest
it in
in
his
peace,
video, I
Grian.
was like,
You sure need
I
some of
wonder
that
why
when
he's
your
doing
so
that.
sleep-deprived villagers are talking English.
Grian dying is in no one else's video but Mumbo's.
Then again, perhaps this whole Hermitcraft debacle is really just a matter of...
But you know what is in everybody else's videos? So, the villagers making noises and like talking in English with element animation voice is in every single Hermitcraft finale basically.
Okay.
And
So in other words, it's probably on the server side texture pack. Oh, dear.
no, you didn't get. Not in the gameplay, in the final cutscene. Because the element animation thing was commissioned like probably by Grian or something. And they just everybody else just edited it in. As a result, there's just a moment in the finale when the midway through explosion, the villagers just scream, "Oh no, I can't believe they've forgotten us!" But like, most of these people didn't interact with you, so why can't you believe it? It's just, you know. I think you notice when you watch like 20 hours of Hermitcraft in one day trying to put together a timeline of what actually is happening.
We last saw DocM77 and Rendog complete a killing spree on the orders of a mysterious moonrock, obtaining the heads of 8 hermits, and Doc completing assembly of a final altar on which these heads could reasonably
Yeah, I can't believe they're leaving us behind.
With the help of the community, they put 2 and 2 together.
No one liked you.
Thunderstorm summons a now familiar torrent of lightning, creating a void of light that the pair jump into. But things are not what they seem, and might not have been for quite some time. Their Hermit Matrix arc concludes with an arc ship, travelling through outer space already en route to the new world, and the revelation that in Doc and Ren's reality, Season 8 was simulated to keep the minds of the hermits safe from some kind of parasitic mind virus.
I really don't like the sound of that, man. Initiating wakeup.exe. Let's hope for the best, man.
Welcome back to
Oh god.
I'm just concerned about Pilot Renbob, though.
The blueprints, builds, and clues the hive mind created and discovered along the way were all part of the cure. And in their post-credits scene, we see landmark builds from previous seasons of Hermitcraft preserved in the different modules of the ship, hinting that this may not be the first time they've done this. They may also not be alone.
Well, we seem to have it all under control now, Operator Goatman. The Moon Matrix protocol...
Oh yeah, about the Santa Zedaf. Hold on to that thought.
Indeed, my friend, indeed. Let's get these hermits to Season 9.
Or they may also just be back in ZF's Psych Experiment Lab, answering the what if there was a moon falling question. It is our captioner's headcanon that the whole simulation facility is just part of ZF's lab. Or maybe Zed's lab is on the ship, making sure everyone's still themselves when they're unplugged from the Hermit Matrix, and those concepts are just too funny not to tell you about. It's why there's an inflatable Santa in the pod instead of ZF. It all makes sense, people. Fan works aside, Zedaf finishes his season with a run through every single experiment his lab has created up until now, in a literal sense, in the case of the labyrinth, which Zed attempts to speedrun just to show the Endermite who's the boss here.
Everywhere looks the same in the maze. How well we did. Oh my goodness, mate. This place needs a clean.
And with the last parts of the Combruta's exposed redstone being covered up, the moon finally hits the surface and all of it is supposedly demolished. And that's about it for this season's recaps. Our writer is Zloy XP, and my name is Pixlriffs. Captions and incredible
we got the
headcanons
don't
were
worry.
provided by Lyarrah. If you've enjoyed the recap half as much as we have this season, we'll once again encourage you to check out as many Hermits as possible, both because they deserve it, and because you deserve to know how much footage we end up watching every week. If you want to pat us on the back for that, each of us have our own YouTube channels, which you can check out in the end screen.
So, the phrase, you deserve to know how much footage we have to cover every week, Dokkan by the end was releasing 40-minute episodes twice per week.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying there wasn't enough content to fill it in, but I am saying Pixlriffs had to watch all of that. to do the notes and whatnot. I'm also saying I'm really glad that I was not the person who had to watch them, because that's...
Because you don't have that much attention span.
I don't think I can hold my attention for that long on a single thing.
You say that having just done, as Leo pointed out, 10 hours of watching this.
Okay, you know what?
So that was 10 hours of
that
you
was
getting
not
to
me.
talk
That
the whole
was
time.
not me holding attention on something. That was everybody holding attention on me. It's a big difference. So now you guys present the trailer for season 9, right? No, we have no affiliation with Hermitcraft.
Yeah, we know nothing.
We know
Legitimately.
nothing. Nobody tells us anything ever. Like,
As the FAQs in the description say, go ask Ellie. He knows.
is Cam going to stay a mod? Of course. He kidding me. I can't be bothered to unmod him. Pix did all that for us and more, because like he's not only covering Dokkan. Come on. Is there going to be a quiz after this? God no.
No, because Zloy would fail it.
I really would.
I could probably put one together. I might need Ruby's help, but
no, don't. Ruby's done enough work.
I was saying it purely just to give you something to fail.
So, final notes. Hermitcraft is a land of contrast. I don't know how that joke goes, honestly. I know only the first line.
Oh. I don't even know what you're referencing, so...
We've got some things to wait for before we start. Well...
But, do you mean, like, for paper to stop having a massive memory leak?
Don't be mean.
No, like, that's a thing! Like, that's why that's why our modded series is delayed. That was, like, I've been watching Zedcraft deal with it, and I've been sitting here just going, like, I never thought I'd be grateful that I'm running a Bedrock server.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, because it's not really running. Okay, you mean Squidcraft? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. I that's what I mean. Because it's like, no, I would not be wanting to have, like, it's bad enough having to deal with the libcurl bug. I would not want to have to deal with the memory leak the paper's got right now. Like, I'm sure they probably have other stuff too, but that's the one that I'm aware of being a problem over there. Yeah. Anyway.
Let's watch all of season 7 recap. No! No. I refuse it. Denied. Now, doesn't that feel nice? I really am asking, like, does it? It's more about people than mods. Oh, yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough, yeah.
admittedly, like, that's the thing I've been saying. I've been saying this entire time. It's like, this break is just the best kind of thing. I mean, that's me saying it because I don't have to do the recap. And I needed a vacation so hard. And
I've been having fun just running polls on the channel in the meantime.
Oh yeah.
I'm like the guys are on vacation. Channel takeover. Hi.
Lyarrah just straight up took over the community page. It's amazing. Also, like I want a season 1 recap. Me too. Like, I want to do one, but I honestly, I just want to do season 1 recap because I want to talk about season 2. Like, season 2 is my favorite. I mean, season 4 is my favorite, but season 2 is when I began to watch, and that was like, a lot. So, yeah. But unfortunately, it's like, I got my own Let's Plays to run, so
yeah,
that's kind of.
So, but you do have the summaries from TPIM, so
yeah. Also that. That's a lot of help. Like the TPIM gave me like so many pointers, Not just like what to write, but more where to look, what to watch. Like if I want to do my own. Well, needs a break. Well, yeah. I mean, here we are not taking it. Because at first I honestly like thought that, well, I mean, to keep the recap running, to like appease the algorithm, I'm still gonna make like occasional video on this channel, yada yada. And then the first week without Hermitcraft, I was like, you know what? No, I need to chill the heck out. Yeah. I forgot what I was talking about.
I was just trying to think of something witty about which games you've been playing in the meantime, but I don't remember what it was before the one you'd done this week.
Before Darkwood?
Yeah.
Dread Templar. It's not much better.
Yeah, no, all I know is there's something that you just suddenly threw yourself into for like 50 hours, and I was like, okay, bye.
You mean The Outer Worlds? Do you want me to put up? Okay, according to Steam, the most I played VTube Studio.
Well, yeah, that would be true, but no, I think Outer Worlds is the one that you just like playing.
Oh yeah, I replayed the entirety of The Outer Worlds just for no good reason. I still need to check out the DLCs. Yeah. Not to watch every single recap hour. Yeah, good luck with that, because you will not find this season 4 once. For no good reason, but you will not.
I mean, I dropped the link in your Discord at some point this last month. But...
You will maybe find season 4. There is a chance, however small, that you will find the, 10 season 4 recaps that we did? This will come real handy if I ever do a season 4 recap, but still. Honestly, I drag the finale a lot. Like, I will be a person to point out all of the inconsistencies and all of that. But like, when you get down to it, this is like the first time Hermitcraft actually did something for a season finale beyond, hey, let's all get together and go into another portal. And I'm not saying that one is like inherently worse than another, but I prefer this one. And I like when there's like this much effort and this much just straight care on display. It's hard to organize any project with more people than 2, which is why there's only been 2 people at the same time on this stream. Because I'm trash at organizing. But also, it's really cool when people try to, you know?
Yeah, no, I like it. I legitimately liked the ending too.
Yeah.
Like,
and you have to also keep in mind that like, all of my like nitpicking also still always comes down to the fact that I have to see the big picture to be able to put this show together. Like, I need to see everything down to like the sub count of like Hermitcraft members. To trying to understand like what's going on and like where the wind is blowing from. But like to a singular viewer who like only watched, say, like Mumbo's perspective, everything worked out perfectly great and made sense, you know? That's the thing about like this entire idea that for every Hermit, the only thing canon is what happened on like in their video. It's yeah, because people don't generally watch more than like maybe even one Hermit.
Yeah, I would assume most people don't watch more than like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, this
that's all.
This is unironically my preferred way of consuming Hermitcraft, like all at once, putting stuff together and like sliding the pieces together. But I don't know if I can recommend it to anyone, if only because of the time sink. So yeah, thank you to everybody who stopped by this live stream. It was really kind of you to stick around and watch like this. There were so many people who just stuck around for nearly the whole thing. Why? You people are insane.
Yes, thanks for keeping us company, peeps, and I hope y'all enjoyed.
You were kinder today than I ever thought you would be. So yeah. Subscribe to Lyarrah on YouTube. Bye.
Bye, peeps. Oh gosh.